The first thing you did after being reborn was kick open the door and rush into the blizzard. In your previous life, your wife had gone alone into the mountains to gather firewood to care for your drunken self, only to freeze to death in the snow. Now, you held your wife and child tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Hearing their cries, tears streamed down your face. This was no dream, it was all real. Your wife, Wang Lin, grew increasingly distressed and soon burst into loud sobs. It's too cold here, let me take you home, you said, helping Wang Lin up. Noticing your daughter Daodu's pale face, you quickly took off your coat and wrapped it around her. Wang Lin glanced back at the bundle of firewood on the ground. It had been incredibly hard to find any wood under the heavy snow. You swiftly shouldered the firewood and carried Daodu, who was curled up in a ball. The snow made walking difficult, each step accompanied by the crunch of compacted snow. Suddenly, you stopped, carefully handing Daodu to Wang Lin and quietly setting down the firewood. In a hushed voice, you said, there are stones in Daodu's pocket. Take them out for me. Wang Lin fumbled around Daodu's clothes and indeed found 3 dark, rough stones. We might have meat to eat soon, you murmured, rubbing the stones in your hand and flexing your wrist, hoping your throwing skills hadn't rusted. At the mention of meat, Daodu, still nestled in Wang Lin's arms, immediately lifted her head, her eyes bright and curious. Not far away, a colorful pheasant stood on a snow-laden branch, cooing as it called for its mate. Scattered by the blizzard, the storm had dulled its alertness. The stone whistled sharply through the air, and though the pheasant sensed danger and spread its wings to flee, it was already too late. Watching the fluttering feathers and the falling pheasant, Wang Lin couldn't believe her eyes. Overjoyed, she immediately picked up Daodu and ran toward the tree, exclaiming, it's dead, it's dead. She picked up the lifeless pheasant, never expecting her husband to actually kill one with just a thrown stone. Daodu eagerly stretched out her frostbitten little hands to grab it. You examined the pheasant with satisfaction. It weighed about 2 pounds, a fully grown male pheasant, still active even in winter. Come here, Daddy will hold you, you said, picking up Daodu and giving her a kiss. But she instinctively recoiled. After all, you had often been harsh, having hid both her and her mother before, leaving her afraid of you. Wang Lin asked excitedly, should we sell it? Daodu hasn't had meat in a long time. You shook your head. No, we'll take it home and stew it to nourish you and Daodu. You knew the snowstorm would last nearly 2 days and nights, eventually making it impossible to even open the door. Selling it wouldn't be an option. You began thinking about how to earn money. It was already tough in these times, let alone with the mountains buried in snow and recent wolf sightings. Even the experienced old hunter from Chuntang Sanlichu didn't dare enter the mountains. Even with decades of special forces experience, hunting without a gun was far too dangerous. The mountain lake was already buried under snow, its ice layer over a meter thick. Even if you broke through, it would quickly freeze over again. Fishing was out of the question for now. You thought of the rocky shores by the sea, though you couldn't venture into the ocean. There were crabs among the rocks. November was the season when small crabs were at their plumpest, and the pheasant's entrails would make the perfect bait. Wang Lin noticed the man had changed. He was cooking for the first time ever. Holding Daodu in her arms on the heated brick bed, she secretly watched you stir the iron wok. The food you're making smells so good, she said. Daodu, nestled in Wang Lin's embrace, kept swallowing her saliva and occasionally wiped the corners of her mouth. The rich aroma of chicken filled the entire room, and the little girl's stomach growled loudly. As the fire burned fiercely, the heat from the bed warmed up, leaving Wang Lin sitting there in a daze. Braised chicken with mushrooms, with 3 small cornbread cakes stuck to the edges of the iron wok. The house was nearly out of food, and as you looked at the pitifully small pile of firewood and coal, you couldn't help but want to slap yourself. The last money meant for buying firewood had been snatched by Chen Biao to buy alcohol. Can we borrow some coal from the brigade? You knew that without heating the bed in the bitter cold of winter, people could freeze to death, and Daodu was still too young to endure the cold. Wang Lin lowered her head. The brigade won't lend us any. I've tried borrowing 4 times, and each time I was met with cold words and sneers, saying you're lazy and won't lend even half a bag. Some women from the brigade even mocked me, saying a city girl like me must be blind and telling me to get a divorce as soon as possible. It's fine, I'll figure something out, you said, understanding that it was partly because of your own reputation and partly because your surname was Zhang, marking you as an outsider. 10 years ago, Zhangjiatang, originally part of the sparsely populated Xiakangshan district, with fewer than 100 residents left, was merged with Chentang Sanli Canal Brigade under the Commune's initiative. Yet, they had always faced overt and covert exclusion. The Zhang family was assigned the hardest and most exhausting work, received the least work points, and after toiling all year, still ended up owing the brigade money. The conflict between the two families runs deep. The Chen family has over 1,000 members, while the Zhangs have fewer than 100. Yet, the Zhangs are not to be trifled with, as their elders are hardened veterans who have served in the military and seen battle. The two sides are like fire and water, clashing countless times. Daodu, try the dish Daddy made. Is it good? You pick up a piece of chicken thigh with a spatula, blow on it, and hand it to Daodu. She eagerly reaches for it, not minding the heat. Seeing her small hands covered in frostbite, your heart aches. Blow on it first so you don't burn yourself, you say. Wang Lin quickly chimes in with the same warning, but Daodu, too excited to care, takes a bite. Her eyes sparkle. It's been so long since she last had meat. Is it tasty? You pat her head gently, and she nods vigorously, her big dark eyes still fixed on the meat in the pan. You place the pot on the heated brick bed, and the three of you gather around for the meal. You notice your wife hesitates to eat the meat, gnawing on a single bone for a long time, and your heart twinges with guilt. Wang Lin, originally from a working-class family, should have lived comfortably, but she cut ties with her family for you. As an educated youth, she arrived at Chuntang Sanli Canal 3 years ago, wearing a beautiful floral dress, like a wildflower blooming in the fields. Eat more meat, you say, placing a piece in her bowl. Wang Lin, who hasn't tasted such a delicious meal in ages, accidentally bites her tongue. Her cheeks flush pink, and when she looks up, she meets your tender gaze, making her heart race. After finishing her meal, Daodu lies down on the heated bed and falls fast asleep, a smile on her little face. She's eaten so much meat. You add some firewood to the stove, then head to the yard to chop down 2 bamboo stalks, just enough to make crab traps, hoping for a good catch. When you drag the bamboo inside, Wang Lin, who's cleaning up the dishes, nearly bursts into tears. These were supposed to be sold at the market for the new year. Lin, don't cry, you stammer. Flustered, you'd forgotten how much she loved watching the bamboo grow, how she'd sell them every year to earn a few extra dollars for the family. Bamboo is rare in northeast China, with only cold-resistant varieties surviving in Liaoning province. It took a while to finally comfort them. Weaving crab traps comes effortlessly to you. By the firelight, you split the bamboo into thin strips and deftly craft them into traps. Unable to help, Wang Lin lies on the Kong watching you quietly, eventually dozing off from exhaustion. You cut a piece of netting to sew 4 small pouches, filling each with pheasant heads, tails, and entrails before hanging them inside the traps. Seeing your wife and daughter sound asleep, you quietly take the 4 crab traps outside. The night is dark, heavy snow falls, and the sky is pitch black, save for the faint glow reflecting off the white snow. The Chengtang Sanli Canal borders a rocky shore where sharp reefs dash any hope of fishing. Navigating the treacherous, icy rocks amid the freezing seawater, you tread carefully. Slipping, getting injured, or soaking your clothes in sub-zero temperatures could be fatal. Zhang Huaqing searched for a suitable position one by one. 10 minutes later 4 cages were down. The next step was to wait for the goods. If loading is okay, then increase the number of crab cages. But if it doesn't come on, then he'll have to get a gun and venture into the mountains. Wang Lin, today shocked and tired, slept soundly. Zhang Huaqing went out to go back. She did not notice the temperature of the house with the stove and the firewood burned out and down. There was no charcoal in the house and the firewood would soon burn out, so Zhang Huaqing gave up burning the Kong. The tantalizing aroma surrounded Zhang Huaqing's nose, and holding the marvelous body quietly in his arms, Zhang Huaqing felt the exuberant energy of this body of his. He hasn't had that ability in 2024 for some years now. It's good to be young. Lin. Aha! Wang Lin was in a daze as she felt a pair of burning hands roaming over her body, and her breathing gradually increased. Don't wake up, Doodle. Whispers resounded through the room for a long time. Chapter 3: Seafood Abundance. Zhang Huaqing was frozen awake at 5 o'clock in the morning. He did not dare to tug the quilt at night. His back was exposed. Looking at the small petite wife in his arms with her back to himself, the wonderful figure made him unable to resist having a reaction. This exuberant firepower pleased him immensely. Get up. It's better to be young. Zhang Huaqing knew that he couldn't disturb Wang Lin's rest, and last night his own little petite wife was tossed around by him for 2 hours, during which Doodle was woken up twice. No wonder fertility is strong these days. No cell phones, no TV, no entertainment, not even lights. What else to do but make babies in the dark? Burning on the Kong. As the temperature on the Kong rises, Wang Lin quickly woke up, saw Zhang Huaqing burning the Kong. Couldn't he help but freeze for a moment, and quickly remembered last night's events, and her pretty face turned red. Lin, I'm going out. I'll be back in an hour or so. He's going to open the blind box in the reef complex. Hopefully, there's a bit of a shipment. If there was no stock, then he would have to venture into the mountains. You go early and come back. Early, Wang Lin felt that her man had changed back to the man who was considerate when he was just with her. Zhang Huaqing rushed towards the beach with a bamboo basket on his back. The snow is still flying. The whole Chintang 3 miles of canal is almost covered by snow, only a few chimneys with curling smoke. Zhang Huaqing recalled that the old Zhang family had starved to death several times this year when it was almost the new year. Part of the group of reefs was covered with ice and snow, making it very difficult for him, and Zhang Huacheng carefully climbed through them. 10 minutes later, Zhang Huacheng found the first cage. A crab cage sank silently beneath the crashing waters. Wow! When he carefully lifted the bamboo cage, along with the seawater sliding down the bamboo cage, there was a swish-swish sound coming from the inside, and the bamboo cage shook violently. Sure enough, Zhang Huacheng was ecstatic. Inside 24 large and small green and black reef crabs, and a dozen small sea fish without exception was eaten all over the body ragged, only a palm-sized sea fish is still inside the powerless struggle, a reef crab dead clamped its tail. Seaside resources are so plentiful these days? Zhang Huacheng carefully poured these reef crabs into the bamboo basket, and the pheasant innards inside his crab bait had long since been gnawed up with very little left, and would have been eaten cleanly if not for the small hole in the mesh pocket. Inside, these gnawed and tattered little sea fish become the best new crab bait in the little netting. The 20 or so large and small black and green reef crabs weighed about 5 pounds in total. Zhang Huacheng was delighted in his heart and immediately went to look for the second crab cage. The second crab cage only had about a dozen reef crabs. A man's day's work in the Chuntang Sanli Canal is only 8 cents. Wang Lin remembered her parents, both factory workers, but their wages were only 40 cents, and this one palm-sized reef crab could be sold for 20 cents? Seafood is expensive at this time of the year, and it's also the fattest season. I'll give you and Doodle a pot of stew to try. Zhang Huacheng fetched a pot and threw in the small reef crabs along with smaller fish. No, sell for money to buy some grain. Wang Lin tugged on the basin with a deadly grip. She doesn't want to eat something so expensive. The small ones aren't worth much, city people don't eat the small ones, only the ones this big are worth anything. So, then these will be enough for the meat we just had last night. Okay, listen to you. Zhang Huacheng wrapped her in a kiss. Wang Lin's pretty face reddened, and she lowered her head and squirmed. What are you doing, Doodle? Doodle is waking up soon. It's a little chilly, so I'll wash my hands and then warm up together. Ha! Doodle was woken up and cried for his mom in a daze. Zhang Huacheng had to stop warming up, and Wang Lin blushed and ran over to dress Doodle. Meat. Immediately after sobering up, Doodle got up and went to the pot. She remembered that there was meat in the pot last night. We're out of meat, but there's fish. Doodle want some? Zhang Huacheng picked her up and kissed her twice. Wife and children are hotbed. Even if the current life is hard and tiring, what does it matter? Doodle nodded repeatedly, unable to stop his mouth from watering. It's time for Zhang Huacheng to show off his handiwork once again. A small pot of stewed red crab and stewed fish, half a small pot of very thin large ballast porridge, filled with the aroma of the house. A family of 3 people ate very happy. After dinner, Zhang Huacheng buried the frozen fish and crabs in the snow, and he couldn't go to the county town even if the snow didn't stop. Just in time to save more to sell together. And went to the yard to cut 2 bamboo. This time Wang Lin did not cry, but also clumsily came to help, and could not drive away. The house is almost out of salt. Wang Lin quietly leaned over and whispered a reminder that although her man's cooking was delicious, he was not frugal with salt at all. And there's not a penny left in the house. Don't worry about the salt, I'll get it. Zhang Huacheng remembers that the current salt should be 15 cents a pound if there is a ticket, kerosene is 3 cents a pound, lard is 60 cents a pound, rice is 12 cents a pound, and all of them need a ticket, and they don't have a ticket at home. Salt, he could have tanned it himself, right by the sea. Wouldn't it have been easy to do so? But drying salt in winter is very slow, and it can't be discovered by the brigade, and a bunch of idiots in Chuntang Sanliquan don't even know how to dry salt. It just would, and they wouldn't dare. What's missing at home? This sentence asked out Zhang Huacheng himself is a little embarrassed. Their family lacks everything, and what they have at home is also clear. Wang Lin, however, shook her head. After weaving 5 bamboo cages and repairing the previously broken ones, counting the 3 in the reef complex, he now had a total of 9 bamboo cages. Chuntang 3 miles of canal hard to 1972 before anyone knew under the cage to catch crabs, and gradually life has improved. But he also knows why. These days people are quite naive. Every year there are some outsiders into the mountains, will look for some know the way to the village people lead the way. He used to bring a few times, just watch people digging and fiddling, but also secretly ridiculed these city people are little cute. He didn't understand that the medicine they dug up could be sold for a lot of money, which was many times more expensive than the 10 or 20 cents he was given for the guide fee. And the members of the community here are stupid, uninformed, and even more timid. He'll have to find a helper when the snow stops. Zhang Huacheng ran to go down the cage, came back with more than half a basket of seafood, which is contributed by 3 cages, The sea is really rich in resources these days, and so the day is not early in the morning and then go. 9 bamboo cages are estimated to be able to let him full basket. Chapter 4, The Red Fox at the Door. Click, click, click. In the afternoon, Zhang Huacheng keenly heard a clicking sound coming from the yard, and his heart stirred. It was not the sound of stepping on snow, but the sound of chewing. Wolf? Shoo! Zhang Huacheng was shocked in his heart and signaled Wang Lin to keep quiet, quietly leaning on the window to look at the courtyard. Wang Lin also curiously stuck her head out to take a look. A large dark yellow and reddish tail stood out. Wolf? No, it's a red fox that ran out of the Changbai Mountains. The red fox had already plowed out a snow pit and was nibbling on the seafood he had hidden under the snow, attracted by the smell of the seafood. It's money delivered to your door. Zhang Huacheng's heartbeat accelerated. A complete fox skin, how much could it be sold for at the current time? This was clearly an adult red fox by the look of the tail. A wolf skin is like $12 this year, and snow fox skins are more valuable than wolf skins, and a complete one, I'm afraid, would fetch $15. Looking at the red fox with only half of its body and tail left outside, Zhang Huacheng knew that the opportunity had come. Can't fight it. Wang Lin hurriedly waved her hand as soon as she saw Zhang Huacheng pick up the stick. The 5 immortals of the Northeast, Hu, Lu, Gray, White, and Yellow, of which Hu, the leader, is the fox fairy. These things the old-timers said you can't fight. It can be beaten, aren't rats the same we beat? Zhang Huacheng whispered persuasively, this one skin can be sold for $15. $15 for a hide? Wang Lin's beautiful eyes were dumbfounded, and then the sense of stealing went to pick up the rolling pin to follow up in small steps, her big eyes dark and bright. Sure enough, what's there to be afraid of when you're so poor? Quietly, he opened the door, and perhaps hearing a little movement, the red fox, who was nibbling on a frozen fish, stilled for a moment, as if listening with his ear to the side. Zhang Huacheng, however, didn't give it a chance to burrow out and escape, soaring up and smashing a hard stick on its back. With a screech, the red fox twitched a few times before going still. Zhang Huacheng kicked 2 feet to drag the red fox out. Into the hand of a heavy, weighing more than 10 pounds, is an adult red fox. Boo! Zhang Huacheng slammed the red fox against the wall, confirming that the red fox was really dead before he breathed a sigh of relief. The red fox was ferocious and cunning and would swindle its way to death, and he knew the habits of this thing very well. $15 for a catch like that? Wang Lin didn't expect it to be that easy, and all she could think about was the huge $15. Doodle heard the commotion and ran out, blinking his big eyes at Red Fox. Meat. She held out her little finger to Red Fox. Fox meat is on the fishy side, it's not very tasty, and it's also a Chinese medicine, but it's nice to have meat these days, and as for it not being very tasty, who cares? I'll take care of it, stew it in one pot, and later I'll take a pot to the old house for some charcoal. About 7 or 8 pounds of meat will come out of this red fox fat. He wanted to see his mom and dad more than anything now, his sister and little sister, and his big brother who had been honest all his life. Aha! Wang Lin nodded vigorously. With charcoal, the Kong won't cool down so quickly. The skin of the red fox was beautiful, like a blazing flame, and Zhang Huacheng carefully peeled it off in its entirety and hung it on the wall. Stewing fox meat required skill. The chili and salt in the house were all used up by Zhang Huacheng, even the herbs in the house were used a little bit in by him. The guts were left in, it was all crab-bait goodness with a super fishy flavor. The snow was pouring down. Zhang Huchen was shoveling the snow in the yard with his 2 children. Looking at the heavy snow in the sky, he couldn't help but frown. Dad, I'm starving, when's dinner? Dabo was hungry and dragged his broom over to ask. Eat, 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 just eat. Dad, I want to eat meat. Pa yelled back at the sound of it. Big mouth to eat? The snow has been a day and a night. Zhang Huchen looked at the heart of the panic. The snow, and then go on Shentang 3 miles of the canal are going to be buried. These 2 bears are getting bigger and bigger meals, and I'm afraid there won't be enough food in the house this winter. I don't know if there's enough charcoal to burn at the oldest 2's house. Thinking of this unconscientious younger brother and bitter sister-in-law, Zhang Huchen sighed and hesitated to throw down the shovel and went into the house. Soon there were shrill cries from the house. We don't have enough carbon in the house to burn ourselves, and you want to give it to your brother? Are you trying to freeze your 2 sons and your parents to death? They lived with their parents, who lived in the West House, and Zhang Huacheng's mom and dad and 2 younger sisters lived in the North House, burning a Kong that could keep both Kangs hot at the same time. I'll just deliver a bag to Flower City. What are you yelling about? Keep your voice down. Zhang Huchen is out of breath. Alright Zhang Huchen, you've learned to talk back right, then you also give my parents a few bags too, we all don't wanna live. Your mom and dad aren't missing. After a while, Zhang Huchen carried half a bag of charcoal and prepared to go out. His wife is from the Chen family. Chen Tang 3 miles of canal. Few Chen family members are willing to marry to the Zhang family. The relationship between the two families is terrible stiff. His wife was kneeling for a night before the old Chen family agreed. Brother, are you going to second brother's house? A playful figure ran from the east room. I'll go and take a look, it's snowing like this, if there's no charcoal it'll freeze to death. Doodle the child is still so small, he's not resistant to freezing. Zhang Huchen was worried. Mom said for you to bring this over. Zhang Huabing quietly slipped him a cloth bag. This is for you to eat. Zhang Huchen froze. This was a packet of corn ballast, which he had given to his mom and dad to boil big ballast porridge to drink. Uncle too. What delicious food you serve, Uncle too. That's when the shouts of Biao and Xiaobao came from outside. Flower City is here? Zhang Huchen froze for a moment. Ergo. Zhang Huabing has run out. Huabing come, serve it and pour it into your pot to warm it up. Zhang Huacheng came to the home he had been away from for countless days and nights, forcibly holding back the excitement in his heart. He handed the pot in his hand to Zhang Huabing. Looking at his current sister who was still as beautiful as a flower, he was happy that at this time his own sister had not married this scum Chen Shouyang. That's so nice. It smells so good, what is this, ergo? Zhang Huabing was surprised with the pot. She smelled meat, the family hadn't seen meat in a long time. Smells good. Both kids came up as well. A small roe deer ran into my house and was shot dead by me, sending you some meat to eat. Zhang Huacheng didn't dare to say red fox, after all, mom and dad are still a bit superstitious, afraid that they wouldn't dare to eat it. Mommy, there's meat. There's meat. Dabo wailed. Scream for your soul. Sister-in-law heard it when Zhang Huacheng came, and thought she was coming to ask for something again as before, but she came with a pot of meat. Is this modified? There's meat no to send to the old family. And there are actually roe deer stupid enough to run into their house, which is looking for food. Coming. Zhang Huchen walked out and he put the charcoal back in. Big brother. Zhang Huacheng was thrilled in his heart, it's so good that it's all there. 2 pots. Little sister, dad, mom. My little sister was happy to hear that her second brother had come and got out from under the covers. Mom and dad came out too. When he saw his still young mom and dad, Zhang Huacheng couldn't help but have red eyes, so the wind and snow outside were not noticed. The family was attracted to the meat in the pot and didn't notice anything unusual about him. So much meat, Shouying, quickly pour it into the pot and heat it up, get some for the kids to eat, just in time for the evening meal. Old mom lifted the lid of the pot and looked at it, and hurriedly called out to her sister-in-law. Coming. Sister-in-law came over with a cold face and took away the pot. She had never been kind to this brother-in-law. A pot of fragrant and still slightly steaming meat had several children gathered around, eyeing it. My sister-in-law poured all the meat into the family's cauldron and added wood to the fire. Soon the house was full of aromas. The roe deer skins aren't stripped, are they? A roe deer skin can be sold for a good $2. Zhang Hu reminded his uneducated son not to spoil the good stuff. Where's the complete one, knocked to death with a stick? Zhang Huacheng knew that he was not popular at home. After all, he was previously a smooth-talking uneducated asshole who knew how to eat, drink and play without working. $2, that is the price of selling to the brigade. Really want to have roe deer skin directly to the purchase stick. To sell, at least can be $4. He didn't bring any of the fish and sea crabs in the snow, not only because he was going to sell them for money, but the biggest reason was that his sister-in-law was a member of the Chen family, and anything that happened would be known by the Chen family. He just wanted to get rich on his own now, and didn't want to tell anyone. After all, if it was known, he wouldn't even be able to get off the cage, and he wouldn't be able to say anything without them labeling him as a speculator. Well, sell the money and go to the brigade to buy carbon, don't take it. Tomorrow, the snow is supposed to stop. After the accident, Chen Biao went around saying that his wife and child deserved to die. If Wang Lin remarried to him would not have died. Zhang Huacheng then realized that Chen Biao had played his wife's idea. Wang Lin also once and he said Chen Biao to her mouth flower, but also move feet. He did not take it seriously. As soon as the door opens, Chen Biao is going to enter. His mouth also said, good you Zhang Huacheng is not hiding in the house to eat meat. Don't know to shout brother, I'm here all smelled. Just as he was about to enter, Chen Biao was pushed out with a hand. What do you mean? Chen Biao backed up 2 steps, slightly stunned, then blared, loss we also drink together yesterday, now have meat to eat is not righteousness, right? What is it? You are full of food and drink and small stuttering in the house to make a man There is a woman does not care about brothers He knew that Zhang Huacheng was a deadbeat cutie. Which was how he snatched the money to buy the wine yesterday, and the smell of meat in the house made him want to rush in and feast. But the next second Chen Biao only felt that he was hit by a wild boar and flew out 3 or 4 meters, lying in the snow pile and could not climb up. Zhang Huacheng walked over, lifted him up by the neck and pressed him into the snow pile. With a force, Chen Biao only felt his eyes were bleary and he had difficulty breathing, constantly slapping Zhang Huacheng's arm and struggling. If you ever call my wife a little stutterer again, I'll tear your mouth off. Wang Lin stammers a little, especially when she's nervous. Zhang Huacheng fumbled in Chen Biao's pocket and found a small stack of money and a few tickets. He looked at it and took 75 cents and a face ticket, while the other few cents and tickets were stuffed back. Here's what you grabbed yesterday and what you borrowed earlier, get the hell out of here. Zhang Huacheng covered Chen Biao's face in a thick pile of snow. Chen Biao climbed up in a sorry state, glanced at Zhang Huacheng in horror and stumbled away, not even daring to throw a harsh word. Zhang Huacheng watched Chen Biao run away. He would slowly settle the previous scores later. Looking at the money in my hand, 75 cents is a lot of money. The current brigade coal does not need a coal ticket, but the price is a little higher, 50 cents 40 kilograms, in the northeast. In the winter if there is no coal that is going to die, this money can also go to buy more carbon back. Perhaps hearing what seemed to be a fight and fearing that her man would suffer, Wang Lin hurried out. It's okay, came to return the money, go back to eat. Zhang Huacheng didn't want to worry Wang Lin, and shoved the money and tickets in his hand to her, and swept her towards the house. Pay back? Wang Lin looked at the money and tickets in her hand, looked back and then looked at the traces of the obvious fight on the ground. Chen Biao is someone she knows better than her own man. He'll pay it back? Can you not associate with him? Sitting on the Kong, the hesitant Wang Lin lowered her head and whispered. If it was before, there was no way she would have said that, because herself she wouldn't believe anything her man said, but now her man seemed different than before. I'm ignoring him from now on. Zhang Huacheng nodded, while adding in his mind that it would be best to make Chen Biao unable to leave the house for the rest of his life. Being reborn, it is a matter of taking revenge and repaying favors. In the evening, braving the snow, Zhang Huacheng ushered in an amazing harvest, a bamboo basket full of fish and crabs, and a few sizable octopus. The sea is so rich these days that they are still very barren here by the sea. It's hard to imagine how abundant the seafood would be if you could go fishing. Red fox entrails he did not spare to use to catch crabs, or use the fish. After all, under the ice and snow red fox entrails 10 days and a half months is not bad. He kept there are other uses. Early in the morning, Zhang Huacheng woke up to a dull sky outside the window, but the blizzard had stopped as he remembered. After burning the Kong, Zhang Huacheng was ready to go out with a bamboo basket on his back. Wang Lin's pretty face flushed as she looked up. She had already woken up when Zhang Huacheng woke up and was just pretending to be asleep. She didn't understand what was wrong with her man in the past 2 days, and tossed her around several times last night. The harvest of crab cages was still abundant, but one cage couldn't be found when the rope broke, presumably washed out into deeper water, which she didn't dare to fish for in this weather. Why don't you drop Doodle off at Mom and Dad's and I'll go with you? See Zhang Huacheng to carry a sack of fish and crabs to walk to the county town, also carrying a fish basket. Wang Lin is very worried. It has to be more than 10 miles, outside the road or thick snow, bad luck will encounter robbery. No, don't tell anyone about this beforehand, and I'm just in time for some exercise, it's getting late I have to go early. What's a little bit of weight? Zhang Huacheng would have had to exercise to restore his physical ability, otherwise night after night in the cave, the body is afraid to go downhill. He set off in a hurry to catch the county's morning market. Currently there is no private trading allowed, but the county's morning market is fine as long as you go early enough and the Red Guards aren't at work at that time, so it's okay to wait for the Red Guards to evacuate when it's time to go to work. Drink! On the main road Zhang Huacheng bellowed, the first Special Forces weight training in the 60s, began. A breath to the countryside, Zhang Huacheng understood how strong the young body in the end, the more you walk, the more spirit, the cold wind cannot be felt. Having risen too early, it was dark, and not having met many people along the way, he realized that he had misjudged the time, and that it should not yet be 6 o'clock. Put down to rest for a while, Zhang Huacheng continued to carry seafood to the county town. He contemplated going back and getting a sled. After all, the recent snow was not going to melt, and it would be impossible to keep carrying it like this later when there was more cargo. Chapter 6, High-Priced Red Fox Skin. The road was much more spacious when we came into the county, and there was significantly less snow, so someone must have plowed it yesterday. One after another, some people came out here, and looking at Zhang Huacheng, who was covered in white frost, they all curiously came over to take a look as well. Young man, what did you get? At the sight of a mountain man out to sell his goods, a middle-aged man who came out to buy breakfast came over to take a look with his lunchbox. Fish and crabs, fished from the sea last night and in the morning, uncle come some? Zhang Huacheng happened to be tired, and immediately put down the sack, then signaled the frozen fish and frozen crabs in the bamboo basket behind him. Egu, good stuff. Is the crab fat? Look at what you say, November sea crabs, crab paste and crab yolk are full of crab paste, not fat don't pay. Seeing the middle-aged man's heartbeat, Zhang Huacheng knew he would buy it. What to sell? The crabs in here are 20 cents a piece, the ones underneath are 15 cents a piece, take your pick, the bigger fish here are 15 cents a piece, the smaller ones are 10 cents a piece. Prices were very low in the 60s, top quality meat was 70 cents a pound, the worst meat was 50 cents a pound, you could buy an egg for 3 cents, a big bowl of noodles with shredded meat was less than 20 cents, and the price of sea fish was just 40 cents for a pound in a restaurant. Expensive, the middle-aged man grunted. Selling what? Some other passing by saw it and came along to check it out. I want this crab, and this one, and this one, and this one for the fish, and this one, and this small one too. The middle-aged man took a look for fear of others picking, and immediately paid out money. Zhang Huacheng immediately used withered grass to give him strings tied up, to the hands of a piece of money. What price? I want it too. What's for sale? Heavy snow for 2 days, seafood is a rare thing, and now a look at the sale, or fresh just on, immediately surrounded in groups of 3 or 5. The first middle-aged man who bought crabs and fish is not in a hurry to go home, just carry standing here, the people in the neighborhood also know him, come to the people he will show off a couple of words of their own buy crabs and fish, live a dog trust. Young man, my family lives in this alley, next time you pass by you'll shout your voice more. It was so cold that the middle-aged man who had been showing off couldn't stand still and stomped home with his fish and crabs. Open door. Zhang Huacheng looked at the almost empty fish basket, and in his hand there was a huge amount of money of $4.35. It was getting late and he hurried to the morning market. Unsurprisingly, because of the snow, there was hardly much for sale at the morning market, and his crabs and fish were priced fairly normally and sold out in less than half an hour. He saw someone closing the stall, quickly withdrew, also hurried to follow the closing of the stall to run away. If caught by the red guards, things confiscated, money confiscated, not to mention, the family will have to take a huge sum of money to ransom him. He also had a red fox skin hidden inside his clothes, which was worth more than all the fish and crabs he'd brought with him. There were also some fish and crabs for him to dump all into the basket. Sis, want fish and fat crabs? Fresh from the sea. Auntie, want seafood? Fresh from the sea. Boss, want some seafood? It's just come up from the sea, and there's a couple octopus and a couple conch. On the way to the purchase station, Zhang Huacheng easily sold almost all the fish and crabs. With a good skin, he is very popular with some city ants, almost ask if you will have a spend money to buy. The buying station was already open, and Zhang Huacheng felt the warmth as soon as he entered the house. From the mountains? With mountain goods? Seeing Zhang Huacheng enter the house with a basket on his back, the eyes of a man in a Chinese mountain suit who was adding charcoal to the stove lit up, then he got up and walked to the front of the stage. The snow closed the roads for 2 days and he received nothing. Even in winter, they were still on a mission. If it were any other season, they wouldn't be as enthusiastic as they are now. Do you take red fox skins? Zhang Huacheng ripped open his clothes, revealing the golden red fox skin inside. Yo, rare thing collect, is it complete? Zhongshan suit acquirer took a look at the red fox skin, his heart was happy, this is a much welcomed good thing. Remove the red fox skin, complete with brightly colored and silky fur, the acquirer carefully examined one by one. Nice adult red fox, the fox skin is flawless, the skin picking is skillful, just picked off not 2 days ago, right, well, it's considered top grade. The acquirer was very truthful and after a little thought quoted a price. 13.5, little brother, if it was a few days ago, 13 at the most, now I'll give you an extra 50 cents. Could be. It was not much different from the price Zhang Huacheng had predicted, and the other party was also a very honest acquirer at first glance. We also collect medicinal herbs here, and now the purchase price of medicinal herbs is a bit higher than some time ago, so if you have medicinal herbs you can bring them to sell, especially Changbai Mountain Jinseng. Changbai Mountain Jinseng, a good thing he doesn't have. Zhang Huacheng shook his head and said, the current heavy snowfall has closed the mountains, and it is not easy to find ginseng in the mountains, so I'll go and publicize it for you when I go back. Then he gestured to the fish trap, see fish and crabs take it, just fished it up this morning. We don't take that here, but I can personally buy some to eat. The acquirer smiled, and his mood was 3 times more pleasant when he heard that Zhang Huacheng was going to go back and help him publicize it. The buyers who can work in the purchase station are not simple. The salary alone is more than $20 a month. Naturally, it is not bad. When Zhang Huacheng left the purchasing station, he had an extra $15 in his pocket, and now he had a total of $27.64 on him, which was a staggering amount of wealth at the present time. When we arrived at the department store, it was already crowded with people. As soon as you came in, on the left side, was the stationery counter, with pencils and erasers for 2 cents, rulers for 4 cents, pencil cases for 20 cents, and fountain pen ink for 15 cents. Daily groceries counter, hardware and electric appliances counter, food counter. Zhang Huacheng bought a lot of things: half a kilogram of hard candy, salt, vinegar, soy sauce, plunge nets, saws, hammers, nails, red head rope. A bunch of stuff cost a total of $6.42. Other things Zhang Huacheng want to buy cannot buy here except stationery, pots and pans. Most of the other need tickets. Agricultural products need food tickets, textiles need cloth tickets, industrial goods need industrial tickets. It can only be bought on the black market. He knew where the black market was, it was just that things on the black market were much more expensive even though they didn't need tickets. The black market is in a very remote hudong, and inside the hudong there is a forest, and in the forest there are sellers of coarse grains, fine grains, meat, tickets, and eggs. This place has it all, too. Zhang Huacheng came and did not ink, 10 pounds of millet, 10 pounds of flour, 20 pounds of corn residue, and also bought 2 pounds of almost fully fat pork. Moncler, let me see the book over there on the bottom of the foot. While passing by a stall, Zhang Huacheng's sharp eyes saw a few books pressed next to the soles of an old man's feet. The Cultural Revolution didn't end, these books couldn't be printed, and it's hard to buy books now. The old man surveyed him for a moment before moving his legs. Red House Dreams. Zhang Huacheng happy, although a little old, but he recognized that this is the writer's publishing house published in 1953. Red Mansions, the white book face only 3 words in traditional Chinese. Red Mansions Dream, to Yadong rearranged book as a base, is the earliest after 49 years of the first typesetting. He immediately decided to buy it. Wang Lin is very fond of the Red Mansions. How many books? The top, middle and bottom books are all there, no interior pages missing. Want one? The old man was a little cold. How much? 3 books for a total of $3, not sold individually. All old like this is still selling so expensive. Zhang Huacheng thought about taking out $2 and handed it over. $2, sell me to take away. The old man wrapped the book in newspaper as soon as he heard it sharply. Chapter 7, The Black Market. Come home soon after your shopping, young man. The old man took the money and then whispered after a slight hesitation. Zhang Huacheng put the book away. Thank you, Grandmaster, I'll go back now. He knew he was being watched right away, he was so flamboyant with his purchases, a wad of money out, whoever looked at him these days. Watching Zhang Huacheng leave, the old man shook his head and sighed. At the entrance of the alley, Zhang Huacheng saw 2 knife-wielding gangsters blocking his way. Then behind him also followed 3, besides the leading one, the other 2 had knives and axes in their hands, and one looked at him with a cold look. Brother, lend me some money to spend. The one in the lead was wearing a military overcoat, his hand in his pocket, and had a cigarette in his mouth as he approached. Zhang Huacheng silently put down his things and without any warning rushed to the leading punk with an arrow step. Iron Mountain leaning. The lead punk couldn't react in time before he felt himself fly out and hit the wall hard. Dawn. Grass. Several of the punks froze for a moment, then all rushed forward. But they didn't know that they were facing a physically strong. Laozi also heard Sa, what the hell is this? Qin Xiaodong cursed in anger, no wonder the money was displayed, so it was waiting for them. It took a while for them to help each other out. At this moment, Zhang Huacheng was eating buns at the Baozi store, and the hungry man ate 6 large meat buns in one gulp, then packed some more to take home. I counted the money on my body, counting the money I just got from the accident, there were still $18.54 in total. Chentang's Sanli drainage. Zhang Huacheng came back even with his back and shoulder, and from afar he saw Wang Lin shoveling snow at the door, and a very tall youth also holding a shovel to help shovel snow. At the sight of Zhang Huacheng's return, Wang Lin joyfully threw down the shovel and greeted him. No need to get it for me, just open the door. Zhang Huacheng revealed a smile. Yes. Wang Lin happily ran to open the door. Taizhu, have you eaten yet? Zhang Huacheng looked at the tall youth who scratched his head and giggled. This was his neighbor Chen Taizhu, also a hairy young man, standing at 1.95 meters, with all the brute strength. Taizhu shook his head. Zhang Huacheng remembered that these days, they almost always didn't eat in the morning, and they all waited until noon to eat. Come inside and have a bite to eat together. Taiju is his youngest, 5 years old when his mother was beaten away by his father, with a vicious stepmother, do not have enough to eat and wear warm, not move to be beaten. Chen Taiju shook his head and continued to shovel snow. Zhang Huaqing didn't say much and carried the things into the house. He was hot now, the military coat on his body, all the way back to make his whole body heat, and on the road did not dare to take off, once off, may catch a cold. Daddy, daddy. Doodle sat on the Kong and at the sight of Zhang Huaqing's return happily climbed up and clapped his little hands. Zhang Huaqing laughed as he placed the sack on the ground, took off the military coat he was wearing and covered Doodle, directly overwhelming him. Where did you buy the coat? Wang Lin had just seen the military coat, which was very expensive at the current time and not easy to buy with money. Met a nice guy selling mine cheap, look what's in it. Zhang Huaqing signaled the basket and changed the topic. You bought so many things? She was pleasantly surprised when she saw the contents of the basket. There was salt, vinegar, soy sauce, and a very, very fat piece of pork hanging. The fox skin is very valuable, even the fish and crabs were sold for more than $10, we still need to add a few crab cages, this is the rest of the money. Zhang Huaqing pulled out a wad of money and stuffed it in her hand. Wang Lin froze as she looked at the money in her hand. That's a lot of money. Doodle, Daddy bought you candy. Zhang Huaqing handed Doodle a pack of hard candies. Sugar? Doodle, who had managed to wriggle out of her coat, hurriedly scooped it up in her arms, but she didn't recognize the candy in her hand. She'd only ever eaten brown sugar cubes. Lin, this is for you. Zhang Huaqing handed over the newspaper-wrapped 3 books of Red Mansions. The year they first got married, Wang Lin had told him stories from the Red Mansion many times, only even she hadn't read them all. What is it? Wang Lin hurriedly put the money into her pocket and took the newspaper bag. When opened it froze. Dream of red mansions, she used to want a set of red mansions when she didn't marry over, but it was impossible to buy one. Her dad went to line up 4 times and didn't get one. He remembers that he loves the red house. Wang Lin's eyes gradually reddened, holding the book tightly with a sobbing voice. You waste money for what? How much money to buy old books, found on the ground floor. Zhang Huaqing smiled and took out a bundle of vermicelli and greaseproof paper-wrapped buns from the sack. Buns we'll eat at night, soak the vermicelli, later we'll eat pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli. He removed the contents of the sack one by one. Flour, millet, corn ballast. Zhang Huaqing helped Doodle open the greaseproof paper and took out 2 pieces of fruit hard candy. When a piece of fruit hard candy was stuffed in Doodle's mouth, the little girl who ate this kind of candy for the first time seemed as if the door of the new century had been opened. Her eyes were all bright. You can't swallow sugar, put it in your mouth and melt it slowly. Aha! Doodle nodded repeatedly. Zhang Huaqing stuffed the other piece into Wang Lin's mouth and then went to do the dishes. There were still 2 cabbages buried in the cellar at home ready to be saved for New Year's Eve. He and Taiju dug them together for a while before digging them out. The sliced fat meat is bared in the wok and the tantalizing aroma wafts through the house. Put some more water on it. Wang Lin couldn't help but remind Zhang Huaqing when she saw that he had just put in a spoonful of water. More water, more oil comes out. Zhang Huaqing shook his head. Don't add it, the oil is more fragrant this way. This little 2 pounds of fat meat can produce 1.5 pounds of lard. Added some salt, and waited until the dregs were reddish and snorted in the oil. Zhang Huaqing poured out the oil, and the small 2 pounds of fat meat ended up with a little more than 1.5 pounds of lard and a large plate of meat dregs. Doodle, who ate the meat scraps, was overjoyed, but before he ate a few pieces he was forcefully received into the cupboard by Wang Lin, and Doodle could only stand underneath the cupboard and look up blearily. For the specialty dish pork stewed vermicelli, Zhang Huaqing is definitely a master, and in less than half an hour, the aroma was wafting in and out of the house. Taiju was also forced to sit down by Zhang Huaqing and was given a corn cake and a bowl of pork and cabbage vermicelli stew. Taiju, want to eat meat every day? Zhang Huaqing came out of nowhere. Taiju was strong and obedient, and the main thing was that they were very, very close, or Taiju wouldn't have run to help shovel the snow at their house. Think. Taiju nodded without hesitation. Then you'll work with me when you're free starting today, and I'll take care of 3 meals a day from now on. I'll keep you fed but won't pay you. He wouldn't give Taiju any money because whatever he gave would be taken away from him by his family. Taiju hasn't had enough to eat since his own mother was beaten away. Aha! Taiju nodded. When he was a kid, his mom had told him to listen to Flower City, and he'd always remembered it to this day. Chapter 8. New members. With all the good food in the house, the happiest one is Doodle. But Zhang Huacheng also found out what he needed to buy. Doodle didn't have cotton shoes and cotton pants. In winter she was seldom out of the house. It seems to be necessary to make Doodle a cotton dress and cotton shoes. Zhang Huacheng went to the old home to send some coarse food and a bowl of lard, and by the way, he picked up his little sister, so that she could play with Doodle. "We're not going to get caught, are we?" Wang Lin braided the crab cage and inquired in a low voice. Making so much money at once, she panicked. "It'll be fine if no one else knows, don't worry, I already have an idea." Zhang Huacheng also knew that going on like this was not a solution. Once it was seen by others it would be reported, and then the Red Guards would come. This current behavior is cutting the tail of capitalism and is serious when taken more seriously. Zhang Huacheng hit on the idea of a mountain keeper. As long as you become a mountain guard, you will no longer eat the food of the commune, and then you can eat and drink all on your own, but you can take the resources of the mountain by yourself, which is legal at the present time, and no one will bother about it. As a super soldier king, as long as he became a mountain guard assigned to the gun, it is the mountain encountered wolves he will not be afraid. "Erwin, can I eat the meat buns?" My little sister came running over, bleary-eyed, as she realized there were so many big meat buns in the cupboard. "Wait until it's dark." "Oh." My little sister wiped her mouth and ran to look out the window, apparently already waiting for it to get dark. It was getting dark and the house was buzzing with activity. The stove fire was roaring, the seafood iron pot stew in the cauldron was radiating a tantalizing aroma, and Wang Lin was carefully sticking a tortilla on the side of the iron pot. Little sister and Doodle were already eating meat buns on the bed, sticking their heads out to look at the pot now and then. Taiju's family is also eating, but he only drank a bowl of sparse vegetable paste in the evening, and his stomach rumbled with hunger, so the family's steamed pot of nesting dumplings didn't give him a bite to eat. Taiju reached out for it, but Chen Yud hit his hand with a chopstick. "Do not work at night, you eat what nest, how every day and a starving ghost, your younger sibling's long body you do not know ah?" Chen Yud cursed. Seeing his son go back to the house with his head lowered, Chen Yud bit 2 mouthfuls of nesting head and cursed, "Wife, you said the little brat next door's house how to eat meat again ah, smelled it at noon. Did someone from old Zhang's family go into the mountains to poach?" Suan Li's heart fluttered. Most likely. Both mouths looked at each other and their eyes lit up. "Where's the meat if you don't poach it?" To know that their brigade is money cannot buy meat, can only wait for the new year when the production team to share pork. This year there is no meat, stamps cannot buy pork. I'll make a trip to Bao Rin's house to react to this situation. Chen Yud couldn't eat anymore, and he went out as soon as he threw his nest egg. Chen Bao Rin is the first captain of the 10-mile drainage in Chentang. Chen Yud just left, Taiju followed out from the house with his head down, and Sun Li was too lazy to pay attention to him, and took the 2 children to eat by herself. Poaching? Zhang Huacheng was speechless for a while after hearing the news brought by Taiju. This Chen Yud's 2 families are really lacking in virtue and smoking, but the guess is still a bit accurate. So, what then, Red? The Red Guards aren't coming, are they? I'll hide my stuff. Wang Lin was scared. She rushed off to hide her things, especially the red mansions that Zhang Huacheng had bought for her, which was currently also a banned book and was not allowed to be read. Now that the snow has closed the mountain, it is the mountain guards who don't dare to enter the mountain. No one will believe him when he says this. Taiju, sit down and eat together, and later help me send my little sister back home. He's going to go down to the crab cage later, just so he can get Iron Pillar to help deliver it. Helping Wang Lin to hide her things, Zhang Huacheng and the others also ate meat buns, a big pot of seafood stew, and in less than 10 minutes they ate it all. Taiju, you help me send my little sister back home, then you go back to sleep and come to my house tomorrow morning at the crack of dawn. Good. Taiju nodded hurriedly. It was already dark outside, and Zhang Huacheng went to collect the goods with a bamboo basket and a crab cage on his back. Unsurprisingly, his bamboo traps were filled with seafood, for more crab cages had been added to the reef complex, and at this current level of shipments, Iron Pillar's help would be needed tomorrow morning. A faint light flashed on the dark sea, just ready to leave. Zhang Huacheng's heart moved. The boat, he knew that this should be the boat to Shaoshur Island. Shaoshur Island is inhabited by troops and Shaoshur Island fishermen, where both officers and fishermen are rich and live well, but the island's supplies are scarce, and money can't buy anything. Because they can't just leave the island. It would be nice to be able to go to trade upsells, but obviously that's not going to happen at the moment. But he thought of one person, that is, his third grandfather Zhang Mang. In his last life after his wife and child froze to death he was devastated, but his third grandfather, who had always been very indifferent to him, sent him a letter, and this was the very letter that his third grandfather wrote in his own handwriting, which allowed him to enter the army. It was only later that he realized that his third grandfather had served as a regimental commander during the War of Resistance against Japan. Tomorrow, the fish and crabs will be sold for money, and there will be coarse grain food stamps in hand, so go and buy some coarse grain to share. The cold winter of the last life starved a few old people to death, and this kind of thing is naturally unlikely to happen again. When I got home, Doodle was already asleep, but Wan Lin was at the window looking at the red building by the bright moonlight. Light the lamp and see, or you'll go blind. Zhang Huacheng went to get the oil lamp. No, I'm going to bed here soon, and the moonlight is very bright tonight. Wang Lin, however, wouldn't allow it to be lit. Lamp oil was expensive. Zhang Huacheng looked out of the window. Indeed, the moon of this year was so much brighter than that of a few decades later, big and round. Accompanied Wang Lin sat for a while. Tired day. Zhang Huacheng cannot carry to sleep. Tomorrow morning he has to get up early to go to the county. I don't know how long it took, but in a daze a delicate body squeezed into his arms, mixed with a faint fragrance. Zhang Huacheng held it in his arms and quickly fell asleep. Because there is no table, do not know the time. Zhang Huacheng, worried about oversleeping, woke up several times a night, feel the color of the sky almost when he went to open the door, but saw Taizhu was walking back and forth at the door. Brother! Taizhu rushed over. When did you get here? Come on in, why don't you call the door? Zhang Huacheng looked at the footprints all over the ground, and then looked at the shivering Taizhu. It looked like this had been here for a long time. I don't know the time. Taizhu also did not. Well, Zhang Huacheng, and he said that in the morning before dawn, he woke up when the moon is in the top of the head. He does not know what time it is and afraid of oversleeping, from time to time to come out to see the door open. Have some peach cobbler and some hot water. Zhang Huacheng handed him 2 slices of peach crisp and poured a teapot of hot water. 10 minutes later Zhang Huacheng asked Taizhu to take the sack and go out with him, and Taizhu didn't ask what was in the sack. Arriving at the group of reefs on the seashore, Zhang Huacheng told Taizhu to wait up there, while he himself went down to collect the goods. It was dangerous to walk on the reef, and with the current freezing temperatures, once you fell into the seawater, your little life could be accounted for here. He didn't want to let the inexperienced Taizhu take the risk. Unsurprisingly, the harvest was amazing, collecting 2 fish baskets of seafood in a row, making Taizhu look silly. Let's go to the county seat. Aha! Chapter 9: Purchasing in shredded pork noodles. With Taizhu following, Zhang Huacheng was much more relaxed. But because of the color of the day, when he came to the county, Zhang Huacheng realized that it was getting late, and had to speed up to rush to the morning market. It was also the first time for Taizhu to come to the county town when he grew up, and he looked around. The morning market is already crowded like yesterday. It's the busiest at this time of the day. It's nothing like the morning market after 7 a.m., and most of the current stuff can be bought without a ticket. It's considered half a black market. Just on the seafood, the sea just come up. There are crabs and sea fish, and conch and octopus. Want to eat seafood? Come to see. Do not ticket, do not ticket. Zhang Huacheng shouted before he even put his things away. He saw that some of the sellers had already started to leave, and it was clear that there wasn't much time left before the red guards came to inspect the place. What to sell? An older woman who was standing in line to buy tofu rushed over with her basket. Big crab 20 cents ticket, smaller 15 cents, the smallest 10 cents ticket, this side of the fish 15 cents a fish, small 10 cents a fish, do not ticket, crab paste, crab yellow top full of shell. Too expensive, you have one price for male and female crabs. The older woman hesitated up at the price. Auntie, I don't want tickets here, I'll just come up, guaranteed fresh, guaranteed fat, not fat. Tomorrow morning come to me, I'll be there every morning from now on. Zhang Huacheng shouted at the top of his voice. Taizhu looked at the group of people surrounding him. His head was lowered and he couldn't lift it up, obviously uncomfortable with the situation. Comrade, I'll take this one, and this one. The first to buy takes advantage. Anyone understands that. There was a little daughter-in-law in a flowery cotton jacket who immediately picked out a few female crabs. I want two too. Big Mama rushed to pick. How do you sell octopus? The octopus is 30 cents, the conch is 20 cents. And the meat of this big conch can be played with as a toy for children after eating it. I'll take all these conchs. This one is small, so I'll give you 10 cents. Okay. Comrade, hang this fish for me. Okay, Taizhu, skewer this fish with grass. In just 10 minutes, Zhang Huacheng's seafood was sold. Close to half of the seafood, looking at a lot left. While buying seafood has been very few, he had an idea in his mind. Comrade, can I trade you seafood for dried groundnuts? Zhang Huacheng took 2 crabs and ran to a boss who was closing his stall. Swapping is fine, you'll have to give it to me cheaper. The owner agreed with a slight hesitation. No problem. Zhang Huacheng naturally agreed and cheerfully chose to exchange, and soon he had more than half a sack of dried groundnut seeds. It's a great thing to have for the winter. Put it in corn ballast and simmer it together, it smells great. Child, I have some dried mountain goods here to exchange with you for some fish to eat. Do you think you can exchange them? An old man selling mountain goods also came over to ask. Change, it would be nice to have more. Zhang Huaqing took a look at the dried frozen mill. Good stuff. That's a good feeling. I'm all about the mountains here. Zhang Huaqing exchanged everything he could, even a piece of tofu, and the fish and crabs were almost gone. There was not much left. The red guards are coming. Someone not far away shouted. Immediately the morning market was in an uproar, and many stallholders rolled up their stalls and ran off on their backs. Move. The rest of the fish and crabs obviously cannot continue to exchange. Zhang Huaqing ran away with Taiju. If caught on the body of all confiscated, not to mention, the family will have to send a huge sum of money to ransom. Looks like I need to save up and get a watch. Not knowing the time is a real pain in the ass. Brother, so much food. Taiju's brain was dizzy until now, and the sack in his hand was either dried groundnuts or dried mountain products. There's more later. He had money and tickets in his hand, so naturally he wanted to buy more back. With Taiju around, he was able to buy more as well. Asking questions of people along the way, I soon sold the rest of the fish and crabs as well. Zhang Huaqing with Taiju also began purchasing 26 cents a pound of refined vermicelli, 70 cents a pound of first-class meat, 4 cents an egg, 9 cents a pound of corn ballast, 15 cents a pound of rice, 40 cents a foot of cloth. Buy. Keep buying until there's just $2.30 left. Taiju carried a 50-pound sack of corn ballast and carried a bulging sack, grinning as he followed Zhang Huaqing, who had never seen so much good food. Taiju, are we eating buns or noodles? Zhang Huaqing asked Taiju. His stomach had rumbled. Taiju looked at the sky, then shook his head. It was obviously not yet time to eat. Eat the noodles. Zhang Huaqing saw that there was a noodle shop not far away. His body lacked nutrition and was currently very greedy for meat. In his last life he didn't want to eat a mouthful of big fish and meat at all, but now he was greedy. The noodle shop's business is booming in the morning, and the aroma fills the air, so Taiju's eyes are looking straight at it, and his mouth is watering. Zhang Huaqing went to buy 2 big bowls of shredded meat noodles, 20 cents a bowl of shredded meat noodles, meat and a large amount of meat, which made him very satisfied. Eat. Zhang Huaqing handed Taiju a pair of chopsticks. Taiju put the corn ballast bag on his lap, one hand grasped the sack and did not dare to spread his hands, took the chopsticks and then ate it boldly. Eat slowly, don't burn it. Zhang Huaqing took a sip of the soup, knowing that Taiju should be starving, and this noodle was still hot when it was just taken out of the pot. Aha! Taiju's head cannot lift up, just less than 2 minutes, not to mention the noodles, and even the bowl of soup are clean. Comrade, 2 more bowls. Zhang Huaqing soon finished eating, still feel very hungry. See, Taiju was also interested in the kind, immediately went to ask for 2 bowls of shredded meat noodles. Noodle soup added for free. The boss sized up Taiju, who had come over to serve the noodles, and reminded him. When Zhang Huaqing left with Taiju, the 2 of them ate 4 bowls of noodles and drank 4 bowls of noodle soup, of which Zhang Huaqing drank 1 bowl and Taiju drank the other 3. Where did this big-bellied toad come from? It's not afraid of propping up. The boss's wife came back with a bowl. Looks like a country boy who can eat. The boss cheerfully came to a sentence. These days, not to mention the countryside people have little oil in the stomach, the county is the same, let go of eating, all want to be able to eat. Taiju also had a satisfied look on his face and was walking with a tiger's footsteps. Are you full? Zhang Huaqing even felt a bit propped up, but look at Taiju as if he didn't feel anything. A little full. Got it, it should be just as good as 7. How did you say at the time that you would let Taiju have enough to eat in the future? Taiju, have you gone to Fuzhuang to see your mother? On the way back, Zhang Huaqing suddenly asked. Tieju's mother was in the Fuzhuang brigade next door and had long since remarried. Mother comes to visit me sometimes and brings me food in secret, and the last time I brought my sister, she brought me potpourri to eat. Taiju thought about it and nodded. Sister? He didn't even know Taiju had a sister in his last life, apparently born after Taiju's mother remarried. Do you know where your mother lives in Fuzhuang? No. When we go back I'll get you some food, you send it to your mother, quietly, okay, don't let your father know. Let his dad know that Taiju can be beaten to death. Zhang Huaqing remembers that when he was a child, Tieju's mother was very good, and also gave him food, and at that time, mom, dad, and big brother were living in the old house, and the relationship between the 2 families was still quite amicable, but since Tieju's mother was knocked away, and Tieju's stepmother married over after, the 2 families were constantly in conflict. Later, when my elder brother built a new house, the family moved there and the old house was left to him. Tiju nodded. How big are your feet? Go back and make you a pair of cotton shoes. Zhang Huaqing saw that the cotton shoes Taiju wore were full of patches, and it was obvious that the cotton shoes were not warm either. Taiju looked down at his feet, shook his head, and hesitated for a moment. Huacheng, the last time my sister and my mom came to visit me, she didn't have any shoes on. Can you make them for her? Could be. Zhang Huacheng looked at Taiju in surprise, not expecting him to actually think about his half-sister at this time. How big are your sister's feet? Tiju was silent. Chapter 10, Making Shoes. Iron Pillar came back and rushed home, where a growl soon came from the house. Where did you die? Do you want to freeze your siblings to death and make me get up and burn the bed for them? Speak up, are you dumb? A jerking sound came. Wang Lin shrunk her head when she heard this and started packing up the things she had bought back. Zhang Huacheng stood in the yard for a while before entering the house. Taiju with this evil dad is also enough bad luck. He has to think of ways to help Taiju. Why did you buy so much corn ballast and dried groundnuts? Wang Lin couldn't help but ask as she looked at the same things, almost all of which were food. Corn ballast and dried groundnuts turn around and share a portion, keep the rest. The fish and crab business doesn't last long, save more grain. Zhang Huacheng knew that he would be targeted sooner or later, and then the fish and crab business would be out of business. Aha! Wang Lin nodded and whispered, there's already enough to eat, or don't take the risk. She was really worried that she would be found out, and then she would be in trouble. It's okay, don't worry about it. How can this be? The winter has just begun. Zhang Huacheng looked towards Doodle, who was sitting on the Kong. Doodle was hugging a bun and gnawing it happily, and occasionally reaching out to look at the other buns in the big bowl. The sight made him smile. Children in these days were simple, they had food to eat. I'll go at noon to send cloth and cotton shoes to the old home, so that mom and sister-in-law and the others can make a few pairs of shoes for children to wear, and a cotton coat and pants for Doodle. Zhang Huacheng reached out and measured Doodle's small feet. With cotton shoes and new clothes, Doodle can go outside in the middle of winter instead of hiding in the house and on the bed all winter. Aha! Wang Lin nodded happily as she sniffed. She also wanted to get Doodle a pair of cotton shoes so that Doodle wouldn't have to be on the Kong every day. Then, won't you get yourself a pair of cotton shoes? Zhang Huacheng looked at the shoes on his feet and then looked at the shoes on Wang Lin's feet. Indeed, neither of them had good cotton shoes. In the morning, Zhang Huacheng headed for his hometown. They all hid in the house in the cold winter months. Only Biao and Xiaobao, two leather children, ran around, and when they saw Zhang Huacheng coming, one of them ran up more enthusiastically than the other. Zhang Huacheng took out 2 pieces of candy and gave them to the 2 children, who wailed with joy. Why is your brother here again? Chen Xiaoying was mending her clothes. This marriage is still the sister-in-law's lead. The sister-in-law is also considered good intentions. He has nothing to say. I don't have to, I do. Flower Belle shook her head hastily, but she blushed herself as soon as the patch-covered cotton shoes were stretched out, and hastily shrunk back. Then make a pair for Flower Belle. Zhang Huacheng finished saying, I still have to go back. Shaya I take home to play with Doodle, and give it back before nightfall. Send it early, don't go out when it's dark, the mountains are howling with wolves at night now. The old father, lying in bed, shouted. He's not in good health, especially in the winter when he has all sorts of problems, and he's better off hiding under the covers. Got it, send it back before dark. Zhang Huacheng hugged his little sister and went home. The little sister was so happy, she was chattering all the way. She knew there was something good to eat when she went to her second brother's house. She had been bragging about it all last night after she got home. Isn't Ergo a little strange? Flower Belle looked at the back of the departing man, a little different from the second brother he remembered. Look at my brain, I forgot to ask where to get the cloth and cotton. Mom slapped her thigh. Cloth and cotton can be rare. At noon, Zhang Huacheng stewed a pot of cabbage and tofu and vermicelli, and fried a plate of chili fried meat. The aroma of the house was so fragrant that the 2 little ones, Xiaoya and Doodle, kept wiping their mouths. You and the kid eat first, I'll go get Taiju. Zhang Huacheng served the dishes on the table and then went to call for Taiju. Chen Yid and Sun Li's 2 families are circling in the yard. The aroma of fried meat is too punchy, making them all greedy, and the aroma of cabbage and tofu, this New Year's Eve cannot eat such a. Sun Li also craved it, and the 2 children at home smelled and cried for meat. Yes, it's poaching. Chen Yid finished deflating. I went to report it last night, but the captain didn't even care, he didn't believe it at all. That has to be reported, too, or where would the meat come from? Does their family have money to buy it? We can't even get a ticket for meat, can their In the afternoon, Zhang Huacheng quietly went to collect the goods and did not bring them home, but hid the goods in the reef. He found a good place to hide seafood, and later planned to fish up all the seafood hidden here, and then the next morning with taiju to bring to the county to sell. But the income of $12 a day makes him a little anxious, need to spend too much money, if only he could earn a few $12 a day. Into the mountains? Zhang Huacheng came back and looked at the vast mountain range covered with snow. If you can hit a wolf is good, a complete gray wolf skin to the purchase station can be sold for dozens of dollars. But he needed a gun, or else if he went into the mountains with his bare hands and encountered wolves, he would be accounted for in the mountains even if he was strong. Chen Yud's report played a role, but in view of Chen Yud often lie, and did not hear any movement, a few cadres discussed the decision to ask Shouying married to the old Zhang family. If old Zhang's family really poached, Chen Shouying was bound to know. Their old Chen family and the old Zhang family have already reached the point of incompatibility, just a few days ago. If there is no certainty, they really do not want to continue to make trouble before the year. Shouying, your father is here. Chen Shouying, who was still nailing the soles of her shoes at home, froze for a moment when she heard Zhang Huchen shout, but her father had said that he would not come even if he died. But the quick response was at the door. I'm going out, you tell Dabao Xiaobao to stay home and not go out. Chen Shouying thought something had happened at home and hurriedly got off the bed. Big Baby and Little Baby both have the last name of Zhang, and her dad, the grandfather, doesn't like it one bit, and hates to strangle the two kids. Chen Mingtang looked at his daughter coming out, then looked at the two children who were called back and grunted. Dad. Chen Shouying lowered his head. Look at what you look like now, inhuman and ghostly. Looking at his daughter who was covered in patches, Chen Mingtang couldn't help but curse twice. Seeing that his daughter lowered her head and didn't say anything, he couldn't continue scolding and eased his tone a bit. Chen Yud went to the brigade to report old Zhang's family for poaching. Is this true or not? If old Zhang's family is poaching, you should know about it. Poaching? Dad, I don't know about that one. Chen Shouying shook her head. Her heart immediately thought of Zhang Huacheng, this little uncle. He has been sending meat and cloth in the past 2 days. Could it be that he went into the mountains to poach? But when the snow closes the mountain, it's the mountain guards who don't dare to enter the mountain. Chen Yud reported Zhang Huacheng's poaching and said it was justified. Don't you know what's going on? Chen Mingtang frowned. Chen Shouying, on the other hand, understands that if it is really justified, it would not be possible to come to ask yourself, but to directly bring people to Zhang Huacheng's home. When did the old Chen family become so good at talking? Did his brother-in-law really go into the mountains to poach? Where else would the meat come from? Where did the cloth and cotton come from? If it was before, she wouldn't have sided with her little uncle, but in the past 2 days, she felt as if he had changed, delivering meat and thinking about making shoes for Dabao Erbao. Did you report their family for eating meat? Chen Shouying asked rhetorically. Right. Chen Mingtang nodded. That I know, it seems to be from Wang Lin's city parents. Wang Lin? Zhang Huacheng's youth daughter-in-law? Didn't you make a big deal out of it back then? Why would you send something here? When Zhang Huacheng married Wang Lin, the marriage was not done. The brigade hastily opened a certificate. Wang Lin's parents are city workers, see their daughters jumping into the fire pit where they are willing to make a lot of trouble, and finally even cut off relations. Chen Shouying lowered her head and didn't say anything. Chen Mingtang spoke as if he remembered something, and somewhat awkwardly shoved the bag of potpourri he was carrying in his hand to her and turned to leave. It's the same as talking about himself. Didn't he cut off his own daughter in the first place, and swore an oath? Mommy, what kind of goodies did Grandpa send? Dabao and Xiaobao flew out as soon as they saw that Grandpa had left. Zhang Huchen followed him out. Huchen, Uncle Yuda has gone to report your brother for poaching. Go, and talk to your brother. I don't know how to say it, so I'll just tell my dad that it's something from Wang Lin's mother's family. Chen Shouying finished pulling the two children into the house. What do you do when next door is on to you? They say that a distant neighbor is better than a close neighbor, but if it's a bad neighbor, it's a pain in the ass. Zhang Huacheng thought about it and shook his head. We can only hide it a bit. Fortunately this time sister-in-law gave a round up, otherwise it would be really troublesome. But he also knew that sooner or later something would happen if he kept this up. Seeing that Wang Lin's mood was a bit low, Zhang Huacheng knew what she was thinking and went up to her and said, I did wrong back then. I will find a chance to go apologize to your parents. Wang Lin froze for a moment, her eyes reddened and she shook her head. What my father has decided can't be changed. She knew exactly how stubborn her dad was. Next door, Chen Yud went home and sat at the table with a dark face without saying a word. Say something, how's it going? Su Wenli asked anxiously around him. How is it? How is it? My ass asked. It's that girl next door's worker's parents came to deliver. Damn, her parents are pinching their noses and admitting it. Chen Yud was sour. Isn't it severed? Sun Li was dumbfounded. She didn't think of this, and hurriedly said, I heard that her parents seem to work in the state-run food station. They are food station workers, right? Yeah, and her dad's a hog killer. Chen Yud was envious. Department stores of flour, food companies double chin. This is the current era of the true portrayal of the food station holding the hands of livestock acquisition and meat supply of the two major real power, whether it is a pig killer or salesman, are very, very cattle. Whoever knows a meat salesman, you can buy the best fat meat. It does not matter is generally lean meat. There is also the purchase of livestock. The current purchase and stay half policy, the team to raise 10 pigs, can only be sold 5, and must be more than 136 pounds. The food station staff award, you can decide whether the pig can be sold. The staff of the food station can decide whether the pigs can be sold or not with just a word. Wang Lin's mom and dad both work at the food station. The two men sat on the bed without speaking, their eyes reddening. Chapter 12 The Black Stone Spot. Zhang Huacheng was relieved that his sister-in-law could be relied on. It seemed that he was still prejudiced against his sister-in-law in his last life. In the afternoon when mom took Xiaoya back, she brought 10 pounds of rice and half a pack of peach crisp. Since sister-in-law didn't say anything, he could send things to the old house without worrying. It was late. Taizhu quietly slipped in, and after meeting with Zhang Huacheng, the two of them rushed to the beach. Tomorrow's shoes will be ready. Tomorrow morning I'll buy you some pork and grain. You take it to your mom and siblings. On the way, Zhang Huacheng reminded Taizhu. Iron Pillar grinned, scratching his head a bit coyly. Have you ever thought of leaving your current home? Forget it, let's talk about this later. It's useless to leave. Taizhu has no place to go if he leaves. His mom remarried a long time ago. Where can he go? The cold air on the seashore was aggressive, and Taizhu didn't want Zhang Huacheng to work alone and wanted to follow him down, but he was rejected. Seafood was plentiful, with a whole basket and a half of seafood harvested this time, and the crabs on today were a bit larger than usual. Wow! After collecting the crabs and was about to leave, Zhang Huacheng suddenly heard a considerable splashing sound in the distance, and he immediately understood that a sea fish had run aground. After crawling under the moonlight for a while, he finally found the sea fish stranded in the group of reefs near the edge of the ocean, a black grouper of half a meter long, fat and thick. It looked like it had to be a small 20 pounds. Good stuff! Zhang Huacheng was overjoyed. This one fish sold well and was estimated to be worth his whole day's harvest, but the seawater was cold and biting, the reefs were jagged and sharp, and he looked at it for a while, contemplating how to catch this fat black grouper out. The black grouper was trapped in a narrow nest of water looking back and forth for a way out, and with the high tide at night in this location, this grouper would definitely go back out to sea, and waiting for morning to come back and catch it was out of the question. Wow! Just as Zhang Huacheng hesitated to take off his shoes and go into the water, the grouper impatiently tried to rush back into the sea, with half of its body exposed. Seeing this scene, Zhang Huacheng did not hesitate to take out a large conch from the bamboo basket and smashed it hard against the grouper's brain. When Zhang Huacheng came back, Taizhu saw him holding a very, very large sea fish. The duo hid the seafood in grouper holes in a reef cave before returning. It would be nice to catch fish. Zhang Huacheng sighed. Chentang 3 miles of canal by the sea are reefs, want a fish and lessen the reefs to build a road to the sea, but the current situation who do not dare to do so. This is a black grouper that sells well for over $10. He also knows how to see fish, but currently he can't buy hooks and lines suitable for sea fishing, at least not in their county. In the early morning, Taizhu was waiting in front of Zhang Huacheng's house early when it was dark. This early? Zhang Huacheng looked at the frozen and shivering Taizhu and helplessly said, Isn't there a code word for stoning the door? Just sleep at ease. That? I'm afraid I can't hear you. Taizhu scratched his head in embarrassment. He was up all night and tossed and turned when he remembered that he was going to see his mom today. After going inside and roasting a fire, the two of them ate briefly before hurrying to the beach to collect their goods. When he came to the county with the seafood, there was not even a single person on the county street, except for the 2 cargo men he met, which made Zhang Huacheng wonder if they had come too early. Got to have a watch. Can't really do without one. But Zhang Huacheng knows he can't afford it now. The current watch, whether it is Shanghai brand or Suzhou brand, the cheapest is $40 or $50, and also need watch ticket. As for the seat clock, don't even have to think about it, even more can't afford to buy. The current Shanghai out of the 3.5 brand seat clock $120 but also need to be issued by the Shanghai. Alright, tie me up in the back of the car, and how do you sell this crab? I'll take the rest, and I'll take all these octopuses. Yes. Zhang Huacheng happily went to bundle the fish, and it looked like he could go home early today. Taizhu also came over to help. Zhang Huacheng knew that the seafood bought by this Zhongshan suit cadre should be for entertaining relatives or leaders, otherwise it would be impossible to spend so much money. The rest of the fish was not sold for half an hour. Zhang Huacheng had to take it and exchange it with other stall owners, and he exchanged it for whatever he could, and soon exchanged the fish for all of them. Let's go, let's eat noodles. Zhang Huacheng took Taizhu to the noodle shop. He was also a little anxious in his heart. Unlike the previous times, now the seafood is getting worse and worse. It's only been a few days, mainly because the quality of the crab is good but too small, resulting in very few repeat customers. Go back and borrow a gun and go into the mountains. He decided this is not the way to go on, and today he was lucky to meet a rich cadre, otherwise the grouper could probably only be disposed of cheaply or brought back to eat. Taizhu, come with me into the mountain tomorrow, dare you enter? While eating noodles, Zhang Huacheng asked Taizhu. Aha! Taizhu nodded his head without hesitation, not even considering how dangerous the mountain was currently. Okay, tomorrow we'll go into the mountains and try our luck. Currently the skins are expensive, not to mention the wolf skin, fox skin, is a complete weasel skin can be sold for $6 of the rabbit skin can be sold for $1 or $2. As long as he came across prey, Zhang Huacheng was sure of hitting it. Meeting a wolf, that was good for him. The two ate 4 bowls of noodles and drank 5 bowls of noodle soup. The boss's wife looked at the two who left and couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's really not common to see people who can eat so much in the morning. Department store, Zhang Huacheng to Taizhu and he each bought a pair of cotton shoes, 5 yuan a pair of old cotton shoes although ugly but really warm, but also bought a few pairs of adults and children's cotton socks. Bought a pair of ladies' cotton shoes for Wang Lin for $8. I bought a pack of candy and 2 packs of peach crisp for Taizhu. And when I went to buy pork, I couldn't get any, there were too many in line, but I still have meat at home that I can bring to Taizhu first. There's a line to buy a piece of meat, and if he can shoot a roe deer or a horse deer and bring it to the morning market to sell, I'm afraid there's going to be a line, too. Go home and borrow a gun. Into the mountains. Chapter 13 Taizhu delivers food. Back home, Zhang Huacheng gave the shoes to Wang Lin. Mine? Wang Lin was pleasantly surprised, then said, how much did you pay for it? Why don't you buy cloth and cotton and make it yourself? There are no more tickets. Zhang Huacheng also wanted to, but there were no more cloth tickets, took out 2 pairs of socks and handed them to her. There are still socks, yours and Doodle's, no need to look at me, mine are on my feet. He lifted his foot to show Wang Lin. Doodle's. Doodle reached out his little hand to grab it. I'll put it away and wear it for New Year's. Wang Lin was happy to go and put it away in the box, but Zhang Huacheng stopped her. New Year's is still early, change, new cotton shoes are warm, I'll make a trip to mom and dad's house, Doodle's shoes and cotton jacket should be ready, let Doodle go out and play too. The little girl is so pathetic, she can't even get out of the door. Good. Wang Lin nodded happily. Taizhu, change into your own shoes and go home, then come over after lunch. Zhang Huacheng signaled Taizhu, but before he went back, he had to let Taizhu change his shoes back, or else his dad would snatch them and wear them, and even though Taizhu's feet were big, his dad was still capable of doing this kind of thing. Taizhu nodded, changed his shoes and quietly slipped back in. Can it be returned? Zhang Huabing's big black and bright eyes flashed a light. Can, believe brother, this marriage is guaranteed to be retired for you, just leave it alone. Zhang Huacheng saw that his sister also wanted to return this marriage, and was even more convinced to return it as soon as possible. Dinner was served, and the fragrant pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli and rice made the house cheerful. Old mom was dead set on not eating, but couldn't argue with Zhang Huacheng, holding the bowl and eating small bites, occasionally knocking the little girl who likes to grab other people's meat. There weren't that many bowls in the house, so Zhang Huacheng could only eat pork and cabbage-covered rice with a plate. Taizhu was shouted over by him and also brought a plate and squatted in front of the stove to eat. Brother, I noticed you bought something nice for your sister-in-law. Zhang Huabing, who didn't want to go home after eating, quietly poked him. Shoo! Zhang Huacheng knew what she had seen. Ow! Zhang Huabing saw the dream of the Red Chamber and she had decided to come over from tomorrow morning so that she could read the book with her sister-in-law earlier. There are some words she doesn't know and she can still ask her sister-in-law. After Taizhu finished eating, Zhang Huacheng told him to change into new shoes and then handed him a cloth bag. Inside the cloth bag were 20 pounds of coarse grains and some dried groundnuts, and inside were 2 packages of peach cobbler and a packet of sugar, with a pair of new cotton shoes at the top. He lent the bamboo basket to Taizhu, with the meat on the bottom and the bulging cloth bag tucked inside, covered with a bit of firewood. Give this money to your mother to get more carbon in the winter. Zhang Huacheng took out the scattered $5 and handed it to Taizhu. Taizhu nodded and put the money in his pocket. Tieju's mother remarried to the Fuzhuang Brigade, said Fuzhuang Brigade, compared to the Chentang Sanliquan is far worse. Chentang Sanliquan has a small brick kiln, so that they have a higher income. Of course, most of the benefits go to the old Chen family. Seeing that Taiju arrived safely at the Fuzhuang Brigade, Zheng Huachen quietly went back, and he was going to wait until the afternoon when the sky was dark to go to the third grandfather's house to borrow a gun. Fish and crabs are fairly stable, but he feels like he's making too little. Taiju, according to memory, came to the Fuzhuang Brigade. Winter months covered with snow. Fuzhuang Brigade, big noon. There are not a few people out. It took him a while to find it. Wang Fugue was chopping firewood in the house, and when he saw his daughter-in-law counting the grain in a bowl in front of the tank, he sighed darkly. There wasn't enough food in the house, he was well aware of that. "Daddy, hungry." The little boy curled up on the bed shouted. Wang Fugue looked up at the biscuit basket and thought for a moment. "Xiangyu, why don't you get some food for the child?" The three children have been crying out for hunger, but the family's grain won't last even this year, and there isn't even enough charcoal to burn, and you can't dig up more than a few pieces of red willow root at the foot of the mountains in the dead of winter. He also dared not go to the brigade to borrow, because it is exhausted next year will not be able to pay back. Zhao Shanglan hesitated and thought for a moment before putting down the biscuit basket and taking a small piece of wild vegetable donut from inside, carefully breaking it open and handing it to the two children. "Mother, there's someone outside." The two children grabbed the wild vegetable dumplings and finished them in one bite, when the youngest one suddenly saw a man standing outside the fenced yard looking in. "Who?" Zhao Shanglan also looked up, froze when she saw it, and hurriedly ran outside. Wang Fugue also saw Taiju, but this cold winter time to come to their home, afraid of starving to find a mouth to eat. "Taiju, why are you here? Come in quickly." "Mother." Taiju scratched his head and entered the fenced yard with his head down. All three children on the bed also ran out of bed to check on them, and except for the eldest sister, the remaining two little ones. Chapter 14, Big Sister's Cotton Shoes. The three children eyed the food on the table and kept swallowing. Taiju tore open a package of peach crisp, then handed it to his sister. "Brother, you eat first." My sister obediently took out a piece of peach crisp and handed it to Taiju, gulping with gluttony herself. Taiju hurriedly shook his head and said, "I eat every day, I eat a lot of delicious food every day." "So do you have meat?" The bare-bottomed beanpole stared wide-eyed. In the eyes of the little guy, being able to eat meat, that's awesome. "Yes, there is meat every day." In the morning at the county town had shredded meat noodles, so big bowl, ate 2 big bowls of noodles and 4 big bowls of soup, and when I came here I had pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli sub. Taiju compared notes. Several gulped at once. Not to mention meat, even noodles are a rarity in the Fuzhuang Brigade. You need food stamps to buy noodles, and you're thankful to have coarse grains to eat. As for the pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, none of the family had ever eaten it. "The county that Flower City takes you to?" "Aha! What else did he take you for?" Zhao Shanglan hurriedly inquired. Taiju scratched his head and thought for a moment. "Brother won't let me talk to anyone else, but he told me to talk to you guys, and he told me to tell you that we don't do anything illegal, we just beat up some stuff to sell in the county town." Zheng Huacheng understood that if he didn't tell Taiju's mom to make it clear, Taiju's mom was probably going to guess that they were going to rob and do something illegal. Sure enough, after listening to Zhao Shanglan out of breath, which is okay, poaching can only be considered speculation, not so much as to go to jail and be shot. "Does your dad know?" Zhao Shanglan remembered Chen Yid. The hatred between the old Chen family and the old Zheng family was too deep, so deep that they hated to screw each other. If they knew, wouldn't it make a mess? Back then, she would be beaten up by Chen Yid even if she just said a word to the old Zheng family. "I don't know, my brother won't let me talk about it, and I can't even wear the shoes he bought me home." Taiju shook his head. Zhao Shanglan has long seen Taiju wearing new cotton shoes, and thought it was Chen Yid's conscience to make shoes for the child, but it turned out that it was also the city of flowers to buy for his son. "Come on, tell mom, you guys usually do, it's okay, Flower City isn't afraid of us knowing since they let." "Well, mother, this is the $5 that brother asked me to give you to buy charcoal, it's very cold this winter, you can't do without charcoal." Taiju pulled out a wad of money and shoved it into Zhao Shanglan's hands. Zhao Shanglan looked at a handful of scattered money and couldn't help her eyes reddening. She didn't even have the courage not to ask for money. There wasn't much charcoal in the house, and the roots she dug up from exhaustion to cut firewood weren't enough for the winter. "Have you eaten, Taiju? I'll boil corn ballast for you to drink." Wang Fugue was also embarrassed to see this and hurriedly got up to go cook. "I ate, at my brother's house." Taiju nodded. "Eat meat." The little beanstalker, who had finished a piece of peach cobbler, hurriedly yelled at the sound of it. The other one also wailed for meat. Okay, eat the meat. I'll cook some lard. I see quite a lot of fat. Wang Fugui looked at the pork and gritted his teeth. Eat, first give the children to relieve their hunger. Zhang Huaqing did not know that letting Taiju send food solved the urgent needs of Wang Fugui's family, and waited until the sky was dark before he saw Taiju come back to change his shoes. Happy? Zhang Huaqing looked at Taiju with a smile on his face and patted him. Aha! Taiju nodded repeatedly. Eat something, you're going to get your ass kicked again later, and I don't think you'll be fed, so eat your fill here before you go back and get your ass kicked. Zhang Huaqing looked at Taiju with pity. Poor baby, your brutal father howled outside for a while in the afternoon, looking for Taiju to work everywhere. But Taiju didn't care, just beat it, it's as simple as drinking water, right? Brother, I want to make new clothes and shoes for my siblings, and I want them to have meat to eat. Before leaving, Taiju suddenly came up with a sentence. That's easy, go back to bed after you get your ass kicked and come find me at night and I'll take you to get some meat. At night, you go into the mountains to hunt, and with the moon and the light of the snow, you're still safe with a gun as long as you don't go deep into the mountains. He's going to make a lot of money too. Aha! Taiju went home happy. Soon there was a growl from Chen Yud in the house, followed by a cracking spanking. Laugh? Fine, dare to laugh at me, I'll beat you to death. How dare you laugh? I'll make you laugh. What are you laughing at? Zhang Huaqing rubbed his forehead. This Taiju, did he really not care about this pain? However, it is also true that the memory is only exhausted Chen Yud. Taiju suffered even harder, the next day is still alive and well. If one day Taiju gives Chen Yud a punch, it is possible that Chen Yud will be killed by a punch, and Taiju's strength is that he can now carry a 200-pound sack on foot to the county. Taiju is not you hit stupid you be careful, Taiju's strength, if a fist smashed on you, you smashed you to death how to do Zhang Huaqing came to the door of Taiju's house, pushed open the door and shouted. Off you little! Chen Yud saw that it was Zhang Huaqing and was so angry that he pointed a branch at him and cursed. When he glanced back, he saw that Iron Pillar was holding up a fist the size of a sandy nest as if he were gesticulating. Do you want to revolt? It's not really a stupid fight, is it? Chen Yud's heart panicked, forced to pretend to be calm, but he always felt that the eyes of Taiju looking at him were not right, and he would not be abetted by Zhang Huaqing, a small abettor to beat himself to death. He knows he reported him? Get lost and go eat. Chen Yud yelled at Taiju. Taiju then scratched his head and went back inside to eat. Soon there was a woman's complaint from inside the house. Didn't you say you wouldn't let him eat? If you don't do the work, you know how to go out and run around, and you don't even pick water anymore. Chapter 15, The 3/8 in a Wooden Box. In the evening, Zhang Huaqing quietly made a trip to the beach to collect goods and brought back a few fish. Lin, I'm going to third grandpa's house, if Taiju is coming let him wait for me at home. Zhang Huaqing carried the fish and prepared to borrow a gun. It's cold out there, put your coat on. Wang Lin, who was bathing Doodle, got up to go get his army coat. The temperature outside was particularly low. No, I just happened to exercise. Zhang Huaqing refused. This military coat is really a good thing. In the past the night will still be cold, now at night with the Kong burning, the quilt and then covered with a military coat at night can be hot to wake up. Daddy hug. The little girl sitting in the cauldron taking a bath looked at him blearily. She didn't want to take a bath. Dad still has things to do, come back and hug Zhang Huaqing carried a bag of charcoal out the door. Doodle began to wear new cotton clothes and new cotton shoes. He knew that the clean loving Wang Lin would give Doodle a good bath. Wang Lin watched Zhang Huaqing disappear into the vastness of the night before closing the door. Chentang 3 miles of canal of the old Zheng family are living in a range of mostly old houses. Since more than 10 years ago after the death of the 3 grandmothers after a long illness, the 3 grandfathers have begun to live alone. When Zhang Huaqing arrived at the door of his third grandfather's house, the house was already dark and there was not a single firelight. Apparently there was no burning of the bed. Third grandpa. Zhang Huaqing shouted at the door. Who? Flower City? An old voice rang through the house. It's me, third grandpa, your ears are too smart, aren't they? Zhang Huaqing listened to the northwest wind whistling in his ears and was a bit surprised that he could hear who he was. Soon the door opened. The old man wearing a jacket said with a little bit of pride, "This is nothing. I think when the ghosts touched the trenches, your third grandfather's ears moved and heard it. One shot killed a ghost, saved the life of half a company." Zhang Huaqing knew it was true. Why half a company? Because of a trench white-knuckle battle in which, although third grandpa and his men were victorious, they were more than half dead or wounded. Charcoal? Seeing Zhang Huacheng carrying the bag, the old man stretched his head to look at it. When third grandpa was fighting against the United States, he lay on his back in an ice cave for hours without moving a bit, and he still needs to use this stuff at home? You take it back and burn it yourself. Zhang Huacheng smiled and entered the house. Lighting a kerosene lamp, Zhang Huacheng went to burn the bed, and there was really no charcoal in the house, only some neatly chopped firewood. You didn't cook dinner tonight, third grandpa? The bed was not at all warm, so it was obvious that no food had been cooked during the night. Eat a piece of nesting head and drink water. Your mother sent corn ballast and lard in the afternoon. Tomorrow at noon boil corn ballast to drink. The old man saw the fire burning and followed over to roast the fire. The house was chilly, and the old man just talked tough. What's this? Fish. Zhang Huacheng didn't care about the old man's rambling questions about where he got the fish, and looked toward the 5.4 rifle hanging on the wall. Third grandfather, lend me your 5.4 rifle, there's a wolf coming at the foot of the mountain, I'll see about hitting it. It was for this 5.4 rifle that he had come. Come for a gun? The old man knew what Zhang Huacheng was doing here at night. Aha! Zhang Huacheng nodded his head. Poaching is to be criticized. The old man knew what Zhang Huacheng was going to do with the borrowed gun. He had done it a few years before, and several times he was almost caught. Then my health failed and I didn't do it again. Can't catch me. Seeing that the third grandfather did not resist, Zhang Huacheng was also secretly relieved, and immediately talked about the situation of the old Zhang family this year. As expected, the old man also fell silent after hearing about the current situation of Lao Zhang's family. There's nothing wrong with the gun, do you know how to use it? The old man looked at Zhang Huacheng with a skeptical face. Of course. Zhang Huacheng nodded his head. Well, I can't give you my old fellow, and my old fellow can't be used by the average man, the bullets go out crooked, but I can give you a good fellow. The old man finished and came to a box on the bed. Better? Zhang Huacheng curiously followed. Ka-ching. When the box was opened, Zhang Huacheng's scalp went numb when he took a look at it. In the box were troop awards, medals, and an old blood-stained uniform, but it was a couple of cartridge boxes, a .38 large cap, a disassembled bayonet, and a couple of old grenades that were extremely dangerous that made his scalp go numb. This thing just sat on the bed for all those years? It was captured from the brats. The old man looked at the .3/8 cap with complicated eyes. Third grandpa, aren't you afraid of a grenade blast? Zhang Huacheng carefully picked up a grenade. How could this unsafe old antique still remain in the house and still be placed on the bed for so many years? He's the king of soldiers. He'll die for sure if this thing blows up in his hand. No, is your own third grandpa's life so hard? These are my old buddies, how can they blow up if I don't pull them? The security unaware third grandpa said as he picked up a grenade and kowtowed it against the box, signaling to Zhang Huacheng. Zhang Huacheng's eyes jumped as he watched. Not a moment later Zhang Huacheng flew away, taking with him the .38 large cap and bayonet, a box of bullets 6.5 mm. The .3/8s are really powerful. Actual battle test, well-trained soldiers holding the .38 dagai can be in 300 meters accurate kill single target, in 700 meters away can suppress the cluster target, long-range precision, and with the bayonet white-knuckle combat has the advantage. Now that I have a gun in my hand, I'm not afraid of wolves in the mountains. When I got home Taiju was already here waiting, changing into new cotton shoes early and waiting to go into the mountains. Seeing Zhang Huacheng return, Taiju stood up happily. There are wolves in the mountains, you can't go. Wang Lin took a look at Zhang Huacheng who came back with a gun and stamped her feet anxiously. She knew the danger in the mountains, even the mountain guards didn't dare to go into the mountains in winter, let alone at night. Who dares to go into the mountains without going into the mountains and taking their chances at the foot of the mountains? Zhang Huacheng stepped forward to comfort. It took a while of persuasion before Wang Lin agreed with red eyes, constantly instructing him to just hang around at the foot of the mountain, not to enter the mountain. Zhang Huacheng was full of promise. Soon Taiju followed him into the mountains with a flat stretcher and a bundle of twine. Heavy snow has covered the mountains, the branches of the trees in the mountains are covered with ice crystals, the snow-bent branches, like a crystal sculpture in the moonlight, and the occasional rustling sound of falling snow. A cold wind swept through, swirling gusts of flying snow. Zhang Huacheng stood on a high place and watched. In the middle of all the music he could hear the wolf's howl vaguely coming from the distant mountains, but it was too far away. They had encountered a hare a few minutes before, but the hare was too alert, jumping and disappearing at the first sign of movement, giving them no chance to strike. Brother, there are no wolves here. Tiju scratched his head. No need to look for wolves, same with the others, let's go deeper. He memorized the terrain to prevent getting lost. There was no way Iron Pillar could remember the way. It had been walking in the snow for half an hour, during which time Taiju had also stepped out of the air several times, either falling into snow pits or falling down. The snow had made the mountain a lot more natural traps. Even Zhang Huachang had to be careful. Huffing and puffing. Just as Zhang Huachang was looking around for prey, he vaguely heard the sound of ragged exhalations coming from a short distance away. Shoo! Zhang Huachang was delighted and immediately signaled Taiju not to move and quietly leaned forward. Apparently there is large wildlife up ahead, and by the sound of it it's either a horse deer or a northeastern boar. Sure enough, when Zhang Huachang walked forward for some distance, he saw a pitch-black body arching over the snow for food. A black bear? No, boar. Zhang Huachang was overjoyed. Chapter 16: The Foraging Boar. The wild boars in the Changbai Mountains are all northeastern wild boars, belonging to the Ashuri subspecies of the Eurasian wild boar, which is one of the largest subspecies of wild boar, and can't be seen anywhere else in the country except in the Changbai Mountains and the Great and Small Hingan Mountains. Zhang Huachang, who had a quick bullet loaded and was preparing to add a shot, let out a breath and ran over with his bayonet drawn. The boar that had its head blown off by a shot had more than a few streams of fresh water flowing out of it, and was twitching and struggling in the snow, and Zhang Huachang didn't hesitate to stab the boar's neck viciously. Taiju rushed over and said in surprise, "Killed it." Zhang Huachang continuously stabbed a few bayonets and saw that he completely broke his breath before he breathed out, took out his Swiss Army knife and said to Taiju, "Watch the surroundings for me, and once there is any movement, immediately call out to me." The smell of blood. It'll attract the wolves. However, if you don't deal with it soon, wild boar meat oozing into the blood will taste very bad. Aha! Iron Pillar nodded and kept looking around. Zhang Huachang skillfully bled it and then opened it up. This one was a 300 pound adult northeastern boar, and it would have been too hard to kill that if it hadn't been a shot into its head. The snow underneath the boar turned blood red, and one by one, the steaming entrails were also stripped out by Zhang Huachang, and the entrails that could be eaten he cleaned one by one with the snow. "Taiju, there's an axe in the basket, take it and split the boar and pick it back." When he was almost done with it, he immediately called out to Taiju. Taiju brought an axe and chopped down hard at Zhang Huachang's signal. In just a few minutes, 300 pounds of adult northeastern wild boar was turned into two big pieces of carcasses in the hands of Taiju, and the pig's head of this wild boar with some bad entrails were all left in the same place. "Brother, the pig's head is thrown too? I can carry it back." Taiju didn't want to throw the pig's head. Went back and looked at it and wanted to bring it back. Zhang Huachang also carried a basket of pig offal and urged with his gun, "Hurry up, carry as much as you can and throw it here, these are to slow down the wolves. The wolf is coming." He had long heard the wolf howling as it drew nearer, and a wolf's sense of smell, if it was downwind, was the smell of blood from a dozen miles away. Especially in winter, wolves have a sharper sense of smell. Sure enough, they hadn't been gone long before the tearing and low growling of wolves came from the area. It was late at night when Zhang Huachang took Taiju back, and Wang Lin didn't sleep at all, and kept circling around the house anxiously, and only let out a breath when she heard the knock on the door and the familiar voice. When she saw the wild boar that Taiju picked back, she was scared. The wild boar in the mountain is very scary, it is the mountain guards do not dare to go near. Shot a boar? She closed the door and ran inside. The two halves of the boar carcass on the floor were like 100 or so pounds each. Zhang Huachang laid out two sacks on the ground, threw the carcass of the wild boar that had frozen into hard lumps on it, and then began to skin the boar in a primitive way. "It's a bit fattening, Lin, get a tub." Peeling off the skin of the wild boar, there was about a centimeter thick of fat meat on the surface under the skin, which made Zhang Huachang satisfied. It would be good for a wild boar in winter to have this fat meat. Wang Lin ran to bring a basin. Zhang Huachang will be a layer of fat meat stripped down with a knife and thrown in the basin, 2 whole pieces of pig's fat meat all peeled off, even the pig's skin sticking to the fat meat is also a little bit scraped clean, hard to get out of half a basin of fat meat. Put it away for now and wait to boil the lard tomorrow. Zhang Huachang reminded with a smile. This lard is meant to be simmered with water to get a lot of lard out of it. Aha! Wang Lin nodded happily. Zhang Huachang put 2 slices of wild boar in a pot and boiled them, and raised them to scrape the hard hairs on them clean. The skin of this wild boar was very thick and strong, it was good stuff. Should I sell the boar skins to a buying station, or keep them? After thinking about it, finally decided to sell. What do you need to change into money and then go to buy on the line? But if it is a boar skin, was reported by someone who has the intention to go to explain. If the explanation is not clear, it will be troublesome. Taiju, you go back to bed first and go to the county town early in the morning. What's for sale today is not comparable to yesterday. The meat definitely sells better than fish and crab though. Iron Pillar nodded, then scratched his head and stammered but couldn't say anything. You don't want to sleep at my house, do you? I don't have any bedding on the next Kong in my house. Well, but my army coat can cover you, and the Kong stays burning at night and it's not too cold. Zhang Huaqing took a look at Taiju like this and thought that he was probably afraid that he wouldn't wake up in the morning. After all, they didn't know the time. I want to go over to my mom's now. Taiju stammered and bowed his head. Zhang Huaqing understood and laughed. Alright, then you happen to bring some wild boar meat over. Understanding that Taiju wanted to deliver the wild boar meat, he didn't refuse and cut off about 4 or 5 pounds of pork and a few pork bones. Just be careful at night. I don't know if there will be patrols from the Fuchuang Brigade, just don't get caught. Also, tell your mom that the wild boar meat is to be eaten in your own home, not taken out and given away. Zhang Huaqing handed the meat over with a word of caution. It's a pain in the ass if you get caught poaching. Well, thanks brother. Taiju happily ran away with the meat. See, Taiju ran out of shadow. Zhang Huaqing only closed the door back to the house, can sell the wild boar meat still left about 200 pounds or so, ready to take to the county town. It's alright to be caught, it's just a bit of a pain in the ass, and who doesn't know that Taiju is naive? The one who really caught a headache is Chen Yud. Taiju is naive, is he Chen Yud naive? Wang Lin sniffed and cried. I'll go bury the pork and offal in the snow and freeze it, put it in the house full of flavor. Wild boar meat tastes slightly fishy, burying it in the snow is better and keeps it fresh. Zhang Huaqing carried the pork to the courtyard. Wang Lin came out with a shovel to help. A long wolf howl came from the mountains. Wolf howl. Wang Lin is timid and a little scared. It's okay. Zhang Huaqing, however, was moved in his heart, and he really led the wolves to the nearby mountains. The wolf skin is a valuable good thing. A wolf skin can be sold for dozens of dollars. Wolf meat is good too. Chapter 17 Industrial Vouchers from Shanghai. The low prices of the 1960s were the product of a planned economy and a shortage economy, and although they could maintain basic survival, the quality of life was very low. It was dark, so Zhang Huaqing and Taiju rushed to the county town after collecting the seafood. Because this time the amount of seafood is not small, Zhang Huaqing left half of the wild boar meat hidden in the yard in the snow, otherwise all carried to the two of them can die of exhaustion. Pigskin also stayed at home, intending to save more skins to sell together at the buying station. County morning market has come several times, for here Zhang Huaqing is also quite familiar. He has not been on the people. He greeted a few stall vendors. Comrades, do you have any wild boar to eat? Fresh stock, no meat tickets. Currently meat is available by ticket. Some have extra meat tickets will buy pork to the morning market or black market to sell at high prices to earn the difference in price. Zhang Huaqing before the morning market to buy meat is $1 a caddy. The meat seller and food station salesman has a relationship with the meat broader fat over half of the top quality meat. Upon hearing that it was pork without a meat stamp, vendors in the neighborhood came over to take a look. Did you get all the wild boars? A youth who would set up a stall early every day to sell some private salt ran over, looking at the pork with green eyes. It's an adult boar, how did you hit it? Half a slice of hog is that big, and it surprised them. You know it's not often that the current food stations sell pigs that can weigh more than 200 pounds of hairy hogs. I don't have that kind of skill. This was shot by our brigade's mountain watchman, and I want to use it for money so that I can buy some food for the brigade's old men for the winter. Zhang Huaqing casually fooled around. It's better to keep a low profile here, lest you get jealous and get into trouble. How many cents a pound? The young salt seller gulped. These days, not to mention the production team in the countryside, that is, the current city meat tickets are difficult to get, said pork per person per month can give a pound of meat ticket supply, but the actual months can have a pound is very good. You can't get meat with money without a ticket. 6 gross bills for a pound, and you may exchange them for anything, the salt you sell, fine grain, eggs. You can change it if you want seafood too. Zhang Huaqing immediately signaled. Upon hearing that the price wasn't too high and could be exchanged, the vendors moved. They weren't willing to spend money, but if they could take something in exchange they were still happy to do so. The bamboo basket was soon full, with cabbages and radishes at the bottom, and 20 eggs, a packet of saltpeter and large bunches of chili peppers at the top. As the morning market bustled with activity, Zhang Huaqing's stalls were surrounded, each grabbing meat. I want 10 pounds. 10 pounds. How do you sell comrade pig bones? Can I have 2 pounds? Hey, I've got my eye on this one, what are you doing? Don't grab it, it's all there. At first there was a bit of a queue, but as the crowd grew larger and larger, those who were worried about not being able to buy it got anxious and gathered around to hand over money for the meat. In just 10 minutes the meat was gone, and the complaints of those who couldn't buy it were endless. I still have crab and fish here, both very fat, and if comrades who only want pork don't be in a hurry, I still have half a slice at home, so tomorrow you will come early. Zhang Huacheng was satisfied. He knew that the price of pork at the food station with a ticket was 60-80 cents, and that the wild boar meat he had brought in had not a bit of fat in it, but was all lean, and that such meat as was among the worst at the present time was not popular. But because they don't want tickets, they are still being snapped up fast. The ones who didn't get one didn't stop until they heard there would be more in the morning. The market for fish and crabs is not very good anymore, even change and sell to the end or left some. Because of time problems Zhang Huacheng can only take Taizhu to leave. The streets of the county, Zhang Huacheng met people asked for seafood. He also went to 2 restaurants to ask if they took seafood, and was mercilessly thrown out, and one even had to go to the Red Guards to arrest him. He understands, that's just the way it is these days. It was hard to sell out. This Zhang Huacheng is not surprised. He crab caged to catch these fish and crabs or almost no return customers, are the product of the reef group. Fatness can be but the size is smaller, and just a taste of freshness. Might consider just hunting for money. 110 pounds of pork and bone offal, and counting seafood, he made $73.40 for the morning. And a basket of vegetables and eggs. Took Taizhu to the noodle shop to get a full meal, and then went to buy some weapons and tools for hunting. Axe, hog knife, machete, rope. He also went to buy a new bamboo basket, which was much bigger than the one behind him, and it was just right for Taizhu to carry. Brother, it seems like that man has been following us. Taizhu scratched his head and looked back a little uncomfortably. Zhang Huacheng's surprised look at him, laughed. Is a stall owner selling black goods in the morning market? It is estimated to see that we make more money. Red-eyed would like to rob us, do not mind him. He didn't expect Taizhu to be so attentive. Can sell black goods in the morning market, naturally, there are some unseen criminals, see him earn so much money up crooked mind is normal. Zhang Huacheng sold meat on the detection of this black goods stall owner. But this one was clearly different from the ticket seller who tried to rob him last time, and the odds were that this one was ruthless. Taizhu nodded. On the way home, Zhang Huacheng stopped when they came to a grove of poplars, in which the black goods stall owner who had followed them had blocked their way. Looking at the black goods stall owner who was carrying a knife with only 2 eyes showing, Taizhu gripped his stretcher tightly. A man? Zhang Huacheng looked around. This black goods vendor came alone, and odds are he's a roving felon. Where did you escape from? Zhang Huacheng put down the bamboo basket and picked up the brand new wood chopper he had just bought. The black goods stall owner stood motionless, and when he heard him being asked, he rushed towards Zhang Huacheng without saying a word, carrying his knife. Tough guy. Definitely killed someone. Zhang Huacheng looked at the black goods stall owner who stabbed violently with a knife. It was obvious that he did not intend to let them live, not a word of nonsense. A quick swing of the machete in his hand. Clang! A piercing sound rang out. The black goods stall owner's hand shook and the knife almost came out of his hand, but he did not hesitate a bit to pounce on Zhang Huacheng once again. Humph! When he saw that he was about to stab, the black goods stall owner stifled a grunt and took 2 steps back, a few fingers falling into the snow, and the knife in his hand flew out. He turned to flee, but there was a blackness before his eyes and he heard a crisp crack. Go! Zhang Huacheng picked up the broken stretcher and carried something on his back to indicate Taizhu. Should we bury it? Taizhu felt like he had killed someone and panicked. Don't worry about it, someone will take care of it. Zhang Huacheng was not worried at all about this. Seeing a dead person in a place where no one is seen is not an uncommon thing these days. And no one will run to the police. Whoever passes through this poplar forest is either a mountain man or a cargo man, who will have nothing to do to get themselves into trouble. Even if the police come, when they get here they'll just see a frozen unclaimed body and they'll have to find someone to bury it. Sure enough, shortly after they left, 2 freighters with their loads arrived, and when they saw the black goods stall owner dead in the snow, they immediately ran over to him. In just a few minutes the 2 freighters left, while the black goods stall owner was thrown into the ditch by them, naked was being covered by the wind and snow, and his hair was cut by one of the freighters. Not a single bit of it was wasted. For the freighter, it's a windfall. Chapter 18 Fish and Crabs for Turnips. Chentang's Sanli Drainage. Wang Lin was watching the red mansion with Flower Bell, while Xiaya and Doodle were piling up giant ugly snowmen in the yard, giggling happily every now and then. I came back late today, and the sun was high when Zhang Huacheng and Taizhu returned. Seeing his father back, Doodle happily rushed forward to perform a snowfall. Xiaoya, also 2 pots and 2 pots, screamed incessantly. Wang Lin and Huabing also came out. Back inside, isn't it cold outside? Zhang Huacheng entered the house with Doodle in one hand. Little Ma followed along olishly. Taizhu went back to the house and went to change his shoes, then he said hello and hurried home. He had to go to pick up water, otherwise he would be beaten again. It's impossible for Chen Yu to pick water. And he's going to the Fuzhuang Brigade after lunch. He said he'd be there at noon to eat together. 2 pots, there are eggs. Xiaoya saw the eggs, swallowed saliva, eyes cannot move. She did not eat a few eggs. Last year the family still has an egg-laying hen, but in order to give his father a cure for the pain of selling. She cried all afternoon and her mom was in tears for days. Doodle hurriedly tiptoed to see the eggs. Lin, boil 4 eggs, 1 for each of you. Zhang Huacheng handed the egg to Wang Lin. Wang Lin was pleasantly surprised, but soon a little distressed about the money. Eggs are so expensive, how do you buy so many? A few cents apiece. Currently, eggs are sold for 5 cents and 6 cents, not to mention the production team, or the average family in the city to eat eggs are painful. Fish and crabs for a change. Zhang Huacheng took out a packet of greaseproof paper and handed it to Hua Ling. The meat buns you're going to eat, go heat them up and you guys can eat them together. Hearing Xiaoya say that she had eaten meat buns at her second brother's house, she also had a craving, and when Zhang Huacheng found out about it, he said that he would bring her meat buns in the morning. Thank you, Ergo. Flower Belle gladly took it, carefully opened it and smelled it, and for a moment her eyes were shining. Her legs sank, and she looked down to see that the 2 little girls, one on the left and one on the right, had already embraced her legs, eyeing the meat buns in her hands. Mine. Flower Belle hugged her bun protectively. 2 pots say eat together. Xiaoya opened her mouth to bite her sister's thigh as soon as she heard the anger. Doodle followed suit with a second pot saying to eat together and followed suit with a bite. Boiled eggs and hot buns. Zhang Huacheng took out the cabbages and radishes inside the bamboo basket, then put some more cabbages and radishes, salt and chili into it, and thought about stuffing a piece of pig's liver and pig's stomach into it. Flower Belle, take this pig's liver back to stir fry and eat, and this pig's stomach for mom to stew and drink. The wild boar offal that wasn't sold was the pig's liver and stomach, one tonifying the blood and the other nourishing the stomach. Zhang Huacheng called Flower Belle over. Ergo, this is a pig with a lump on top of its stomach, is it getting a disease? Flower Belle looked at the lumpy pig's stomach with a bit of fear. This is a boil, it is a boil that forms after a boar eats a poisonous snake and the poisonous fangs of the snake bite the boar's stomach, then it forms a boil. Money can't even buy a good herb, it must be stewed and drunk. Forget about it, I'll do it, I'll serve it to you when. But it was the same year he came out that Chen Shouyang died. All of these things were found out when he used his authority to check the information after he became a special forces instructor, which was already 20 years later. The Arui that Wang Lin was talking about was obviously Air Dog. 2 dogs production team work not to do, collective labor not to go, work points of the whole brigade countdown first, but because of this year to eat pot rice was tolerated, but also let him live well, which also let the whole brigade look at the people hate itchy teeth, the whole brigade of the antithesis of the material. Air Dog is actually nice. After Zhang Huacheng said this, he saw Wang Lin with a strange look in her eyes. He was all a bit speechless. 2 dogs has a huge reputation for sucking. Erdog is the Chen Tang Sunli drainage. Old Wang family's old uncle picked up the child, but the old uncle and Erdog 10 years old died of illness. Since then Erdog no one to teach, no one to ask. Perhaps hearing something, Flower Belle looked up at them. Second brother, sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Eat you. Oh. Industrial vouchers. Zhang Huacheng did not dare to talk to Wang Lin, but quietly went to the cottage to count the whole 350 industrial vouchers. According to the 15 industrial vouchers can be worth a bicycle ticket, these are the value of 23 bicycle tickets. But in addition to the city general, and you have to have a certificate from your organization to go buy this stuff. If it doesn't sell, it's no different than scrap paper. And he didn't know exactly where this black goods stall owner had snatched it from. Looking at the ruthlessness of the black goods stall owner who was going to kill without saying a word, the owner of this industrial voucher was estimated to be in bad shape as well. Big boy and little boy have new cotton shoes and are also running the yard. Chen Shouyang opened the window and shouted. The 2 little ones reluctantly went back inside. Mom, want some meat? Xiaobao hugged Chen Shouyang's leg and drooled. The little guy was even more greedy from eating meat these days. Where's the meat? I'll cut a piece from your father's leg for you to eat. Chen Shouyang's words scared Zhang Huchen, who was lying in bed and sleeping, to climb up. Mommy, I want some water. Little Ma ran back in a flurry, eating buns and eggs and sneaking in a few extra pickles. She was thirsty and yelled before she even entered the house. Your mom went to your grandma's house, let your big brother pour it for you. Zhang Hu replied back from the bed. He couldn't get off the bed once winter came, his legs hurt like hell. Zhang Huchen heard this and returned to pour water. Xiaoya rushed in, threw some of the carrots in her hands onto the table, and picked up the enameled teapot and drank it gulp gulp gulp. Yeah, where did you get the radish? Zhang Huchen saw his wife's eyes signaling this to see the radish. Before Xiaoya could speak, she went to the stovetop and touched a knife, clicking and cutting the radish into a dozen pieces. Radishes are great in the winter. 2 pots for Da, I'm going out to play. Xiaoya drank her fill, took the chunks of radish full of teeth marks handed to her by Zhang Huchen, and flew out the door. Dad, a big piece of pig's liver, and cabbage and radish, salt and pepper. Why is there 1 radish missing? I remember it was 7, huh? Huh, where did you get the radishes? Flower Belle counted and counted as she put down the basket and took it outside. As a result, when she looked up, she saw her big brother and Debao Xiaobao eating radishes, leaving her bewildered. When did we have radishes in the house? The few cabbages we have at home are eaten piece by tearing the leaves and counting them. Since when are radishes such a good thing? Zhang Huchen knows where the radish Xiaoya is holding came from. Pig's liver. Eat pig's liver. Eat cabbage. Cotton shoes and coats are too expensive if you buy them outright. It made a lot of money, but there was so much money needed that there wasn't nearly enough in the pocket. Taishu nodded his head repeatedly, skillfully putting the cloth bag into the bamboo basket and covering it with a layer of firewood. He greeted Zhang Huacheng and then scampered away. It takes more than a little bit of cloth. Zhang Huacheng had a nodding head. But he also knew that as long as he had the money, cloth tickets could be bought on the black market. Cloth tickets for coarse grains and food tickets, which were good to get, but not so good, were bicycle tickets and sewing machine tickets. A rag ticket is just more money for less money. Currently need to make new clothes are Wang Lin, Huabing, Xiaoya, Debao Xiaobao and Tieju's younger siblings, which is considered the first batch. The second batch has him, Taiju, big brother and sister-in-law, mom and dad. What cloth? Wang Lin heard and asked curiously. Zhang Huacheng went forward to hold her willow waist and touched it, seeing the little petite wife blushing before saying, tomorrow, I'll buy some cloth and cotton for you to make new clothes. What style of cloth do you like? I have clothes to wear. Wang Lin shyly lowered her head, and with a bit of trepidation glanced at Xiaoya and Doodle, who were playing on the bed. You also need to have new clothes for the new year. Your clothes are still the same as before you got married. I have to make you a nice looking one. Zhang Huacheng lifted up her sleeves that were full of patches and washed white, shying Wang Lin straight back. Quickly, what style of cloth do you want? Rough cloth. Rough cloth, thick texture, wear resistant and wearable, but generally used for work clothes, wearing not so comfortable. There is a kind of rough cloth as recycled old cloth, respun rough cloth, rough texture and low price. Also do not use the cloth ticket, the kind of wear in the body are solid. Rough cloth, that would be a waste of cloth tickets, I'll choose for you. Zhang Huacheng thought about it. Fine cotton fabric is too thin, twill fabric makes do, khaki and coarse cloth is not much difference. Indeed, the fabric only began to popularize in the 70s, and now there is no. The current best is corduroy and big velvet, but big velvet and corduroy belong to the higher fabrics, special supply, not have a cloth ticket can buy. Fuzhuang Brigade, Wang Fugue made a good meal. Zhao Shanglan is looking at the door. Daddy, hungry. Smelling the aroma of meat coming from the pot, the 2 little beanies pick at the stovetop and gulp. In the pan was pork fried with cabbage and a circle of cornbread, while the eldest sister ran out now and then to see what was going on. Eat when your brother gets here. Wang Fugue cannot help but look at the pot. When can the family fry a dish? Put in half a kilogram of pork. Corn tortillas are plastered all over the circle. It also has a large spice pan. They all suspected they were dreaming last night when Taiju came with the meat in the middle of the night. In the morning he had gone to the brigade to buy 10 bags of charcoal, and the house was now able to maintain its heat, a day he had not dared to think of even before. Mother, brother is here. Big sister ran back happily, shouting at the top of her lungs. The 2 little dingdings heard the joy to run out. Was Wang Fugue hurried a hand to grab. 2 little dingdings' pants shoes are not, outrunning a circle is not frozen to death. Mother! Big sister! Taiju was carrying a bamboo basket, and as soon as he saw his mother and big sister running to greet him, he happily accelerated his steps. Wang Fugue hurriedly lifted the lid of the pot and brought out a few bowls with pork fried cabbage inside. Their family didn't have any plates, only a few large bowls with openings. Even the chopsticks are sharpened and polished with twigs. Brother! Brother! The two little peasants' favorite thing right now was Taiju, their older brother, because Taiju would bring them delicious food every time he came. "Brother, what is this?" Watching Taiju take out a cloth bag from the bamboo basket, big sister curiously reached out and poked it. "Taiju, why are you bringing things again? There is enough food at home, you bring it back to Huacheng." Zhao Shanglan took a look at sending things again and hurriedly stopped it. "Mother, this is what brother asked me to send, saying it's steamed bread and oiled eggs." The iron pillar unraveled and immediately the meat smelled great. Carefully removing an oil paper bag, he opened it to see that it was a packet of fragrant oiled eggs. Big sister also took another oil paper packet and opened it, but it was a pungent and rich aroma. It's fried pork liver with chorizo. One white flour steamed bun was big and fragrant. The greedy two little doubtings reached out their hands to grab it, but were pulled back by Wang Fugue. "Brother, why is this nest egg white and so big and fragrant?" Big sister couldn't help but smell it. The nesting heads she ate were black or yellow. Tiju scratched his head. "This is not a nest, this is a steamed bun made of white flour." Wang Fugue had a complicated look. Who in the Fuzhuang brigade could afford to eat white flour steamed buns? He hadn't eaten a few times since he grew up. White flour. Big sister is curious, what is white flour? When Wang Fugue tore open a white bread, each child gave a small piece. The children who ate the white bread each had their eyes wide open staring at the other white bread. "Mother, my brother wants the sizes of the clothes and shoes of my eldest sister and my brothers, saying that he will make new clothes and new cotton shoes for my younger siblings." While eating, Taiju remembered what Zhang Huacheng had told him. To make new clothes and cotton shoes for your siblings? Zhao Shanglan was surprised. Nowadays children don't grow up, where can they get a chance to wear new clothes? Huacheng is making new clothes for Taiju's siblings? The two little peasants only had meat in their eyes and didn't even listen. Big sister understood. Her big, dark, bright eyes fluttered. She could have new clothes? Taiju nodded and repeated Zhang Huacheng's words. "That Taiju, if you still need manpower to bring uncle also has a body of strength." Wang Fugue finally couldn't help himself. He worked hard for a year without eating or drinking. He couldn't even make a new cotton coat for the children at home. Instead of starving to death, it would be better to speculate and let the family live a few days of good life. Taiju scratches his head, a bit unresponsive. "Brother, am I going to get new clothes?" Big sister was happy. She never wore new clothes, only an altered size. The two little peasants don't yet know what new clothes and new cotton shoes mean. It means they won't have to hide inside all the time and not go out this winter. Chapter 20, Killing Grey Wolves in the Changbai Mountains. Sitting in front of the window, Wang Lin closed the red house and covered her face. A touch of redness on her face for a long time could not fade. In the yard came Doodle's cheerful laughter. Push the window moment. A goose-down snowflake seemed to be invisible silk thread tugging flying in her face. His own man and two little girl-based snowman has taken shape. "Stack yourselves." The man saw his little petite wife show her head, with a blush on her face, and instantly patted the snow from her body and ran into the house, where a shy exclamation of surprise soon came. It took a long time for the house to quiet down, and a man and a woman leaned against the window to watch the two little girls chasing and playing in the yard. When it was dark, Flower Bell came running, carrying away the reluctant Xiaoya and carrying away 4 hard-boiled eggs. The cold Changbai mountain night is silent, only the pine branches of the snowfall rustling sound. The two figures went into the mountains at night. Taiju, who was holding a long stick, followed behind Zhang Huacheng, carrying a brand new bamboo basket, when a wolf howl from not far away made them stop. "Not far." Zhang Huacheng immediately checked the .38 large cap and loaded the bullets. "They're hunting wolves tonight." The wolves in the Changbai Mountains are gray wolves, the largest subspecies, with ferocious personalities and impressive weights, and possessing thick and tough fur that allows them to move freely in the bitterly cold Changbai Mountains, where they are the top predators. After keeping searching in the snow for 10 minutes, Zhang Huacheng finally found his target, which was a huge brown-gray wolf that was currently feeding in the snow. "It looks like it's eating hair." Wolves howled from time to time in the vicinity, and it was clear that this pack was spreading out to hunt. The brown-gray wolf smelled the odor and looked up at Zhang Huacheng, who had raised his gun, and immediately let out a low growl and made an attack stance with a fierce face. Bang! The crisp sound of a gunshot broke the silence in the mountains, and the brown-gray wolf's body shook for a moment, followed by a turning and fleeing. After them. Zhang Huacheng knew that he had hit it, and in the snow, a trail of blood stained the snow red and was blinding. The duo darted through the snow in pursuit of the injured wolf. The gray wolf that was penetrated by a shot fled for several hundred meters before stopping, stumbling, and hiding under a rock, and when it saw Zhang Huacheng and Taiju approaching, it immediately let out a low growl. Without hesitation, Taiju rushed up to him with a few sticks, and the gray wolf convulsed and collapsed in the snow, facing the human's gun. Its sharp fangs, super speed, and strength all seemed powerless. Brother, killed? What a big wolf! As soon as Iron Pillar dragged it out from under the rock, it was a large adult male wolf, weighing roughly 60 to 70 kilograms. Zhang Huacheng went up to check. In order not to damage the intact wolf skin, the shot he had just taken was on his neck. This gray wolf was really tenacious. Drawing a Swiss Army knife skillfully opened its belly, threw all its internal organs in the snow, its empty belly stuffed with snow, before and after less than 2 minutes to deal with it. There was a constant howling of wolves, and it was obvious that the wolves were approaching. Brother, the wolf seems to be coming. Should we fight? Iron Pillar cruised back and forth warily with his wooden stick in hand. Okay brother, I'm going to bed then. Taiju hugged his coat and went to bed. The Kong is burning, and Taiju won't be cold even with a coat. This adult gray wolf's body probably has a few kilograms of fat meat, concentrated in the shoulder blade's abdomen. Zhang Huacheng scraped it off carefully. Wolf oil is a good thing. On the body, if there is a cracked frostbite, apply a little bit, will be able to effectively alleviate and recover. There are also a lot of medicinal value, is definitely a good thing. Is this edible? Wang Lin looked at the small half pot of wolf's fatty fat, which was obviously different from wild boar meat. You can eat it, but it's a waste of food, and you'll see what you can do with it when you boil the wolf oil tomorrow. Zhang Huacheng glanced at the frostbite on Wang Lin's hand. These days, whether it is adults and children or the elderly, in winter there is no hand without frostbite. Many are dry and cracked open bloody mouth. The adult gray wolves will probably yield another 100 pounds of meat, and with half a slice of wild boar hidden in a snowdrift in the yard, you could sell the meat alone for $100 or so tomorrow. And the wolf meat tastes good, but also can be used as medicine. Compared to the wild boar meat, that grade is much higher. In the northeast of the wolf meat is also very famous. As for the complete wolf skin of the gray wolf, he did not plan to sell it for the time being. Although he could sell it for $30, he might as well see if he could find a good tailor to make a wolfskin coat for Wang Lin. This is an excellent gray wolf skin, it's too bad to sell it. Lin, let's go to mom and dad's house for dinner together tonight. When the marriage was retired tomorrow, Zhang Huacheng wanted to celebrate. It had been a long time since he had eaten with his family. When all was said and done, he was looking forward to the reunion dinner tomorrow. Aha! Wang Lin shrank into his arms and hummed. Eat meat. Perhaps some keyword was triggered, and the sleeping doodle came up with a dream sentence, which made both Zhang Huacheng and Wang Lin unable to hold back their laughter. The little girl's head is full of food. The wolf howls gradually disappeared. Obviously the wolves went back to the mountain. Zhang Huacheng only hoped that they didn't run away. He still had to go and fight a few more for some more money. How many dishes are we getting tomorrow? Want to get a couple bottles of wine and have a nice drink with Dad? Thinking about the sleepiness coming on, Zhang Huacheng fell asleep tiredly, while a pair of bright eyes in his arms secretly looked at him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 21, Buying Tickets on the Black Market. Zhang Huacheng got up and went to wake up Taiju and added charcoal to the Kong. After drinking a bowl of porridge that Wang Lin had boiled last night, the two of them went to the beach to collect their goods. Fish and crabs. Zhang Huacheng is not ready to sell the same as before. After the collection of seafood in the crab cage, in addition to 20 or so good-sized sea crabs, other fish, crabs, octopus, conch and so on all sent back to cover the snow pile. He has already thought about it. In the future, these are not valuable and not good to sell all their own food. These nights can be a pot of seafood stew. When they carry heavy bamboo basket to the county town morning market, the scene in front of Zhang Huacheng are startled. They set up a stall position has more than 20 people in line. There was a flurry of agitation at the sight of them coming. Zhang Huacheng knew that they were all here to buy meat, but he just didn't expect so many people to come. Looks like word got out about not wanting tickets for yesterday's boar. There's the comrade. Comrade, is there much pork today? Get in line. Don't line up. Said a person up to 3 pounds cannot buy more The big mom in the back of the line immediately yelled, fearing that she wouldn't be able to buy it. Zhang Huacheng also didn't expect that meat that doesn't need a meat ticket would be so popular. There's not only pork today, there's plenty of wolf meat. It's adult wolf meat that our mountain watchman just shot, and it's just as good not to have a meat ticket, but the price is a little higher. A pound of good wolf meat costs $1. The cold northern regions of the wolf meat is a cold weather ingredients, tonic, the price is already high. At the sound of wolf meat, there was a flurry of agitation. $1 a pound? Can't it be cheaper? Too expensive. But $1 a caddy, when it really makes them all heartbroken, but because do not want a meat ticket or big tonic wolf meat, they also want to buy in heartbroken money. Let's do it this way, I'll get up so early to line up. Line up if you buy a caddy of wolf meat extra, I'll give 1 or 2 caddy of wolf meat, that's fine. Pork 6 gross tickets a caddy, wolf meat $1 a caddy, sea crabs 30 cents a piece, Taiju, on the wolf meat. Zhang Huacheng signaled Taiju. When Taiju raised the gray wolf meat from the bamboo basket, the scene of grabbing meat in general was repeated. Luckily, we brought in 200 dozen pounds of meat today. In just less than half an hour's time, Zhang Huacheng left with Taiju and the envious eyes of a crowd of stall owners. Even the crabs were sold out. $1 a pound of wolf meat is wildly popular. Pork in turn sells to the end. Brother, where is this? Taiju saw Zhang Huacheng lead him down a few alleys before arriving at a snowy grove and looked around curiously. There were also a few stalls in the snowy grove, and a few people squatting in various places. This is the black market in the county, let's come here to buy some cloth tickets. Zhang Huacheng came to the black market that he had been to before, and the cloth tickets could be bought here. You want kerosene rope? 4 food stamps. A skinny middle-aged man came over and quietly lifted his shirt, revealing a bundle of kerosene lamp wick ropes inside. Zhang Huacheng shook his head and led Taiju to continue wandering around. There are those who sell daily consumables like needles, threads, and soap, those who sell food and oil stamps, and those who sell second-hand clothes. Zhang Huacheng came to a short youth. The short youth looked down at his feet as if he hadn't seen him. Where's your dong? Zhang Huacheng suddenly opened his mouth. This short youth was startled, and took 2 steps back, a little afraid to say, Dong is sleeping at home. The youth was one of those who had robbed him at the time, the one who had knelt down and surrendered without being beaten, apparently recognizing him and pretending not to see. I've come to buy a ticket. Do you have a cloth ticket? Zhang Huacheng signaled. Yes, yes. The short youth hurriedly pulled out a few tickets, then found a cloth ticket from among them and handed it to him. Zhang Huacheng took it and looked at it. 2 city feet, 1 city foot is 33.3 centimeters, and these 2 city feet are just over half a meter long, and what he needs is not this little bit and a half. Seeing Zhang Huacheng looking at himself, the youth hurriedly said, no money, no money. He is afraid of getting beaten up. It's been a few days now, and a few of the brothers who got beaten up still can't get out of bed, and he's scared to death. Fearing that Zhang Huacheng would give him a blow. Hearing this, Zhang Huacheng said breathlessly, I'm not here to rob you. What are you thinking about? Forget it, go and call your brother Dong to come and say I need some cloth tickets. The black market price is normal to buy. Ha! Oh, I'll yell. The short youth turned around and ran. If you don't call him out and run away by yourself, I'll break your legs when I see you later. Worried that this guy would not return once he was gone, Zhang Huacheng shouted. But the short youth ran thieves fast, a smoke without a shadow. You're not coming, are you? Zhang Huacheng is a little worried. He needs cloth tickets. Without ticket sellers can be difficult to buy. Who's got a rag check? When Zhang Huacheng saw that the rest of the black market was looking at him, he immediately raised the cloth ticket in his hand as a sign. As a result, for a while these sellers of black goods lowered their heads. Xin Xiaodong was sleeping at home when he heard someone tapping on the door and shouting at him, and impatiently looked up and said, Who is it, dying in the morning? Dong, the one that hit us came to the black market. A weak response came from the door. Hearing this, Qin Xiaodong involuntarily shivered, Chester beginning to vaguely pain, angry. You stepped horse Luo Chang, fight you first kneel, make death you also first, want us to go to get beaten up? Can you beat it? Once he thought about the fact that this bastard was sharply kneeling with his hands up without being punched, Qin Xiaodong wanted to smack him twice. Everyone else has been lying down for days, and only Luo Chang knelt sharply without being beaten. That tough guy, call a bunch of them to go and it's probably hard to win. Brother Dong, not a fight, he came to look for you, said he needed some cloth tickets, made a friend with you and said he would buy them at market price. I feel that he is quite good to talk to today. Brother Dong, do you want to take a look? Luo Chang is full of nonsense. He is afraid that Qin Xiaodong does not go, when caught, really break his legs. Make a friend? Cloth tickets? Qin Xiaodong sat up at the words and thought about getting out of bed to open the door. Luo Chang hurriedly drilled in. What's going on? Tell me in detail. Qin Xiaodong went to get dressed. Luo Chang immediately added to the conversation. When Qin Xiaodong arrived at the black market, he saw Zhang Huacheng squatting in front of an old man to buy a rooster. One look at Zhang Huacheng, he felt a vague pain in his chest as if an old wound had returned. Hesitating for a moment or gritting his teeth, he walked over. Brother, you want to buy a cloth ticket? Zhang Huacheng, who had just bought a large rooster, looked up at the words, causing Qin Xiaodong to stifle a shiver. Coming. Zhang Huacheng stood up. Squatting together with the iron column also followed the stand-up, close to 2 meters tall and oppressive sense of Qin Xiaodong heart panic. The heart-cursed Luo Chang, this brat did not say just one person to come? Coming, big brother, I heard Luo Chang say you want to buy cloth tickets? Qin Xiaodong squeezed out a smile, only it was worse than crying. He took a glance and realized that Luo Chang, who was following him, had disappeared at some point. Running away again? He cursed in his mind. Right, are there any cloth tickets? Zhang Huacheng had just asked around here and no one had any. He had just realized that the black market ticket business in this area was monopolized by Qin Xiaodong's group. There, let's go over there. Qin Xiaodong gestured to the corner. Chapter 22 Black Goods Dealers in the Hutongs. When they came to the corner, Qin Xiaodong looked left and right before pulling out a small stack of cloth tickets from his arms. Zhang Huacheng took it and looked at it: 2 sheets of 1 city foot, 4 sheets of 2 city feet, 7 sheets of 5 city feet, and 2 sheets of 10 city feet, which surprised him. He didn't expect the goods to be quite sufficient. How much is a foot of cloth ticket? Zhang Huacheng was satisfied. These cloths are perfectly adequate. The current price on the black market is 50 cents for a 1 city foot cloth ticket, but big brother, if you want it, just follow the 40 cents. Qin Xiaodong gave a reasonable price instead of the current black market price. Zhang Huacheng nodded his head and then did the math, needing to spend $26 on these cloth tickets. Do you take industrial vouchers? Zhang Huacheng suddenly popped up. Collect. Qin Xiaodong nodded. Zhang Huacheng took one out of his pocket and handed it to Qin Xiaodong. Would you like to see if this industrial voucher is acceptable? This is from the black goods stallholder on the black goods. The only current place to get out is estimated. Qin Xiaodong surprised, and then cursed and regretted that he went late yesterday, and when he got the news and brought people there, he could not find the industrial coupon seller. Unbeknownst to him, this industrial coupon seller has been in the ditch for a long time. And is really encountered. A few of them are afraid that they have to die. A few, their group of ticket sellers, simply cannot be the opponent of that black goods stall owner. Big brother, why don't you sell them all to me? I can pay $3 a piece. There's really no use in you keeping them. I have connections and can get rid of them. Industrial vouchers are a hot commodity in the big cities, and if they can be certified, an industrial voucher will be snapped up for $6 or $7. He'd take it to the black market and resell it, and he'd still get out of it fast for $5 a pop. This is a good feeling. Zhang Huacheng took out a bundle of industrial coupons. He had thought of this when he came here in the morning and brought a bundle with him. He didn't expect it to really come out. Qin Xiaodong was just about to pick it up, but he quickly said awkwardly, "That big brother, I don't have that much money." It's the same with giving tickets, food tickets, cloth tickets, meat tickets, whatever. Zhang Huacheng signaled the cloth ticket in his hand. That's not enough either. That's all there is these days. Qin Xiaodong immediately pulled out all the ticket rolls he had brought with him, even counting the few ticket rolls Luo Chang had on him. These tickets, counting the cloth tickets that had just been given to Zhang Huacheng, didn't even add up to $100, whereas these industrial vouchers were for $150. The money was also pulled out of his body, and the total was only $12.50. Take it first, sell the rest and give it back to me. I'll come back more often in the future. Zhang Huacheng stuffed the industrial vouchers into him, then put both the money and the vouchers into his own pocket. Qin Xiaodong was pleasantly surprised and patted his chest to assure him that there was no problem. Seeing that Zhang Huacheng was good at talking, he tried, "Big brother, that you see if that military coat of mine can be returned to me? It took a lot of effort to buy it. Be careful when you get out of this industrial voucher. I suspect that the one who sells the black goods has robbed the industrial voucher and fled here." Dreaming? Zhang Huacheng changed the subject. "Don't worry, big brother, rats have rats and snakes have snakes." As soon as he saw that he couldn't get it back, he didn't say anymore. As for so many industrial vouchers, he naturally knew that these industrial vouchers must come from the wrong source, otherwise it would not be possible to bring Shanghai industrial vouchers to sell in their small place. He's got the way, and it doesn't matter if the voucher is any more unclean. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Huacheng suddenly said, "Do you know where to sell a flatbed truck? Preferably new ones. It's easy to do anything if you have a flatbed truck." Qin Xiaodong thought for a moment. "Well, coincidentally, there really is one, but I'll have to take you there to get there, otherwise he won't open the door." "Go!" Zhang Huacheng understood, the black carpenter who did private work. Currently it falls under speculation. Catching it is serious, not bad for the ground. It's a pain in the ass to get a flatbed in the county these days. Followed Qin Xiaodong walked for a while. The alley turned around to the door of an old house. The old house shrunk at the end of the corner of the alley. The brick wall has long been mottled into gray-brown, cracks poking out a few snow-fallen withered yellow dog-tailed grass. The black wooden door was a bit crooked. Zheng Huacheng looked at Qin Xiaodong skeptically. Is this the door of a carpenter's house? Old Ting. Old Ting. Qin Xiaodong knocked on the door, then lowered his voice and shouted a few times. Soon there was the sound of snow stomping from inside. Who? The low voice came. Me, Xiaodong. Do what? Make it a big one. The door opened, revealing a bearded middle-aged man. The middle-aged surveyed Zheng Huacheng and the others, and then stretched his head to look deeper into the alley. Come in. The Hanyu lowered his voice to signal. Only then did Zheng Huacheng notice that old Ding was a cripple. Following into the courtyard, he saw that in the center of the hall was a limp 8th century table with 3 gaping rough china bowls stacked on top of each other, and the courtyard smelled of wood. Carpenter Lao Ding was outside whispering with Qin Xiaodong with his head down. East room. Soon Qin Xiaodong signaled. The east room was blocked by firewood. Moving away from the door, the old dingness went to open the lock. The east room is also full of firewood, a faint smell of rotting grass and wood. As Old Ding moved the firewood out of the way, a brand new flatbed truck and a brand new cart with barrels, 2 small benches, and 2 chairs with backrests. How much is this flatbed cart? Zheng Huacheng went to touch it. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Brand new iron wheel axle, wood with sufficient material, handmade is also wanting to be fine. Old Din thought about holding out a finger. Chapter 23 Brand new flatbed. $100? That expensive? I saw an old one for sale the other day for only $40 or $50. Qin Xiaodong looked skeptical. Flatbed trucks are so expensive? What the hell do you know about anything except how to dump a ticket? That broken flatbed truck that's falling apart is no match for mine. Not to say that this is a finished product. Even if you buy your own wood and iron parts to find me to fight, the cost is also $70 to $80. The wood will be $20 to $30. The iron wheel axle will be $30 to $40. My old Ding craftsmanship is known far and wide. Old Din stared at that. A new flatbed truck of his quality is impossible to buy without $100 or so, and you need a certificate to do so. You didn't spend any money on the wood, I know. It's cheaper. They're all brothers in the family. Qin Xiaodong rolled his eyes. Timber is out of town pickpocket train pickpocket to throw down, then cannot take away cheap old Ding. Let's make this flatbed cart $100, but sell me this bucket and bench chairs, they're all cheaper. Zheng Huacheng was satisfied with this brand new flatbed cart. The craftsmanship can be perfect. Can. Old Ding was delighted and immediately stepped forward to bid. They were like ticking time bombs that made him eat and sleep badly for fear of being reported one day. Zheng Huacheng spent $145 at once, and this is still half sold, half given away, and when he was leaving old Ding came and slipped him 3 cherry wood gyros and drawstrings. Old Ding, buy me a drink tonight. On his way out Qin Xiaodong shouted. Keep it down, you grandma. Old Ding laughed and cursed. The family was now left with a cart, so he didn't have to be as scared as before. Zheng Huacheng found that Qin Xiaodong is a good person, and did not even confiscate the Lao Ding agency fee. Taizhu did not understand how flatbed trucks need to spend so much money, but on the road or could not help but ask. Brother, why is this flatbed so expensive? He has one at home, and he pulls the work on weekdays. Not expensive. This is not the same as the one in your house. The one in your house is the commune collective purchasing and then low-cost distribution of members. Spend a few $dozen on it, but don't even think about it without some relationship, and it belongs to the distribution of collective assets at a discount. Zheng Huacheng explained it to him. Chen Yud has connections in the brigade to be able to allocate one for $20 or $30, and it is impossible for their old Zheng family to get a place. Taizhu scratched his head, obviously still not understanding. Department store entrance. Taizhu, you watch the car, I'll go buy some cloth. Yes. This time to buy a lot of things. Zheng Huacheng first went to Wang's mother-in-law with a group of Wang's family blocked Chen Xiaoyang not to go, crying father and mother sitting on the ground. Even the captain Chen Gongrin to mediate does not work. The old lady of the Wang family cried her heart out, complaining about the bitter fate of her family's oldest. The oldest 4 of their family is a mountain guardian. 2 years ago was eaten by wolves, died less than 2 years. Her daughter-in-law cannot resist the loneliness of promiscuous male-female relationships. A group of people from the Wang family were yelling to beat Chen Xiaoyang to death. But has always been the old Wang family and the old Chen family relationship is very good, but also did not make a death, which if it is the old Zheng family and the old Chen family out of this matter, afraid of a long time to move knives and guns. Chen Xiaoyang was shielded by his parents and a few brothers, crouching on the ground with his head lowered. He couldn't figure out how he'd been found out. Chen Gongren did not want to make a big deal out of it, and it would be a problem if it went to the commune. He knew that the old Wang family meant to want money, so the two old men discussed it, and finally the old Chen family compensated the old lady of the Wang family $50, and the matter was settled. $50 is a huge amount of money in Chuntang Sanliquan. They let it go, but the old Zhang family didn't want it. Zhang Huacheng came back in a hurry, learned that the two families were already discussing it at home, and immediately ran there. The old family's hall was already full, the old Chen family and the old Zhang family were there, and the brigade cadres of the Chentang Sanli drainage were also there, arguing fiercely. Your old Zhang family has spent all the dowry, and you say you won't marry? Is there such a thing as you doing things this way? The Zhang family withdrawing from the marriage, or the woman withdrawing from the marriage, this was a slap in their face to the Chen family. The Chen family's old uncle sat in a chair with a gloomy face and leaned on his crutches. But Chen Xiaoyang sleeping with the widow was caught in the act. The old Zhang family is naturally reluctant. Zhang Huabing and Chen Xiaoyang's marriage will naturally have to be called off. The Chen family, however, was reluctant. Is this our fault? We can't afford your old Chen family. We'll get together the dowry as soon as possible and return it to you. This marriage must be annulled. The Zhang family's fifth uncle glared. The dowry has been paid, the money you have spent, and you have agreed to get married after the new year, so it is not appropriate to say now that you will not marry. Rin Chengong spoke up. If it's not suitable, you can just marry your little girl. Anyway, your little girl is now a little widow that no one wants. Zhang Hu, who didn't dare to get off the bed in winter, came down, and when he heard Chen Gonglin's words, he immediately became furious. And it's not suitable? What do you mean? Chen Gongrin got anxious at once and slammed the table. What do you mean you don't understand? Say that again. Chen Xiaoyang came and waited outside for the opportunity to go in and apologize. After all, Zhang Huabing is really beautiful. If he cannot marry, with his reputation in the future, want to get a wife will be difficult. As soon as Zhang Huacheng arrived, he saw Chen Xiaoyang, who had an oily head and was waiting for a chance to go in and apologize. Upon seeing Zhang Huacheng, Chen Xiaoyang squeezed out a smile. Uncle, you're here. Don't listen to their nonsense. I was framed. I brought you apples. Chen Xiaoyang signaled the netted pocket with 10 or so apples in his hand. Apples were quite rare these days. Set your mom up. When I think of the flower bell marrying over and being beaten by this every day, and being beaten by a corpse when she was pregnant, Zhang Huacheng rushed forward and kicked at Chen Xiaoyang's chest. Chapter 24. Veterans raise their guns, flower bell retreats. Chen Xiaoyang takes a head kick. Before he could react, Zhang Huacheng had already rushed up and kicked at him. Being kicked by Emil, Chen Xiaoyang anxious eyes, climbed up to Zhang Huacheng a slap on the past, so that he did not expect. Zhang Huacheng does not hide and do not avoid. Pop! Bright red fingerprints surfaced on Zhang Huacheng's face as he threw a flurry of punches at Chen Xiaoyang. Chen Xiaoyang was hit sharply and was just about to counterattack when he saw Zhang Huacheng take a few steps back, then rolled in the snow. Hit man! Come and see, Chen Xiaoyang hit someone. Zhang Huacheng got up and immediately shouted. Fight! Xiaoya her mother, it's bad. Chen Xiaoyang beat up Huacheng. Yard is watching. The village members of the community heard the commotion, came out to see, also shouted. Some came up to pull the fight, some into the house to shout. Soon old Zhang's and old Chen's both rushed out. Grass you ma! Chen Xiaoyang fought red-eyed, unable to catch up with Zhang Huacheng at all, growling and wanting to rush up after being pulled by a group of people. There's no such thing as you guys bullying people, I'll fight you. Seeing that his son was beaten in such a sorry state, Zhang Hu, who already had a belly full of fire, lifted his shovel and rushed towards Chen Xiaoyang. The others rushed up at the sight of it and hurried to stop it. How do you guys hit people? Have you bullied people like this? Is your old Chen family all a bunch of? Mom was angry and in tears as she watched her son. Who in the entire Chentang 3-mile drainage didn't know what Chen Xiaoyang was? Everyone knew that Little Flower City was good at bullying, and was okay in the nest, but was a wimp outside. One look at Little Flower Town's red face and snow-covered body, even their own family couldn't look at them, really treating everyone like little cuties. Oh, really? It's getting to be less and less of a thing. Playing us like monkeys? The old Chen family members of the community also have cursed up the morning sleeping widows to make them lose face, at noon to let him come to make amends and apologize to the people, also gave the brother to beat up. Grass NMs. Grass NMs Zhang Huacheng. You dare to enold me. Chen Xiaoyang was furious for a moment, roaring and cursing, even his parents couldn't pull themselves together. I'll chop you to death. Zhang Huchen rushed out with red eyes, raised the chopping knife to cut Chen Xiaoyang to death, but was held by his sister-in-law to death, and Biao Xiaobao wailed and ran out to hug his father's legs and cried non-stop. Chen Xiaoyang took a look at the knife and also rationalized, and hurriedly ran to the crowd. Hushin, put the knife down. All calm down. Chen Biao roared and roared, and there was chaos. Boo! A gunshot. Third grandfather Zhang Mang came in his coat, holding a 5.4 rifle, was walking step by step toward the crowd, like a newly awakened lion. The shot also calmed everyone. Zhang Mang, what are you doing? Drop the gun. Chen Gongrin was also startled, and then he roared in anger. But when the muzzle of the 5.4 rifle was pointing at him, he instinctively stepped back. After all, if he really took a shot, he would lose his life. He knows what kind of character these big-head soldiers of the old Zhang family have, and he hates to drag a few of them down before they die. Are you bullying our old Zhang family for not having anyone? Third grandpa said, raising his gun to fight. Zhang Huacheng looked not to worry about rushing up to stop, do not stop, not to mention the third grandfather can really shoot. After all, third grandpa has a history. Chen family people watching the fun did not dare to watch, a flurry of dispersal, who do not know the Zhang family oldest three violent temper, many years ago the death and injury of a piece because of him. The fifth uncle came to the third grandfather on his crutches and reached down to squeeze the gun. Since it's come to this, let's forget about this marriage. The Chen family's old uncle's face was ugly when he saw the scene, obviously recalling bad memories. As soon as Chen Gongrin saw that there was a step down, he also let out a breath. He's really afraid to move the gun. Useless. Third grandpa glared in anger as he watched Zhang Huacheng's face get reddened. I purposely didn't dodge, more or less I had to let him hit me a little, this looks like he's bullying me. Zhang Huacheng explained in a low voice. Ghost hard eyes are quite a lot, exercise well in the future, think of the time when your three grandfathers were as big as you were but one shot a ghost. Once he heard that it was intentional, third grandpa relented. Chen Xiaoyan. Ji will have to lie down for 10 or 8 days when he goes back. Zhang Huacheng had laid down a cruel hand, now Chen Xiaoyang just couldn't feel it, when he went back he would feel it. Knocking people out internally was too easy for him. The third grandfather obviously didn't believe this and cursed for a while before carrying his gun through the door. Ergo. Flower Bell ran out, wailing. Shaya also followed the wailing and crying, and did not forget to hold up her small fists to Chen Xiaoyang, who was not far away, and her mouth kept repeating hit you. Since we've withdrawn from the marriage, Saying this, he counted 30 pieces of a piece and threw a handful of them at Chen Yinshan's face. Chen Yinshan looked at the money on the ground and froze. When did the old Zhang family become so rich? You know that Lao Zhang's family worked hard in the production team for a year, and in the end, most of them owed money to the team, so how could they come up with so? Seeing Zhang Huacheng's dismayed look, the old man grunted, I heard wolves howling the night before last night a group of wolf cubs howled behind the mountain for half the night. I used to go into the mountains to hunt, I know better than anyone else what they were howling about, did you shoot them? Yes, killed a wolf last night and hauled it to the county seat in the morning to sell it. Zhang Huacheng looked around and whispered. Good boy, I told you where you got the money, good boy dared to hit the wolf. The old man sniffed a shocked face, he did not expect Zhang Huacheng not only hit the wolf but also killed a head, but also pulled the county to sell. Back then, he didn't even dare to mess with the wolves. Once the wolves are targeted, the wolves' coordinated mode of operation is very scary. No wonder a group of wolf cubs howled half the night last night, so it was a loss. One shot. Zhang Huacheng also followed his third grandfather's tone. Ah, good boy, but don't go into the mountains for a few days, the wolves are very vindictive, they won't stop. Once targeted by wolves, it is very dangerous, and third grandpa knows very well how vengeful wolves are. I know. Zhang Huacheng said with his mouth, but in his heart, he thought otherwise, it was better if the wolves did not give up, and this kind of small wolf pack was exactly his mobile ATM. One old man and one young man chatted for a while, and only after seeing that the fifth uncle seemed to be demoralized did the third grandfather dare to ask for his old buddy. The old father, Zhang Hu, limped over, apparently his legs were starting to hurt. Huacheng, lay down more noodles for your several grandfathers. These days when relatives come to the house, being able to have a meal of noodles is the best hospitality. They are all here to help, so naturally, they can't be slowed down. The white flour in the house was also sent by Zhang Huacheng, and a small bag of flour was originally thought to be eaten again in the new year. Chapter 25 Hand-rolled shredded pork noodles. Well, Dad, you go ahead and rest. Zhang Huacheng rolled out the noodles and prepared a pot of hand-rolled noodles with shredded pork. The current Lao Zhang family was living a very bitter and difficult life, and he had to change the status quo of the Lao Zhang family as soon as possible. Cut the noodles, slice the meat, start a pot of oil, and soon the house is fragrant. Uncle, can Bo eat it? Xiao Bao came running at the smell, poking his head over the stovetop to look, and the richly scented noodles made his stomach growl with hunger. Sister-in-law ran in and picked up Bao and went out, and soon there was the sound of Bao wailing. These days, when relatives come to the house, it's all about letting the relatives eat first, lest there not be enough food to make them hungry. What's cooking? It smells so good. The average spirited fifth uncle smelled it. The smell of pork. Uncle 2 couldn't help but gulp. It smelled too good. They hadn't eaten meat for a long, long time. It was hard to withhold. A sparrow wasn't enough for the family to stuff their teeth. Here comes the noodle. Flour Bell came with 2 bowls of shredded meat noodles, one in front of fifth uncle and one in front of third grandpa. Zhang Huachang also served 2 bowls of noodles in the back. I don't eat, let the kids eat. Uncle 2 got up in a hurry to leave. Second uncle, a pot has been placed and there are plenty of noodles, come and have a bowl together. Zhang Huachang reached out and pulled second uncle to his feet before shoving a pair of chopsticks at him. Mom with a smile on her face carrying a dish of chopped pickles came over and said, "Today is a big help. Say would also have to eat a bowl of noodles. Eat quickly, not enough pot still have." Fragrant. Fragrant. The fifth uncle picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, nodding his head in praise. How do you cut this big slice of meat? Who eats meat like this? Third grandpa looked at the bowl and saw that there were still a few large slices of meat in the bowl, said heartily, and then used his chopsticks to clip out and put it in the savory dish, saying that he would leave it for the children to eat. Second uncle polite half a day can only sit down to eat, carefully sipped a mouthful of soup, suddenly the tightly frowned eyebrows are stretched. Flour Bell, come back with me and get the bowl. There weren't enough bowls at home, so Zhang Huacheng bought new bowls and dishes and immediately greeted Hua Bing together. Yes. Flour Bell nodded happily. Xiaoya didn't know when she slipped in and was just about to steal a piece of meat to eat, but she was picked up by the quick-eyed Flour Bell. Wang Lin was pushing Doodle in the yard with a flatbed cart to play. The little girl giggled happily and couldn't stop giggling, and all the stuff in the cart had already been moved into the house. Wang Lin didn't have the heart to play, and from time to time she went to the door to look and look. She wanted to know if the marriage had been returned. She had spent time with Hua Ling these past few days and knew that this little sister-in-law didn't want to get married, but her own man had said that he would let her stay at home and watch the door, so she could only wait for news at home. When she saw Zhang Huacheng return with the Flour Bell girls, she happily greeted them. Sister-in-law, I don't have to get married. Flour Bell was happy to be the first to tell Wang Lin the good news. Great! Wang Lin rejoiced, happy for Flour Bell. Cart, cart, cart. Doodle in Wang Lin's arms immediately pointed toward home, repeating to Xiaoya over and over again about the car. What car? Xiaoya's eyes widened, then she darted toward the house. Soon came the sound of wailing. When Huabing saw the flatbed truck was also shocked. Mom and Dad dreamed of having a flatbed truck or a plow, but flatbed trucks and plows are too expensive, even the ones assigned by the commune cost tens of dollars. Did Urge buy a new flatbed truck? Flour Bell was stunned. How much does it cost if it's not a commune allocation? Xiaoya and Doodle played happily. The flatbed truck was thick with snow underneath, and there was no need to worry about them bumping into it. You take the dishes and go home first. Zhang Huacheng knocked on Flour Bell, who was looking at the flatbed truck in a daze. Oh. When Flour Bell arrived at the house, she saw a 5-fold rooster in the corner, but what made her move her eyes was the cloth on the Kong, nice striped cotton cloth with thick old coarse cloth. Soon Flour Bell ran home with 4 new bowls and several pounds of wild boar. Little Ma, however, won't, and wants to play with the flatbed truck. Soon Doodle and Xiaoya reluctant to be carried into the house to wash their hands and faces. Snowflake cream is very fragrant. Xiaoya even put out his tongue to lick his hands. Was Zhang Huacheng knocked a few times before being honest? Zhang Huacheng boiled up wolf oil at home, while Wang Lin was kneading bread dumplings for a meal of dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage. It was supposed to be a pot of pork belly chicken with a big rooster killed. But Wang Lin is not willing. The family has never had a chicken. Finally there is one she wants to keep. Even Xiaoya and Doodle are stopped from killing. The 2 little girls hate to hold the rooster to go to bed together in the nest. It's hard to keep chickens in the winter and only feed them grain, but that's not really a problem in the house right now. In the evening the family will eat dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage, and it takes a lot of wrapping to make them work. There was also a lot of laughter at the old house, and the aroma of bowls of shredded pork noodles was overflowing. This meal ate a small half bag of noodles. Sister-in-law are looking at the heartache. Good white fine noodles to eat noodles. A bag of noodles went down a small half, even Porker put a small pound. Mother, more food. Little Treasure ran into the house with the bowl in his arms, followed by Big Treasure. No! Chen Xiuying glared. We'll eat tonight. Zhang Huchen also could not help but snatch the bowl. All the big belly toads can eat a lot. At night Auntie said there was good food, lots and lots of good food, and wine. Daddy, what is wine? And Auntie said we would soon have new clothes, nice new clothes. Bao asked with his head up and a serious face. New clothes? Huchen, get Flower Bell over here and ask what's going on. Chen Xiuying's heart fluttered, guessing that there was a relationship with her brother-in-law. Nonsense. Zhang Huchen didn't believe it and went to shout anyway. Soon the flower bells came. Flower Bell, just now Xiao Bao said they'll have new clothes soon. What's going on? It's hard to make a pair of pants with that little bit of cloth stamps at home. Zhang Huchen saw that his wife had lowered her head and went to serve the noodle soup, but her ears were perked up, so he naturally understood that he was to be the one to ask. There was no choice but to speak for myself. Second brother bought cotton cloth and cotton for Debao Xiaobao and the girls. Xiaoyao also has it. All the children in the family have a share. Brother, I'm still small now too, right? Flower Bell wondered if there was one of her own. She didn't even have the heart to ask at the time. You're getting married and you're still a kid. When Zhang Huchen heard it, he really bought it from Huacheng. Brother, you're so annoying. Isn't it true that people are withdrawing from marriage? Aren't they just kids if they don't get married? Flower Bell stomped her foot in anger. Okay, you're small, okay, the Xiaobao said there's a lot of good food going on at night. Is Flower City coming over for dinner? Flower Bell had twisted her head away. Big Boy and Little Boy wailed after him. Chen Xiuying stretched her head to look and whispered, do you want to go to your brother's house to see what's going on? Now that the two families are in such a stalemate, if you do anything speculative, don't let the others know. Regarding today's incident, if they really get caught, the old Chen family will never let it go. The conflict between the two families has grown deeper. Since when do you care so much about Flower City? Zhang Huchen felt that his wife was not the same as before and would still care about the family. Chen Xiuying exasperatedly said, I was concerned about Debao and Xiaobao's new cotton clothes. They haven't worn new clothes since they grew up. You as a father don't reflect on it. As soon as he saw that the situation was not right, Zhang Huchen ran away in ashes. These days it's very good to have clothes to wear. As for new clothes, whose kids have them? It's the city kids who rarely get to make new clothes, or new cotton clothes. Fifth uncle ate a bowl of shredded meat noodles, leaned on the bed and snored. His family did not burn the Kong, here warm and full, a comfortable sleep. Third grandpa and the others had all gone home, and to them the old Zhang family was still in a good mood today after their victory in the fight against the old Chen family. Father, mother, second brother bought a new car. Seeing that they were all gone, Flower Bell saw her parents sitting in front of the stove with bowls of noodle soup, and happily ran over to show them off. What? A plow? Zhang Hu glared. Where can I buy this stuff? You need a certificate to go to the commune to buy it, and you have to have money. It's not a plow, it's a flatbed truck. Flower Bell corrected. Flower City bought a new flatbed truck? Mom also suspected that she had misheard. To buy a new flatbed truck you not only need a certificate from the brigade, but you also need to spend a lot of money. The cheapest will cost $100 of dollars, unless it is a flatbed truck allocated by the commune. She wanted to ask her son where he got the money for the old Chen family before, but she was busy and forgot. Well, it's beautiful. Zhang Huabing nodded repeatedly. You go to Lao Er's house to see if it's from the in-laws. Zhang Hu also cannot understand, his own son, what virtue he is clear, how these days and before completely different. From your in-laws? I'll go take a look. Song Guiying put down the bowl in her hand and prepared to go take a look. Mother, I'll go with you. Flower Bell happily went up to her old mom and took her hand. The mother and daughter were just about to go out when they encountered Zhang Huchen, who was preparing to go out. Where are you going, big brother? Flower Bell wondered. That I'll go to Hanagi's house. Ha! Chapter 26 Fine Leather Knee Pads. When the family arrived, Zhang Huachun was still straining wolf oil into a jar. Erwin, mother is here. Ye ran in and shouted. Xiaoya, who was just about to run back, saw the wolf oil dregs on the plate at a glance, and blearily leaned over and hugged Zhang Huacheng's leg. Erwan! Eat a piece. Zhang Huacheng looked down. This little girl was too greedy. Little Ma happily found a large piece and took it before bouncing out to play. In the yard, Zhang Huchen is back and forth touching the flatbed truck. Love, their family has a flatbed truck. In the future, when you need to use a flatbed truck, you do not have to pay a few tickets to go to the brigade to rent a flatbed truck. Wang Lin dragged Flower Bell back to the house to look at the snow cream. Where's mother? Zhang Huacheng finished loading the wolf oil, wiped it and collected it to ask. Outside to see the flatbed truck it, big brother also came, I'll go shout ah. Flower Bell smiled and ran out, holding a box of snow cream baby in his hand. Mom was soon dragged into the house and froze for a while when she saw the cloth and cotton on the bed. She had never seen so much cloth and cotton in her life. Even the big brother who followed him and looked confused. Flower City, what's with all the cloth and cotton? Mom couldn't help but reach out and touch the cotton, which was mostly good plaid and printed cotton. 60s cotton cloth to pure cotton, the type covers the old coarse cloth, twill, poplin, corduroy, etc., but the current color by the era of limitations in favor of plain, practical and good-looking is the printed cloth and gingham. These will all be brought back later, for Linlin and Huabing Xiaoya to make a new cotton coat, and Debao Xiaobao, this old black cloth is for making cotton shoes. Cotton is abundant here, each person in the family will make a pair. Zhang Huacheng brought over a roll of black leather, which was used to make shoe soles. Everyone in the family is there, and of course there are Taiju's younger siblings as well. Mother, there's a big rooster. Xiaoya ran to carry the big rooster tied up in the corner, not afraid of being packed, and stuffed it into her mother's arms as if it were a treasure. Buy this for what? What to feed in the winter? Mom hurriedly took over, looked at the bundled rooster, a bit of a reaction, where there is grain to feed chickens in the middle of winter. Ah. Zhang Huchen looked around the house, staring wide-eyed from time to time. There were so many more things in the house that he couldn't even think of. When he saw the wolfskin and the 3/8 cap hanging in the next room, he realized where all these things in the house had come from. Hunting. Flower City actually dared to enter the mountain. Brother, take this piece of leather back and ask sister-in-law to sew 2 leg guards for our father and make a pair of cotton pants, so that our father can get off the bed in winter. Zhang Huacheng took out a piece of wild boar skin, which was completely sufficient to make 2 knee pads. Oh, good. Zhang Huchen's heart thumped, he recognized it, this was wild boar leather. The adult wild boar in the mountains was so fierce that even wolves avoided it. Sister-in-law won't say anything, will she? Zhang Huacheng thought about it and asked anyway. Won't say anything. Zhang Huchen shook his head and said with great certainty, although your sister-in-law is a member of the Chen family, but now that she is married into our family, she understands more than anyone else that taking care of your own family is the most important, or else she wouldn't have kept it from you last time. He knew what his brother was worried about. Hearing this, Zhang Huacheng was also completely relieved and took some things out one after another. This snowflake cream and the red headband are for sister-in-law, as well as the needle and thread in this hand-washing basin, and these 2 packages of peach crisp are also brought back for Debao and Xiaobao. Zhang Huacheng decided to buy a sewing machine and send it to his hometown when he earned money, so that he could justify making his sister-in-law make clothes or shoes in the future. Sister-in-law is a top-notch seamstress, famous in the brigade, learning the craft from her grandmother since she was a child, and after marrying into the old Zhang family, she has not relied on this craft to earn money to subsidize the family. It was also the reason why the old Chen family didn't scold her much. Huacheng, it's best to hide things in the house a bit and take them out when you need them. On her way out, Mom whispered a reminder, her eyes signaling the Chenyud family next door. I know. Zhang Huacheng nodded, having Chenyud's family was indeed troublesome. Just now, he had to confirm the direction of the wind to boil a wolf oil, and then the doors and windows were closed tightly, for fear that the sharp-nosed Chenyud and his family would smell it. When Zhang Huchen pulled the flatbed truck back, Debao and Xiaobao rushed up wailing. Flower Bell sat in the car holding Doodle, who was looking around, while Xiaoya bravely jumped down, head first into the snow pit, half a day to climb out. The scene made Doodle laugh. Mother, the car. Bao sweetly went to call out to his mother. What car? Chen Xiaoying sniffed and came out to look at it, and froze when he saw the flatbed truck, which was still a new flatbed truck. Sister-in-law, can you get me nice clothes first? Flower Bell ran over to me with Doodle in her arms. Make good-looking clothes? Soon Chen Xiaoying understood why said good-looking clothes. In the flatbed truck there are a lot of cotton and cotton cloth. Huchen, you come here for a second. Moving the things into the house, Chen Xiaoying hurriedly pulled Zhang Huchen to ask questions, wanting to know exactly how these came about. Zhang Huchen didn't hide it and told it all. When he learned that Zhang Huacheng had gone into the mountains to poach, he was not surprised. She couldn't think of anything else but poaching. Just that she did not expect that her former usual wimpy brother-in-law dared to go into the mountains, but also hit a wild boar and hit a wolf, which impressed her, and she naturally knew clearly how dangerous the mountains were in winter. Is it the brother-in-law who's been howling wolf the last 2 nights? The wolves have been howling at night for the past 2 days, so don't let them into the mountains. Chen Xiuying reminded. Zhang Huchen nodded. The family came to work on new cotton clothes. The old father was also full of joy as he held the boar leather. Siblings in Flower Bell will use more cloth for one person, de Bao and Xiaobao and Xiaoyao will use less. Whose size are these three? And Xiaoyao de Bao Xiaobao size difference is not big, economize a little with these printed cloth and plaid cloth is more than enough. Chen Xiuying counted the fabric. Fabric is too precious to waste a bit of it. Sister-in-law, I don't want cotton clothes, I want new clothes that I can wear in spring, summer and fall. Hua Ling rubbed the soft plaid cloth with joy. It's not that she doesn't like cotton clothes, but cotton clothes can only be worn in winter. But if it wasn't a cotton dress, she could be able to wear it all year round. Make cotton clothes, wait for spring sister-in-law to open the cotton clothes for you, take out the cotton inside and just change it for you, and wait until next winter to stuff the cotton in for you. Yes. Flower Bell was overjoyed that she was going to have new clothes. Mother, I want it too. Mother, I want it too. Big boy and little boy yelled together. The intellectually deficient Xiaoya just ran in, and didn't know what de Bao Xiaobao was asking for, and regardless of the facts, she followed and yelled, Mother, I want it too. Wild boar leather is a good thing. Chen Xiuying began to draw the look, measured and measured on Zhang Hu's legs, making 2 leg guards is more than enough. With this wild boar leather, Zhang Hu will not have leg pain in winter. Where's Flower City? Didn't you say you'd come over for dinner tonight? The old father looked out the window, the sky was darkening. It says that they are going to make 2 dishes and bring them over with Lin Lin at that time. Song Guiying glanced at the dumplings in the basin. So many dumplings, where to eat other dishes? Our family hasn't had dumplings in over a year. The old father exclaimed. When he learned that his son was into the mountains poaching, he was not in his heart. The mountains are too dangerous. I did not expect the most indisputable son in order to support the family can do this. Chapter 27, Hunting in the Mountains for New Members. Zhang Huacheng is popping seafood chowder at home. The seafood in the iron pot snorts and smells delicious. He had just made a trip to the beach to collect some seafood, and except for a dozen or so crabs that he could take to the market tomorrow and leave in the rock pit, he had carried the rest back to eat himself. Is the fish going to be stewed? Wang Lin, who was wrapping the dumplings, looked at the bamboo basket, which contained several pounds of fish. Leave the fish out of the stew, and bring it all in one piece later so mom and dad can make their own soup. There's no shortage of seafood in their house. Zhang Huacheng looked at the pot of stew, stewed a wild boar belly stewed pork ribs, smelled a few points of pork belly chicken flavor, tasted a mouthful of fresh soup as barely qualified. Let's go, back home for dinner. Aha! Wang Lin has long been waiting. She is worried about Doodle and the old home bumped. The little girl is now walking unsteady. The family was waiting for them too. Xiaoya Doodle and the 4 children, de Bao and Xiaobao, were all gathered around the table, eyeing a nice-looking dumpling. Mother, when can we have dumplings? Pa has asked 800 times. Wait, we can eat it when your uncle comes. Chen Xiuying was nailing wild boar leather on the Kong, and one of the completed wild boar leather knee pads had already been placed on Zhang Hu's leg. Zhang Hu is happily skulking around the house. The wild boar knee pads make his leg pain seem to be alleviated. The 5th uncle is still sound asleep. Coming, second brother and second sister-in-law are here. Gleefully pushed open the door and ran in, a cold wind blowing in. I wanted to make a pot of pork belly chicken, but the big rooster Wang Lin just won't let it be killed, so I had to use ribs instead. The flavor is not bad. Guiying, quickly give the children dumplings to eat. Zhang Hu immediately shouted. Mom came out of the house with some white lint stuck to her, and it looked like she had been in the house. The family dinner table is too small, simply divided into a table for adults and a table for children, laughing and playing. Zhang Hu had a few more drinks with his 5th uncle, and it looked like his 5th uncle would have to sleep here tonight. Zhang Huchen also wanted to drink more, but was stopped by his sister-in-law, who still had to make cotton coats at night and couldn't drink too much. Mom, the dumplings are delicious. De Bao was not yet full from a big bowl of dumplings and ran over to ask for dumplings with his bowl. How can it not be good with that much meat? Chen Xiuying saw de Bao staring at her bowl and glared at de Bao before pouring out 2 from her own bowl. Bao took one look and followed suit, wailing for dumplings. Flower Bell, go serve the children's soup and fish the pot of pork belly and ribs for the children. Zhang Huacheng immediately called Flower Bell when he heard the commotion. I'll do it. Mama tugged to go to fish the ribs of the flower bell. She how to let this little loser to go to the feast. Let this little loser to go, really can put the meat out of the fish. Bowls of pork belly rib soup are good for anyone who drinks it, and the fifth uncle is even more complimentary. Zhang Huachang made his fifth uncle drink an extra bowl, which was good for the stomach. After eating, Chen Xiaoying enthusiastically pulled Wang Lin to go to the house to measure the size. She was a little distrustful of the size of Wang Lin's cotton clothes, and soon Wang Lin blushed and lowered her head and came out. Chen Xiaoying was full of envy. Doodle went to sleep when he was full, and Zhang Huachang didn't waste any time, pulling the flatbed car to carry the mother and daughter to their home. The cool moonlight waved on the snow. Wang Lin looked openly and realized that the road was going the wrong way. Flower City, wrong way. Wang Lin reminded. That's right, I'll go call second dog. Zhang Huachang signaled the front. Ha! Wang Lin was bewildered. What was the point of calling air dog at night? Soon Zhang Huachang came to Erga's house. The house was dark, and I don't know if Erga has slept yet. 2 dogs. Boom boom boom. 2 dogs. It took a while of shooting before the second dog came grinding out. Looking for me? Erdog didn't expect the one who tapped on the door to be Zhang Huachang, and was a bit puzzled. Come to my house for dinner and talk to you about something. Zhang Huachang twisted his head in a gesture. Aha! The second dog went inside and soon came out carrying a mesh pocket with 5 or 6 apples in it. Wang Lin saw the second dog through the apple on the flatbed truck. She was a little froze. Winter apple is a rare thing. Can eat a frozen pear is good. Who can eat apple ah? As for why Zhang Huachang came to shout at Ergu, she guessed that it should be related to Flower Bell. The second dog didn't say anything all the way, not even asking what Zhang Huachang was looking for him to do. When he went back, Zhang Huachang used a few stones to hit Taiju's door a few times, and soon Taiju quietly opened the door and slipped out, confirming that it was Zhang Huachang who had called him, and grinned as he closed the door. Zhang Huachang went back to the house and started to make dumplings, a pot of dumplings rolling back and forth. 2 dog doesn't say anything. Taiju also sat over there without saying a word and waited. The atmosphere was frozen. Air dog, thank you for the flower bell. Zhang Huachang suddenly popped up when she was serving the dumplings. Ha! Taiju was confused. What happened? 2 dog also looked up in surprise. Wang Lin also looked over curiously. I know that you went and told the old lady of the Wang family about Chen Xiaoyang and the widow of the Wang family. No matter what the reason is, I have to thank you for the fact that Flower Bell doesn't have to marry Chen Xiaoyang. Zhang Huachang put the dumplings down. Went and poured a small dish of old vinegar and threw a garlic clove on the table. The second dog didn't retort, just hummed. I called you here today to ask if you want to go into the mountains with us to hunt for money. Zhang Huachang didn't have any nonsense. He needed manpower to go in. He also needs to make more money now. There are so many things he needs to use his money for. Aha! 2 dogs nodded. Chapter 28, A Shot to the Head of a Wolf. Old Wangtu was an old mountain keeper, and Erdog also learned some skills in the hands of the old Wangtu, and he is known to be a good fighter by nature, and will not drag his feet. Taiju looked up when the bowl of dumplings was already finished. Wang Lin came over and added another bowl for him. You'll share my money even if you beat me to death, right? Erdog looked at Zhang Huachang. Of course. 2 dog nodded and stopped talking. Zhang Huachang probably knows what Erdog wants the money for, presumably to build a new house and raise the money for the bride price. After all, only then will he have any hope of marrying Huabing. Just how did he and Flower Bell really know each other? Zhang Huachang was curious, but was too embarrassed to ask. You guys eat up. Taiju is almost done with all the pots. That's when Wang Lin came weakly. Taiju, who was wolfing down the dumplings, looked up in embarrassment and grinned. Brother, the dumplings are delicious. He gets a little out of control when it comes to good food. It's better to dip it in vinegar and eat it, and the garlic cloves don't know to bite a piece of it. Forget it, you keep eating it. 1 bowl for me and Air Dog is enough. Zhang Huachang cried and laughed. Taiju would not be polite with him. Going into the mountains tonight? There were wolves howling just as we came in. 2 dogs heard a wolf howl. This pack of wolves is still looking for us. Go back in half an hour. The moon is not very bright yet. Zhang Huachang came to the window and looked up at the full moon. The bright moonlight was shining on the icy sky and snow. Then I'll go home and get my bao. 2 dogs flew through the dumplings and had to make a trip home. Bao? Is it that big bao of Grandpa Wang's? Zhang Huachang remembered that Grandpa Wang used to be an old hunter and had killed a wild boar with a single arrow, when he was still small, sensationalizing the whole brigade. Another spoonful, eat your fill before you have the strength to go into the mountains. Aha! Half an hour later, as the moonlight grew brighter and brighter, the three figures disappeared into the vastness of the night. Zhang Huacheng looked at Airdog, who was holding a large iron bow like a cheetah observing the surrounding area. He understood why Airdog was living quite a life on his own. Used to go into the mountains a lot? A look at the old hand. If you have a craving, you can go into the mountains, but you can only catch a rabbit or a roe deer. You don't dare to go in during the winter, and you don't dare to go in during the summer either. Two Dogs stomped his feet. His cotton shoes were cold and hard, not warm at all. I don't dare to run in winter because I can't even run when I encounter wolves, and in summer, the old woods have horrible sight lines, and the beasts may not even notice when they arrive. Intermittent howls of wolves came, not too close. Apparently the wolves were sending a message. How did these wolf cubs run so far away? Zhang Huacheng had a headache for a while, listening to the sound. He couldn't reach the position where the wolves were without walking for an hour. Probably at a roundup. Two Dog guessed. Come on, go check it out, just to warm up. Zhang Huacheng had no choice but to go to the wolves, and soon they disappeared into the vast snowy mountains. Along the way encountered a foraging hare. Zhang Huacheng with a stone will be beaten all over the ground convulsions, this operation so that the two dogs looked dumbfounded. Taiju as a matter of course, the hare strangled off the gas thrown into the bamboo basket. The wolves were howling closer and closer. They were indeed rounding up. The good news was that they were making their way to their location. The bad news was that midway through the howl the wolves stopped. Presumably the roundup had been successful and they had started to feed. With the wolves out en masse, the chances of it being elk are slim. The odds are that it's a wild boar or a horse deer. Zhang Huacheng guessed while the bullet was loaded. The tail end of the upper White Mountains, where they were located, had more flat areas, and it was not uncommon for herds of horse deer to appear in the winter, and the wolves were bound to be large prey when they came out en masse. Certainly a boar is more likely. The wind in the mountains was bitterly cold, but the three who had been rushing along, on the verge of sweating, and the breath they exhaled was quickly turning into a dazzling rise. A shot to the brow. The wolves were instantly agitated, and the sound of breaking air whistled as an arrow struck the abdomen of an adult gray wolf, which wailed and rolled all over the ground struggling. Almost instantly Zhang Huacheng's bullet was loaded, and he shot at a burly adult gray wolf with a low growl. The adult gray wolf that had just made an attack stance fell to the ground and convulsed, and soon died of gas. Ow. Male horse deer he re-hollowed, in addition to antlers, excess head, and hooves and so on all let Taiju with an axe to cut off and throw away. Simple treatment of these took a full half an hour. The largest of the head wolves was stuffed into Tieju's bamboo basket. Taiju carried half a buck, and Ergo carried the one he had shot, carrying 2 antlers. Zhang Huacheng also stuffed a gray wolf in his bamboo basket and carried half a slice of buck. Brother, don't you want that one? When leaving, Taiju stared at the thrown-away dough. This must not be hundreds of pounds of meat, ah? Are you going to tire yourself out or your brother me? Zhang Huacheng sucked in his breath. What he was carrying on his back was 200 dozens of pounds. And so it was all walks and stops along the way, and every now and then you had to carry a half piece of buck with the second dog. Airdog also understood why Zhang Huacheng had to take himself with him. Guess it just needs a lift to get the prey back. Along the way Taiju in high spirits, so that Zhang Huacheng are a little ashamed. Lousy is a super soldier king although his reborn physical quality has not fully recovered. Brother, you've gotten rich this time. Taiju is full of money. Chapter 29 Sought after industrial vouchers. Getting rich indeed. Horse deer meat is cheaper than wolf meat, but more expensive than wild boar meat. Horse deer meat in the local and wolf meat, rich in protein and fat, and a certain amount of vitamins, can improve the body's metabolism and resistance to nourishing substances, especially in the winter is a good product for the cold. The 3 gray wolves were all males, and together the wolf meat would come out to weigh 300 pounds, and the horse venison would weigh close to 300 pounds. You can sell the meat alone for over $500, and that's not even counting the wolfskin buckskin money. This is not hunting, this is robbery. The wolves that had been reveling were now off crying somewhere, presumably away from the area, but even if they left, there would still be new wolves here. Brother, there are pheasants. Taiju saw 2 pheasants foraging not far away and hurriedly reminded. After all, Flower Bell came in early in the morning now and brought Little Ma to play early. Aha! Let's bring one of the wolf's legs, too. Aha! Tomorrow I'll go and buy a bag of rice and return with 2 bags of cabbage, so we won't lack cabbage to eat this winter. Gradually Zhang Huacheng fell asleep. It was Wang Lin who shouted at him to get up in the morning, and it just so happened that a rooster crowed outside, which was more or less useful. Soon they pulled up and rushed to the beach. The sea harvest is quite rich, but Zhang Huacheng do not even have the heart to engage in this thing. wasting close to an hour of time to earn a 10-8, the key is not good to sell. He hesitates to hide all the crab cages under the reef, and doesn't plan to get into seafood for a while. When some days warmer he will try to get large crab cages, thrown directly into the sea to catch large green crabs, when a large green crab sold a few dollars are not a problem. When they arrived at the bazaar, there was a crowd gathered around them just like yesterday, and since they started to huddle up and grab in line yesterday, today they simply stopped lining up and all crowded in front of them. The morning market was turned upside down when 3 gray wolves and a horse deer appeared before them. Wolf meat costs $1 a catty, horse deer costs 70 cents a catty. Whether you buy wolf meat or horse deer meat, buy 1 catty and get 1 or 2 free. Zhang Huacheng immediately shouted. A look of envy and jealousy came from the surrounding stall owners. I want 2 pounds of wolf meat. I want horse venison. Zhang Huacheng sells quickly to whoever pays. There was also the exchange of eggs for eggs, which he also exchanged at the market price. About 20 minutes later there was a sudden cry that the city management committee was coming. The whole bazaar was in chaos, and Zhang Huacheng did not hesitate to pull the flatbed truck and run. Iron pillar! He growled. Reacting, Taizhu quickly followed. The city council was clearly coming for them, chasing them as soon as they arrived without looking at anyone else. Help, murder! Dead man walking. Just as a few of the city authorities gave chase there was a sudden piercing cockney scream from the bazaar, and a few of the city authorities looked at each other and had to run back. When they ran back, but found where there is killing, just who shouted they do not know, and then go to chase Zhang Huacheng and Taizhu, found that the people have long run out of sight. Comrade, they're running that way. A woman with this apron rushed over. If Zhang Huacheng had been here he would have recognized that this was the ama who sold tofu at the morning market, and she was obviously the one who went to report it. Big brother! Big brother! Just as he ran away, Zhang Huacheng heard a familiar voice. When they looked at the sound, they saw Luo Chang at the mouth of the alley beckoning to them and lowering his voice to call out to them. Zhang Huacheng immediately pulled the flatbed truck over. Luo Chang carefully looked around before signaling them to follow. Big brother, you guys were reported. It was Auntie Fatty who reported it. Luckily Dong went to the city management committee today. As soon as he heard about the sale of wolf meat, he guessed that it was Big brother, you guys. Luo Chang hemmed and laughed as he led the way, talking to himself. Auntie Fatty? Zhang frowned. Who? Zhang Huacheng also knew who was the one who had just howled for murder. It was probably Qin Xiaodong shouting at the top of his voice, so no wonder there was a bit of a sense of familiarity. Big brother. Soon Qin Xiaodong came panting, looking at the wolf meat on the flatbed truck and sked. No wonder the red eyes, so much wolf and horse deer meat. Thanks to you this time. Zhang Huacheng knew that if it wasn't for Qin Xiaodong, there was a certain chance that he would have thrown away the flatbed truck and run. No one asked where it came from. Zhang Huacheng's heart stirred. If no one asked, then he could give away all 300 of the remaining ones. The black market who asked that is not smashing their own bowl, and dozens of industrial coupons for the black market in big cities is a drizzle. There are hundreds or even thousands to sell inside, most of the family members of the officials to go to the sale, not counting the matter. Qin Xiaodong shook his head. The black market has black market rules, or it wouldn't be called the black market. Zhang Huacheng walked a few steps and stopped, thought for a moment, then lifted his clothes and yanked out a cloth bag from inside and stuffed it into Qin Xiaodong. Dao, give me out of it, but you also have to pay attention to the fact that this thing comes from an unknown source, has a certain risk. As for how I got it, there's no harm in telling you that it's just as much as your coat is that I counter-robbed it. With a sinking in his hand, Qin Xiaodong had a jolt, then quickly tucked into his arms to look around. Brother, how much is this? 300 whole. Hiss, this mother definitely robbed the pawn. Qin Xiaodong heard the heartache of showing teeth. He if not inked a moment to shout, people, maybe it will be stopped, these industrial vouchers are all his. Zhang Huacheng thought of the black briefcase, only the briefcase in addition to a Shanghai logo, in addition to industrial coupons inside empty. Back to the morning market, Zhang Huacheng saw the fat ant with averted eyes, and the fat ant's face obviously had red handprints. Obviously Qin Xiaodong did it. Brother, don't worry, from now on you sell here, no one dares to control you, but you have to run when you get to the point, otherwise they'll really catch you. Qin Xiaodong glared fiercely at the fat ant before reminding Zhang Huacheng. Zhang Huacheng, about 5 or 6 pounds of wolf meat and handed it to him. Take it back to eat, don't be polite. Well, thank you brother. Brother, you also rest assured that as really caught brothers can also give fishing out. Last time we came here a group of pickpocket-trained southern barbarians, want a ship in our place still do not want to suffer a loss and we clashed with us, loudings would as they pickpocket down, and you took away the army coat and Swiss army knife for theirs, if not we brought 3 guns that day, they are afraid that they will not be so easy to leave. A southern barbarian who pickpocket to train? It's just flying thieves. Black on black. This said Zhang Huacheng also understand, no wonder can have a Swiss army knife, and brand new army coat, feelings are hacking to get. Anything else good? Zhang Huacheng hurriedly asked. Qin Xiaodong thought for a moment, there's nothing else, Luo Cheng's place is divided into clocks and watches, and there's a leather jacket worth a bit of money on my side, and by the way, Lei Zi has a barber's pusher and razor, both new. Reiko? Probably one of the ones that got beat up last time. All of them. It all works. Pushers and razors would do. A bunch of big-headed soldiers in the 70s when he was in the army in his last life all shaved each other's heads, and he was still very skilled at it. They soon arrived at Qin Xiaodong's house. Qin Xiaodong found out the leather jacket, which was dark all over, and the first thing that Zhang Huacheng remembered was the picture of Andy Lau's black leather jacket leaning against a black motorcycle when he was young. Nice. Zhang Huacheng looked at it, and although it wasn't brand new, it was still 90% new, with almost no wear and tear. I'm small for my size, and I can't wear a rack for my shoulders. Qin Xiaodong gestured his shoulder. He has narrow shoulders and it does look a bit unflattering if he wears it. I'll take it. Bye. That's when Luo Cheng carried in the Shanghai clock, and the brand new pushers and razors, which were all fully manual these days. He paid $110 for the Shanghai seat clock, $50 for the leather jacket, and $10 for the pusher and razor, for a total cost of $170. When Zhang Huacheng left, Luo Cheng hurriedly said, "Did you say it?" "Say what?" Qin Xiaodong glanced at him. "Those southern barbarians, didn't they pass the word that they were going to come and do us after the new year? Didn't you say find Big Brother to help?" Luo Cheng was anxious to hear. The last time he shot directly, although he did not hit someone but the opposite boss remembered him, threatened to come back next time must get him dead. That's why he was able to part with a Shanghai seat clock. What's the hurry? Now the relationship you have what makes people to risk. Step by step, this Big Brother looks to be righteous, as long as the relationship is good, still afraid that he will not. When you wear a white shirt inside in the spring, put on a pair of jeans and leather shoes, and I'll give you the whole trendy hoodoo haircut, you'll be second generation Andy Lau, Air Dog. Zhang Huacheng, who was giving Doodle a haircut, realized that Air Dog was really handsome. That said, Andy Lau was born in '61 and is still a kid. What is hoodoo? What does second generation Andy Lau mean? The second dog was happy in his heart. Zhang Huacheng craft in the current is simply the top of the shaver, casually to Doodle cut a good-looking and ahead of the child princess cut hairstyle, to Wang Lin happy to look at the left and right, Doodle's face value at once pulled up a few levels. Except that the little girl obviously didn't understand beauty and ugliness, and was only thinking about the delicious food. Push an airplane head for Taizhu, more appearing Taizhu mighty, this is if you wear a flower coat in the summer, properly typical of the target of severe beatings. Air Dog likes long hair. Zhang Huacheng gave him a handsome 3-7 parting, even Wang Ling came over to look left and right with a disbelieving face. No wonder Flower Bell would like it, the face value of this goods put in the future as a big star is more than enough, but in the current face value cannot be a meal. Zhang Huacheng rubbed his chin, Flower Bell wouldn't be a face dog, right? When he trimmed Wang Lin's hair, Hua Ling pulled Xiaoya to run happily. Hua Ling blushed fleshly when she saw Air Dog, lowered her head to look at her toes, and couldn't help but quietly glance at her from time to time. The second dog was also dodging back and forth from sight, trying to find a hole to hide in as it were. 2 pots and I'll shave my head too. Little Ma was anxious to see Doodle shave such a nice head and jumped up and down. Line up. Ow. Zhang Huacheng felt that he gave himself a trouble, shaved his hands are numb, this year's pusher and razor is really not good, so there is a pair of scissors and comb with it. Princess cut too much trouble, but also too much attention, small children do not matter, adult shaving words may also really have to make a big fuss to find fault, this era to do anything to be careful. Wang Lin didn't dare to try, just let Zhang Huacheng simply repair it. Even a simple repair would be a descending blow to the shavers of the current era, and Wang Lin was happy to keep looking in the mirror. Give Xiaoya a good-looking little potpourri, but the little girl aesthetics cannot. Wow, 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 wow. After grooming Hua Suzu, Zhang Huacheng felt his arms go numb. Lin, there's a good thing in the bamboo basket, you should check it out. Zhang Huacheng washed his hands and remembered the Shanghai seat clock he had just bought. Ha! What's good? Wang Lin immediately went to the house to look for bamboo baskets, and soon came a suppressed cry of alarm. What's good? Flower Bell darted off to check it out as well. With the sound of ticking, a group of people all gathered in front of the Shanghai block clock and looked at it as if they were looking at a rare treasure. These days the seat clock is precious. The whole Chentang Sanliquan brigade there are not a few, usually the brigade or the brigade to ring the iron bell to let the brigade members know what time and what time. Xiaoya reached out to touch, by the flower bell slapped back, mouth deflated to cry, but look at the attention of the crowd but on the seat clock, feel that crying is also in vain to cry continue to look at the seat clock. What time is it, Ergo? Flower Bell's eyes were starry-eyed as she watched. It was the first time she had seen a new desk clock or a Shanghai desk clock. Except for Wang Lin, there's no one here who knows how to tell time. You two are free to come to my house to learn simple words, you can't be unable to read big words. He remembered that Taiju and Erdog didn't even know the simplest Arabic numerals, and that it was too rare for the brigade to recognize words these days. Ha! Ha! Not to mention Erdog, even Taiju was a bit confused, scratching his head, studying. The old family boiled up wolf oil and deer oil at noon. The family gathered around, looking at the snorting frying pan. One cannot help but gulp, too fragrant. Wolf oil for frostbite, when it's boiled up every family will share a little. Zhang Hu didn't need to hide on the Kong now that he had leather knee pads, and his eyes were fixed on the wolf oil in the pot. This wolf oil is good stuff. I'm just afraid that someone in the old Zhang family will spill the beans. Song Guiying was a little worried. It's a pain in the ass to spill the beans. Send less, a little bit and a half is fine, and wolf oil isn't really a scarce thing, they have quite a few at home in the old Chen family, so you bring some back to your mother's house as well. Zhang Hu reminded. Chentang 3 miles of the canal there is a shaver member of the community, although only 5 cents at a time, but shaved head ugly, did not learn the teacher, is a push to figure out their own, usually is not less scolded. Okay, I happen to shave my head too. Zhang Huchen nodded. That, and see about calling to shave mom and dad too. Chen Xiuying saw that the man was about to leave and hurriedly added a sentence. Okay. Old husband and wife, Zhang Huchen were do not know what she means, is to see the flowered bell hair is very nice, heart, he did not poke, answered and went to look for Debao Xiaobao. Isn't Taiju 2 dogs around the stove baked peanuts to eat Zhang watching to live, looking at a large too small, and then heard also back home to mom and dad shaved head to the sister-in-law shaved head, for a time the whole person is numb. Not surprisingly, the old Zhang family he was afraid that they would all let him shave their heads. Forget it, just shave. Kids are simple, all small potpourri. Apparently big boy and little boy don't mind the little pot lid and are wailing happily all over the house. Hua Chang, my younger sibling's new clothes are almost ready, let my younger sibling try them on this afternoon. Zhang Huchen kept his eyes on the Shanghai seat clock. That fast? Zhang Huachang was surprised, even Wang Lin couldn't help but look over, she hadn't worn new clothes in years. Your sister-in-law made it for her siblings first. That's thanks to my sister-in-law. Zhang Huachang was surprised, this was not expected, I thought sister-in-law would make it for Debao Xiaobao first. Clocks just bought? Didn't see it yesterday. Zhang Huchen looked itchy, this Shanghai seat clock is currently the most expensive seat clock, very famous. Supposedly it's $100 or so with a ticket, and it's not always available. Well, I bought it on the black market this morning. Chapter 32 The Mountain Watch. Zhang Huacheng became the meat and potatoes of the family shaver, to the old family hand has not stopped, but also the mother ignored, have to stay braided to sell to the goods. There was no way Zhang Huacheng could give her a simple repair. Sister-in-law after the haircut satisfied with the mirror looked again and again, but also from time to time glanced at the doodle. She and Wang Lin the same look itching but do not have the courage to cut a haircut like this. Wang Lin has changed into a new cotton jacket, the plaid is made of gingham, plain and simple good looking, tied with a red headband even Zhang Huacheng cannot help but look at the half-assed shaver that everyone in the brigade curses is always 5 cents. The whole afternoon, Zhang Huacheng is to the old man boiling water to wash his hair, and then haircut, these elders home lack of what he has to send something, all lose money business. In just 2 days, the news of Zhang Huacheng being a shaver also flew around the brigade. Hunting at night and selling goods in the morning and shaving at noon and afternoon, Zhang Huacheng's entire body was numb. Old Zhang's family's little flower city has made a fortune. I heard that his old father-in-law bought him a set of shaver's things, and found a very good shaver's master. I heard that the shaved head is much better looking than Yuan Xiao's, and I see that Xiuying has gotten a haircut as well, and it's very good looking. In the brigade, the accountant Chen Yan came to the women's director to gossip. What good things can come out of the old Zhang family? Warehouse custodian Chen Yinshan heard unhappy. He is the father of Chen Xiaoyang. His son is still lying on the bed, not to get off the bed, said that he is not comfortable. He reckons that his son wants to save face and does not want to go out. He hated his guts about it. I don't know if old Zhang's family produces good things, but your family doesn't produce anything good. Militia Captain Wang Kuei picked up. Chen Yinshan's son slept with his dead cousin's wife. Although the relationship between the two families was good before, this matter has made Wang's family hate Chen Yinshan's family. What do you mean, Wang Kuei? Chen Yinshan's face turned into a pig's liver color. Alright, let's discuss the issue of the mountain guards. Old Chen's family will put up one, old Wang's family will put up one, and can't their old Zhang's family let them put up one as well? Chen Gongrin was in a bad mood and knocked on the table to interrupt this internal conflict that was about to erupt. Because Chen Xiaoyang's sleep-dead watchman wife, two watchmen a look at the end of the year Ben, decisively put down the request for a replacement. There's also a valid reason for not wanting to die and have your wife sleep with someone else, right down to naming names. The key brigade is also dumbfounded and can only admit it. Old Zhang's family won't be willing, they're just 112 mouths now, whoever goes as a mountain guard will starve to death. Upon hearing this Chen Mingtang headache, the old Chen family and the old Wang family are like this, go to the sparsely populated old Zhang family to talk about this, I am afraid to get a shot, right? Mingtang, the old Zhang families, you'd better open your mouth from your old Zhang family's son-in-law side, let him go to notify, don't determine the list without a word, when the old Zhang family goes crazy dog sick who can't stop it. Chen Yan's heart is soft, remind Chen Mingtang, after all, the old Zhang family is full of pricks, especially those who are older, before they die, they all want to take a gun and pull a few of them to cushion their backs. Chen Mingtang frowned, what son-in-law of the old Zhang family, I don't recognize it. Alright, don't say such things if there are no outsiders. Xiaoyang and Zhang Huabing's engagement was still set up by Xiaoying. Chen Yinshan got up in a conspiratorial manner. Chen Xiaoyang, the turtle cub, slept with the widow of the Shoshan member's family, and was also set up by Xiaoying? You're not ing finished, are you? Oh, and also isn't he the one who needs to pick the mountain keeper now? When the news came that 3 mountain guards were to be chosen before the end of the year, one from each of the old Zhang's, old Chen's, and old Wang's families, the 3 who were gnawing on dry pot hairs around the pot stove raised their heads at the same time to look at Flower Bell. Really? Zhang Huacheng was a bit confused, there was such a good thing? Flower Bell nodded and smiled as she snatched the rabbit's leg from the pot, exasperating the little girl with. Zhang Huacheng was instantly energized. Still thinking about how to be able to be bright, now this sneaky is really difficult, this Chen Xiaoyang Fuxing ah. The wolves were heard howling again last night, only they were very far away, so they bled all the blood from the 2 spores they killed, hoping to draw the wolves in tonight. The mountain guards are going to be issued guns, and there's a certain quota of bullets. Airdog threw away the bone in his hand, if they all had guns, they would fight the wolves head on without fear. 2 dogs, you will speak now. No problem on my side. Before I went into the mountains to poach and was caught by the mountain watchman, that was when Uncle Kuei looked for me, knowing that I can hunt alone, even said that I was a good seedling for the mountain watchman. The second dog did not go on, he is the only child adopted by the old Wang too. Wang Kuei could not bear it, otherwise he would have already let him go to be a mountain guard. That's good. Zhang Huacheng smiled, there was even less of a problem on the side of old Zhang's family, who didn't know that he went into the mountains every day to poach. As for Taizhu, there is no hurry, let the old Chen family smoke it first. It is best to draw Chen Xiaoyang, this one, to see if he dares to follow into the mountain, and let him feed the wolves, but the odds are too small. Chapter 33 Drawing Lots. Chen Mingtong's head was white with worry and he sighed at home. The old Wang family cursed, one by one took Chen Xiaoyang sleeping with the widow of the old Wang family's dead mountain watchman to talk about this matter, he did not have any way. The old Zhang family, as Xiaoying said to go to help ask, think of a way, but a woman's family, or their Chen family, in the old Zhang family can have any say? As for the old Chen family, once they heard that they had to draw lots, this one said that they did not meet, that one said that they did not meet, thousands of people surnamed Chen, and finally got 100 dozens of votes. This kind of spine-poking thing, why do you want to take let him Chen Yinshan go Sun Xiao was angry that her man was useless, a hallowed security director, but was bullied by a warehouse custody. Even the first sergeant bullies his own man. Chen Mingtang didn't say anything either. Mother, big sister is here. The youngest daughter, Xiaozhen, ran in and shouted. As soon as Sun Xiao heard this, she hurriedly straightened her clothes and hair and happily ran outside. Mother! Xiaoying came yo, to Bao Xiaobao hey, all wearing new cotton jacket really nice, this head shaved really well, was it shaved by Little Flower City? Sun Xiao was overjoyed. Usually she can only quietly go to see. Now that the father and daughter have reconciled, the daughter can also come too. So, did you talk to them, and they know about the mountain keeper rules, right? The mountain guards ate what they fought in the mountains and picked themselves, and the commune did not distribute any food, which meant that they would not be members of the commune in the future. The job is to guard the mountain. Old Chang's family is so easy to talk to? Isn't your brother-in-law a shaver now? How lucrative is a shaver, crazy? Sun Xiao couldn't believe it. What was the old Zheng family thinking? Chen Xiaoying shook her head and said, Mom, the old Zheng family counted about 100 mouths, young and old accounted for 70 to 80, and those who met the requirements were just that. Hua Chang was the one who took the initiative to go there. The old Zheng family was united. It was different from our old Chen family. How do you talk? Chen Mingtang was a bit reluctant. Wasn't it right? Your own brothers could stab you, isn't Xiaoying right? Are there any good people left in your old Chen family? You're still the chief of public order, just call yourself a public order lackey. As soon as Sun Xiao looked at Chen Mingtang, she said that her daughter was reluctant. You can't think of a good thing when you let your own man handle all the crap. Okay, the baby's still here. Chen Mingtang's face turned red at the comment. Dabao and Xiaobao, Grandma will get you some nesting dumplings to eat, okay? Sun Xiao enthusiastically went to find Dabao and Xiaobao. The nest is not good, Grandma, do you have peach cobbler? Dabao's eyes lit up. Huh? Not at Grandma's house. Sun Xiao was embarrassed. Where is that rare thing at home? And Dabao had peach cobbler? Woobies don't taste good, eat meat. Pa yelled along. Steamed buns are fine, Grandma and Grandpa, don't you have white bread in your house? Dabao asked a rhetorical question when he saw that his grandma wasn't talking. Dumplings are good too, you want meat? Pa adds. Shut up you two. Chen Xiaoying angry slapped one, these two what the hell? Sun Xiao looked back at his own man, this is you every day complaining about his daughter married over the hard life? Can you live this life by yourself? Chen Xiaoying didn't stay long and quickly left with her two children, and when she was leaving, Dabao came to say that Grandma and Grandpa's house didn't have anything good to eat, which made the old couple's faces full of embarrassment. I'm going to the brig. Chen Mingtang saw his daughter-in-law eyes resentment a little heavy, decisively ran away. He had to go to the brigade to find Wang Kuei to ask a question. Sure enough, Wang Kuei's side of the second dog looked for, confirming that the old Wang family's quota to the second dog, which is also considered a happy ending. Now the crowd of the old Wang family is also full of praise for the second dog. There are difficulties to take the initiative to take the top, in the future, who dares to say that the second dog is a second-rate son? Chen Gongrin got the news also shocked a bit, did not expect the old Chen family fell behind, immediately called the old Chen family lots, while the heart secretly hate cannot and the old Zheng family old Wang family out of a bit of courage, engaged in their lots. Drawing lots to be a mountain guard, this is also a big event in the brigade, even Zhang Huacheng held the pocket to see the fun. It's not going to be Iron Pillar who catches it, is it? Two dog grunted. The chances of that are too small, he'll be in trouble if he catches us, his parents won't stare us to death. Where's Chen Xiaoyang? Where's Chen Xiaoyang? Zhang Huacheng looked around and couldn't see Chen Xiaoyang, immediately signaling air dog. The second dog understood in a second and got into the crowd that was going to draw lots. Chen Xiaoyang did not come, because his father is the warehouse custodian Chen Yinshan, a brigade cadre. He did not have to come to the lot. These words quickly spread through the crowd, and the old Chen family was inundated with group voices and curses. Why didn't Chen Xiaoyang come? Xiaoyang was injured and still not well, so he didn't come. Chen Yinshan hurriedly explained. What's the matter? Did the sleeping widow rip her egg? Is it broken? If it's broken, you can't think about finding a daughter-in-law, we'll publicize it for him. Ha ha ha. We won't catch him if he doesn't come, and if it wasn't for him, how come our mountain watchman asked to be replaced early? He just doesn't want to be a hill keeper. I've been there, he's nice, he'll be out when the selection is done. As you spoke, Chen Gongrin couldn't control it even if he shouted his voice. Zhang Huacheng, however, was in the back holding doodle and watching the fun. Chen Yinshan's face turned green with anger. Even Airdog has volunteered to be a mountain guard, who would dare to say he's a dilettante in the future? Look at others, look at our old Chen family, there's not a single one with seed. Let the party smoke first. Yes, the officials should smoke too. Who said that? Who said that? Come forward with an opinion. Chen Gongrin was furious. Finally, the Chen family's old uncle came to quiet down. Zhang Huacheng probably know where this old thing's prestige comes from, seems to be the old feudal period. This old thing in the Chen Tang 3 miles of the canal did not less authority, a word to determine the life and death. Zhao Yanzi, Xiaoyang also counts as a share, write his name and put it in the box. When the old uncle opened his mouth, even Chen Yinsan didn't dare to say a word more. Chen Yan hurriedly went to write Qin Xiaoyang's name and unfolded the sign before throwing it into the box. To be fair and square, I'll draw. The old uncle scanned the room, leaned over to the box, and then put his hand inside. He came to draw, and whoever he draws is who he is, and no one is going to change that. Chapter 34 American Springfield Rifle. All the gazes present looked at the old uncle. These days the wolves in the mountains are howling like crazy, whoever draws them will be unlucky. And which one of the old Zheng family's Zaya Waking and the old Wang family's Zerdog has experience as a mountain guard? You've been drawn to feed the wolves with these two? The old uncle grabbed a ball of paper and slowly unfolded it as everyone watched. Chen Biao. The old uncle aimed the note at all the members of the community. For a time many people out of breath, many gloating eyes are cast on Chen Biao. How Chen Biao did not expect to be himself, open mouth do not know what to say. Biao Zi, you're still saying that you'll go to Little Lumpy when Little Flower City dies, this won't be you dying first? It's not like Little Flower City is right behind. Said warehouse, in fact, is an old house of the brigade, in which hangs a dozen guns. There are a few old shotguns, 2.56 automatic rifles, 2 badly worn 3/8, and a U.S. Springfield rifle. The remaining several look belong to the half-obsolete. Zhang Huacheng had his eye on the American Springfield rifle at a glance. The American Springfield rifle, also known as the M1903 Springfield rifle, is characterized by excellent machining, smooth action of the receiver, and reliable action of the feeding, casting and safety mechanisms. The rifle is supplied with a 5-round magazine and can also be loaded with a 5-round bridge clip. The rifle has a length of 1,115 mm, a barrel length of 610 mm, a mass of about 3.9 kilograms, and uses 7.62 mm caliber ammunition. This gun could have been used as a sniper's rifle if it had an optical scope, as the shots are extremely accurate and powerful. There is only one gun for each man, and you can only receive 50 rounds of ammunition a month, one old fur coat, which is to be returned when you quit being a mountain watchman, and the old fur coat is to be mended in its entirety if it is damaged, and you may each choose one of the cold weapons. Chen Gongren was cold. Cold weapons include bows and arrows, red-tasseled rifles, machetes and bayonets from the resistance, and even machetes and axes. Zhang Huacheng grabbed a handful of American Springfield rifles. Skillful inspection of the gun, in addition to the maintenance is not good. There is no problem at all, go back to take good care of it, absolutely hunting artifacts. The skillful movements caused Chen Gongren to freeze for a moment, and even Chen Yinshan couldn't help but be dismayed. Worthy of being a cub of the old Zheng family, born to use a gun. Chen Gongren exclaimed. Then he looked at Chen Biao looking at the gun with a hesitant face. His heart was even more angry. How come the gap was so big? Erdog picked up a 38 large cap, but saw Zhang Huacheng signaling for a 5.4 rifle. He understood and put the 38 large cap back, taking the newer 5.4 rifle. Cold weapons. Zhang Huacheng chose a 2-meter tasseled rifle. If in the open area tasseled rifle in hand, that is, a few wolves together cannot get close to him, and can be given to taiju use. Two Dog picked a bayonet. Chen Biao also chose the 5.4 rifle. Cold weapons tangle half a day to ask for an axe. The old fur coat was all tattered and torn with holes everywhere and blood. Zhang Huacheng gave up after looking at it the same way. He might as well make one himself out of wolfskin. The second dog didn't want it either, and it stunk. Instead, it was Chen Biao who picked an old leather jacket that reeked of a fishy odor. Bullets can only be bought with money or exchanged for meat, and as to what price you will say when you come, the next thing is the organization of the work. Chen Baorin rambled on a bunch of times, the big truths and small truths. The so-called work arrangement was to go on a mountain patrol and drive away the wolves. This is the policy of the mountain guards. You understand that although they no longer eat the food of the commune, they have access to all the resources of the mountains, and of course there are some that are not allowed by the state in it. Which one of you three will be the squad leader? Chen Gongren finished looking at Chen Biao. Who is a good shot who when, or else has skills no blind like indiscriminate orders? Second dog saw Chen Biao about to open his mouth and interrupted on the spot. I agree. Zhang Huacheng immediately nodded his head. As soon as he heard this, Chen Gongren's face was a little bad. Just now he saw Zhang Huacheng checking the gun and knew that the gun was not bad. Chen Biao had never touched a gun in his life. Chen Yinshan could read eyes and coughed. You can't just look at marksmanship. Makes sense, let's see who can fight then. Air Dog looked at Chen Biao and said, one-on-one? Chen Biao averted his eyes and pretended not to hear. There are a few in the brigade who can beat the second dog, but obviously he is not among them, and those who can do so do not dare to mess with them. After all, no one wants to be knocked in the middle of the night. Then the second dog will be the captain. Chen Biao saw that Chen Biao was a waste of space, not useful at all. Air Dog was just about to speak when he heard Zhang Huaqing say he agreed and immediately stopped talking. Remember your mission, drive the wolves back to the mountains. Alright, back you all go. In fact, in the past, the winter mountain watchman is not necessary to guard the mountain, who love to guard who guard. After all, the mountain watchman was dragged away by wolves in the minority. As soon as the winter mountain watchman will hide in the brigade, do not go out. This year is special, the wolf howls constantly. The two mountain guards were forced to find a reason to quit, but also thanks to Chen Xiaoyang did. On the way back, Chen Biao cursed Chen Xiaoyang all the way. Zhang Huaqing returned home and began to disassemble the Springfield rifle, wiping the gun with oil for maintenance. The second dog's 5.4 rifles he also maintained together, checking a little without a problem. Instead, it was Taizhu who was blear-eyed. Brother, why don't you let me switch with Chen Biao? Just track down the horse deer living area. He wants to be a mountain keeper, he wants to go into the mountains. Horse deer at night we will go to fight. In the afternoon I heard the wolf howling right in the back of the mountain. Find an opportunity to let Chen Biao eat some bitter. Say, as for why not let you change what we fight, your father and your stepmother will come to rob, very troublesome. For the time being you can only sneak into the mountain with us. Zhang Huaqing also told the truth. Taizhu's strange father and extreme stepmother, he did not want to have the slightest relationship with them at all. As for Chen Biao, the hatred for Chen Biao in his last life has not yet subsided, and Chen Biao has been hitting Wang Lin. Even without this time, he will not let Chen Biao go. Taizhu understood and scratched his head in embarrassment. Why don't we call him up tonight and shoot him? When Air Dog learns that Chen Biao is hitting on Wang Lin, he wants to go into the mountains and shoot his teammate first. In the past few days, Wang Lin taught him and Taizhu to read and write and cooked for them. Air Dog was still quite defensive of Wang Lin, one mouthful of sister-in-law. Chapter 35 Big Sister's New Cotton Clothes. That's not necessary, the wolves are in the back of the mountain, just let him fend for himself, we'll enter the mountain as normal as before. Zhang Huaqing click a bullet loaded, this Springfield rifle in his hands is definitely the list of the god of death, point whoever dies. He had a Springfield and a 38 large cap, plus 2 dogs 5.4 rifle, so as long as he didn't encounter large wolves he didn't have to worry about danger at all. The large wolf packs in the Changbai Mountains would not come to the edge area of the Changbai Mountain Range unless there were some special circumstances. Flower City. Wang Lin leaned in. What is it? One look at Wang Lin's appearance, Zhang Huaqing knew that she had something to say. So, can you take me and Doodle with you to the county seat tomorrow morning? I'd like to go to the department store and buy a couple of books. Doodle hasn't been to the county yet. Wang Lin said and lowered her head. Zhang Huaqing, however, understood what Wang Lin was thinking. Wang Lin wanted to go see her parents. Sure, then we'll all be together tomorrow morning. Is Flower Belle going? Call her too if you're going. Wasn't she clamoring for wire hair clips, just in time to have a good time in the county? It was time to go and see Wang Lin's parents, now that life was better, and before he had promised Wang Lin's to reconcile with her parents. At the mention of the Flower Bells, the ears of the second dog, who was polishing his gun, perked up. Then I'm going to find Flower Belle. Wang Lin ran outside happily. Don't bring Xiaoya, don't let her hear. Zhang Huaqing hurriedly reminded, bring Xiaoya, tiredness plus 100, with her and the well-behaved Doodle will follow the runaway. I don't know if I heard it or not, but Wang Lin is already out the door. After being bored for a while, the second dog stammered, why don't we make more horse deer at night, and I'll go along for the long haul tomorrow. That's a good point. Can you carry back an extra horse and deer? Are you there for the insights? Okay, together tomorrow. Zhang Huaqing didn't poke at his little mind either. Half an hour later Flower Belle came rushing in, carrying a package. What's the point of bringing the parcel? Are you running away from home or going to the county town to become a village girl? Huaqing was curious, why did you bring a parcel when you went to eat, go eat all tomorrow. One sheep is also a release, a flock of sheep is also a release. Go, all of them. Tommy Ho Brigade. Wang Fugui was living mud in the house, filling a little crack at the edge of the window, burning the Kong. The temperature in the house was not cold. If he got it outside, the water would freeze just after pouring it down. Wait for spring to get some wood to find a carpenter to redo the 2 windows. Wang Fugui grinned, the family was living 100 times stronger than before because of Taizhu's daily subsidies. Mother, brother is here. Big sister sat on the Kong and looked outside, suddenly seeing a familiar figure. she happily and hurriedly jumped off the Kong to put on her shoes. Brother! Ow! The two little peasants wailed with delight at the news and ran for the door in their bare feet. Zhao Shanglan hurriedly went out to open the door, and Taizhu had already arrived at the door with the package. Mother! Taizhu grinned. Get in here! Brother! Big sister! Soon there was a cheer from the house. Zhao Xiangyu looked at a parcel of cotton clothes and pants, and 2 pairs of small cotton shoes, could not help but have red eyes. The 2 children finally do not have to run around every day bare ass. Shannon, let the boy wash his feet before you let him wear them, and get out the cotton socks you bought. Wang Fugue rushed over to help. Soon the 2 little peasants were dressed in new cotton pants and coats, and nice cotton shoes, but all 2 sizes too big, which was so that the 2 little ones would be able to wear them next winter. The 2 little peasants, who never wore clothes, stood uncomfortably on the bed, bouncing with joy. Big sister came running out of the house changed into her new cotton shirt and pants, slightly too big and happy to look left and right. Mother, I want to build a snowman. Big sister changed into a cotton jacket and... How could a small mind be hidden from Zhang Huacheng, who knew his roots? Flower Bell also came early and came back late in the past few days, and live here is almost no difference. The beautiful name of helping to watch the children, you look at the children? Chen Biao, however, lost his temper at home for half a day to no avail, and finally shifted his hatred to Chen Xiaoyang, who had caused this mess, and gritted his teeth to find an opportunity to beat him up. But I don't know now. Chen Xiaoyang pee with blood, down the bed are difficult, but also dead face not to say with the family. In the afternoon, he carried a gun and wore a tattered coat to look for Erdog, but found that Erdog's house was locked, and after wandering around the door for a while he finally had to go to Zhang Huacheng's house to take a look. We're getting ready to go into the mountains at night, do you want to join us? Erdog learned that Chen Biao was looking for him and reluctantly went out. Chen Biao's face went black, and he hurriedly said, Erdog, no, Captain, there are wolves in the mountains, we only need to patrol the village head, going into the mountains will kill people. Are you crazy? Going into the mountains to feed the wolves? We're not afraid of death, since you don't dare to go into the mountains you can patrol at the village head, Huacheng and I will go into the mountains to chase the wolves. By the way, whoever gets the prey will get it, you're okay with that, right? The second dog was annoyed at the sight of him. Should be. Where would Chen Biao have a problem with that? There was no problem patrolling the village head, so he went to do his job then went home. Waiting for tomorrow we might hear the news that Zhang Huacheng and Ergo were eaten by wolves. Turning his head to look at Zhang Huacheng's house, if Zhang Huacheng died, wouldn't little Lumpy be a little widow? Then the orphans and widows will still be at their mercy. Chapter 36 The Crumbling Old Chen Family's Razorheads. Why don't you take him in and give him a shot? Just in time for Taizhu to take over as mountain watchman. The second dog couldn't help but ask Zhang Huacheng even when he went back to the house. There is no hurry, look for an opportunity in a few days. Anyway, the 2 of us are now mountain guards, hunting and selling goods in the future are bright. Letting Taizhu take over is indeed simple, but his parents will be 100 times more troublesome than Chen Biao. Zhang Huacheng also wants to take a direct shot, but if Taizhu takes over, Shenyat's 2 families are afraid that they will not sleep to see what they have hunted, and then they will have to come to rob. I'm afraid we'll hit a big load, and the brigade will eyeball it and let us sell it to them at a low price. A mountain watchman hit a wolf before, and let the brigade take it for $40, and just gave them money for a hide. The second dog reminded that there can be a lot of black-hearted people in the Chuntang Sanli Canal. Taking the chicken feather as an arrow is not a few. Before the mountain guards do not sell, the brigade will directly call the cadres of the commune. We'll do the usual, wait until they find out. Zhang Huacheng wanted the status of a mountain keeper in order to hunt legally, and as for the prey he got, he had ways to deal with it. Looking at the sky, Zhang Huacheng laughed. We will enter the mountain later. Now we are entering the mountain, but it is reasonable and legal. No one will say anything. With luck maybe we will meet wolves halfway, fight a few wolves and come back for a trip before we go to hunt for the horse deer. Where's Taizhu? Just have him follow quietly. Temporarily do not let Taizhu as a mountain guard, is because of the prey his parents 100% will come to snatch to make trouble. Taizhu is not a mountain guard now, that will have nothing to do with him. Yes. 2 dogs nodded. Taizhu returned soon after, knowing that he would have to go into the mountains early today. Over the past few days they had mapped out the area where the horse deer existed, just a bit farther from their current location, and the herd was probably about 24 head, a not insignificant group of horse deer. Before it was dark, Zhang Huacheng and Ergo went into the mountains with their guns on their backs. Taizhu soon followed quietly as well. Shenyat found his son recently eat less, but also often outside, looking for a few times to meet once would be good. Tonight to eat actually did not come back. Has something been wrong with Taizhu lately? Chen Yud thought about asking his wife. Yes? Sun Li ate her meal without raising her head. She couldn't possibly care about Taiju. Yes, there's definitely something going on. I'll go look and see what the hell he's been up to. The more Chen Yud thought about it, the more wrong it became. And he always felt that this had something to do with Zhang Huacheng. Was he hiding something from himself? What are you looking for? What else can you do with your eyes but stare at the iron post? You saw the flatbed truck you bought next door. It's still new and better than ours. Is there such a thing? And all the adults and children are wearing new cotton clothes and pants. Even the children of Zhang Huchen's family are wearing new cotton clothes and pants and cotton shoes. And you don't think about how much money this costs? Where did the money come from? Sun Li sneered. Wait, I'll run through it. Chen Yud's eyes lit up. Stroke what? Now that he's a mountain keeper, he's so active as a mountain keeper, and his family's meat smells constantly every day. Old Zhang's family definitely has other people leading him into the mountains to poach. Ha! Damn, no wonder Little Flower Town is so active. No, I have to go talk to Bao Ren about this. Chen Yud slapped his thighs in sudden realization, then cursed. Let's just say there's a problem at home in Little Flower City. He didn't eat it either, and the broth was tasteless in his mouth. Chen Gongrin is eating at home, just eating to see Chen Yud push the door in. He is very annoyed with Chen Yud, day after day no business. In addition to reporting this is to report that. Eating. Chen Yud took a look at the scrambled eggs and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Yes? Chen Gongrin put down her chopsticks and didn't eat. In the past, he would still be polite with Chen Yud, but every time Chen Yud was very nonchalant and sat down to eat, now he naturally wouldn't ask if he had eaten yet, and if he wanted to join in with such words. Yes, something big. Chen Yud immediately told the situation at Zhang Huacheng's home. Are you going to be a mountain watchman? Ha! You want to be a mountain guard, you just go to fight. Now Small Flower City is a mountain guard. You do not every day have no to reported so that he is not a mountain guard you go to be? If the old Zhang family really dares to go into the mountains to hunt in the winter months, then we will be laughing. Where is your brain? What's in your head? Chen Gongrin couldn't take it anymore. It was so hard to solve the problem of the mountain guards, and this guy still came to report it? No proof yet, all speculation. No. Well, isn't that speculation? Chen Yud was choked speechless. Do you have proof? Did you see them poaching? Are you a shaver? Do you work as a mountain watchman? Get out. Chen Yud was kicked out, inexplicably received a scolding, face her angry red, looking at the clang closed the door, and finally can only curse home. Are these people sick in the head? Chen Gongrin sat down in anger and asked to his daughter-in-law. Which one of your old Chen family isn't sick? Eat you. No sooner had I started eating than there was a tap on the door. A drunken voice came. Bao Rin. Open the door, how do you close it? Chen Gongrin's head was spinning at the sound of it. Chen Yuanqiao is here. Chen Yuanqiao is Chen Gongrin's cousin and the only shaver in the 3-mile canal of Chen Tang. See, your old Chen family has come to another one who was very sick. You this official not a big thing fell quite a lot, rice or eating no appetite. Chen Gongrin's daughter-in-law mocked a sentence, turned around and went back to bed. Bao Rin. Bao Rin, judge for me whether my shaved head looks good or not. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Yuanqiao rushed in with a red face. Your uncle has been a shaver for 12 years in Chuntang Sanli drainage, and the next brigade all come to see your uncle shave their heads, so it's known far and wide. What the is he, Little Flower Town? Ha? Ah. Bao Rin, you say your uncle shaved well, Ah. Say something. Chen Gongrin took a deep breath, squeezed out a smile and said, Uncle, Small Flower City he does not shave in the Chuntang 3 miles of drainage, he is to go to the county shaving. How many people go to find him to shave? He does not give shaving. Do not say okay, said, just entered the house of Chen Yuanqiao Wawa cry out, a snot and a tear. He is not shaving, but each and every one of them look for me. Let me get what a small potpourri, what a princess cut. Let me go to see the children's hairstyles of the Little Flower City family to learn from. He mother hey, I studied half a day for my daughter-in-law to try it out, cried and wanted to divorce with my son, saying that she is now like. Look, this is what my daughter-in-law scratched me with, scratching me like a ghost, yuck. Chen Yuanqiao pointed to his scratched face. I went to Little Flower City to ask what was going on, and he said for me to change my name to Hoodlum to something like Tony, ha? Ha? What's all this? Finally, it says face shape, and shaving your head depends on the shape of your face? Chen Gongrin rubbed his brow and let out a long sigh. It's all really sick. Chapter 37 Wild Boars and Wolves. Chen Biao carried his gun around the brigade. He was also shocked to learn that Airdog and Zhang Huacheng really went into the mountains. He didn't think they really dared to go in. Seeing that the sky was darkening and the streets were deserted, he slipped quietly home. You two just die in the mountains. Humph. The cold winds in the mountains are bone-chilling, and with cotton gloves and hats, the level of resistance to the cold is so much better. A wild boar charge can be fatal, especially a northeastern boar, which is frighteningly fierce. Aha! Tiju nodded. It was a herd of wild boars with no young, smallest being a couple of half-grown boars weighing 60 or 70 pounds, and at the front was an old boar with all. Why don't you fight that old boar? A knock sounded on the door, and Zhang Huacheng's voice came out. Lin. She ran outside in delight. Zhang Huacheng was now a mountain guard, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered as much as before. I'll go boil some water. Wang Lin was glad to be going to boil hot water. No, we have to make another trip, just drop it off and go. Ah, well, then, you guys be careful. Wang Lin started to worry again as soon as she heard that. The danger was obviously high in the Changbai Mountains, and when they went back the blood-stained snow on the ground was licked and eaten clean, and there were traces of wolf claws everywhere. They could hear wolves howling in the cold wind at close range. It can't be that unlucky pack of boars surrounded by wolves, can it? The second dog listened as if he were hunting. No, the boars will run away from the danger zone when they are frightened. This is very close. Eek, no good, this group is rounding us up. Zhang Huacheng suddenly saw a greenish sheen flashing in the darkness in the distance. Careless. He'd forgotten that wolves had terrible IQs. Grass, them. Two dog loaded the bullets. It was a much larger pack than the previous wolves, probably 20 or more wolves just by looking at the tracks here, and the surrounding area was silent except for the head wolf howling not far away. Run with me. Zhang Huacheng also knew there was trouble. If you are really surrounded by wolves, dozens of wolves rushed up, that would be the end of the world. These days the wolf bite is fatal, the shortage of drugs is serious, the need for medicine, not to mention the brigade, the county are not available. He needed to disrupt the wolves' siege rhythm now. The Springfield rifle was loaded and they needed to run to an open area to force the head wolf to show itself. Taishu followed closely with his red-tasseled rifle, while Airdog cursed and looked around. Roar! A gray wolf jumped out of the snowdrift in front of them and tried to scare them back into the encirclement. Bang! Zhang Huacheng raised his hand and fired a shot, without even aiming. This adult gray wolf of not so small size directly plopped down on the spot, and there was no reaction time at all for a shot to the head. Well played. Two dogs surprise. Taiju still wanted to go. Zhang Huacheng raised his Springfield rifle and aimed it at the howling head wolf. Phew! He exhaled and hooked his finger on the trigger. Bang! The gun went off. The howling head wolf wobbled and collapsed into the snow. Springfield rifle effective killing distance can reach 800 meters, otherwise it would not have been later changed into a sniper rifle. This is even less than 200 meters, for Zhang Huacheng is not difficult at all. Ha! Two dogs saw it and was dumbfounded. One shot took out the head wolf at 200 meters? Some of the wolves sensed that something was wrong, and some were still madly charging forward. Zhang Huacheng loaded his bullets and took out a gray wolf that rushed to Taiju with a single shot. Iron Pillar had already raised his long tasseled spear and swiped it, grimacing as he smacked the gray wolf that was about to break. The signal of the head wolf's siege disappeared, and the wolves realized that the head wolf was dead, and immediately a gray wolf howled, and the wolves that had already rushed up howled and began to flee. Bang! Zhang Huacheng aimed at a gray wolf with white fur all over its body and killed it with a single shot. How do you fight? The second dog looked red in the eyes. Before I saw Zhang Huacheng gun skills, but usually hit the stationary, one shot he understood, now a shot to kill the head of the wolf a few hundred meters away. Fast running wolves are also a shot to the head. How scary is that shot? Go back and I'll teach you. Zhang Huacheng looked at the fleeing wolves and laughed. The fighting physical ability was still far from the peak, but the marksmanship was definitely a descending blow. It's easy to point and shoot. Brother, they're getting away, hit another one. Taiju watched the wolves run away and hurriedly shouted. How can we bring it back by fighting it again? A few less fights won't break up the pack, they'll soon have a new alpha wolf. Go pick up wolves. Zhang Huacheng, however, put away his gun. Really rich. He had just killed 6 of them, all headshots, which meant that there were 6 perfect wolf skins alone. Soon all 6 wolves were dragged together, and Taiju stepped forward with a boning knife to disembowel them. and for a while the smell of blood rushed through his nose. Can we sell out tomorrow? There are still wild boars in the house. The second dog looked at a head of gray wolves. How can we sell out with so many? What are we now? Zhang Huacheng, however, smiled. Ha! Two dog froze. Mountain watchman, we share meat is still normal, well, wild boar meat can be divided, also divided. Wolf meat will be pulled to the morning market to sell, cannot be sold to fine Qin Xiaodong thrown on the black market to sell. There is also that we can do the wolf skin coat, one person a body are enough. The wolf skin coat, a divine weapon to protect from the cold, Zhang Huacheng was quite looking forward to it. 2 wolf skins would make a wolf coat, an extra wolf hat and wolf gloves, and another pair of wolf boots would not be a problem. 1 wolf skin can only be sold for $40, and 2 wolf skins can be sold for $80 at most, so it would be a loss to sell them. That's why he keeps all the wolf skins and pig skins he hits. Brother, did I? Taizhu grinned and looked up to ask if he wanted the wolf skin coat too. Yes, get you a large size. This wolf skin coat is also resistant to wolf bites. Go back and I'll draw a wolf skin coat design and find someone to make it. They're not the only ones who will have it. Doodle, Wang Lin and the others will have it too. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to hit the smaller white wolf-skin female with his last shot. The second dog heard this and said, I have a leather jacket, you guys make it first, I'm not in a hurry, so I'll make it for Taizhu first. Taizhu was still wearing a tattered cotton jacket, not that they didn't buy him a cotton shirt, but he was so tall that the department store couldn't get his size. There wasn't enough cloth in the house to make him all over. Zhang Huacheng nodded and said, well, then go back and make it for Taizhu and me first. The wolf skin coat can be handsome, wear it up that big girls and small daughters-in-law have to be charmed to death, and it's simple to find a wife. He deliberately stimulated to irritate the second dog. That, I don't think Taizhu is cold, so make it for me first, it's too cold. Sure enough, 2 dog changed his tune instantly. Ha! Taizhu, who was beautifully pulling out the entrails of the gray wolf, looked up blankly, am I not cold? But I'm cold? He looked at the tattered cotton jacket that was leaking everywhere on him. Zhang Huacheng couldn't help but laugh. Tonight the harvest was frightening, but also dangerous and scary. The wolves surrounded them without a sound. Zhang Huacheng, who had lived for 2 lifetimes, did not notice. No wonder the old people said that the wolves in the mountains had all become refined. It was also him, put on other mountain guardians once surrounded there was only waiting for death. 200 meters and a shot to the head of a wolf, only he could do it. The head wolf's fur was shiny, much higher grade than the other wolves, and it weighed over 150 pounds, a proper coyote king. The last white wolf he killed was a she-wolf, and though small in size, its skin was silky and good-looking, so he thought he would use this white wolf's skin to make a wolfskin coat for Doodle. Taizhu is strong and took the initiative to carry the 2 biggest ones, and Erdog and Zhang Huacheng are both a big one and a small one. Second dog, that wild boar turned back, you carry a piece back in your old Wang's family to share a point, share the good relations. On the way back, Zhang Huacheng reminded Ergu. Erdog hadn't thought of this, sniffing, he thought about it and said, a piece is going to be hundreds of pounds, half of a piece will do, so I'll just send it to Uncle Kuei and let him divide it amongst himself. He is a famous 2-stepper in the brigade, and he is not treated well in the old Wang family, only Wang Kuei usually takes care of him. Give it to Wang Kuei. He can share it with whomever he likes. Okay. Zhang Huacheng nodded, then looked at Taizhu and said, then the other half of the slice you send to the Fuzhuang brigade at night. After all, wild boar meat doesn't sell as well as wolf meat, send more. Wolf meat is highly popular, but wild boar meat. More room for couples can be easier. It's a nice house. Wang Lin didn't realize that Zhang Huacheng actually wanted to build a new house. Sooner or later it will have to be covered. Wait for tomorrow, I'll study it, write to tomorrow and then let sister-in-law sew you a wolfskin coat. The wolfskin of the head wolf is very beautiful, and the wolfskin of the white wolf will be made for Doodle to make one. Now the family has quite a lot of wolfskins, and it can be made into quite a number of body wolfskin coats. Tomorrow he'll make drawings and send them to his sister-in-law. As for the new house, he also need to think about it, and then draw drawings. The current construction of the house cannot spend a lot of money, like he now lives, build a new set of up to $200 or $300, to know that the mud brick house is very save money. But if he wants to build it, it's the brick and tile courtyard kind. The brigade's old Chen small broken brick kiln burned out of the green brick this winter is a piece or not sold, and now there is a batch of finished bricks pressed in the brigade, the number of quite a lot. He could easily buy it all back now with the money from the industrial voucher sale. Lin, Doodle's asleep, let's continue. Well. Wang Lin hid under the covers in shame. When the seat clock rang its tinkling chime, Zhang Huacheng and Wang Lin both woke up, only Doodle huffed and puffed. the little girl's sleep quality was quite good. As soon as she saw Zhang Huaqing staring at herself, Wang Lin hurriedly pushed him away with a blushing face. To get up and go to the county town together. You get up. Zhang Huaqing smiled as he dressed and got up. Chances are that Taizhu and Airdog were already waiting at the door. Going out and opening the door, I saw that Taizhu was hanging around the door with Airdog. A little early. Zhang Huaqing teased a sentence. The second dog has not been to the county town with him. It's freezing. Two dog froze and showed his teeth. He is wearing new cotton shoes and new cotton pants today, and his upper body is a leather jacket. His hair is obviously washed last night, and his face is hardly clean. As for the reason, Zhang Huaqing is very clear. Taizhu grinned. He slept at his mom's house last night. Airdog, you go and call Hua Ling. Taizhu, you come and load the wolf meat onto the cart. Zhang Huaqing waved his hand to signal. It was now 4:30 in the morning, which was plenty of time. The second dog gave a hum and went to call for Flower Bell. Iron Pillar ran in and got to work. A wolf carcass frozen solid in the snowdrift was dragged out one by one and loaded onto the cart. Wang Lin is also washing and dressing up. Although they were not very far from the county here, Zhang Huaqing knew that Wang Lin had never gone back since she had fallen out with her family for him. Her mother, on the contrary, would quietly come running with her brother every few months, sending money and food allowances, and if it weren't for Wang Lin's mother's family's succor, they would have starved to death long ago. But it's been 4 months since the last time, so something can't be wrong, right? Zhang Huaqing grumbled in his heart. However, he quickly remembered that he was overthinking it. In his last life, when Wang Lin and Doodle died, he was nearly killed alive by her family. Did her dad find out? Dress Doodle, it's almost time. Zhang Huaqing looked at the time. Just go and take a look. It was redundant to think so much. Yes. Wang Lin got up and went to dress Doodle. Doodle was picked up in a daze to put on her clothes, and her mouth was about to cry, but when she saw Zhang Huaqing handing her an egg, she immediately lost all sleepiness and stopped crying. Soon Little Ma came wailing and yelling for shredded meat noodles. Flower Bell was also happy to change into her new clothes, and marveled at the sight of the wolf covering the flatbed truck, yelling that she wanted a wolfskin coat as well. Apparently the second dog talked to her. Zhang Huaqing took out 2 previous wolfskins and spread them in front of the flatbed truck. As for the wolf meat, they were all bundled in the middle and back of the flatbed truck, covered tightly with a piece of flower-colored plastic sheeting, and tied tightly with hemp rope. Lin, you sit up there and hold Doodle. Xiaoya goes up there too, and Flower Bell follows us. Zhang Huaqing came over with his military coat. The child walks slowly and pulls a little faster. After all, there is not much difference between pulling a load and pulling an empty car for Taizhu, both of which are pulled as fast as they can be. Let Flower Bell sit, I'll just go. Wang Lin gestured to Flower Bell. Flower Bell but dead on, to walk to the county, and finally Wang Lin holding Doodle on the car. Xiaoya, also reluctant to be thrown up by Zhang Huaqing, are covered with military coats or wolfskin, one wrapped tightly. For safety, Zhang Huaqing put a 38 dagai and a bayonet in the bamboo basket. After all, these days the road is not safe. In case you meet with a gun will be trouble. Just ready to lock the door, Mom rushed, is to help watch the door. She knows her youngest son's home has a lot of valuable things. Into the thief, then it would be bad. These days the locks cannot prevent the thief. Zhang Huaqing went to the house and added charcoal. The group rushed to the county seat. All the way to the Flower Bell and Xiaoya chattering non-stop. Xiaoya had to get off the car to follow the run. Doodle fell asleep again. Second brother, do they sell dustpans at the morning market? The dustpan at home is broken. Suzaku was eager to see the morning market. Yes. Wang, when are you arriving? Want some shredded meat noodles? Xiaoya yelled from the car. Sleeping Doodle, upon hearing about eating shredded meat noodles, quickly opened his eyes and looked around, seeing no shredded meat noodles before continuing to shrink back to sleep. Second brother, Dad said to let you buy a piece of white cloth to buy a mirror, shave the head of the brigade, no matter men and women or adults and children are 10 sensei, a little fame around the brigade will come to shave the head of the 100 a month will be able to have a $10 income, there are 200 will be able to have a $20 income, Gaspar Brigade of Shavers. Chapter 40 Sewing Machine Tickets. These days Zhang Hu had his mind set on making Zhang Huaqing a shaver. After all, Zhang Huaqing's good craftsmanship will soon be known far and wide, and a real shaver is quite famous, not the kind of half-assed man like Chen Yuanxiao. And Zhang Hu and Chen Yuanxiao used to work in the production team had a conflict, the fight saw blood. Zhang Huaqing heard a headache, do not think about this, do not find me work, who love to be who, not I teach my father, let him be a shaver. These days he can't be a shaver, either the hair is knotted head of grease or smelly lice into pieces, wash a head without washing 3 times can't be clean at all. How about teaching Big Brother? Flower Belle remembered that her sister-in-law had talked about it. This is a good idea. With me teaching, Big Brother will definitely be the #1 shaver for 10 miles and 8 villages in the future. Go back and I will teach. Zhang Huacheng immediately agreed. Whoever likes to be whoever, he only likes to hunt and make money. The morning market has been getting busier and busier these days, with lines of people coming in early to buy meat. Of course, there are also reports. Zhang Huacheng found that Qin Xiaodong's group of people are very powerful, the network of relations is very deep, and he imagined that the situation of the 1960s strict crackdowns and arrests is completely different. The City Council of the County of Long Beach County, which specializes in regulating speculation, lets them off the hook. He also understands the human condition. Every morning he will send Qin Xiaodong a dozen pounds of meat, so that he should hit the spot. Who would refuse to eat meat these days? Yesterday, even the Red Guards of the Municipal Council, who arrived at the morning market on time, were 10 minutes late. Qin Xiaodong also said that in the county town, money can make the devil go away. The department store opens at 8, it's still early. Ling, you take them around the street and have some breakfast to fill their stomachs. It's a little early. Department stores don't open. The first time into the county, Flower Belle little girl head cannot twist over. Here, look there, look. If not, Zhang Huacheng has been staring, afraid of these two can follow the loss. Doodle was also looking around curiously in Wang Lin's arms, now and then stretching out his little finger to what she couldn't read. As we walked, the rich aroma of deep-fried donuts hit us. Shaya yanked Zhang Huacheng one by one. Doodle, who had never eaten donuts before, was also attracted by the scent, and the little hand tugging on Wang Lin's hair couldn't help but exert itself. Ergo, what is this that smells so good? Flower Belle was gagging too. There's a donut stand in front. Lin, why don't you take them to eat the donuts, and Taiju and I will go sell the meat first. Zhang Huacheng saw that they all couldn't move their feet, so he simply let them go and eat first. Yes. Wang Lin was happy, and she hadn't had one in a long time. Okay, have Erdog follow you, and if you need anything, meet us at the morning market. Zhang Huacheng signaled second dog. It was considered safe in the county, but it was just chaotic these days, and he could feel a little more secure if second dog was there. Little Ma wailed in delight at the news. The morning market has already formed a long line. A look at the iron column pulling a flatbed truck to come. One by one are first staring at the flatbed truck to see. If there was less meat on the truck, they wouldn't have lined up, but if there was more meat, they were still willing to line up. Little comrade, is there much meat today? Much, 500 to 600 pounds of wolf meat. Everyone has a share. I'll take the initiative to line up. Zhang Huacheng saw those who went up to squeeze and hurriedly stopped them. As long as there are a lot of people, it's going to be a mess. Yesterday there was one who took the opportunity to grab the meat, but before the person could run out, he was held down and beaten by Qin Xiaodong. Wolf meat was the best seller in the market, followed by horse deer meat, followed by pork and roe deer meat. That was why he kept the wild boar meat to share and pulled the wolf meat to sell. The high price is okay to sell. The morning market came alive with the arrival. Half an hour later Qin Xiaodong came with Lazy. Lazy is a black boy, a not high people quite ruthless, before the siege of Zhang Huacheng when he was the first to rush up. Brother, let me help you. Qin Xiaodong enthusiastically stepped forward to help. He made a lot of money from industrial vouchers. He made $2 from one, and Zhang Huacheng's 350 industrial vouchers made him a fortune, and now a bunch of his little brothers that he hangs out with all have big fish and meat. Just sold meat when there are no few want to buy. There are bids are offered to $55 he did not sell. He had already thought about it. When he went back, he would look for his sister-in-law and ask her to sew a set of top-quality cold-weather hunting suits for him and Erdog Taiju alone. Deerskin boots, deerskin gloves, wild boar leather knee pads, wolfskin coat, wolfskin hat, wild boarskin vest. Put together the set, not to mention the cold in the mountains is nothing, even by the wolf bite are not necessarily injured. Qin Xiaodong also eyed it. By the way, brother, I got the sewing machine ticket, and I also got a bicycle ticket. Do you want it, brother? Qin Xiaodong pulled out some tickets from his arms. Zhang Huacheng was delighted. Taking these tickets, he took away the sewing machine tickets, then took the 450 market pound roughage tickets with them, and turning them over took the 2 cloth tickets as well. Bike tickets can't be used. Riding in the ravine isn't enough to make your butt hurt. The money is in the bag to get it yourself. Bicycle ticket if it is the county he absolutely want, but in Chentang Sanliquan, it is better to forget about it. You can't even write it. Zhang Huacheng handed Qin Xiaodong the rest of the ticket coupons along with the cloth bag he had put the money in. He plans to buy a sewing machine for his sister-in-law today. In fact, if you give it to your sister-in-law, it will be the same as giving it to their family, and your sister-in-law will be so happy that the top cowhorse who will make their clothes in the future will not be your sister-in-law. Xin Xiaodong took the money and returned the cloth bag to Zhang Huacheng. Brother, is it easy to fight wolves? Can you take me? Seeing that Zhang Huacheng had fought so many wolves, he was really red-eyed. No matter if it was wolf meat or wolf skins, they were all good things worth money. Lazy also couldn't help but look over when he heard it. Zhang Huacheng glanced at him. Last night Taizhu and I were surrounded by 24 wolves. If I hadn't taken out the head wolf with a single shot, we wouldn't even have bones left now. Are you sure you want to go? These days, not to mention the mountain watchmen, some hunter teams are afraid to enter the mountains. The mountains are closed by snow, and there is a lot of crisis. There are not only wolves in the Changbai Mountains, but also more terrifying bears, and even northeastern tigers. Ha 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 ha, that I'd better get tickets, ha 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 ha. Xin Xiaodong's scalp tingled at the sound of this. Being surrounded by more than 24 wolves could actually still be alive? And fighting so many wolves? He knew very well how ferocious the wolves were in winter, and this was too fierce. Lazy also couldn't help but shrink his neck. No wonder he fought 5 gray wolves at once, so he was surrounded by wolves. They do not know in fact Zhang Huacheng hit 6 gray wolves and adult wild boar, only the wild boar and the remaining 1 gray wolf. They intend to go back to the village to share the meat. After all, it is now the mountain guards, to the old Zhang family to share the meat that is also a bright and righteous thing. Chapter 41, The Food Station Killer. The county seat of Changhai County is in a remote location, and the winter morning is cold and windy. Pig killer Wang Zhengyang pushed his bicycle to go to work at the food station, his daughter-in-law Shenyu carrying a bag behind. The road is snow, the car cannot ride, can only be pushed. Old Wang goes to work. Work. Brother Wang and sister-in-law are going to work. Aha! Along the way there are people to greet them. Wang Zhengyang food station of the old pig killer is now a master, now with 3 pig killer apprentices. Daughter-in-law Shenyu is a food station salesman, who envy. Wang Zhengyang tall and strong. These days long and strong means blessed. After all, can be strong shows that the family is in good condition. Shenyu former reputation is not small, but when the food station of a flower is still very beautiful charm. Wang Zhengyang here in order to marry Shenyu sent a lot of bride price, and finally Wang Zhengyang, that food station director's uncle, promised to find a food station job for Shenyu. Wang Zhengyang just got the return of the beauty. Jingang, I heard Yanni say that there are wolf meat for sale in the morning market. Do you want to buy some wolf meat? Shenyu followed behind Wang Zhengyang. The ground was covered with snow, the car could not ride, it could only push the car to the food station. It's not like we're like them, they're trying to save their meat stamps. We're not short of meat stamps, and wolf meat doesn't even have any fat in it, so what's the point of eating it? Wang Zhengyang refused. He bought meat in the food station that is cheap, not to mention the quality is also high. The meat ticket is not missing. He came to the food station when he was young. Several elders in the family are food station leaders. The morning market selling meat is still a little bit rejected. We haven't been paid at the food station for months, and Yanni asks me every day when I'm going to be paid. Shenyu asked tentatively. She was anxious in her heart. This cold winter months do not know how their little girl do not pay wages she cannot afford to go to sea, but also cannot, and Wang Zhengyang said that the family has no money. It should be paid tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Isn't the station preparing to kill a pig and share the meat? It's going to be paid together with the salary. We're not short of money in the food station. The food stations are very rich and everyone knows it. Shenyu took a breath as soon as she heard it. When the food station arrived to sell meat, Wang Zhengyang looked at only 5 or 6 lining up to buy meat and wondered, why is it just this many people? The crowd is getting smaller and smaller these days. There used to be a line of 30 or 40 at the most, and those who couldn't buy meat were cursing, but now it's gotten better, and since yesterday the meat is going to be left over. Master, that wolf meat seller at the morning market pulled in 500 pounds of wolf meat this morning. Keep it up and we'll have even fewer people here. A pig killer apprentice carried the meat onto the stage and whispered to Wang Zhengyang the reason. Isn't this disrupting the market? No one in the city council is going to do anything about it? Wang Zhengyang glared. What do you care? I heard it was Xin Xiaodong's group of ticket sellers. The other pig slayer apprentice added with a sniff. As soon as I heard that it was Xin Xiaodong, Zhang Zhengyang understood. Xin Xiaodong, that group of ticket sellers in the county, is very famous, but they do not know what the background. Zhang Zhengyang has sold some meat tickets to them before, but it is also considered to know. Forget it, open the window and sell the meat. Wang Zhengyang knew that this was out of his hands and waved his hand. He picked up the paper and sat down to read it as the 2 pig killer apprentices began to sell the meat, and every now and then they would ask him how many head of hogs he had killed in the afternoon, and how many pounds of meat he would get to share this year, or something like that. Soon my meat are bought, pork still left some. Wang Zheng'an look frowned, before are not enough to grab, now it is good to still have left. He glanced out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly saw that not far away stood a figure that made him feel familiar, and holding a child. His heart thumped in his heart, and he didn't move to pick up the newspaper, but his eyes skimmed over. Meng! Wang Zheng'an shouted. Master! One of the pig slayer's apprentices who was chatting immediately approached him. Go to your master's wife should be collecting pigs right now. Tell your master's wife that her little girl is here. Listen, don't turn your head, tell her to ask what's going on, don't let her say that I saw it, and pretend that I don't know about this. Wang Zhengang's eyes glanced outside, saw his disciple also want to turn his head to look, hurriedly kicked a reminder. Meng was quick-witted and immediately turned away. Xinyu is acquiring some pigs sent by the brigade with her colleagues. The compound is bustling with activity. Xinyu is the cashier, responsible for pork tickets and cash reconciliation to ensure that the accounts match. Sister Xin, there's a brigade of 4 pigs around 110 pounds, just came in. Xiaosu asked if she could accommodate, she understands the rules. A woman in a crushed cotton jacket ran over and signaled in a low voice. Xinyu sniffed and looked up, thought for a moment and said, the difference is a bit much, turn around and even it out with the other pigs, try to make up for it. Reach 130 pounds to meet the requirements. Yes. The woman hurried off to do it. Quarrels also came from time to time. What the state says, we say? This is the grade, if you don't want to all pull back, if you yell again in the future your brigade will not come. Comrade. Comrade. Accommodate, accommodate. Next. The staff at the food station have the right to set the hog acceptance or not at a single word, and the grade is up to them as well. There is also material priority, which allows you to get scarce resources such as pig entrails and grease for free or at a low price, and there is also some hidden income, as it is not uncommon to receive peanuts, eggs, and other items from farmers in exchange for a higher level of purchase. When farmers come to sell their pigs, they have to suck up to these staff members who hold the power to distribute pork. Sure, maiden. Meng came running. Meng? Why are you here? Any relatives come to sell pigs? Xinyu looked at the running pig killer. Usually the ones who come to her at this time of day are walking the inside track. Xiaoming heard hurriedly said, sure maiden which I have what countryside relatives is the master let me come, let me and you say the little girl came, with a child, let you go to see what's going on, but also said, sure maiden, the master said not to let you say that he knows, sure maiden. When he heard that the little girl came, but also with a child, Xinyu was anxious at once, and immediately called over a cashier, handed over the account book, and said a couple of words and ran out. Meng hurriedly followed behind to catch up. Wang Zheng'an was also unable to sit down at this time. He glanced at the watch on his wrist from time to time, and then glanced at his little daughter. His heart was in turmoil. Your father saw your dead stubborn donkey no can't wipe the face, don't care about him, you and Doodle have eaten yet. I'll take you guys to have something to eat, by the way, how come you guys are here? This time back also, still go? Xinyu sold Wang Zheng'an. Then remembered the main thing, she had thought that their daughters are running back with children, but see also no parcels, wearing a new cotton jacket and cotton shoes, even the bib is also, and the body is also fragrant, which is obviously the flavor of the snow cream, look at them blood enough to see that they have had a good time. She was wondering what was going on. Wang Lin nodded, her eyes reddening as she said, I came with Hua Cheng, he came to sell something, so I followed along to see you guys. Good girl finally knows to come to see mom, Doodle, grandma hugs you, okay? Xinyu looked at Doodle and wanted to hug her. Doodle hurriedly slumped onto Wang Lin's shoulder, obviously resisting. Where did Doodle get this little haircut? It's too good looking, right? Xinyu had just noticed Doodle's princess cut and was stunned. She was also very fashionable, but it was the first time she had seen such a nice hairstyle. This is the princess cut, Hua Cheng gave Doodle a cut, only he will, said this is the hairstyle of China's warring states period to the Wei Jin and North and South dynasties period, by the way. Hua Cheng haircutting is very good, he can be a shaver now, but he smacks of earning less money is not willing to do it. If Zhang Huacheng was a shaver before, the family would not have resisted to the point of falling out. He's still this good? Xinyu was a bit unconvinced. Zhang Huacheng what virtues, met a few times she naturally no ability to ask will be rhetoric to deceive their daughters, poor and still want to save face. The shaver he won't do it for less money? Xinyu suddenly reacted, exasperated, now the shaver is more popular the county now shaver shave ahead all want 2 or 3 gross ticket, he still think make less money? What does he do now that he can earn a few dollars? Mom, Flower City is making a lot of money right now. Seeing her mom talking about her man, Wang Lin was reluctant. Okay, let's not talk about this. Have you and Doodle eaten yet? I'll take you guys to have some dinner first. Is it okay to eat at home at noon? Seeing her daughter angry, Xinyu sighed helplessly. Her own little daughter is as stubborn as Wang Zhengong. We ate, and we're going back in the morning. Wang Lin shook her head. She just came to see. After all, her own mom hadn't been there for half a year. She was worried that something had happened, and now she was relieved to see that both her mom and dad were fine. Back in the afternoon, okay, the food station in the afternoon to share meat. Just you guys bring some fat meat back to eat. Doodle is now growing body time, eat some fat meat good. Does Doodle want to eat meat? Xinyu finished looking at Doodle. Who knows? Doodle sniffed and thought for a moment, then shook his head. This caused Xinyu to freeze for a moment. Eat eggs, not meat. Doodle milked the eggs, which are now her favorite. Mom, we can't eat all the meat in the house. Hua Cheng is now a mountain guard, and he comes back every day with some very big hunts, and there are leftovers from all the meat. Doodle doesn't really like to eat meat in the past 2 days. Wang Lin explained. Home meat is really not a shortage of pork. Pork only eat Zheng Hua Cheng by back. Wild boar meat at all do not eat. Wolf meat a pot at a time. Horse deer meat is the same, 3 times a day meat. Even Doodle sea meat are not very enthusiastic. The mountain watchman? Xinyu froze. Zheng Huacheng has become a mountain guard? Can't get enough meat? Well, Flower City went to the morning market to sell wolf meat. It's already sold out, and now I'm waiting for the department store to open to buy a sewing machine. I'll bring Doodle here to see you guys. It was now half an hour before 8 o'clock, and Zheng Huacheng had taken his men to wait. Wolf meat? Xinyu suddenly remembered what Yanni had said about the morning market selling wolf meat and sometimes wild boar and horse deer. Just come and visit us, you don't have to bring anything. Nothing. Xinyu's eyes reddened and she unwillingly let go of Wang Lin's hand. Food station window, Wang Zhengong looked at the daughter holding the child away, cannot help but stand up and look, see his wife stood in place to wipe the tears and not move. Anxious, he stomped his feet. Little Meng, go call your master's wife here. Yes. Soon Xinyu wiped her tears to come, not waiting for Wang Zhengong to speak on the roar. Look at your father and daughter, stubborn and donkey-like, cannot have a soft words. This is the life of the day. Wang Zhen was just about to open his mouth when he was stifled. Master's meat is sold out. Master Shifu, the 2 of us will go ahead and sharpen our knives so that we can kill the pigs in the afternoon. The 2 pig killer apprentices took a look at the wrong, put down the window to collect the remaining piece of meat as well, and then flew out, not forgetting to close the door on the way out. Why are you crying? What's wrong with Lin bringing the baby? You sit down and talk, sit down and talk. Wang Zhengong was also a little bit unreasonable, and hurriedly took a bench for Xinyu. Chapter 43 Shanghai Brand Sewing Machine. It's just that you miss us and come to see us, Comrade Wang Zhengong. You still care about this? Xinyu wiped her tears and sat down. What are you shading me for? Wang Zhengong heard anxious, then how do you let her go? But also with a child, outside so cold, we share meat in the afternoon, you quickly go back to catch up to let her bring some meat back, you do not have money on you? Before not let you send, you sneak send, now come how do you? Cough, that. You know I went to deliver the money? Xinyu froze. Your own man knew about this and kept on pretending he didn't? I've been married to you for so many years, can I not understand you, and when can that son of ours hide things? Don't talk about this, you quickly go and shout call her home. Wang Zhengong stammered, his old face reddening. If you're going to scream, I'm not. Xinyu continued to wipe her tears with a twist of her head. What do I call it? Seeing that her man was really anxious, Xinyu wiped her tears and said, Lin and her man came together, now she is living a good life, you don't have to worry. Do you know who sells wolf meat in the morning market? Who? That little brat? Wang Zhengong was surprised. Then he shook his head and said, no, it can't be, I've heard that it's Qin Xiaodong's group of ticket sellers, it can't be that bastards, and what else is he capable of other than flowery language? When he thought of his daughter being tricked by flowery words, he hated Zheng Huacheng. What Qin Xiaodong? It's that Zheng Huacheng. Impossible, do you know how much wolf meat that wolf meat seller at the morning market brought in this morning? 5 whole wolves, more than 500 pounds of wolf meat, and you're telling me it was that kid? If it's really him, how can he sell at the morning market without getting caught? Both the morning market and the black market are guarded by Qin Xiaodong's group of ticket sellers. Where did you hear that nonsense? Wang Zhengong didn't believe it 10,000 times. If it were really Zheng Huacheng, he would have been beaten half to death by Qin Xiaodong's group of ticket sellers and robbed everything. Can you sell it for that many days? And the city council isn't going to take care of it? But Lin said it is. Hearing Wang Zhengang said, "Shin, you also feel wrong?" "Yes, if it is true, afraid of either being killed or being arrested by the city council, the county what the situation they know best. That much wolf meat is indeed impossible. We will go to Chentang Sanli drainage in the afternoon after dividing the meat, and see what is going on." Wang Zhengang has long regretted it. He is a dead face, and now his little daughter has come to see him. What reason does he have not to see how his little daughter is doing? And it's been years. Then you have to get Gillen back, he has a gun. Xinyu had been there a few times before with her son, and once she encountered 2 roving bandits, and if it wasn't for her son's quick decision to shoot one first, the consequences would have been disastrous. They refused to marry not only because of Zhang Huacheng, but because Wang Jin just learned from the commune that Chen Tang Sanlik refused to pay the communal grain, and did not put the commune in the eyes of the commune at all. Chen Tang Sanlik used to be called Chen Jiadong Sanli Mountain, and in the earliest days, it was a group of recruited bandits, and some of the oldest ones were the bandits of those years. This is still Wang Zhengang asked his uncle to go to the commune to find out, or he dared to agree to this marriage. Gillen is now working at the train station and can't just go back. I'll call on Xiaomeng to join me this afternoon. Xiaomeng also has a gun. Wang Zhengang thought about it and shook his head. Okay. Xinyu nodded her head and thought a bit for a moment. We spent more than $100 before to send Gillen to work at the train station, and now the family doesn't have any money. Don't worry about the money, I'll figure it out. We'll go early this afternoon. It's safer when it's not dark. Once it gets dark, it can be dangerous. At this time Zhang Huacheng they are the first batch of influx of department stores. He went straight to the big parts area. First buy a sewing machine, lest there is a phenomenon of selling out of stock. After all, the county's department store's sewing machine spot each time the number is very small, sell out before going to replenish the stock. It takes a few days. Hello comrade, want a sewing machine? Zhang Huacheng was the first to run and gesture to a wonderful salesperson who was chatting away on a melon. The salesgirl was around 20 years old, with some freckles on her face, a double ponytail, and a pair of big black shining eyes looking up and down at Zhang Huacheng. Comrade, we only have Shanghai famous brand sewing machines here. It takes $180 and the sewing machine ticket coupon allocated by the unit or 12 industrial coupons to get it. Seeing that it was a handsome man who came, the wonderful salesgirl who was originally a bit impatient was suddenly in a better mood. Zhang Huacheng immediately took out $180 from his bag and then took out the sewing. He glanced at the sign hanging on the wall, prohibition of assaulting customers. It wasn't hanging for fun. These current SOE salesmen really know how to hit customers. This era in the state-run department stores have money or not good, can come here as a salesperson or really small ant, not the future of those lowly cattle and horses waiter. Second brother, is this a sewing machine? Hua Ling saw Zhang Huacheng carrying a cardboard box and happily ran to ask for help. It's a sewing machine. There aren't many in the whole brigade. Many customers are casting envious eyes. Sewing machine have the money and tickets to buy, these days can afford to buy really not many. The second dog came running after him. Both of you go to Lin Lin, want to buy what to buy, this sewing machine I can move alone, and not much heavy things. Zhang Huacheng hands of this Shanghai brand sewing machine is also more than 70 pounds, these days even the older old tailor masters go out or picking a sewing machine the whole machine door to door. He is physically strong, moving this is still very easy. Half a slice of pig weighs more than this. After driving away the two people, Zhang Huacheng carried the sewing machine and found Taizhu outside. Taizhu was guarding the flatbed truck, and when he saw Zhang Huacheng coming back, he hurried to come forward. Brother, is this a sewing machine? Taizhu carried the sewing machine to the car and looked curiously left and right. Right, Taizhu, I'll make another trip to buy some cloth and come back out to replace you. There were guns in the car, wolf skins and a few swaps, and the flatbed was so coveted by anyone who looked at it that it was not uncommon for it to be towed away accidentally, and someone had to watch it. Aha! Taizhu nodded repeatedly. He promised to buy a white enameled teapot for his big sister today. Chapter 44 Chen Biao, who woke up with a broken reputation. Zhang Huacheng returned to the department store. He looked around and saw that Wang Lin and the girls were buying ragdoll tigers. These days children's toys are scarce and expensive, and this kind of peking rag tigers are also rare children's cloth toys, and it is estimated that Doodle is staring at it, because the little girl only wants to buy food. Passing through the cloth area he saw a couple of simple quilts at $18 a bed, a rare and tight deal, but the need for a cloth check made him give up. He might as well have bought some cotton back with that kind of money. Cloth, cotton, needle and thread, wooden ruler, scissors. The sewing machine was a gift, so naturally, I had to have all these things for my sister-in-law as well. He was generous and bought whatever he could in relation to tailoring. The happiest is the flower bell and the two children. Eye-opening not to say also bought a lot of things. Doodle holding a Beijing cloth tigers do not let go. Xiaodia take all the food. There was a lot of laughter on the way back. Second brother, sister-in-law, wait to see the sewing machine eyes have to be so wide, like a toad. Hua Ling stared wide-eyed in imitation, Chen Xiaoying's favorite staring eyes. This sewing machine is for sister-in-law, don't say this in front of Xiaoya, she goes back to unintentionally learn a sentence is trouble, in the future, our whole family's new clothes and new bedding will have to rely on sister-in-law. Zhang Huaqing signaled the little girl who was stealing food, this little girl's brain lacks a string, she can really do it. You can get caught out in 3 or 2 bites of anything you eat. Should we get a crawler? The second dog reminded, after all, the plow is most suitable for icy and snowy, practicality is very strong, flatbed trucks can only walk this road, but the plow can be pulled into the Changbai mountain. Crawling plows are usually horse-drawn, the production team has 3 horses and 2 mules dedicated to pulling the plow, of course, people can also be pulled. Zhang Huaqing shook his head and said, we can't use a crawler now, and it's inconvenient to really use a crawler, it's convenient to have a flatbed truck. Crawling plow is composed of 2 front end of the buckled regulator, the bottom of the addition of transverse wood bars to increase stability, wood here is generally pine birch and such, with a flatbed or a wooden strip of woven compartments to transport goods, for him to take the county this road is not as good as a flatbed truck. Right, when we go back, you bring some wild boar meat to the brigade to exchange for some 7.62mm bullets, see what the price is, and if it's more than 5 cents we'll take it from Qin Xiaodong. There was no shortage of bullets and 38 caps in the northeast in the 60s, and you could buy them for a price. Zhang Huaqing asked Ergo to ask for a price in his heart. Buy from Qin Xiaodong if the price is high. I know the approximate place where their old Chen family hid the bullets, and it seems that there are some guns, but the exact location is not very clear, should we look for them? Airdog sniffed and quietly came to Zhang Huaqing and whispered. And they're hiding guns and ammo? Zhang Huaqing was staggered. Airdog nodded and lowered his voice, really, it's inside their old Chen family's old ancestral hall, but I didn't see exactly where it's hidden, I still saw it with my own eyes 3 years ago when I went to steal the tribute to eat it, moved 2 boxes of bullets out, and carried out 2 extra guns, the bullet boxes are made of wood. A wooden bullet box? Military. Could it be that old Chen's family had discovered the ghost's small base, and instead of turning things over to the commune, they had hidden them privately? No wonder the old Chen family households are quite rich, not hungry, not freezing, even Chen Yud on the Taiju even worse can have old cotton shoes, cotton pants, cotton clothes to wear, the house has been burning the Kong, is it said to rely on the sale of bullets to support the? Currently a bullet can be exchanged for an egg, black market prices being what they are. 3/8 caps are readily available on the black market for any amount of money, but most of them are badly worn and unmaintained. The Springfield rifle in his hand let him be a little strange at that time, this is an American Springfield rifle. Chen Tang Sanliquan has this kind of high-end goods let him be surprised at that time. Who went and moved the bullets? Zhang Huaqing's heart stirred. That old uncle of the Chen family led the way, and the ones who moved the bullets were Chen Bao and Chen Yinshan, sneaking around and locking the door as soon as they came out. It's them. The Chen family's old uncles, needless to say, Chen Bao has been the first captain for 7 years, and Chen Yinshan has been the warehouse custodian for 5 years. They are all the core of the Chen family, and the Chen family is still able to have food, drink, and coal in a place like this in this day and age, and all the families are still doing well, is it by selling guns and ammunition? You went looking for it, didn't you? Zhang Huaqing looked at Airdog. 2 dogs nodded his head quite directly. I didn't find it, but I'm sure the 2 boxes of bullets weren't kept inside the shrine, they were dusty, but the inside of the shrine was all clean. A secret room? The cellar? Zhang Huaqing thought all the way, no wonder I always feel Chen Tang Sanliquan a little mysterious sense, and xenophobic very strong, so many years still in their old Zhang family fire and water. When they rushed back, the Chen Tang 3-mile drain was already bustling with activity. Old Wang's family divided meat, 2 dogs, and Zhang Huaqing hit wild boar, 2 dogs last night gave Wang Kuei more than 50 pounds of pork. It had already been divided by the time the news spread, and every family in Old King's house got a piece of meat. Old Chen's family can't sit still. Who doesn't want to eat meat? The pigs raised by the brigade have not been killed until now, and their eyes are green with gluttony. The first unlucky one is Chen Biao, still sleeping under the blanket. A group of men and women from the old Chen family crowded into the house. Xiao Biao, where's your share of the wild boar meat? The other old Wang's family has finished dividing. Why are you still sleeping, this child? Get up and show us the wild boar you've shot. A group of 3 uncles and 4 aunts have urged. Chen Biao was bewildered. What wild boar? What are they talking about? This child, you still pretend what learn from others. 2 dogs, the old Wang family today at noon to eat meat. Chen Biao's second aunt heard the reluctance, this is not want to share the meat? Ha! 2 dogs? Old Wang's family will have meat for lunch today? I told you that Xiao Biao slept at home last night and didn't go out, and you still don't believe me. How could we lie to you? Chen Biao's mom and dad both followed and opened their mouths to explain. Come on, so much meat your family can't eat it all, don't think of eating it alone, take it out and we'll split it, you're a mountain guard now, you can go fight anytime you want. His cousin Chen Mingyang's tone was quite poor after he searched around and didn't find any wild boar meat. What do you mean? What do you mean? Chen Biao is in a hurry, what boar? What eating alone? What's all this nonsense for? Just tell me if you went up into the mountains last night. Chen Biao's uncle chortled. No. Chen Biao shook his head. Chen Mingyang got angry when he heard it and said in a conspiratorial manner, Chen Biao, Ergu and Zaya Waking both went into the mountains and you said you didn't? They are both mountain guards, so why did you not go into the mountain but they did? I know, you don't dare to go into the mountain to hide back, right? Split the pork. Mom, Dad told me to tell you that old Zhang's family split the pork. Just then a child came flying in, shouting that old Zhang's family was dividing the pork. This kid is a wuss, let's go get some meat from Little Flower Town. Why does our old Chen family produce so many useless people? When everyone quickly dispersed, Chen Biao still didn't know what had happened. Dad, what's going on? He looked to his mom and dad. Don't call me dad in the future, I don't have you as a son, really give the old man a long face. Chen Monsang went out furiously, his old face was red, and I don't know whether he was angry or ashamed. Mom, what the hell? Chen Biao angry face green, sleep asleep how to be defeated like? Zhou Xiaoyu sighed and sat on the Kong and said, Ergu and Xiao Huacheng shot a wild boar, and the others, Ergu, have already shared the meat with old Wang's family, so they heard about it and came to look. Aya, this is a wolf and boar fight? Little Flower City, you guys are really good, is this about sharing the meat? There was a bit of arguing in the yard before Sunny leaned over with a smile on her face. Chen Yid stretched his head in the doorway to watch. Yes, divide the meat. Zhang Huacheng tied the meat piece by piece with grass ropes, each portion was about 5 or 6 pounds, old Zhang's family was small and it was simple to divide it. Splitting at the door is not wanting them to see what's in the house and yard. When she heard about the meat, Sunli smiled happily and hurriedly said, such a big piece of meat? It's more than what the brigade got for killing the pigs. Can I pick a piece? What about the wolf meat? Is there any fat left from the wolf? After saying that, he gulped, already calculating how to eat meat for lunch today. It's not divided among you, the old Zhang family divides the meat, what does it have to do with your old Chen family? Zhang Huacheng glanced at her, thinking quite beautifully, wanting to pick and want the wolf's fat meat again. Did she forget how she bullied Wang Lin on weekdays at this time? Why doesn't it matter? Why don't we, the Chen family to share? What are you doing, 2 dog? Chen Mingtang brought a few of the old Chen family to take a look, and as soon as he came, he saw this scene and was so scared that he rushed over to stop it. You! The second dog looked at the group and rolled his eyes full of disdain. Zhang Huacheng signaled him to put away his gun. Seeing Airdog put away his gun, Sunli, who was just about to run home, immediately howled, Director Chen, they shot the wild boar and the wolf, and divided the meat only to old Zhang's family, isn't that bullying our old Chen's family, and doesn't our old Chen's family also have a mountain guard? What, only for old Chang's family? For what? By what right? Hearing this followed Chen Mingtang to a few of the old Chen family is not willing, immediately followed the yelling up, Chen Mingtang also did not expect that there is actually a wolf, did not say that only hit a wild boar? What's with the wolves? How dare they fight the wolves? A look at the table, at least 200 dozens of pounds of meat, a look at the eyes are red, some even leaned forward to grab, but was 2 dogs with a gun back. This is what I hit, it has nothing to do with your old Chen's family, that mountain guard of your old Chen's family, Chen Biao, was so scared last night that he didn't even guard the mountain and hid in his house and slept, so if you want to eat meat, let him go to the mountain and hit it. Zhang Huacheng is trying to force Chen Biao to enter the mountain, trying to hide at home all the time, that is impossible. Chen Biao didn't go last night? Chen Mingtang frowned. Little Flower Town and 2 dogs have gone, and old Chen's family has gone home to hide and sleep? To go or not to go, you'll know if you go and ask, if not you old Chen's family will get a new mountain keeper. Zhang Huacheng knew that it was impossible, it was hard to draw lots out, no one could have switched with Chen Biao. Huacheng, Auntie Tu has come to collect the meat. A slim woman came running with a vegetable basket and said excitedly, Huacheng, your mother asked me to come and share the meat, OMG mama, so much meat. The one who came was Zhang Huacheng's second aunt, who looked at the meat on the table and stared at it, so much meat. Auntie 2, give me the vegetable basket. Zhang Huacheng immediately signaled. The second aunt hurriedly handed the basket to Zhang Huacheng. This pork is about 5 or 6 pounds, this pig bone gives you a few pieces to go back to simmer pig bone soup to drink, and so on. Tomorrow take the time to go to my mom's house to get some wolf oil and lard, boil wolf oil in the afternoon, wolf oil for frostbite, touch it and it's good. Zhang Huacheng baskets the pork and throws in a few pig bones, which are a good thing these days, and stews a pot of them every day until the marrow is all stewed out. So much meat, thank you Flower City, and thank you 2 dogs too. The second aunt was excited and kept rubbing her hands. There was so much meat at once, she could share a piece of meat with the 3 daughters who were married off. It's been a long time since we've seen meat in the house. 2 Dog rolled his eyes and didn't say a word. Take a piece of this wolf meat back as well, this is salt, this salt is from Lin Lin's parents, our family can't eat it and share it with you. Zhang Huacheng sliced about 2 or 3 pounds of wolf meat and threw it into the basket, and from the bamboo basket under the table, he picked 10 or so large salt blocks and threw them into the vegetable basket. He had counted the ones that had helped their family in the past, and he should give more. Auntie 2 smiled with her eyebrows raised. We didn't? How come only old Zhang's family has it? More and more people from Lao Chen's family came and saw the second aunt share so much meat. How could they bear it, so that these meat would not be shared by Lao Zhang's family soon? Who told you to share the meat? Shen Yinsan also came. Oh, look at the old Zhang family alone divided so much meat, anxious, up to roar. You're a warehouse caretaker and you care about this? Zhang Huacheng skimmed him. Meat let the brigade to share, who let you to share, know the rules. Chen Yinshan bully tube, as a warehouse custody, this job is usually done by him. Our old Zhang family needs you, a watchdog, to care about dividing the meat? What are you? Third grandpa came in his cotton jacket and opened his mouth to curse. Without waiting for Chen Yinshan to speak, third grandpa quickly rushed forward and snatched the 5.4 rifle from Erdog's hand with a single reach. Chen Yinshan was instantly dumbfounded and flew into the crowd. He clearly remembered the scene when this Zhang family's oldest 3 killed several of their old Chen family's hunters. At that time he was only 17 years old, shooting at the drop of a hat. He really didn't dare to clamor in front of this Zhang family's oldest 3. Hua Chang, you share your meat, I'd like to see who dares to be wild in front of me. Grandson daughter-in-law, move a stool for grandpa. Third grandpa didn't forget to gesture to Wang Lin who was standing in the doorway peeking. Yes, yes. Wang Lin went to the house with Doodle in her arms. A brand new chair was soon carried out, with a military coat clipped to it. Sit down, third grandpa. Wang Lin draped his coat over third grandpa. Who made this chair? What a good craftsmanship. Where did you get this coat? From the army? This coat is still an officer's, good stuff. The third grandfather sat down with a big horse and looked at the coat draped over his body, satisfied, touching it here and there. The second aunt carrying a basket of meat also did not leave and ran over to watch Zhang Huacheng share the meat. When they saw old Zhang's family coming they were excited to go up and show off a little. Shen Yinshan looked at the piece of meat that was divided away and suddenly thought of old Wang's family. He turned around and left. The old Wang family would definitely not be willing if they knew that the old Zhang family was dividing their meat like this. Wang Kuei, they have long gotten the news that Zhang Huacheng is going to share the meat. Surrounded by a group of people also came over to see the fun, and on the way here they happened to meet Chen Yinsan. Wang Kuei, I heard that your old Wang family divided meat. Congratulations. A family divided to 2 or 3 tails of meat. How do I look at other people's old Zhang's family? A family divided 10 pounds of meat. A wolf and an adult wild boar. How to divide it? Chen Yinshan instantly yin and yang. Old Wang's family is no pushover. Wang Kuei, however, sneered, Comrade Chen Yinshan, the rules of the mountain watchman who hit to return to who, unless the watchman is willing to sell to the brigade. The second dog sent me pork last night, said all the people Small Flower City killed, he helped to carry the meat back. How to share the Small Flower City? To say what? How, you share the meat? Upon hearing this, Chen Yinshan stopped talking. Wang Kuei, let's cut the crap too. Would you like to let their old Zhang family share all the several hundred pounds of meat? Chen Yinshan didn't talk nonsense. After all, now the old Wang family can at least eat a meal. They cannot even see a little meat, and then wait for the old Zhang family's meat is afraid to share. Chen Yinshan, you old Chen family, a bunch of, go you. A middle-aged strong man from the old Wang family rushed up and was about to hit Chen Yinshan. His brother died in the mountains, but his sister-in-law was slept with by Chen Yinshan's son, and they simply don't have a good face when they see Chen Yinshan's family now. Chen Yinshan turned around and ran away in fear. Sledgehammer. Wang Kuei stopped Wang's sledgehammer and shook his head. Chen Yinsan ran back cursing. He did not believe that the old Wang family just came to watch the fun. It's better if the two fight. Chapter 46, Want to eat meat? Go into the mountains and fight yourself. Zhang Huacheng divided the meat sharply. As long as the old Zhang family came to be able to share, the family with a small population will share a little less, the family with a large population will share more. There are also those who share more than a dozen pounds in one go. Little f. Lower city, can I buy some wolf meat? Shen Yan, the accountant, couldn't help herself, her children at home were screaming for meat every day. Wolf meat is a good thing, it's not comparable to wild boar meat. Although there are many wolves these days, not to mention the mountain guards, even the old hunters don't dare to hunt wolves. Yes, wolf meat for $1 a pound, no meat stamps, buy a pound get a free wild boar or two. Zhang Huacheng's words fell into an uproar. Even the old Chen family, not counting the income of the brick kiln, they work a day is only 10 cents, a caddy of wolf meat is not to work 10 days to buy? Are you crazy, a pound of meat for $1? Crazy poor. Haven't you ever seen money? Go to the county town to buy pork, poorer pork can be bought for 50 or 60 cents, good pork is only 70 or 80 cents, you $1 a caddy? Our production team's pigs will also be killed, and we won't share them with old Zhang's family then. The hogs of the brigade are also to be killed, only how much can each family share with so many people? Zhang Huacheng, however, was sneering. It is impossible not to share, a collective to share collective things, like plows and flatbed trucks and these things they can still operate in the dark, but food and pork and such things, there is a little bit of unfairness the commune will step in. Never mind a few cents a pound in the county, do you have meat stamps? Don't you guys know what the price of a meat stamp is? Zhang Huacheng finished a group of people are mute, where they go to get meat tickets the production team does not have meat tickets, only the city people will have a little ration of meat tickets every month, the black market meat tickets are more expensive than meat. Where's the pork? Chen Yan also didn't want to spend $1 on a pound of meat. Pork 6 grosses a pound. Zhang Huacheng at the price of going to the morning market. Is 50 cents okay? Chen Yan's eyes lit up, this price was acceptable. No. I want 2 pounds of pork, this way. Chen Yan pulled out a handkerchief rolled into a ball with a clench of her teeth and took out a 20-cent piece of money inside and handed it to Zhang Huacheng. 2 dogs get the scale. Soon Chen Yan brought up 2 pounds of pork. Yanzi, buy his meat for what Thai wild boar meat what to eat, production team pig is not to. Owe money to the commune? Zhang Huacheng was surprised, when did Chen Tang Sanliquan owe money to the commune? Little Flower City, give me 2 pounds, turn around and I'll send money over. With Chen Yan opening the way, there were no troublemakers, and a group of old Chen family members wanted to buy meat. If you dare to fight the wolves, it's bound to be these old guys who strike. No wonder the second dog was stumbling over his words last night, it seems that the old Zhang family took care of the second dog instead. Our old Wang family will buy some more pork and wolf meat. Thinking of this, Wang Kuei pulled out $12 from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Huacheng with a clench of his teeth. He knew the brigade situation well, and what Chen Yin said was true. Well, the second dog is also out quite a bit, giving you pork for 30 cents a pound and wolf meat for 50 cents a pound, but that's all there is to it, and if you want to buy more it won't be at that price. Zhang Huacheng took the money and thought about selling Ergu a favor. All for pork. Wang Kuei was overjoyed that he could eat meat, he wouldn't pick it. Old Wang's family followed by also have been full of smiles, 3 woolen tickets for a caddy of pork, 5 woolen tickets for a caddy of wolf meat, which is very, very cheap. There was a flurry of praise for Zhang Huacheng and Airdog, a scene that made the old Chen family's lungs explode with anger. Isn't this a clear case of bullying them? Go find Chen Biao. Can we go hunting in the mountains with Chen Biao? If we hit one head, the family won't have to worry about meat this year, and we can't let all the benefits go to old Zhang's family. Yes, our old Chen family has a lot of gun barrels, go for a few more guns and fight whatever comes. Chen Yinshan was also angry and red-eyed, and as soon as he heard that there were those who wanted to enter the mountain, he immediately yelled. They're not short of guns or bullets. He's never had this kind of anger since he's been a warehouse custodian. Wang Kuei heard, thought about not saying anything, he looked at Zhang Huacheng and then looked at the old Zhang family a few watching the old man, the current sub-zero dozens of degrees in the Changbai Mountains and how dangerous he knows best. He is the one who takes hunters into the mountains to hunt usually in the fall when the leaves are falling off the trees, so they can gather frozen mushrooms and get lucky with the prey. As for when the snow is covered, hunting is very dangerous, not to mention that there is almost no way to live in the cold if you get injured, and once you get lost you're screwed. And when the trees are thick, it is even more impossible to hunt, with poor visibility and poisonous snakes and beasts to prevent. These people want to go into the mountains, not to mention other things, when they really meet wolves are afraid that they cannot even pull the bolt. Chapter 47, Fishing for a Fish Brings the Commune to You. Jinseng. Jinseng, wait. Chen Yud saw that there was no hope of sharing the meat, and his eyes turned to think of a bad idea. Chen Yinshan, who was in the middle of his anger, saw Chen Yud following him up and impatiently said, "Do what you need to do, what are you following me for?" "Yinshan, Little Flower City is not doing this right, we won't say anything about dividing the meat, but he's selling meat in our brigade, what is this not speculation?" Chen Yud reminded. "In all seriousness, this is speculation." "Ha?" Chen Yinshan stopped in his tracks. The current policy, the mountain guards hit the prey if you want to sell can only be sold to the commune or the brigade, cannot be sold privately. Zhang Huacheng, this is indeed out of line, but said it is speculation is not to the point. But this situation is not to say that the parade, sentenced to re-education through labor, but confiscation of property is possible. Going to the commune to report it? It's just that the new leader from the commune disliked them and openly said he wanted to fix them, something that only a few of them who were officials knew about. You go to the commune and report it. Chen Yinshan looked at Chen Yud. It was not good for him to report it, but Chen Yud could. Did not wait for Chen Yud to speak, he continued, immediately will be killed to share the meat. You also know that every year's pork is meat a share, not to mention other things. When I give you a share of absolutely all the top grade meat, and then a little bit more to share you a little bit of pig's jerky, you put this to me to do it well. Chen Yud is a famous whistleblower professional in Chuntang Sanlik. Upon hearing that there was also the benefit of splitting the meat, Chen Yud decisively nodded his head. He was naturally very willing to be favored by moving his lips. Go now, as soon as possible. There is one more thing you remember. To the commune said someone private trading to sell meat, selling high-price meat to disrupt the market. Do not say it is a mountain guard. Chen Yinshan hated Zhang Hu's family. His own son will have a hard time finding an object in the future, and now he lies in bed every day and is as good as dead. He's lost his old face. It's being talked about everywhere. I understand. Chen Yud ran toward the commune with high spirits. Said the mountain guards, the commune herd basically will not come to people. After all, the mountain guards do not eat the communal food. Self-sufficiency, sell some meat is also reasonable, but there is a provision, that is, if you want to sell the prey have to be sold to the brigade or the commune, cannot be sold privately. Zhang Huacheng, who had been staring, knew what Chen Yud had gone to do as soon as he took a look at the direction he ran. Chen Yuanxiao, the shaver, pinched 3 Mao tickets, looked at the meat craving, urged, Captain Wang's meat is also cut, it's time for Uncle, give Uncle half a caddy of meat. Looking at the 3 woolen tickets handed over, Zhang Huacheng, however, shook his head and said, Uncle, the meat can't be sold. For what? Chen Yuanxiao was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, Little Flower City, Uncle didn't mess with you, Uncle even shaved your head. Why don't you sell it? How does this say it's not for sale? Seeing that there was no hope of sharing the meat, a few of the old Chen family had already taken out their money and were ready to buy some meat to go back and satisfy their cravings, who knew that Zhang Huacheng would not sell it. For a moment they were all in a hurry. Zhang Huacheng pointed to Chen Yud who ran away and said, Look, Chen Yud this mother went to the commune to report me. Guys sorry in the future there will be meat cannot be sold, can only be eaten by our old Zhang family themselves. If you can't eat meat in the future, you'll find Chen Yud. Chen Yuanxiao and the others turned their heads to look, and they saw that Chen Yud had already almost run out of sight. ING brainless, mountain guards he reported a DA? Chen Yuanxiao look angry not, report mountain guards? This is not pure brain has a big disease? He hated Chen Yud so much that when he was young he was reported by Chen Yud when he worked as a shaver, just because he received a gross ticket from him. What then? We need to eat meat too. This lackluster smoking thing. There was a burst of cursing from a few of old Chen's family who wanted to buy meat. However, to go to the commune to report is a big deal. Zhang Huacheng really sells they do not dare to buy, will be confiscated. One of them simply stand here waiting to see the fun. You old Chen family want to eat meat simple Chen Biao is now also a mountain guard, let him go to fight, we can all fight him why not? Zhang Huacheng didn't expect Chen Yud to be so forceful. He thought Chen Yud would go to find Chen Gonglin report. He then rightfully do not sell meat who cannot say anything, the future days as long as the old Zhang family to eat meat, suffering is Chen Yud and the mountain guards Chen Biao, and incidentally, Chen Gonglin will be scolded, who knows that he went directly to the commune. Chen Biao's house is on the verge of being overturned. A group of people from the old Chen family clamored for a hunting team, even Little Flower City and Airdog could hunt wild boars and gray wolves, what couldn't their old Chen family do? You need people, you need guns, you need bullets. Chen Biao, however, is not willing. This is not to let him go to his death. The mountain bore a weight of several hundred pounds, bullets cannot be killed. As for the gray wolves or even more packs, who dares to go to fight? Are these people crazy? If you want to go, go by yourselves. Think about it, those veterans of old Zhang's family are better shots one than the other. Definitely they went into the mountains to fight. Zhang Huacheng, he is nothing. Can hit wild boars and grey wolves? Chen Biao was anxious, this day not to mention going hunting. Freezing to death in the mountains is normal. Zhang Huacheng and 2 dogs can hit it? These people are crazy about meat, aren't they? Then you'll go into the mountains and fight on your own. Don't forget you're a mountain guard now. We all know the rules of the mountain guard. If you don't agree, we'll go to the commune and report you. Zhang Huacheng left behind a wolf leg and a piece of wild boar ribs, leaving half a wolf and about 30 pounds of pork on the table. Old Zhang's family has finished distributing, and the commune hasn't heard anything yet, so he's getting a little sleepy waiting. Bad, Chen Yud is here with the commune. The second aunt flew in to report the news. She went to deliver meat to her daughter's house in the Fuzhuang brigade, and she happened to meet Chen Yud with the commune's people, and ran back in a hurry. It's finally here. Chen Yud went to the commune to report the mountain guards are also strange. According to the reasoning that they are the mountain guards of the commune will turn a blind eye. After all, the mountain guards do not have the commune food to eat, is also to live. This Chen Yud will have his ass handed to him. A carriage appeared in view, with the people from the commune and Chen Yud sitting on it. Right up ahead. Look, leaders, there it is, still for sale. Chen Yud sat on the carriage and stretched his head to look at it, and once he saw that the meat was still set out at the door, he shouted excitedly. For came from the commune, 2 cadres and 2 guards carrying guns. Ergo, the commune is here. Flower Bell panicked. These days it's all about the fear of the commune coming to arrest people. Wang Kuei also did not leave, consoled, nothing, came to the commune's directorly, good talk. I guess Chen Yud did not say the mountain guards, otherwise the commune will not care about this small matter. Chentang Sanli drainage is not a good place, the commune used to not even come here. I'll go say hello. After saying that, Wang Kuei greeted him. Director Li, what brings you here? Wang Kuei walked over and saluted. We received a report from the public that there are people here speculating on selling meat at high prices and coming into the mountains to poach. We've come to verify this. Director Li recognized Wang Kuei and saluted even after he got off the carriage, and returned with a cold face. Poaching? He didn't say it was our mountain watchman he was reporting? Wang Kuei snorted, glancing at Chen Yud with contempt in his eyes. The mountain watchman? Upon hearing this, Director Li frowned at Chen Yud and said, I asked you, didn't you say you weren't a mountain guard? I don't know. When was Little Flower City a mountain guard? Sorry, leader, I didn't go out for the past few days and didn't know about this. Chen Yud did not expect Wang Kuei to come to be nosy, and in his heart, he cursed Wang Kuei's ancestors. Good leader, my name is Zhang Huacheng, the mountain watchman of the 3-mile drainage in Chentang. Last night when I was patrolling with the mountain watchman Erdog, we found a wolf pack chasing a wild boar to the foot of the mountain, so we shot and hit a wild boar and a grey wolf, and split the meat right here, without selling it. Zhang Huacheng stepped forward and saluted. Wang Kuei stayed behind and waited to help him so that he did not expect it, knowing that the old Chen family and the old Wang family have always been very close, but recently the relationship between the two families seems to be a little off. Chapter 48, Ultra-Low Commune Purchase Price, Unlucky Chen Yud. Upon hearing that it was about dividing the meat, the female cadre standing next to Director Li raised a willow eyebrow and glared at Chen Yud. Didn't you report that he was poaching and disrupting the market by selling meat at a high price? Sold right here. Wolf meat $1 a catty, pork 60 cents a catty. This is not a high price? Chen Yud hurriedly looked at Wang Kuei and said, Captain Wang, you say, you have to be truthful, lying won't do. When did you sell it? Our old Zhang's family didn't spend any money on splitting the meat. The second aunt was afraid of the commune, but when she heard Chen Yud say this, she hurriedly shouted. Shut up, what's the matter with you? Chen Yud glared fiercely at his second aunt. The second aunt was scared, she was really afraid of these people from the old Chen family. Comrade Wang Kuei, speak. Director Li looked at the wolf meat and wild boar meat, then looked at Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei shook his head and said, Old Zhang's family does share meat, free meat. The guards of the mountains to share meat is also normal. Chentang 3 miles of the canal situation, you know. I will not say more, there are a lot of contradictions. As for the sale of meat does not exist, I just do not want to let them work for nothing. It gives the wolf meat 5 mao ticket a catty of pork 3 mao ticket a catty, which is the same as the price of the communes sold to the communes, and the price is the same. Talk about a high price. The communal purchase price is just as low. Hey! Your mother Wang Kuei open eyes say blind, when you and the old Zhang family wear a pants? You. Chen Yud was anxious and opened his mouth to curse, but before he finished his words he was stared at by an unkind eye. Then ask your old Chen family, Chen Yuanxiao, the meat seller in Little Flower City? Wang Kuei pointed at Chen Yuanxiao and the others. Chen Yud was overjoyed to hear this and hurriedly said, Yuanxiao, Stone, you said that Little Flower City sold no meat, but you can all watch here. The old Chen family will definitely help the old Chen family. Chen Yuanxiao they leaned over to Director Li nodded and said, Leader's good, that I do a testimony. People Small Flower City did not sell meat, this lack of morality thing every day blindly reported to engage in infighting, the leaders you cannot let him off. Ha? Chen Yud was confused. What do you mean? Chen Yud, you're really something, you and Little Flower City are still neighbors, you go to report twice in 3 days, why don't you go to hell? Stone also cursed. He thought to himself that he might be able to get a piece of meat if he spoke up for Little Flower City. Well, you're all in this together, you've been bribed, haven't you? Chen Yen bought the meat, leader, Chen Yen is the accountant of our brigade, you can ask. Chen Yud was anxious, remembered that Chen Yen had bought meat, and hurriedly yelled to find Chen Yen. You shut up. Director Li chortled. With that, he whispered to the female cadre, apparently discussing what to do about it. A few discussions and it was over. Director Li also said under the gaze of a group of people, Mountain Keeper Zhang, what's that? Leader, my name is Zhang Huacheng. Oh yes, Mountain Guard Zhang Huacheng, after the organization investigated your behavior does not belong to speculation, do not do any punishment, but the remaining wolf meat and pork commune wanna buy at the purchase price, do you think it's okay? It's going to be New Year's Eve and who doesn't want more meat? Zhang Huacheng laughed, of course it's okay, we are also really short of money, can change some money that can really thank the leadership. Ha ha ha. Director Li patted Zhang Huacheng's shoulder with satisfaction. Young man has the guts to fight the wolves, good job, we'll take this wolf meat and wild boar meat at the price set by the commune. The price at which the commune purchased wolf meat was 5 gross bills a catty, and wild boar meat was 3 gross bills a catty, the same as the price Zhang Huacheng sold to Wang Kuei. I'll tie you up. Zhang Huacheng immediately signaled Air Dog. What was left was probably about 50 pounds of wolf meat and 30 pounds of boar meat, which would add up to about 80 pounds of meat. Not you guys still pay? No confiscation? If you don't parade it, you don't confiscate it? Our accountant also bought. Chen Yud looked anxious. This commune's come to buy meat? He went to the commune to bring Zhang Huacheng meat customers? Seeing that Zhang Huacheng's meat was still exchanged for money, Chen Yud couldn't wait to slap himself. What a thing! Then you find someone to call our village's accountant, she is a member of your old Chen family and would never lie, leader, when the time comes, if it is proven that he is lying, I hope that he will be dealt with seriously. Zhang Huacheng knows that Chen Yen dare not come, really dare to say so that her meat will be confiscated, since the loss of 800 to kill 1,000 enemies, Chen Yen this kind of 8-sided people cannot do it. This Chen Yud hasn't seen the situation clearly until now. Your name is Chen Yud, right? Director Li looked at Chen Yud. Without waiting for Chen Yud to speak, Li had a bad attitude and said, because of your malicious report of disturbing collective unity, you will be fined 10 yuan, go to the commune to pay the money by noon tomorrow, and will be dealt with seriously if you exceed. A word of caution from Director Li. After all, speculation in the current era of planned economy is a sharp weapon to suppress private economic activities, and it is only after the reform and opening up with the establishment of market economy that such concepts will be discarded. Zhang Huacheng this behavior said nothing is fine, but really encountered a more serious, hard to fight on a speculation is also very simple, after all, there is no place to reason these days. Thank you Director Li, definitely. Zhang Huacheng naturally understood. He did not know that the most panicked now is Chen Gongrin, at this time he is in the brigade in a hurry, hiding are not as good as the commune, Chen Yud the fool actually went to report to bring people. Chen Yinshan knew that he couldn't hide. In the past, they were hardened because of the chaos, and then the country smoothed out, and in order to suppress them the commune sent the old Wang family, who used to be hunters in the mountains, but at that time they quickly subdued them by means, and the commune's disintegration ploy was useless. But soon Zhang Jiatang was merged into them, and a group of pawns almost turned the entire Chentang Sanli Canal into a battlefield. Now that times have changed, it's impossible to be the same as before. If you can't, sell guns and bullets to fill the holes. Chen Yinshan's face turned red. They're not short of bullets and guns, those problems can be easily solved by selling some. You! Chen Gongrin almost died of anger at the words. At this time the knock on the door sounded, Shen Biao threw his hand fiercely, and Chen Yinshan also turned around to return to the table and sat down. Chen Yan is here. Director Li of the commune, they left and didn't come over. Phew! Chen Gongren sniffed out a breath. Swallow, go get Chen Yud. This Chen Yud must be taught a lesson. Yes. Chen Yin learned that Chen Yud still want to let her go to proof, hate itchy teeth, she cannot even hide, once heard that Chen Gongren want to teach Chen Yud a lesson, since it is happy. Chapter 49, I'll pull a cart for your second brother, who has the strength. Directorly of my commune they quickly left with the meat, before leaving with Wang Kuei said a few words for Zhang Huaqing to hear, the new leader of the commune named the Chentang 3 miles of the canal. Why? He went to ask his third grandfather, but he waved his hand and walked away, refusing to talk about it, only saying that the older generation's business had nothing to do with them. Huachang, do you think Chen Biao and the others will enter the mountain? Two Dog folded the wolf skins and placed them on the flatbed truck. He was looking forward to Chen Biao and the others going into the mountains to find death. Definitely they will go into the mountains, they can't hold out for a few days, we share the meat every day, they naturally can't sit still. Zhang Huacheng also covered the sewing machine and prepared to go to the old home. After sharing the meat for a few days, the old Chen family was naturally in a hurry. Should I go break Chen Yud's legs? Dog said his sewing machine? Chen Xiuying, who was thinking of bringing a few pounds of meat back at night, raised her head violently and stared so wide that even her heartbeat was so loud she could hear it. Bought a sewing machine at a department store? But Wang Lin doesn't know how to make clothes? Chen Xiuying knows that Wang Lin can't do anything in terms of women's honor, and she used to need to sew clothes and bedding, not to mention shoe knitting and garment making, so what's the point of buying a sewing machine? It's not going to be sent back home, is it? If so, wouldn't that mean she could use a sewing machine? Look at your brother, then look at you, will you buy me a? Big baby and little baby go straight to the top and grab it. By the way, what did you just want me to say, big brother? Flower Bell was curious. Zhang Huchen, face a little red, stammered, that you did not say that your second brother bought a sewing machine, your sister-in-law recently do closer to do in the middle of the night, light lamps, boiling oil, ice hurt, this is not thinking of letting you go, and your second brother said the sewing machine moved over to your sister-in-law to use for 2 days, such as finished clothes and then sent back. When he finished, he saw that Flower Bell had an odd look on her face. Big brother, you don't think sister-in-law Lin Lin will make her own clothes, do you? In her eyes, second sister-in-law was a knowledgeable person who liked red buildings, but would never like women's red. Ha? Zhang Huchen didn't get it, did he? Then what's the point of buying a sewing machine? Chen Xiuying couldn't help but perk up her ears as well. That sewing machine was bought for us by Ernie. Flower Bell was speechless. Ha? Zhang Huchen was confused. Bought it for us? Chen Xiuying directly stood up, incredulous, and then quickly flushed with excitement and said, Flower Bell, the sewing machine was bought for us? Really? Yes, she's the one who makes the best clothes in the family, she does all the needlework, and it really is the best thing to put in the old house. Just this brother-in-law of his would buy himself a sewing machine? Gosh, how much is a department store sewing machine? Really, mumble, Sima's back, you can ask Sima, she knows too. Flower Bell gestured outside, and the sound of Xiaoya calling out for her mother was already ringing in the courtyard. Zhang Huchen ran out quickly, and when he came back he was carrying Xiaoya, who was struggling desperately, in his right hand. Cauldron bad. Seeing that she was being put down, Xiaoya hurriedly hid behind her sister's legs. Flower Bell quickly snatched the frozen pear from Xiaoya's hand and ran away. Whoa! Xiaoya went after them with tears in her eyes, and Debao and Xiaobao followed wailing. I'll cut everything for you guys when I get the Flower Bell back. Zhang Huchen had no choice but to shout behind him as well. Soon a nibbled small half of the frozen pear into a piece, Xiaoya holding a thin frozen pear, drumming mouth, obviously very unhappy, it is clearly their own. Xiaoya, tell big brother for whom second brother bought the sewing machine, and you can have this frozen pear if you say so. Zhang Huchen took a small piece of frozen pear and squatted down to tempt Xiaoya. Little Ma took it, cocked her head and thought, for little Ma. Chen Xiuying hurriedly squatted in front of Xiaoya and said, Xiaoya, did your second brother say he was going to send it to the old house? Aha! Sayaka nodded seriously. Then tilting his head, he said, it'll be here soon, you ran back first. Mom. Chen Xiuying excitedly patted her chest, sewing machine her mother wanted a lifetime did not have, only her grandmother's home has a sewing machine, weekdays as a baby with. The family will soon have a sewing machine, still new. As long as it's delivered to her home, she can use it every day. Second brother even said he'd teach big brother to shave, so that he could be a shaver. Flower Bell added as she nibbled on a frozen pear. Zhang Huchen got up and headed out. Where are you going, big brother? Flower Bell was curious. I'll help your second brother pull the cart, I've got the strength. Chapter 50 Making a Wolfskin Coat. Zhang Huchen had just gone out when he saw Zhang Huacheng arrive outside the courtyard. 2 pots. Xiaoya also saw it and immediately ran to tell her off. Where could Qin Xiuying sit still and ran outside with Hua Ling? Zhang Huacheng and Erdog pulled the flatbed truck through the door and greeted him with a smile. Erwin, big brother and sister are bullying Xiaoya. Xiaoya hugged Zhang Huacheng's leg as soon as she could, and she didn't forget to make a face at Flower Bell. Ergo, did the sewing machine pull in? Flower Bell stepped forward to take a look. Right. Zhang Huacheng lifted the plastic sheet with one hand, revealing the sewing machine case and a sheet of fine leather inside. Hiss, how many did you guys hit here? Zhang Huchen took a look at these skins and his scalp went numb: wild boar leather, horse deer leather, fox leather, spore leather, and most of all, a sheet of. In the past, the second dog could not see the face of the dirty, now this were Gaga bored. The features are also clean and good looking, so that she froze for a moment, suspecting that she recognized the wrong person. 2 Dog nodded a little uncomfortably. But Chen Xiuying were to care about what handsome or not, soon all eyes are sewing machine. Water poured a cup and ran to see the sewing machine. Mom and Dad heard the commotion, also came over to see. Are these skins cooked? Zhang Hu looked at the sheet of skin that Zhang Huacheng carried in and also looked a bit dumbfounded. There is a trumpet that is to be made from white wolf leather. The white wolf leather was made in such a small size that it looked like a very small child, and my sister-in-law could tell by looking at it who it was made for. Zhang Huacheng smiled and nodded his head. Yes, make a pair of pony deerskin boots and a small wolfskin coat for Doodle, and use a white wolfskin one for the hat, and this snowfox skin to make a scarf for Linlin, and the... By the way, Dad, what happened to the old Chen family of Chen Tang Sanli drainage in the past? Did they have any history in the past? Why did you hear the people from the commune and Captain Flower Bell, you go and help your sister-in-law cut the leather? Zhang Huacheng signaled Flower Bell. Flower Bell reluctantly mumbled a few words, but went to find her sister-in-law to help cut the skins. Air Dog, come with me to the old Chen family ancestral hall at night to take a look. Zhang Huacheng decided to go and take a look, and after doing so, he might not be able to find an answer. Okay. 2 Dogs nodded. When we go to the mountains this afternoon to practice shooting, you take all the bullets with you. He's going to teach second dog marksmanship. 2 Dogs shooting is really all over the place. Second dog was surprised and nodded his head repeatedly. Zhang Huacheng's gun without a false shot shocked him, as long as the shot was bound to hit, and almost all of them hit the center of the eyebrow. If he learns it, he will be able to walk sideways in the Changbai mountain in the future. Calling on the iron pillar? Erdog remembered Taizhu. Call on it, I'll teach him the art of fighting. Taizhu is gifted and is definitely a superb fighter when properly built. Moreover, Taizhu was particularly bold, feeling that there was nothing that could make him afraid, and he was also very calm in the face of the wolves. This kind of mental quality was very rare. When even that black stall fugitive iron pillar did not hesitate to understand it all at once, he froze for a moment at that time. Chapter 51 Chen Yud, who gets beaten several times a day. Zhang Huacheng met Chen Yud, who had just returned, at the entrance of his house, and the latter stared at him with a resentful face, making him feel ridiculous. You reported me unsuccessfully, and you're still resentful? Unbeknownst to Chen Yud, he just went to the brigade and thought it was something good, but he was kicked by Chen Bowling Rin, who came up and kicked him. It was obviously Chen Yinshan's idea, but it was all on him, and tomorrow he will have to go to the commune to pay money to be criticized and educated. Look at your mom's ass. Second dog had long wanted to Chen Yud, and as soon as he saw that he was still staring at Zhang Huacheng with a resentful look on his face, he rushed up and delivered a flying kick. 2 Dogs, you. Chen Yud was shocked, and it was too late to run home, and before he could even finish his sentence, he was kicked into the snow pile by Erdog. Your mom's reporting, dog. Erdog gave Chen Yud a hard kick, kicking and screaming. 2 Dogs hit someone. Help, kill someone. Taizhu. Taizhu. Hearing the commotion, Sun Li came out to see, suddenly screamed, want to rush up to pull, but worried about the 2 dogs even hit her together, can only run back to shout Taizhu. Taizhu was shouted out and scratched his head when he saw the scene, then stared wide-eyed with Sun Li. What for? What are you waiting for? Go help your dad. Sunny blew a gasket, the dumbass. Oh. Taizhu nodded, then was a bit worried. How can I help? Ha? How can I help? Your father is almost killed, you ask me how to help? Sun Li were hard controlled by this sentence for a few seconds, and finally screamed in anger, go beat up the second dog. Ah. You go to fight the second dog, ah? You are a pig, or white grow this big, ah? Oh. Taiju scratched his head and walked toward Erdog, one step back and forth, and his hesitant appearance directly exasperated suddenly sat on the ground and howled. The second dog saw Taiju leaning over a little bit with a difficult face, and only then he heavily hammered Chen Yud a few punches, cursed, and got up to find Zheng Huacheng. He also didn't want to make things difficult for Taiju. Taiju dragged Chen Yud out of the snowdrift as soon as he could. Poor Chen Yud's nose is still bleeding, struggling to sit up. A look at Taiju face naive look at him angry raised his hand as a slap. Can't you see I'm getting beat up? Chen Yud growled, his eyes red. Taiju received a slap and stammered, Dad, didn't you say to hit without fighting back? I. Chen Yud's breath did not come up, almost died of anger, to the iron column to continue to slap, but was the second dog rushed back as a foot, lying in the snow nest directly did not move. Sunny came running over as well, giving a ghostly cry. What's going on here, her aunt? Anyone who heard the commotion come out and check it out. Mumble, Chen Yud was beaten up by Ergu. Being beaten by the second dog, that there is no way, ah, the brigade are lazy, he was beaten by the second dog, this how to see him hit the iron column, ah? Taking the piss. Chen Yud has a bad character, no one likes him, and he offends a lot of people by reporting every day. What's more, the one who hit him is still the second dog is a dilettante of the Chun Tang Sunli drainage, no one cares about him, the brigade can't control it and can't throw it away, and it's really a waste of time to be hit by him. Two Dogs is now a mountain guard and has a gun in his hand, who has nothing to do to mess with him. The members of the community were also talking in groups around, all watching the action, none of them leaning forward. Come on, let's go to the brigade and complain, I don't believe no one can control him. Sunli pulled Chen Yud to go to the brigade. Who knows has always liked to sue. Chen Yud sniffed but shook off her hand, limped toward home. Sue? Sue who? He has just been beaten in the brigade, or the captain himself beat him. Wang Lin was cleaning up at home when she heard the commotion and ran out to take a look but was stopped by Zhang Huacheng. Was it good? She pulled Zhang Huacheng to the house and looked at him with an expectant face. I bought 2 red ceramic vases at the department store in the morning, picked out bouquets of fake flowers and put them on the table to add a touch of color to. This is her first toy. Zhang Huacheng quietly went over to tuck Doodle into the bedding. Looking at the cloth tiger, he suddenly remembered a few small stones left behind by Doodle in his last life, and for a moment he couldn't help but have a reddening of his eyes. Airdog called Taiju to his home and told him to go back and he would only become Chen Yud's punching bag. Taiju, who had been smacked as if it wasn't him who had smacked him, the first thing he did when he came was to look at the pot first, obviously hungry again. Lin, see if the flour is fermented yet. When it's done, steam the pot of steamed buns for dinner. Zhang Huacheng sliced the wild boar meat and prepared a pot of chili pepper stir-fry. After eating, he was going to take Taiju and Erdog into the mountains to practice his marksmanship. Yes. Wang Lin washed her hands, went to the black porcelain basin and pressed the noodles. Seeing that the fermentation was good, she began to make the noodles. Erdog wasn't idle either, smashing a long cone of ice under the eaves with a shovel after shoveling snow in the yard, while Taiju sat in front of the stove and burned the fire. Doodle got up when the aroma of meat filled the air, and sat on the Kong for a while in a daze, holding the cloth tiger, apparently not yet fully awake. Doodle's awake. Wang Lin came over. Pear. Seeing her mom coming over, Doodle milkily asked for pears, but before she went to bed, she remembered her mom saying that she could eat pears when she woke up from her nap. Wang Lin smiled and went to get the frozen pears. Lin, frozen pears are too cold, isn't there a few apples at home? Take an apple for Doodle to eat. Zhang Huacheng reminded that frozen pears are too cold, there are still apples in the house, this apple is still the one Airdog gave earlier. Then I'll cut half an apple for Doodle to eat. Wang Lin nodded. Winter apples are too rare these days, usually she and Zhang Huacheng don't spare a bite, they are kept for Doodle. Soon Doodle was happily sitting on the bed nibbling on an apple. Brother, when can we go down to the lower cages? My eldest sister and my 2 younger brothers haven't eaten any fish yet, and I'd like to send a couple of fish to the family for dinner. Taishu scratched his head a little embarrassed. Off the cage? Zhang Huacheng thought about it and said, then we'll go on the next trip in the afternoon and collect it when it gets dark, it should be enough for a meal. What down the cage? 2 dogs just came in and heard it, curious to ask. When Zhang Huacheng told him how he got his first bucket of gold before Ergo came in the spirit, he didn't expect Zhang Huacheng to be able to catch fish and crabs in the sea, or in the cold winter. Who? Wang Lin heard the commotion and opened the door to go out and take a look. It's me, your 4th aunt, Lin, your parents are here, they're at the brigade now. Huh? Wang Lin rushed out the door as soon as he heard that. Zhang Huacheng also reacted and followed out, saying, "Let's go get it." He did not expect Wang Lin's parents to come directly, but also thought that the need for Wang Lin to go to the county a few more times to ease the relationship between the natural contradiction of time will be eliminated. It seems that he still think of things complicated himself. Chapter 52 Shock from the Old Man. Chen Tang's Sanli Drainage. Shen Yu looked back and forth with her army green crossbody cloth bag on her back, and Wang Zhengong pushed his bicycle behind him, panting, with some food hanging from the car and a bag of noodles strapped to the back seat. "Master, is this it?" Xiao Meng, the pig killer's apprentice, followed with his gun on his back and was a little uncomfortable when he saw some members of the community pointing at them. "Right here." Wang Zhengong looked at the snow-covered Chentang 3 miles of drainage, completely forgetting which side of their daughters are living, can only let his wife lead the way to find. Xin Yu was also in a difficult situation. It was the first time she came here in the middle of winter. "Comrade! Comrade!" Chen Jinhua, the women's director, flew in as soon as she got the news, waving her hand, as enthusiastic as if she had seen a relative. "Ah, hello comrade." Xin Yu froze for a moment when she saw that he was dressed like a village cadre. She didn't know Chen Jinhua, but Chen Jinhua recognized Chen Yu and Wang Zhengong, and she even knew Xiao Meng, the pig killer. After all, as long as she went to the county town to buy meat, she could see them. Once she saw that it was really Wang Lin's killjoy mom and dad, she was all smiles. Hello you guys came to see Wang Lin right? This road is not easy to find, let me take you there. I'm Chen Jinhua, the women's director of our brigade." She glanced at the things hanging on the front of Wang Zhengong's bicycle, a few pounds of fat meat not to mention canned food and peach crisp, and on the back seat was obviously a bag of white flour, which made her enviously red in the eyes. "It's good to have city relatives." "Thank you so much, thank you Director Chen, I'm lost here." Xin Yu hurriedly thanked him. When it snows we'll get lost, not to mention you guys." Chen Jinhua is very enthusiastic. "Then I'll trouble Director Chen, if you go to the county town to buy meat in the future, look for us, I'll save you the fat in advance." Wang Zhengong knew at a glance what Chen Jinhua meant, but since she took the initiative to help, and was also the women's director of her own daughter's brigade, he was willing to give a little bit of benefit. Anyway, they call the shots on the food station pork and sell whoever they want. Chen Jinhua smiled from ear to ear, and was not polite, thanking him repeatedly. Wang Lin's pig killer parents came, soon in Win like in Chentang 3 miles of the canal spread, brought several pounds of fat pork, and canned food and snacks, but also brought a bag of dozens of pounds of white flour. Who heard who envy? "You guys look! You guys see!" Shen Yud also swore before that the meat in his home with Little Flower City had nothing to do with the pig killer, that is, he went into the mountains to poach. This is called nothing to do with it? Chen Mingtang was the first to slap the table. He went to ask his own daughter before. His own daughter said it was someone else's pig killer parents sent. He came to say after Chen Yud was there, but also said that his daughter lied, forgetting her ancestors, marrying into the old Zhang family and forgetting their ancestors. He was almost angry to death. Chen Gongring got up to comfort him, signaling him to calm down. "He just belongs to the dog, biting indiscriminately, but also said that I let him go to the commune to report. I have a brain disease, I let him go to the commune to report?" Chen Yinshan secretly rejoiced in his heart. When Chen Yud was beaten, he yelled that he had asked to go to the commune to report it, but fortunately no one believed Chen Yud. "It seems that we have to get on good terms with Little Flower City, not to mention other things. It's still very simple to get some meat stamps to buy some fatty meat in the future." Wang Kuei picked up the enameled teapot and drank. These days it's a real blessing to be related to a hog killer and a food station worker. It's not your turn to make good relations. With so many mouths to feed in the old Zhang family, it's still your turn? Chen Yinshan sneered after hearing this. Wang Kuei laughed coldly. "Is it your turn?" Chen Yinshan, the meat to be distributed in the brigade this year is just that much. I'll keep an eye on you to distribute it this year. Don't want to pickpocket your own family first like in previous years. Every year Chen Yinshan divided meat will first leave the good fat meat to his own family. Other brigade cadres will also first share the good meat. This kind of thing Wang Kuei also turned a blind eye, but now the two families have become such a mess. He is also the captain of the militia, has the right to supervise. I'm the one who gets the favors? Fine, then no one will have a good time this year. Chen Yinshan was so angry that he slapped the table. What's all the noise? Shen Boring has a headache and argues 800 times a day. Wang Lin and Zhang Huacheng had just arrived at the main intersection when they saw that Wang Zhengong and his group were not far away. Mom! Wang Lin ran forward excitedly. Lin! Shen Yu greeted her with joy and hugged her daughter. Mom, what are you guys doing here? Dad! Wang Lin's eyes were red, she didn't expect her dad to come too, and she lowered her head and shouted. Can't we come? Do you still have me as a father in your eyes? Wang Zhengong snorted coldly. What are you doing? Xinyu glared, then pulled Wang Lin's hand and said with a smile, your father is like this, knife mouth and tofu heart, he can't change in his life. Wang Zhengong grunted but did not refute. Chen Jinhua is a good hand at detecting words and observing colors. Knowing that it would be bad to stay any longer, she smiled and said, then you guys talk, I won't bother you, Lin, in the future, if there are any difficulties to look for the aunt. Thank you, Director Chen. Xinyu hurriedly thanked him. No, you guys talk. Chen Jinhua left with a smile on her face. Dad, Mom. Zhang Huacheng also followed over, having relived his life, he naturally would not be as childish and ignorant as he was in his previous life, and took the initiative to open his mouth. Wang Zhengong obviously did not expect Zhang Huacheng to take the initiative to greet him, slightly stunned, coldly snorted and twisted his head to ignore him. Shenyu also looked at Zhang Huacheng in surprise and nodded without saying anything else. Dad, Mom, let's go to the house first, we just made dinner just in time to eat some together. Wang Lin also did not expect Zhang Huacheng to take the initiative to open his mouth to greet her, for a moment she could not help but lower her head to wipe her tears. Okay, let's go home first, where's Doodle by the way? Xinyu didn't see Doodle and was curious to ask. Doodle is at home. Then let's get out of here, it's not safe to leave the kids at home when they're so young. Xinyu hurriedly urged upon hearing this. When the group arrived at the house, Doodle hid in Wang Lin's arms, looking back and forth curiously. Meng, just carry the noodles inside, I'll take these. Xinyu lifted down the canned snacks and pork and gestured to Meng who wanted to help. Meng nodded and went to carry the flour. Mom, there's pasta in the house and plenty of meat, so take it home and eat it. Wang Lin took a look and hurriedly ran over holding Doodle. You child, it was hard for Mom to bring this and you let it go back, and it's for Doodle to eat. Shen Yu glared at Wang Lin. Wang Zhengong stood in the yard and looked at the meat hanging on the wall, obviously a wolf leg and a large piece of pork ribs. It seems that his wife was not lying when she said that Zhang Huacheng was the one who sold wolf meat in the morning market. How dare this kid go into the mountains to fight wolves? Meng carries the noodles into the house and is startled when she meets Taizhu face to face. After all, Iron Pillar's height of nearly 2 meters was very oppressive. Guests at home? Xinyu entered the house and also saw Taizhu and Airdog standing at the table, smiling and nodding in greeting. Before Wang Lin had a chance to introduce herself, she heard Xiao Meng exclaim from inside. Master! Master, come and see, it's a gray wolf skin. Zhang Huacheng removed the Springfield rifle and handed it to Xiao Meng after unloading the bullets inside. Xiao Meng took it with delight, and said lovingly, so it's American goods, no wonder I haven't seen it, how come you still have this rare thing? From the brigade. Zhang Huacheng was also curious as to how their brigade could have this kind of high-grade goods. The American Springfield rifle was sought after by collectors in later generations, and was even replicated for precision shooting competitions, and he did not hesitate to choose this American Springfield when he saw it. This wolf skin is good stuff. It's warm to make a fur coat, don't sell it, it's a pity to sell it. Xinyu also entered the house, looking at the 2 complete gray wolf leathers was also surprised. Wang Lin couldn't help but look at Zhang Huacheng when she saw Xinyu go to touch the wolf skin. Zhang Huacheng naturally understood what she meant, and immediately said, Mom and Dad, this wolf skin we have more than 10 in our family, these 2 you 2 will take them back to make 2 fur coats, but this one skin hasn't been boiled yet, you guys have to go back and boil it, otherwise the skin will be very hard. The biggest gray wolf skin was shot last night, and he was going to cook it again tonight. Xinyu was surprised to hear that and looked around. Mom, all the other skins were sent to my sister-in-law's house in Huacheng in the morning to make wolf skin coats, not only wolf skins, but also wild boar skins, horse deer skins, roe deer skins, and fox skins, and they'll be ready in the next 2 days. Wang Lin knew her mom was looking at the other wolf skins and whispered. Did you beat all these? Wang Zhengong looked at Zhang Huacheng, having heard that the meat sellers in the morning market sold all kinds every day, but he believed what his daughter said. The 3 of us fought. Zhang Huacheng gestured to Airdog and Taizhu. Taizhu scratched his head and laughed nervously. Airdog was straightforward, these were pretty much all killed by Huacheng, so we'll help carry them back, he's the only one who can fight those wolves. For what? Meng got curious as to why only Zhang Huacheng could hit it. Just look at the gunshot holes in the 2 wolf skins. 2 dogs gestures to the 2 gray wolf leathers on the wall. Let's see. Xiaomang is also not polite, put down the gun to remove the wolf skin, fumble around quickly surprised to see the location of the gun eyes, actually in the brow of the wolf scalp. He rushed to look at the other alpha wolf's brow, and sure enough, they were all shot in the brow. Boy, what a marksman! Meng was shocked. Wolves are not likely to stand still and let you hit them, and anyone who understands that the alpha wolf will be hiding in the back and giving orders is usually about the furthest distance away from the target, and will only get close to the target if they are winning. One shot at a wolf? No wonder they're not selling their meat well in the county. What wolf can't be killed with that kind of shooting? Who did you learn the Flower City shot from? His own son was a veteran, and Xinyu still understood how difficult it was to shoot a gun. Wang Zhengong also looked at Zhang Huacheng. Learned it from a couple of my grandfathers, they were all veterans who used to fight the devils, and he gave me this 38 large cap, which he captured by killing a bandits? Zhang Huacheng heart, immediately understand where the problem is, immediately said, Dad, our old Zhang family is also considered to be full of loyalty. Okay, then I'll talk to you and tell you why I wasn't willing to let Linlin marry you in the first place. Linlin, you go and close the door. Wang Zhengong also got on his head and signaled his daughter to go close the door. Wang Lin ran to close the door a little uneasily. When responding to the policy of young people going to the countryside, Linlin just graduated from high school. We looked for relations before Linlin came to our Shanghai County Shicheng People's Commune. Who knows that the Shicheng People's Commune assigned Linlin to the Chentang Sanlik? Wang Zhengong took out a cigarette. Doodle is still young, so bear with me. Xinyu tugged at him. Wang Zhengong looked at his pockets, and only then did he put away the cigarettes. Chentang Sanlik is very remote and poor, it's nothing. As long as we can survive for a year we can bring Linlin back, and other people can't say anything, but she said to us after a year that she didn't want to go back home, and she wanted to get married with you here, and she was dead set on not going back home. Speaking here, Wang Zhengong looked at Wang Lin with a bellyful of resentment. Wang Lin lowered her head and made the same mistake. It's all in the past, what's the point of talking about this? Xinyu saw that her daughter was about to shed tears and was a bit distressed. Just know how to interrupt. Wang Zhengong chortled, if it wasn't for you in the first place, Tai would have tied Linlin back. What did the bandit say? Zhang Huacheng also did not want to dwell on the past, after all, it is all a contradiction, talking too much will only quarrel will not have any good results. Humph. Wang Zhengong looked at Zhang Huacheng. She wants to get married, I'll find my second master in the commune to check your family background and so on. Well, a check can be a big deal. Your Chintang Sanli drain is the former famous Jinjiatang Sanli mountain, a robbing home and harming countless people of the bandit nest. Chance Hall, 3 Mile Hill? Chapter 54, The Secret of the Old Chen Family. Sure enough. That is to say that his father Zhang, who did not hear correctly, the fifth uncle and the third grandfather they said in the beginning is this, the old Chen family actually used to be bandits. The second dog also perked up his ears and listened attentively, but it was Taiju who didn't want to listen to all this, looking at the chili fried pork and white flour steamed buns on the table that were getting cold from time to time, and swallowing his saliva from time to time. Zhang Huacheng remembered the old uncle of the old Chen family, and was not too shocked that the old Chen family used to be bandits. Master, shouldn't the bandits be exterminated? Why do they still remain? Meng couldn't help but ask. After the great bandit suppression, which bandits can be spared, and now although there are still, but are one or two kind of bandits, hordes of bandits no longer exist. Nowadays, when you're a bandit, if you're caught, you're shot straight away. That's going to require asking the commune. Wang Zhengong also does not know the reason, some things to be kept secret his second master is not convenient to say. Zhang Huacheng also knew why Wang Zhengong was so decisive in the first place. Our old Zhang family was merged into the Chentang Sanli drainage more than 20 years ago, but the grandfather generation seems to know all of this. The two parties are constantly conflicting deaths and injuries over some of them. Our generation, no, even my father is not clear about this, and even the old Chen family of the Chentang Sanli drainage, I'm afraid that a lot of people don't know about all of these things. Old Chen's family probably doesn't know much about this. Even his father, Zhang Hu, did not know, only a group of elderly people in the old Zhang family knew, so secretive, I guess it is the old uncle they received the organization's confidentiality mission to do so. Old Chen's family is probably the same. What's hidden inside the shrine? That's the guns and ammunition they used to have when the old Chen family was bandits. He was suddenly more curious about what was hidden. This we really do not know, no matter how now Linlin and Doodle can live a good life on the line, we are also old and do not want to toss. You want to go to the county to work, I can also look for relations to give you some arrangement. Now Wang Zhengong also figured out that his daughter is good enough. Previously he was also a little selfish, afraid of Chen Tang Sanlik when accident, when her daughter will be implicated in their family, his second master, and he said very serious, let him make sure to stop, cannot be stopped. B. Helplessly Zhang Huaqing can only come back to a pot of pork belly stewed ribs, thinking that, no one is bothering me. Zhang Huaqing shook his head. In his last life, he had always thought that anyone who dared to speculate and get caught was finished these days, but now he realized that the ones who were caught were unrelated, and those on TV were half-truths. Odd. Wang Zhengyong and Xin Yu looked at each other. Could it be that Qin Xiaodong's group of ticket sellers are not around lately? No, tomorrow morning go to the morning market to take a look. He and Qin Xiaodong is also considered to know. Say hello should give him face. Taizhu ate 4 steamed buns and a plate of fried meat with chili peppers before being dragged away by the second dog, and his eyes looked back several times. He was really not full. The second dog was also speechless to him, without any eyesight at all. Zhang Huaqing's mom and dad got the news and ran here. Hualing and Xiaoya also followed. The house was very lively. Peach Crisp Doodle doesn't even eat. We usually don't bother to buy it. Lin said that in the morning Doodle's breakfast is peach crisp and eggs. Xin Yu all suspect that they are dreaming. Half a year ago when she came home penniless, the heartache of her tears, this half a year time change is really too big. Hearing this, Wang Zhengyong didn't want to speak. He had just asked Zhang Huaqing how much money he had sold for selling meat in the morning, and the answer he got was his normal salary for a year. Unbeknownst to him, this was still Zhang Huaqing's modest answer. Xin Yu brought a few meat and grain tickets, but found his daughter took out a small box full of all kinds of tickets and a small bundle of big unions. What are they worried about with this life? Chapter 55 Preparing to enter the shrine. In the afternoon, Zhang Huaqing was a little distracted, not because of the news that the old Chen family is a bandit, for bandits he had guessed before, but also expected. He was thinking of the guns and ammunition hidden in the old Chen family shrine. As long as he had enough guns and ammunition, as long as he wasn't surrounded by a large wolf pack with a wolf king, he could walk completely sideways in the Changbai Mountains. When the wolfskin coat was ready, the small wolf pack with only the head wolf he even dared to bring Taizhu and Airdog to charge head-on. Really don't consider going back to the county? Xin Yu had a hard time convincing Wang Zhengyong that he wanted to take his youngest daughter's family to live in the county, but he didn't realize that they didn't want to go at all. The food station job would have a spot at the end of the year, and she was all set to save it for Zhang Huaqing. Mom, I'm doing quite well here, so don't ask, why didn't Big Brother come with you guys? Wan Lin didn't want to leave and didn't want to talk about this topic. She's living a happy life now. Every time her mom came, her big brother would come, but this time it wasn't, it was Meng who came. Your big brother he has just arrived at the train station as a passenger police officer now, saying that he wants to perform well, so we didn't let him take. Shen Yu kicked Wang Zhengyong in anger. She knows that Wang Zhengyong angry because his son does not want to go to the food station, ran to become a passenger police. She also knows that the passenger police dangerous, but cannot persuade. It is safe to arrest the Black Five, landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, rightists or their children, all of whom are currently subject to strong restrictions that prohibit them from roaming. But pickpockets are different, 3 or 5 groups that is a small group. If you meet a large group of train hijackers, the passenger police will be very dangerous. By the way Lin, we came to have one more thing, your elder brother will get married in half a month, the object is a girl from the textile factory over there, it was introduced by the director of the Women's Federation of the street office, you guys have to go then. Xin Yu told Wang Lin the good news. Big brother is getting married? Wang Lin's surprise. Watching the family of 3 chatting happily, Zhang Huaqing also eavesdropped a little from time to time, and soon the meal was ready. Flower Bell, tell mom to bring the 2 children in for dinner. Zhang Huaqing fried 2 dishes, fried a plate of peanuts and rice, stewed a pork belly soup, and called out to Flower Bell who was watching the Red Mansion. Yes. Flower Bell ran out and shouted, and soon old mom came in with Xiaoya and Doodle. Once dinner was served, the 2 little girls were happier than anyone else. Meng was also called to sit down and eat together. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zhengyong have already determined that their daughter's family is living better than them, and there is no shortage of rice, flour, meat and oil in the house at all, and Zhang Huaqing's skill in cooking surprised them, which is better than that of restaurants. Flower City can go and become a chef with this handiwork, right? Xin Yu ate a few mouthfuls, the color and flavor made her shocked, no wonder her own daughter said that she was not good at cooking, on this craft, she was afraid that she would not dare to cook. Where did you learn the craft? Wang Zhengyong was also surprised, he often went down to the restaurant and ate dishes that were not a little bit worse than this, so he naturally knew that this craft was not simple. Learned it everywhere, and some of it was worked out on my own. Zhang Huaqing smiled and answered that the ingredients and seasonings were limited, otherwise he would have made it even better. As for being a chef is impossible, the 1960s small county restaurant industry is completely dominated by state-run and collective hotels. Private restaurants in both policy and practice no longer exist. The 1980s only gradually appeared. Xiaomeng glanced at his own master. Was this the third son-in-law that his own master had disparaged all the way down the road? With this craftsmanship, with this speech and mannerisms, he felt that his master was a turd in front of others. Of course he didn't dare say. Cold winter months dark fast, the afternoon also fluttered snowflakes. Less than 4 o'clock. Wang Zhengang couple will have to leave to return to the county. After all, once the darkness on the road will be very dangerous. In response, Zheng Huacheng and Wang Lin naturally would not stay, and the family sent them to the village entrance. Lin, Flower City, bring Doodle home to play when you're free. Xinyu smiled with red eyes and waved goodbye reluctantly. Wang Zhengang pushed his bicycle and walked in front without saying a word, and on the seat there was an extra wolf leg and 2 gray wolf skins, which Zheng Huacheng stiffly bundled behind him. He didn't know what to say. 2 dogs went poking around. Go! Zheng Huacheng said with considerable anticipation, if we can get 2 boxes of bullets and a few good guns, then it will be very safe for us. Go in too. Don't study it, you can't catch the big stuff on this one, only small fish and crabs. Zheng Huacheng saw Airdog studying the crab cage and smiled as he took it over and threw it into the seawater. If they knew this before, where would they still go to work in the production team? Airdog looked at the crab cages in the seawater and thoughtfully looked at Zheng Huacheng. How come those people in the brigade don't understand this? Their production team tired to do a year, not backwards is delicious, barely able to not starve to death. With Zheng Huacheng into the mountains a few days, he increasingly feel that the brigade those are brain problem. It's mind-bending. Zheng Huacheng shook his head. 2 people on the shore. Taizhu grabbed the head to welcome up. He is too big and no lightweight. Zheng Huacheng did not let him go down. The 2 dogs are light and flexible, do not have to worry about falling. Taizhu, is the fish good? 2 dog patted Taizhu. The fish is delicious. Taizhu scratched his head. Look, even Taizhu knows that fish is delicious. What can those people in the brigade do? Airdog spat. He'd always had a grudge against the brigade. Because the grandfather Wang who adopted him can be said to be starved to death. When he was too young to understand, give him food he ate, understand when it is already too late. You guys remind me of that. Zheng Huacheng remembered that these days, wedding banquets in the county, usually have to have fish and meat. It seems that you can consider going to the mountain glacial lake to get fish. But with the current ice thickness estimated at over a meter, he needed to prepare properly. As night falls, smoke rises from the cooking. The old Zhang's family is eating meat, the old Wang's family is also eating meat, and those who cannot eat meat are not idle. One by one, cursing and swearing, Chen Yud and Chen Biao now do not even dare to go out of the door. The ancestral hall of the old Chen family is in an old mansion. He took the second dog and quietly touched it, and the snow was so heavy that it became their cover instead. The walls were not fence yards, but mud bricks. The winds of the 3-mile canal in Chintang were so strong that most homes used mud bricks, and fence yards were instead rare. The walls of the shrine were still raised, but it was difficult for Zheng Huacheng and Airdog. Zheng Huacheng easily rolled over to the wall, and after observing it for a while, he signaled second dog, who followed suit and rolled over the wall. The shrine was dark and the door was locked. Zheng Huacheng took out a black hairpin and opened it in a few seconds, an operation that left Airdog dumbfounded. When they entered the ancestral hall, Zheng Huacheng and Airdog both took out a candle and lit it, and the darkened ancestral hall brightened up. The front of the hall was full of spirit seats, and Zheng Huacheng went to the other 2 rooms and looked around without finding the entrance to the tunnel, guessing that it was under the spirit seats. He was then drawn to the name on the spirit tablet. Chen Jinshan, Chen Biao, Chen Xiaolin, Chen Xiaodao. Zheng Huacheng was speechless. Is this lest others don't know that you are bandits? No wonder only the old Chen family elders were allowed to pay their respects. There was a lot of dust on the seat, obviously it hadn't been touched for a long time, but his eyes were on a hanging picture of the gods of fortune and longevity behind the seat. Did you find it? Airdog looked around and couldn't find it. It should be here. Zheng Huacheng went up and took down the painting of the fortunate goddess, but the wall was covered with an old black cloth. Second dog leaned over. When Zheng Huacheng carefully removed the black cloth, his eyes lit up. There was actually a wooden door in the wall. And hidden like this? Airdog was surprised. Usually there were secret passages inside the Kong, where there were secret passages in the walls. The walls have been thickened because it's a mud brick house, I just ignored it. Zheng Huacheng pulled open the door, and a cold rotten earthy smell hit his face while revealing a downward stone stairway tunnel. I'm in first. 2 dog draws his bayonet to advance. Don't move. Zhang Huacheng, however, stopped him and gently untied a very thin rope. Trap? Two Dog froze. That's not so bad. When this rope moves, that iron bell in the house will ring, and Chen's old uncle lives in the house behind the ancestral hall, so I'm afraid he'll be able to hear it as soon as there's a movement. Zhang Huacheng turned back to look at the iron clock hanging on the beam of the room, which he had just noticed. The old thing is quite a thief. The second dog didn't dare to advance. The stairs weren't exactly narrow, but they could only pass one, and the candlelight wavered, and when it came to the ground floor Zhang Huacheng's heart skipped a beat, and Dog's eyes widened. Where is the cellar down here? This is a small military warehouse, and this warehouse is all built out of rock, clean and tidy. A mouthful of wooden crates, large and small, all of which were military green boxes with some numbers on them, actually in Japanese. Flowers, Flower City. Two Dog couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Military, all of them are military, and they are used by the Japanese army. Zhang Huacheng went forward and lifted a box, but inside was a handful of pitch-black 38 large caps. Lift another one and it's actually full of Springfield rifles. Geez, did they find a small Japanese military base in the old Chen family and empty it, or did they rob a Japanese warehouse? Or maybe Flower City, bullets. The small box was full of bullets, and the grains of yellow made Dog's eyes glaze over a bit. He finally understood why there was no shortage of bullets in Chen Tang's 3-mile canal. Lift them all up and see if there are any others. Zhang Huacheng searched one by one. There were about dozens of boxes here. Some of the boxes had obviously been moved away, leaving an empty piece. Bullets. Bullets. The 3/8 big covers. The 3/8 big covers. Bullets. Flower City, come see what this is? A pistol? Two Dog whimpered in alarm. Zhang Huacheng quickly walked over. A look immediately rejoiced. This is a Mauser barge gun. Two Dogs, this is a good thing. It's very valuable. With this thing encounter wolves are not afraid. Mauser barges are also called box guns, and there are probably a dozen or so more box guns in the case. Find his magazines and bullets. Seeing that the case should have been mostly taken, with only a dozen or so left, the 10-round loaded magazines were soon found, as were 2 boxes of bullets. Zhang Huacheng checked them all and they all worked, but they needed to go back for some maintenance. Take a bunch of them away first. After all, it's only your own if you take them away. Two Dogs looked down reluctantly, then began to move outside. Waiting for the house has been moved almost. Zhang Huacheng called to stop. Want to go back to continue to move the 2 dogs. Go back to call Taiju. While it is snowing, pull flatbed truck to pull. It was snowing heavily now, and whatever traces they left in the snow would be quickly erased. Yes. The second dog didn't say and flew towards. Footsteps sounded from above, followed by 2 dogs' lowered voice. Where are the people? Zhang Huacheng carried a box of 5.4 rifles up. Taiju is waiting for us outside. Let's move a few more boxes. Dog wants to keep moving. Then you move 2 more boxes of 7.62mm bullets. I'll move another box of 38 caps, and leave the rest here for now. Retreat first. These things definitely came from the wrong place, or else old Chen's family couldn't have hidden them so well. Zhang Huacheng naturally had the idea of moving as much as he could. But before there is a change of heart, let's move a bunch of them out first. You can't pull them all out. Yes. Dog was overjoyed and quickly carried up 3 boxes of 7.62 million bullets. Zhang Huacheng sent the 5.4 rifles back and came back to move a box of 38 large caps. Guns are expensive on the black market, especially this kind of good quality. Save the remaining 20 or so boxes for tomorrow night's move. They can't possibly check every day. Seeing second dog running back again, Zhang Huacheng handed him the 38 big lid boxes in his hand. The second dog rushed to take it. Pull back with Taiju first. I'll go recover the scene. You guys don't pull back home, just pull the car straight to the foot of the hill and wait for me. Zhang Huacheng turned around and went back after the reminder. You can't hide these guns and ammo in your home. It's safest to hide them in the mountains. 2 dogs ran toward Iron Pillar with the box in his arms. Zhang Huacheng went back to close the door of the dark passage. The old black cloth restapled, fortune and longevity gods and goddesses paintings hung, the footprints on the ground are swept away with a broom, and everything recovered. He went out to lock the door, and he left a very small and inconspicuous line on the door, and as long as the lock had been opened he would be able to find out, and the lock on the main door was also the same as leaving a line. If someone has opened it, they can't get in. If they haven't, they'll keep coming tomorrow night to move it. The goosefeather snow fell in torrents, and in just a moment all the traces they had left in the snow were covered. When Zhang Huacheng arrived at the foot of the mountain he saw Taiju and Dog waiting for him. Brother. Flower City. The two immediately greeted Zhang Huaqing when they saw him arrive. "I'll pull it, you guys push it, let's go into the mountain." Zhang Huaqing took over the flatbed truck. No one would have thought that these guns and ammunitions would be hidden in the mountains. Now there are places in the mountains where the snow is up to their knees. It is very difficult to send them to the mountains to hide them. It's good to hide in the mountains, it's safe. The second dog was in favor of it. Yes, hiding the mountains, we can also get a temporary hunting base in the mountains, and every time we come back from hunting we can also bring some bullets for Qin Xiaodong and the others to throw and sell on the black market. Guns are easy to get on the black market, not to mention bullets, and guns aren't banned now. Qin Xiaodong and the others have a way out. It's just going to come out slow. The lowest black market price for a bullet is also 7 cents. How much money can this be sold for? Second dog's heart was also pounding. The feeling of getting rich overnight was too exciting. How much? You can calculate. A box of bullets all sold can get $100, but it is very difficult. Just the county black market, a box of bullets is sold for half a year, is not necessarily sold out. On weekdays it is just for us to do a little subsidy. The main thing is that we have enough guns and ammunition, that is to face the wolves, can also be able to retreat in one piece. Zhang Huaqing is sentenced to the second dog back to reality. These days private selling guns and ammunition, serious shot, black market to sell, are careful. These are Japanese, almost all of them are new, and it's fine if they come out in small quantities, but if they come out in large quantities they will definitely attract attention. The Japanese ammunition supply system is highly standardized, with a single box of basically 1,440 rounds of ammunition, whereas a typical domestic box is 500 rounds. The second dog herd also calmed down. He also understands that if it is really good out of the old Chen family has long been pulled on the black market to sell for money, rather than 10 or 20 years of time to sell only a few dozen boxes. In the Northeast, there's really no shortage of bullets or guns these days. "Brother, where are we going to take these? Are we still hunting wolves tonight?" Taiju's mind was on hunting. He has no concept of guns and ammunition. "Let's find a cave close by to hide in, and if we can meet wolves tonight we'll hunt them, and if we can't we'll go and shoot a couple of horse deer." Naturally, you can't stop hunting. "I didn't hear any wolves howling tonight. I wonder if the wolves chose to leave because the head wolf died. If so, that's a bit of a loss." It was not easy to find the cave, and they were almost exhausted from going over the mountain, relying on brute force to pull it, and reloading when they encountered places they couldn't get to. Close to 2 hours, Zhang Huaqing finally found a very hidden cavern. The cavern was still in the mountain crevice. This location made him want to be satisfied. The only regret was that the cavern was a little bit small. This height they couldn't stand up straight, but used as a hunting base, but it was not a problem at all. "There won't be anyone else here, will there?" After the move, Two Dog wiped his sweat and sat down on the floor. "No, we won't have to worry about that until spring, and in the meantime we'll have to find a better place again." The current probability of this place being discovered was pathetically small. Snow-covered hunters and mountain guards wouldn't go into the mountains. They didn't have to worry about it for a while. A few months would be enough time for him to find a new suitable cave. Chapter 58 Gun Price, Qin Xiaodong's Crisis. Zhang Huaqing opened the Mauser barge box and checked them one by one. There were 14 Mauser barges in total, except for one that was a bit rusty and 3 that could not be used until they were maintained. The other 10 Mauser barges had no problems. "Get some gun oil tomorrow and take good care of all these guns. You take this one, once the wolves rush in front of you, this is better than a 5.4 rifle." Zhang Huaqing handed a Mauser C96 barge gun to Erdog. Then he picked out one and gave it to Taiju, which was as capable of a messy shot as one who had never touched a gun in close proximity. Zhang Huaqing took 2 barges, all loaded with bullets, and brought a few spare magazines that he could change at any time, along with his Springfield rifle and enough bullets. He was looking forward to encountering the wolves. "Here, raise your gun and aim it at the tree in front of you." Zhang Huaqing raised his barge gun and aimed it at a tree a dozen meters ahead, while signaling Ergu to join them. Ergu and Taiju also raised their guns. "This is the safety on means ready to fire. Pull the trigger and watch out for the recoil. This box gun has a lot of recoil." Bang! Bang 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 bang! Zhang Huaqing lands a body shot. Then in one breath, 10 rounds of ammunition will be emptied in less than 5 seconds. If it is a continuous fire type barge gun, with a big belly magazine ground, the district of 10 rounds of ammunition can be shot out in 1 or 2 seconds. The frost hanging from the trees also clattered off. 2 dogs and their barges went off quickly as well. For a moment the bullets broke the silence of the mountains as if they were not worth the money. "Let's leave the flatbed truck here and go horse deer hunting." After teaching them the barge gun, Zhang Huaqing gave each of them a bayonet. This side was still more than an hour away from the area where Malu was. They had to get there as soon as possible. When they encountered pheasants and rabbits on the road, Zhang Huacheng let Ergo and Taizhu practice their guns, and not surprisingly, they found nothing. Almost there when they but encountered two stupid roe deer. Two dogs killed a Taizhu killed one, both received several shots. This kind of curiosity and vigilance weak roe deer, it is simply to send meat. What's the point of fighting this thing? The meat isn't worth much, not as much as horse and deer meat. The second dog can't even look at the elk. After all, horse venison and wolf meat are the most valuable, and roe deer meat and wild boar meat are about the same price. These two add up to 100 pounds of weight, which is still two adult roe deer, gutted and processed only 70 or 80 pounds of meat. While the roe deer can be shared for meat, the horse deer we can sell. Zhang Huacheng reminded. Horse deer are too large, an adult horse deer averages 300 pounds, and too much meat to share. This roe deer is perfect. And everyone knows that the roe deer is good to fight. Chen Biao wants to not enter the mountain, the old Chen family, those who are afraid to make a mess. Soon they came to the area where the horse deer lived, and after searching for a while Zhang Huacheng saw several horse deer that were nibbling on the vegetation under the snow. I'll do it. Zhang Huacheng shook his head when he saw Airdog raise his gun. Then he raised his Springfield rifle quickly, and the shot rang out, and the largest horse deer in it fell heavily into the snow. The other stags fled, hissing. Run! Iron Pillar watched the horse deer running away and hurriedly reminded. One head will do, this one must weigh 500 pounds, they will change places after hitting more. Zhang Huacheng carried his gun and walked in front of the horse deer. This unlucky horse deer was instantly killed by a shot to the head. Although this horse deer was terribly strong, the antlers probably weighed 10 pounds, but after all, it was a carbon-based life that could not withstand a 7.62 mm bullet. The second dog came up to open the belly, the fishy smell filled. Taizhu also took out the axe, and soon split the horse deer into 3 pieces. In addition to the antler, the horse deer head, hooves, tail, these are buried in the snow, and all the internal organs of the horse deer. There's still fat left in this mare. Two dogs saw a thin layer of fat under the deer's skin, and for a horse deer this is rare. That's it for the old mare. We'll go back to the cave base first. It's normal for an old mare deer to have fat when its exercise is down, but it's eating a lot. When they returned to the base of the cave, they threw the horse deer meat and roe deer meat onto the flatbed truck, and Zhang Huacheng and the others half blocked and half disguised the entrance to the cave, so that it was hard for anyone who really passed by here to notice that it was a cave. He brought back a couple of 5.4 rifles and 3/8, the kind that commonly circulate on the live black market and are rare if they are Springfield rifles. As for what the gun costs on the black market, that's something you'd have to ask Qin Xiaodong. Qin Xiaodong has been living a very nourishing life for a while, leading a group of brothers to eat meat and drink, and now he doesn't sleep, and he goes to the market early in the morning when he opens his eyes. When Qin Xiaodong arrived at the morning market, he saw that there was only one horse deer for sale, which made him all a bit uncomfortable. There were actually no wolves today. Big brother. Qin Xiaodong enthusiastically ran over to greet him. Aha! Zhang Huacheng nodded his head. Hey, big brother, this is wolf meat money. Qin Xiaodong was the first to pull out a thick stack of money from his pocket, amongst which were 2 large black pickups. Apparently he had sold all the remaining wolf meat from yesterday. Zhang Huacheng took it and took a brief look at it, about $100 or so, and after thinking about it, he drew out a large black pickup and stuffed it into Qin Xiaodong. Take it to drink, hard work, there is something under the plastic sheet of the flatbed truck you quietly look at, see if you can give me out. Zhang Huacheng signaled the flatbed truck. Qin Xiaodong heard the spirit, but also do not care about the polite put good money came to the flatbed truck. He was also startled when he pulled it open and looked at it. Big brother, this is where to come now this year this thing is not good out, you also know that we do not lack of guns in the Northeast, the market price of the gun is about $50, but are badly worn old guns, 38 those, big brother you seem to be these are new, in the black market to sell the estimate is only $60 or $70 a hand, if it is the peak of the previous 2 years can be $100 a hand it. Qin Xiaodong talked about the current market. He felt a loss selling at that price. Seeing Zhang Huacheng did not say anything, he hurriedly said, of course this gun sells $100 a hand can also sell, is the need to wait for the wrongdoer, or risk looking for brokers to sell in other provinces, most of the other provinces are to be $200 or $300 to buy a strip, but the broker draws half the commission, the risk is also high to say that run away, it would be better for us to sell it as it is or to wait for 2 years to look at it? $60 or $70? Zhang Huacheng naturally did not want to wait for 2 years, although the price of guns and ammunition are doubled starting next year because of the intensification of the Cultural Revolution control, but not so much that he probably will not be able to look at this small amount of money by then. No wait, all you give me out, we also brought a few hundred rounds of ammunition you also give out, be careful, once these things are seized, according to the current provisional measures for the management of firearms, the highest is the death penalty. No wait, let's change the money first. Zhang Huacheng also reminded Qin Xiaodong that the current interim measures for firearms management have extremely high penalties, with the death penalty at the drop of a hat. Okay, I'll pull the flatbed truck to my door later, I'll give it a move house and hide it, and as far as what law you're talking about, that's nothing to worry about, it won't catch us. Qin Xiaodong, however, didn't care at all. He knew that selling things for Zhang Huacheng wouldn't be a loss no matter what he sold. What good things have you guys put out in the past 2 days? Now that Taizhu would be selling meat, Zhang Huacheng became a shirker and let Taizhu sell so that he could also exercise him. Qin Xiaodong shook his head. Talk to me about something good. A lot of things were too scarce these days, but Qin Xiaodong's side always managed to surprise him with something. No problem. Qin Xiaodong nodded his head, and suddenly his mind stirred as he hesitated for a moment. Big brother, we don't have anything good for the time being, but there are people who might have it. Who? Zhang Huacheng was curious. A group of southern barbarians, the same group that we robbed before. They also asked someone to send us a message that they will come to us recently to find us. They are a group of trained pickpocketing thieves. They have a very large amount of goodies on them. Big brother, do you have any interest in them? Qin Xiaodong's eyes were a bit evasive. Zhang Huacheng do not understand his meaning. It is estimated that people to come to find the scene, his side of the week, can suppress Qin Xiaodong, a group of ground snakes. The other party is obviously not simple. How many on the other side? Zhang Huacheng also knew that kind of roving goodies were usually on their bodies. If it was dangerous, it wasn't for him. Last time there were only 7, but this time it is estimated that there must be 10 or so, and there will definitely be a gun with a gun. Last time Luo Cheng didn't talk about the rules and used a gun. The other side suffered a loss and was unwilling. My side can also call out a dozen or so brothers to come. Big brother, if you guys come, then I'm not afraid of them. On Zhang Huacheng that hand, when a group of them did not react to be knocked down, if willing to help will still be afraid of those southern barbarians? Qin Xiaodong did not dare to hide it. I saw several of them with watches on their wrists. And the last time they were going to sell us something partly controlled medicines, and some of it was our northeastern province butchers, all good stuff. Seeing that Zhang Huacheng did not say anything, Qin Xiaodong was also a bit anxious. Is there a specific time? Zhang Huacheng genuinely moved. Within a week. Chapter 59, there is also a shortage of fodder for livestock stations. Seeing that Zhang Huacheng did not say anything, Qin Xiaodong became anxious. This time they will continue to bet against us. Both sides will also offer something of equal value. As long as we win, everything we get will go to Big Brother. He knew very well that without Zhang Huacheng's help, the chances of them being able to win were too small. The last time as Luo Cheng did not speak the rules to move the gun. The other party is a strong dragon, is not a snake, and the police are also looking for this group of people. The other party does not dare to stay more before putting down harsh words to leave. As in, they're not betting against each other this time? Zhang Huacheng did have a heartbeat. This group of southerners dared to run south from the train station here, definitely running to the Soviet border to get goods. Qin Xiaodong secretly let out a breath of air at his words, knowing that Zhang Huacheng had in all likelihood agreed, and laughed. Big brother, we have more people and more guns. If they really just came to take revenge, they wouldn't have sought out someone to send a message ahead of time. Qin Xiaodong is still very clear about this. And that's true, too. Did you guys rob them of something else? Zhang Huacheng stared at Qin Xiaodong. The other side is so pestered that it will never be face and some less valuable military coat, seat clock, saber and so on. Qin Xiaodong smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, we really did not rob anything valuable. Is that Luo Cheng put the leading one legs through, as if limping. So it is. I'll see what happens then before I decide. If this happens, the other party naturally won't be able to let it go. And he didn't just say yes. After talking for a while, Reiko winds up running in. Brother Dong, a few rural people who sell small mules have come over to the black market, offering them $300. They won't even sell them. They have to ask for $500. Lei Zi was very excited. Small mules can be very profitable when sold upside down. A little mule? How big? Zhang Huacheng's heart fluttered at the sound of it. He knows that the price of mules is higher than Mongolian horse. Dong is several times the donkey. There is a small mule and then get a smaller plow. Hauling goods to catch the road is very convenient. Big brother, it's a freshly weaned one, says it's 3 months old, and the little mule is quite pretty. Reiko gestured. Is that expensive? Zhang Huacheng looked at Qin Xiaodong. He didn't know the current price of a small mule. Qin Xiaodong nodded. Not expensive, 3 months is just barely weaned, usually weaned in 5 or 6 months, small mules in our place 400 yuan market price, adult mules the most expensive is 800 yuan, small male mules than small female mules price to be a 50 yuan, big brother you wanna will go to see. It's the little male mule. Thunder added. Now the price is high because just after 3 years of difficult times, not a few years, when let the livestock sharp decline, the price back to the strong, the current a Mongolian horse are $500. Taiju, you continue to sell meat, I'll go to the black market, I'll pull the flatbed truck first, if the city management committee comes. Lazy, you keep an eye here, big brother and I will go over first, is Luo Cheng in the black market? Qin Xiaodong immediately went to pull the flatbed truck just in time to send the gun back. Guns placed here a handful or two can still be said to be carried for self-defense, to carry so many guns and bullets at once, caught they cannot do anything. Yes, am keeping an eye on those, they can't get away. Reiko nodded. Soon Qin Xiaodong pulled the car and Zhang Huacheng left. Qin Xiaodong knows that Taiju character is easy to be cheated, lazy here these people do not dare to do this. They went to Qin Xiaodong's house first for safety, and hid the gun and bullets before they rushed to the black market. Just came to the black market. Zhang Huacheng saw at a glance four masked tightly, dressed to know as the rural production team, the lead is estimated to be a brigade cadres. Currently, mules are regarded as collective property, and private trading may be criminalized as speculation, and most of the current trading is collective deployment, as well as in the black market in secret. The little mule made Zhang Huacheng's heart flutter at a glance, too pretty and chubby looking. Black ears and a black tail, the lower half of all 4 legs are black, the head on the back is a golden yellow with a hint of black, the belly is white, and the big watery eyes look back and forth. Big brother, Dong. Luo Cheng saw them coming and ran over from behind the tree. Zhang Huacheng came straight to the little mule to take a look around. What to sell? Qin Xiaodong took a look and asked to the cadre leading the way. It's going to be $500 and not a penny less. The leading brigade cadre sized up Qin Xiaodong. Si and Luo Cheng is a gang, a few people are also a little vigilant. Zhang Huacheng look at the other 3 hands are put stuffed in the broken cotton jacket. I guess the cotton jacket is not hidden inside the knife or hidden pistol. This year the production team's gun is not missing. No wonder he dared to come to the black market. You are robbing money just wean little mule pull black market still sells so expensive, or 3 months little mule, who can breath out $500? Pay the right price, or you can pull away if you can't. Qin Xiaodong could see that these were not good people, or else they could not have run to them to sell pony mules. This is a horse and mule, can work for a long time, plowing and pulling carts, and can do any heavy work, and can eat any coarse material, and it is. It didn't end for a while, both faces were changing in various expressions. Finally Qin Xiaodong thought about it and spread his hands to come in front of Zhang Huacheng. Big brother, the other side wants $400, you can buy it, put it on the black market, can also be resold, put it in a few more days I can sell you a $500. Qin Xiaodong warned in a low voice. The price was already reasonable, and the other party obviously couldn't lower it any further. Want. 400 was the same amount of money they would have paid to go into the mountains to hunt a large horse deer, and Zhang Huacheng was naturally willing to do so. This little mule at a glance belongs to the best, Long is really perfect, strong physique, and bring back to the brigade to say that their old man's home to send, but there will be no trouble, this year, accompanied by a mule is not uncommon. He pulled out his money and counted it, adding up to only $320 on him. I make up, Luo Cheng you on the body all pull out. Qin Xiaodong at a glance also began to pull out on his body, even Luo Cheng did not let go of his body, even the money with the ticket, and finally barely enough to hand over to the leading cadre. The leading cadre counted over and over after receiving it, and finally reluctantly handed the rope to Zhang Huacheng, even giving him the whip in his hand. After collecting the money the brigade cadres looked at the pony mule twice with reluctance, sighed and then led the people to fly away, apparently also not willing to stay here for more. Zhang Huacheng estimated that this small horse mule is also this brigade cadres from birth to hide in their own homes to raise, have feelings, eat fat and strong, obviously no loss. Brother, resale? It can be sold for $500. Qin Xiaodong reminded. If it weren't for Zhang Huacheng, he would have bought it. Not for sale, I'm keeping it to pull the cart. This little mule let Zhang Huacheng look more and more like, and so on another month or two older can let it pull flatbed trucks back and forth. But the feed is a problem. Xiaodong, where can I get feed for the mules? These days mule fodder is dependent on collective distribution and homegrown agricultural byproducts, and there are no raw purchase channels. Xin Xiaodong thought for a moment. Big brother, I suggest that you directly buy some of the worst coarse grains to feed it first. I will go to the livestock station in the morning to look for connections, and buy you a few bags of fodder. There is no sale of these things on the market, and if there is, it's also sold for people to eat. Zhang Huachang nodded. A few years ago the disaster, many livestock have nothing to eat. The country threw the grain bureau to the rural areas of the small amount of allocation as a feed supplement to the bean cake cottonseed cake are also eaten by the people, and now the brigades of starvation has always been there. The market cannot be found to sell to the livestock to eat. Roughage is good to buy, it's available at the morning market. Taiju was selling meat with his head down, and when he looked up, he realized that the two people in front of him looked a bit familiar, and he scratched his head and thought before remembering that this is not the old man and mother-in-law of the brother. Where's your brother? Xin Yu inquired in a low voice. Brother just left, don't know what he did. Taiju knew that this was Zhang Huacheng's mother-in-law, but he didn't say that he went to buy a mule. Wang Zheng'an looked back and forth. You guys hit a horse deer this big, huh? Xin Yu was surprised to see the adult horse deer for sale. Taiju scratched his head. Lazy looked as if someone had come to make trouble and immediately ran over. What for? Huh? Isn't this the master pig killer from the food station? Lazy instantly recognized the pig killer Wang Zheng'an. After all, Wang Zheng'an sometimes asked them to pay out meat tickets. It's you. Wang Zheng'an also recognized Lazy. Lazy also thought that Wang Zheng'an is to make trouble, immediately said, your food station to sell your food station meat, we here to sell our meat, do not interfere with each other, your food station family is big every day to eat meat, but also have to let others have a mouth of soup. We're not here to make trouble. Xin Yu was just about to explain when she was interrupted by Wang Zheng'an. Go away. Wang Zheng'an pulled Xin Yu and left. Taiju, don't worry about selling, brothers are here to watch out for you. Lazy immediately patted his chest. Taiju nodded and continued to sell meat. Chapter 60 The Pony Mule. Why are they gone? How do they still recognize each other? Xin Yu couldn't help but look back, only to see Lazy and Taiju actually talking and laughing. Is that called recognizing? It's a gang, it's really strange. Wang Zheng'an thought through his head could not understand how Zhang Huacheng can be stirred up with this group, and it looks like the relationship is also very good, is to pay protection fee also did not have such treatment. A gang? Xin Yu was bewildered. Suddenly she stopped in her tracks. Wang Zheng'an took a look at his wife not to go, just about to ask what is going on, but following Xin Yu's gaze, he saw Zhang Huacheng holding a small donkey, and Xin Xiaodong, who he was supposed to be looking for, was next to him, still pulling the flatbed truck, and the two of them came back talking and laughing. It's really a gang. Xin Yu understood what her man meant when he said a group. This Qin Xiaodong even helped pull the car? Zhang Huacheng came back and bought a bag of corn kernels at the morning market, grabbed a handful and handed it to the little mule, who sniffed it and then ate it from his hand. Eating tickled his palms. If Doodle and Xiaoya saw it, they'd probably die of happiness. Learning that Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zheng'an had come to look for themselves and had just walked for a while, Zhang Huacheng turned his head to look, but saw that the two of them were standing in the distance looking at this side. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? Zhang Huacheng pulled the little donkey and ran over. It's okay, we were getting ready to go to work, we stopped by to see if Lin was here yet. Why did you buy a pony mule? It's too small. Xin Yu curiously looked at the small horse mule. The small horse mule looks too good. She still saw such a small mule for the first time. Take it back to the mill, and when spring comes, you can still pull stones and wood. It's not as expensive as a small donkey. Xin Xiaodong thought for a moment and said, the kind old ding lives in is 3 rooms with a yard for $100. It's cheap, but the house that old timer lives in is so dilapidated, and it's the same house that old timer fixed up. Are there any good pre-liberation houses? I see there are some big yards right in the center area of the county. Are there any good ones for sale over there? Northeast of the traditional courtyard in Beijing courtyard kind of completely different, focusing on not blocking the light, ventilation, and because of the sparsely populated family house with a yard, inside is also a full range. Zhang Huacheng naturally could not buy the old ding kind. That one is expensive, the price is at least $500 or more, and street approval is quite difficult. Xin Xiaodong shook his head as he listened. $500 or more? Is it that cheap? Zhang Huacheng remembers those are built of green bricks, a yard at least 5 or 6 rooms, other demolition of the house, pigsties and stables do not count, before liberation are those who have money to live in, the money even half of the cost of the material is not enough, is to build in the brigade, the price of bricks alone is more than these. Is there a way to get the street approved? Zhang Huacheng that could not be unmoved. This is no problem, Luo Cheng's family has a relative as that side of the street office, up and down a bit as possible, the problem is really want to buy out? Forgot to say, the biggest problem is to bear the repair money on their own, are built in the early Republic of China, have 50 years, but also by the Japs bound. Take a look for me, I'll buy a set if it fits. At that price, there's not much to consider, as long as it's not too dilapidated to repair. No problem. Xin Xiaodong was full of promise. Zhang Huacheng took the small donkey and led Taizhu to leave the morning market and hurry back. It was quite easy for him to make money now, he could exchange this set of yard by hunting a few wolves. Unfortunately, it's now the 60s, and there's no room for him to utilize all his skills and memories, and now the most basic business can't be done, and as long as it's not in the 80s, doing business belongs to speculation. Chentang 3 miles of the canal is lively again, Zhang Huacheng brought back a small horse and mule, is Wang Lin city of parents sent, who heard who I read. Little Flower City and 2 dogs shot 2 more elk last night, and it's being talked about everywhere. Zhang Huacheng took the pony mule to go to the brigade to do a formalities, not to mention the members of the community, that is, a group of brigade cadres to see all the I read. Wang Kuei also went home to take a copper bell to the pony mule, a walk is now jingling. This copper bell was worn by the mule he used to raise, only that mule fell down once carrying rocks in the mountains and never got up. Keep it well, and we'll have 1 more mule to work with in the production team after the new year. Chen Yinshan ventured out very jealously. Just about to leave, Zhang Huacheng stopped in his tracks, turned back to Chen Yinsan snorted, "You look after your warehouse on the line, don't think about other people's things all day long, alright? Oh yes, Chen Yid will be going to the commune, said to report you by your real name, yesterday, but you instigated him to go to the commune to report, but also do not let him say that I'm a mountain keeper, which I can hear clearly, turn around and say no more than I'll go to him to be AA. Witness, although both of you are not good things, but you are even worse off. Dog stuff. And you want to hit your own little mule's idea, it's a beautiful thought. You, what are you babbling about? When did I ask Chen Yid to report you? Chen Yinshan's face changed when he heard this. I'm bolting? Forget it, let Chen Yid report you, you two are just dog eat dog anyway. Zhang Huacheng turned around and left. Bao Rin, don't listen to him, I didn't do this. Chen Yinshan panicked when he saw everyone looking at him, it was so hard to round up yesterday that he regretted what he had just said more for. Put. Wang Kuei spat a mouthful of tea at his feet. You. Chen Yinshan was furious, and just as he was about to lose his temper, he heard Chen Boring slap the table, and he shivered in fear. If Chen Yid goes to the commune to report it and causes us any more trouble, I won't say anything, but I'll go and get my old uncle to come over, and it's time for you to get a new person for this brigade warehouse custodial job. Chen Gongren's gaze was cold. These make or break losers. No, I'll go find Chen Yid. Chen Yinshan's greatest fear was old Uncle Chen. Chen old uncle has another identity as Chen Tang 3 miles of Canal Party branch secretary, Chen Gongren this deputy secretary and captain cannot take him, but the old uncle a sentence can determine when he is not this official. Before Zhang Huacheng could take a few steps out, Chen Yinsan hurriedly ran out after him. Seeing Zhang Huacheng holding the pony mule and looking at himself, Chen Yinsan secretly hated it. Chen Yinshan, I'll go with Chen Yid later to report you all? Zhang Huacheng saw him running towards Chen Yid's house and immediately shouted. Chen Yinsan, who had just run up, stumbled, and with a clench of his teeth, he turned around and walked to Zhang Huacheng. What the hell do you want? He was now truly afraid of Zhang Huacheng. Not how, don't you like to find me trouble every day, that retarded son of yours even beat me up, by the way he raped the widow of the dead mountain watchman, this is not over yet I'll go to the commune together later to report it is also reasonable. Zhang Huacheng touched the little horse mule and without even looking at Chen Yinsan, he took out a handful of corn kernels from his pocket and fed it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yinshan almost lost his breath and his face turned red. It's not what you say it is. If he did plan a rape, then his son would be shot. Then let the leaders of the commune to investigate maybe it is a home invasion and rape I anyway heard the old Wang's family is so said, Chen Yid now hate you maybe this went together with said, TSK, Chen Yid but the most will report, you have to be careful The whole brigade knows that Chen Yid has something to report, the whole brigade members were reported by him. Chen Yinshan had completely panicked. Zhang Huacheng pulled the little horse mule and whistled and left, let Chen Yinshan go and make trouble with Chen Yid, both of them are not good. Chapter 61, Chen Yid, Little Flower City, how did he go? Zhang Huacheng is in a good mood, the ancestral temple guns and ammunition lost old Chen family has not yet found out, and he also has a pony mule. Doodle hid behind him and stared cautiously. The little mule was presumably the keeper of the house where he had been hidden before, and wandered around as soon as he came into the house on his own. And that little mule is so good looking. Wang Lin all but spun around behind the pony mule's ass, jingling bells. Soon Wang Lin began to try to pet the little horse mule. The little horse mule is probably accustomed to being close to people, not afraid at all. Doodle also staggered behind Wang Lin, his eyes never leaving the mule. Soon the little horse mule made a nimble jump and jumped onto the bed, which made Zhang Huacheng speechless and hurriedly drove it down. Because of the pony mule, there was a lot of laughter in the house. Zhang Huacheng came to the yard when he saw two skinned roe deer on the snow. These two dogs really do not want to give the old Wang family to share the meat. Let him take one back, also do not bring. Taizhu came back from the county town, did not rest, carrying seafood, and went to the Fuzhuang brigade. Curses from Chen Yit also came from next door. Yesterday, he was punished by the commune, took the black pot, and received 2 big meals, and it was hard to bite his teeth and take $10 to go to the commune to pay the fine, but who knows that Chen Yinshan ran to stop him, and he was threatened for a while, and he completely exploded. Zhang Huacheng went out to see that the two were still pulling at the door. "You're the one who's going to fight." Zhang Huacheng looked a little anxious. "Chen Yid, you are still afraid of him to do what? He counts for nothing. He is a warehouse. I was clear yesterday, heard that he abetted you to go to the commune, out of the matter on the flip-flop to deny the account of their own put clean. I can go to the commune to testify to you, the 2 dogs can also testify to you. He is afraid of reporting you, report him. Even if you do not report him, you can also report his son. His son is now a rapist. You cannot report his son. A report of an accurate, old Wang's family said his son is a home invasion rape, have to be shot. Even if you don't report him, you can also report his son. His son is now a rapist. You can't report his son. A report a yes. The old Wang family said his son is a home invasion rape, have to be shot." Chen Yinshan's scalp went numb at the sound of it, and he dragged Chen Yi towards his home. He's really afraid now that this is going to get bigger. Chen Yud was still a little afraid of Chen Yinsan, and now I heard a moment of clarity. Yes, the old man barefoot afraid of you wearing shoes? This is the business of our old Chen family. Sun Li knew that Zhang Huacheng was picking a fight and immediately shouted. But Chen Yid has been on the head, he contributed to the force, was also criticized by the commune, not to mention the fine was also Chen Biao rin a beating. Chen Yinshan does not recognize, even if it is also added, to say that he was full of lies, woefully backed by the 2 dogs, beat his face full of blood last night on the gas, he did not sleep all night. Roll the ing old Chen family, black pot for me to carry, the old man said 1,000 words, or is Chen Gongrin's cousin, ing kicked me like a dog. Chen Yinshan, you are not denying it, Small Flower City is right. I ing went to report your son rape, you ing spent $50 to block the widow's mouth, the whole brigade can be seen. Are you a pig? Can't you see he's stirring up trouble? Chen Yinsan could not wait to strangle Zhang Huacheng and was furious. Money, this isn't over until you have $100. Zhang Huacheng added a word as soon as he heard it. Is ready to open the mouth to persuade the Sun Li herd also shut up, right? Why what they are letting their own men bear would have been the Chen Yinshan pick things. Yes, $100. Chen Yid pushed Chen Yinsan away and said viciously, get the money or die together. Chen Yinsan almost died alive without taking a breath, his fingers trembling and his chest gasping violently. Rapists get shot. Zhang Huacheng shouted. Right. Chen Yud nodded heavily. As a brigade cadre who does not set an example but also shows favoritism, he should also be shot. Right. Chen Yud loudly responded and nodded fiercely, must be shot. The brigade cadres abet the bitter people to report to the commune, and when something goes wrong, they push it clean. When what brigade cadres must be shot. Right. Shoot you down. Chen Yinshan trembled violently, looking at the 2 people who sang in unison, for a time so angry that their teeth were click click click. Good. Good. Yes. He said goodbye and turned to leave. I can no longer manage myself, Chen Gonglin, I will not be this warehouse custody, you will come to stop yourself. What's going on? Not to mention Chen Yud, even Zhang Huacheng did not expect, thought it would break the bank, and did not stop, just go back? Little Flower City, why is he gone? Chen Yud wouldn't be able to, with this gone, would he continue to ask for money or go and report it? He hurriedly looked at Zhang Huacheng. Didn't he say yes? Well, meaning yes, you follow him quickly, he's gone to get you the money. Zhang Huacheng went home after saying that. Chen Yud was about to go after Chen Yinsan as soon as he heard it, but was pulled back by his wife. You are a pig, cannot hear the Small Flower City in the pit, you also give you money, you want what good, Then what? If Zhang Huacheng did not say, he went to pay $10 to finish, but now I heard, yes, not their own black pot YB, but also their own money, this money will have to let Chen Yinsan out, but also have to compensate themselves. Wang Lin was naming the pony mule, and when she saw Zhang Huaqing come back, she happily said, "How about calling it Little Tinker Bell? See how it jingles when it walks." Tinker Bell? Is that a name for a hard laborer? Shouldn't it be called Mule Power, Mule Shangzi and other hard labor names? Let's call it Little Tinker Bell from now on. Zhang Huaqing looked at the little horse mule with a cute face. "Little cub, I bought you back to let you work, not to let you come as a pet." Erkin. Xiaoya came running, and Doodle hurriedly staggered out the door at the sound of it. Not only did Xiaoya come, but also Flower Bell and Old Mother, apparently having heard that there was a pony mule in the house. Xiaoya bold, as soon as he saw the small horse mule to ride, the small horse mule did not refuse at all, let Xiaoya ride on its body. Doodle, also anxious to make a strong tug. Wang Lin also want to go up to ride. Seeing the mule's skillfulness, Zhang Huaqing thought that something bad had happened. The mule was afraid that it only drank milk when drinking with its mother, and the rest of the time it lived with people, and some of the habits of this mule were afraid to be learned from people, so it was no wonder that it did not move and had to jump on the Kong, and it would not have slept in the Kong before, would it? This little horse mule weaned early, but adapting to human smells and sounds, and establishing a trusting relationship is no problem. These most basic training is saved. The little horse mule bones and muscles will take more than a year to mature, and then it will need to strengthen the obedience. Ergo, is it so small it can pull a mill? Flower Bell looked at the pony mule with stars in her eyes. There are no stone grinders at home. I'll go to the brigade later and buy a set of stone grinders. Your elder brother said yesterday that he wanted to buy a set of stone grinders, and there are still a few new sets in the brigade. Mom lovingly touched the pony mule. With a pony mule and a flatbed truck, all the work in the house is going to be easier in the future. Stone grinding? Zhang Huaqing nodded. The current rural economy is based on the exchange of physical goods. The circulation of money is limited. Cash, you probably need to get a set of $10 or so. The brigade generally need to collective work points or material exchange. The brigade's new stone mills are all made by the commune stonemasons for distribution to members' homes, and the old Zhang family has always been treated as outsiders in the Chuntang Sanli drainage, wanting to, but only spending money or using things to buy. I'll go there when I have time. The little horse mule is still small and can't do any work, so there's no hurry. Zhang Huaqing knows that those people in the brigade don't want to offend him, but his parents go, it is inevitable that they will be sneered at first, just like before. You don't have to go, just let my brother and sister-in-law go later. Okay. With Chen Mingtang in the brigade, there really won't be much of a problem with big brother and sister-in-law going to do something. Chapter 62 Cold Leather Suit. Second brother, your wolfskin coats will all be ready by this afternoon, and sister-in-law has asked you all to go over and try them on, so you can change them if they don't fit. Flower Bell brought the good news that the imperial leather suit would be finished by the afternoon. So fast? Zhang Huaqing was surprised. It had only been a day and a night since the skins were delivered, and sister-in-law had almost rushed them all out? This sewing machine is a great buy. However, the most difficult thing about leather clothing currently was sewing, and it was true that having a sewing machine saved him time and speed, but it was still faster than he expected. Mom heard this and smiled. Your big brother and your sister-in-law stayed up until the chickens crowed 3 times, and the flower bells stayed up until then, and your sister-in-law got up early in the morning to continue her busy work. The family is getting more and more harmonious, and she is happy that somehow she is living a good life that everyone envies. You stayed up all night to catch up. Zhang Huaqing understood why it was so fast. Then I'll go there now, just in time to send the skins I shot last night to the house. Zhang Huaqing ran inside the house to fetch the skins, the large horse deer skin and 2 adult roe deer skins from last night, as well as the half pot of grease that had been scraped off. He simply threw even the 2 elk onto the flatbed truck. There's no end to the meat in the house. Mom was busy gesturing. The family really isn't short of meat right now. It's not food, roe deer meat isn't worth much nor is it very tasty, it's just time for big brother to take the brigade for coal, and then we'll split the coal. There is no shortage of meat now, but charcoal is in short supply. Zhang Huaqing is ready to change some charcoal and share the charcoal. In the 1960s, the rural areas of the Northeast implemented a policy of unified purchasing and marketing, and coal was a planned material, but they had to pay for almost all of the coal in their brigade because so few coal tickets were distributed. But the pricing of coal in the Shircheng People's Commune was very low, 50 cents for a 50-pound sack of coal, the worst quality of course, and the best prices were doubled. At normal prices, a pound of roe deer meat can be exchanged for a bag of 50 pounds of charcoal. These two must add up to 80 pounds of meat. For a 70 to 80 sachets of charcoal is still possible, but to go to the brigade, it would be impossible to exchange so much. The family still owes money to the production team. Should we pay some back first? The 500 pounds of coal we borrowed hasn't been paid back yet. Mom reminded. Coal was distributed by the brigade according to population and labor points, and cash transactions were rare. Their family and the old family were allocated 600 pounds of coal at the time, offset by labor points, but the two families apparently did not have enough to burn, so they borrowed an additional 500 pounds of coal. Now it owes money to the brigade. This is not urgent. The old Chen family who does not owe the brigade hundreds of pounds of thousands of pounds of charcoal, they really want to count on it on the return, then not to change first, directly spend money to buy. Zhang Huacheng remembered that Wang Lin had gone to the brigade to borrow coal a few times before, and was kicked out, and not a few taunts, which he would. Previously, the brigade of hunters into the mountains, not a few days are not brought back to the prey. The mountain watchman 10 days and a half months to hit a roe deer can cause the whole brigade to watch. Weekdays also rely on a set of rabbits to make a pheasant subsidies for the family. Dad, these skins aren't cooked, so cook them. Yes. Zhang Hu stepped forward and took the thick leather. He enjoyed doing this job. Huacheng is here. You were just in time. Come and try the wolfskin coat and boots your sister-in-law made for you, see if they fit. Zhang Huchen showed his head and saw Zhang Huacheng enter the house with a basin of horse-deer tallow oil and waved his hand. Coming. Zhang Huacheng put down the basin and walked toward his sister-in-law's house. Sister-in-law was still busy, stepping on the sewing machine and was sewing knee pads. When she saw Zhang Huacheng come in, she nodded. De Bao and Xiao Bao were sitting honestly on the Kong, each with tears in their eyes, obviously having just been beaten up, looking at him pleading for help. However, these days who children do not get beat up. Zhang Huacheng directly ignored. Look at others. Taiju, beat Chen paralyzed with exhaustion will not drop a tear. He was drawn to the wolfskin coat and buckskin boots, and he had to say that his sister-in-law was really good at her craft. Try it on, I'll change it if it doesn't fit. Sister-in-law signaled. Yes. Zhang Huacheng was also not polite. When the wolfskin coat was put on his body, Zhang Huacheng only felt very soft, warm and a little sense of weight. Putting on the deerskin boots, he felt light at once. The soles of the shoes were thick wild boar leather. It was very comfortable to walk. Good looking. Zhang Huchen looked a bit red-eyed. Try these knee pads and gloves as well to see if they fit. The pigskin vest will have to wait for a while. Sister-in-law got up and came over to take a look around. A hint of satisfaction appeared on her face and she ran to bring a set of boar leather knee pads and deerskin gloves and handed them to Zhang Huacheng. Zhang Huacheng quickly tied up the knee pads and put on the soft deerskin gloves, exulting, Sister-in-law, you're as much as you can hit this time, not to mention selling it. You can put the meat in the snow and freeze it, and it will be fresh until next spring. Flower City, what about the roe deer meat? Seeing that there were 2 more roe deer on the flatbed truck, my old father came over and asked, we can't share the meat again, can we? The old Zhang's family is embarrassed to share, and some come at night to quietly send money. Pulling the brigade to exchange charcoal, roe deer meat on the market. Do not want to meat stamps. A caddy can be sold for 5 or 6 cents, a caddy of roe deer meat for a bag of 50 pounds of inferior coal, or 2 pounds of meat for a bag of 50 pounds of high quality coal, almost on the exchange. Change back to the family. Households are divided into a bag of 2 bags to help us share a little bit more, which has a share of the second dog, then let the Wang captain to get 10 bags back. Meaning, I'll let Captain Wang get 10 bags back, just to show his appreciation. No more splitting the meat, split the charcoal. Let the old Chen family know that they shot 2 roe deer and exchanged the charcoal they couldn't finish burning to divide it up, and the following is to see how the cadres of the brigade divide the meat of these roe deer. If it's not divided well, there will be people making trouble. How can it be divided well when people like Chen and Shan are around? Just burn inferior charcoal, the same burns, then your big brother and I will go and change it now. Zhang Hu nodded his head repeatedly and estimated that he could probably exchange 70 or 80 bags of charcoal if that happened, but if he went to the brigade to exchange it, it would be good to exchange 50 or 60 bags. He's not going to part with it for quality coal. When the brigade was in an uproar over Chen Yud and Chen Yinshan, Zhang Hu pulled a flatbed truck with 2 skin roe deer to the brigade for charcoal. A group of people have come forward to watch. Soon the news that Zhang Huacheng and Ergo had shot 2 roe deer spread. Zhang Huacheng went to look for Ergu, and went into the mountains in the afternoon to fight wolves, as many as he could. Chapter 63. 2 dogs has a wolfskin coat, 2. When the second dog learned that he was going into the mountains in the afternoon, he was in high spirits, and there would be money to be made by going into the mountains. He has a small savings now. The brigade doesn't seem to have realized that the guns are missing. Should we continue to move them at night? Erdog was thinking about the remaining 24 boxes of bullets and guns and wanted to move them all. Zhang Huacheng nodded his head. Moving. Those bullets guns will last them for years. I'll go scouting at night before saying anything. We'll keep moving if we're not discovered, and now we'll first take you to try on the wolfskin coat, so we'll be fully equipped to enter the mountains from today onwards. With a wolfskin hat, coat, boar leather jacket, knee pads, and buckskin boots with buckskin gloves, this top-shelf cold-weather set will keep them in tip-top shape for the mountains. When Zhang Huacheng brought Erdog to his old home, he saw more than 10 bags of coal in the yard, and Biao and Xiaobao were running back and forth around the coal. This is apparently the first load of coal pulled back. "Uncle, do you have any candy?" As soon as Xiaobao took a look at Zhang Huacheng, he flew over and hugged his thighs, looking up at him with body eyes, completely unable to see that he had been beaten up before. Dabo gave a hug as well. Zhang Huacheng pulled out 2 pieces of fruit candies from his pocket. He usually carried some on him. Dabo Xiaobao found out this secret and hugged his leg when he saw it. The 2 little ones immediately cheered. Sister-in-law was still busy, her sewing machine blaring. Zhang Huacheng said hello and took the second dog to try the wolfskin coat, a leather coat that made the second dog very satisfied, and completely did not want to take it off. These days even a mountain guard can't wear it out to flaunt, wear it when you go into the mountains. Zhang Huacheng reminded him a bit, "It's okay to wear it at home and in the mountains, in the village, I'm afraid that all of them will have a red-eye attack to report." "No." The second dog reluctantly took off the wolfskin coat, and also encountered the same problem as Zhang Huacheng. The mouth of the deerskin glove was a little loose. Chen Xiaoying took away to give tighten it to fit. Outside also came the sound of 1, 2, 1. Zhang Huacheng and the 2 dogs went out to see. Big brother pulled the car back, the old father and a few of the old Zhang family at the back of the hard push. Wang Kuei was among them. There was other coal to be hauled, and after unloading it a group of men went on with the haul. "Why did you buy so many?" Erdog looked at the coals. "How long does this have to burn?" "These are the roe deer meat that was taken to the brigade to be exchanged. Let's go to my house for dinner." Zhang Huacheng took Erdog back, leaving things like pulling charcoal to the family. "Doesn't the elk meat give them meat to eat?" The second dog was puzzled. "Shouldn't they not be given meat to eat?" In terms of the character of the several cadres of old family, do you feel that they will share? The little horse mule heard the fart ran to come, cheerful. This scene directly Zhang Huacheng whole dumbfounded. Not, their own $400 to buy a what the thing? Looking at the little horse mule that ran over, Erga looked at Zhang Huacheng with a bit of sympathy. This can be a real ancestor, eating food, not to mention that in the future you will have to call it an ancestor before you pay attention to it. Tinker Bell? Zhang Huacheng shouted. After being put in by Xiaoya and then reverting back to her previous appearance, Zhang Huacheng looked at one head and 2 big heads. They had just finished eating when Taizhu returned from the Fuzhuang brigade. "Have you eaten?" Zhang Huacheng was polishing his gun and looked up to ask. "Aha!" Taizhu nodded. "There are still vegetables and steamed buns on the plate, you eat some more." Zhang Huacheng knew that Taizhu had a horrible amount of rice. He was now cooking in large quantities. Without Taizhu could not finish eating it all. "Good." Taizhu scratched his head happily and sat down. Wang Lin went to serve him a bowl of porridge. The little horse mule rubbed the iron pillar for half a day but did not ask for a bite of food. Rubbed for a long time, eyes wide and tired, also did not get a bite. "You want food from Taizhu's mouth?" Zhang Huacheng shook his head straight as he watched. In the afternoon, Taizhu also put on the warm fur suit, happy to touch here and there. This time Taizhu eat and drink to keep up, obviously stronger than before. When Chen Xiaoying had finished sewing the 3 leather bags, they wrapped them around their backs and carried the bamboo baskets into the mountains. The cold wind was raging in the mountains, but they could no longer feel the chill. This time the luck was very good. Just entered the mountain for a while and encountered 2 red foxes. 2 red foxes are gnawing on an unlucky squirrel. There is a small squirrel hiding in the pine tree constantly screaming and wailing. Huacheng quietly approached, taking out his slingshot when he was about the right distance away, and the wolfskin coat on his body allowed him to camouflage himself better. Boo! One red fox fell straight to the ground without even uttering a scream, while the other let out a piercing shriek, then was sent tumbling in place by a slingshot. 2 dog rushes in and kicks him to death. He was not surprised, he had never seen Zhang Huacheng miss whenever he made a move. Zhang Huacheng also gave the first head of red fox to make up a foot, skillfully opened, viscera all thrown away, red fox meat, although fishy point, but as long as the chili put more, stir fry after or very fragrant. He mainly wanted the 2 fox skins. I harvested a pair of red foxes within 10 minutes of entering the mountain and the skins were perfect. After an hour or so, they were not far from a horse deer survival area. It looks like we can only shoot the first horse deer back. Zhang Huacheng and the others searched all the way, the wolves ran off somewhere, and they couldn't even hear the wolf howl. It's not going to run, is it? 2 dog wanted to fight the wolf more than anything. Bang! Just then a gunshot broke the silence and they simultaneously stopped and grasped around. Gunshots! Dog was surprised. Why is there still gunfire in this neighborhood? Could it be that there are other brigades of mountain watchers or hunters who hunt in the mountains? It's a 38 cap, not very far away. Zhang Huacheng looked at the location of the gunshots, and before he could finish 2 more gunshots rang out. Check it out. Is this a wolf encounter or a horse-deer hunt? Daring to go deep into the mountains, the other party is probably not a good person. Zhang Huacheng led Air Dog and the others to run toward the location of the gunshots. 10 minutes later, Zhang Huacheng vaguely heard strange cries, and the cries were disorganized in long howls. He immediately knew what it was. The doggy. I can't believe there's a dog group. Chapter 64 The Jackals Destroyed by the Regiment. The jackal dogsy, or jackal, is a group-living, ferocious and warlike canine, named for its dog-like appearance, but with an ecological status much higher than that of ordinary canines. Their ability to work in groups and their aggressiveness make them top hunters in the mountains and forests, and like wolves, it can be said that they are also a kind of wolf, also known as red dogs. Brother, what's that noise? Taiju heard it too. The dog pack. It seems that it's not so much the hunters that are hunting as it is the hunters they're treating as prey. Zhang Huacheng quickened his pace. A shrill, persistent howl was unceasing. It was the king of calling the shots, and the presence of a king of indicated a large dog pack. Just hit it with a box gun. These things are small and box guns fit. Zhang Huacheng drew the 2 barges on his body. The largest dogsy is only 40 or so pounds, and the normal one is only about 30 pounds. This thing is close up he will not be afraid of, just the dogsy in groups, and their bite can reach more than 400 pounds, and cannot be careless. The meat of a dog is also good, and the skin is not much worse than that of a wolf. Soon they saw a dogsy running in the snow, less than a meter in length, the same as a large dog, with a short mouth and a wide head with short ears that were still round, a tail similar to a fox's tail, and a reddish-brown body with blackened fur tips. Is this thing worth anything? The second dog leapt at the ever-present dogs. It's worth money, no different from a wolf, and the meat tastes good. It's said to taste similar to dog meat. Zhang Huacheng saw the target of the dogs rounding up, and it was indeed 2 hunters. Both hunters had climbed up into the trees, and a head of dogs were leaping and climbing, 2 having been shot. Boo! Zhang Huacheng raised his hand and fired a shot, and a doggy fell to the ground in response. Boom boom boom. 3 shots in a row, 3 nearby dogs have bottomed out, jackals running in all directions for a while. The second dog, also Taiju, also raised his gun. Father, it's the mountain watchman. A hunter hiding in a tree opened his mouth in surprise, and only then did Zhang Huacheng and the others notice that it was still a girl. 3 brothers, you have to be careful. There are more than 30 dogs in total here, and there's a king who has been hiding behind it and howling. She didn't need to be told that her father had already loudly warned that they were encountering large swarms of Eroge dogs and an Eroge king calling the shots from a distance. But there was no need to be careful at all. No more fighting, let them keep a few with little doglets. Zhang Huacheng signaled Air Dog and Taiju. There are a few small dogsy hiding in the distance. If these jackals are all killed, these small dogsy cannot live. The second dog put away his gun and looked with intent at the few dogs that had run away. The group of dogs were almost wiped out by them in just less than a minute, and the king was also killed by a headshot, and there was blood everywhere. 2 brothers, you can come down now. Zhang Huacheng didn't collect his gun. After all, he had to be on guard. The deep mountains and... After chatting for a few sentences, Zhang Huacheng looked at the girl lying on the tree who hadn't come down yet and signaled, "You'd better come down, it's quite cold up there, be careful of freezing. The trees are frozen. You could freeze to death if you climbed any further." She just sprained her foot running. Li Laoshi explained awkwardly. Waiting for Li Laoshi to support the girl down, Zhang Huacheng found that the girl is estimated to be 17 or 18 years old, long and quite standard. In addition to the black point of the face and hands are frostbite, at least 1.75 meters, with a big braid, black eyes have been staring at the ground dogsy. Erdog and Taiju had already drawn their bayonets to gut the demolition dogs. Zhang Huacheng turned his head and saw that Li Laoshi was about to drink the blood of a head of dogs, and hurriedly said, "You can't drink it, there are bacteria and viruses in the blood. Taiju, give me the kettle that's in your arms." Li Laoshi froze a bit embarrassed. Drinking the blood of his prey is normal behavior for a hunter, what with bacteria and viruses and all. Taiju wiped his hands and handed over the army green kettle hidden in his arms, then also took out a cloth bag from his arms and gave it to Zhang Huacheng, scratching his head and saying, "My mother made me pancakes, delicious." "Nice guy, even brought dry food." Zhang Huacheng cried and laughed. "You guys have a drink of water, the water is still a little warm, and then eat some cakes, you guys, the stomach screaming I heard." Taizhu Y insulation, water are sticking in the arms put, otherwise hanging outside early into ice. Zhang Huacheng stuffed Li Laoshi with the water bottle and cakes. How can this be a good thing? No, you guys saved our lives, how can we still eat your food? Li Laoshi shook his head repeatedly, but kept swallowing his saliva. His daughter also kept swallowing, obviously hungry. Eat, pad your stomach. Zhang Huacheng stuffed the cake in his hand. Father and daughter do not know how long into the mountains, thank you before starting to drink water, drink a few mouthfuls of water after Li Laoshi took a piece of cake, a tier 2 small halves, and the daughter divided after. The first sentence of his words was addressed to Zhang Huacheng, and the next few sentences were simply addressed directly to Taizhu. The words are trying to be blunt. Taizhu look very simple and honest, and long and strong tall, a leather clothes do not know how much money, carry dry food or pastries, can let their own girls live a good life he cannot wait, lest follow him to starve to death at home. Zhang Huacheng sniffed and sighed, it is so easy to find a wife these days, this is purely picking up a wife in the mountains. Although it was not explicitly stated, the two parties were also in agreement, but the red-faced girl did not say a word, and Taizhu also continued to open the belly without saying. Li Yanyang is the eldest in the family and has younger siblings. Dog Zhang Huacheng they dealt with it, carrying some to the Black Mountain Brigade, and carrying the rest home when they returned. Taizhu, you take off your coat and wrap it up for others, just like this let you carry it back or not freeze to death. Ah? Zhang Huacheng saw that Taizhu was at a loss for words and came over to remind him. With Zhang Huacheng's reminder, Taizhu will also, soon Li Yanyang was wrapped in a wolfskin coat and curled up in a bamboo basket. Fortunately, Taizhu's bamboo basket is a large size, if it is Zhang Huacheng's and Ergu's, Li Yanyang cannot even get into it. Why can't you carry it? Shall I carry it for you? The second dog approached with the dog on his back. Taizhu scratched his head and said, it's a bit light to carry. This girl doesn't even weigh 100 pounds, can she not be light? We don't lack meat either, no you can carry 2 head of dogzi. The processed dogzi did not even weigh 30 pounds, it was too easy for Taizhu, and with the deerskin gloves there was no need to worry about freezing hands. Zhang Huacheng brought over 2 heads to Taizhu. All the other doggy meat was buried in the snowdrift and pressed against the rocks, so that if any ungrateful ones came to pick at the meat and eat it, there would be more to hunt when they returned. The Black Hills Brigade can be reached in an hour's walk from here, which is not far. The group set off for the Black Hills Brigade. Big brotherly, does the Black Mountain Brigade have any lucrative side businesses? On the road, Zhang Huacheng and Li Laoshi chatted. Some of the brigades in Changbai Mountain basically had side businesses. For example, there is a brick kiln in the 3-mile channel of Chuntang, but it belongs to the commune. What's the side hustle? Li Laoshi didn't understand. He hadn't been exposed to the word. That is, apart from working on the production team to make money in your brigade, is there a way to make extra money? Zhang Huacheng explained it to him. As soon as he said extra money making ways, Li Laoshi understood. Zhang Huacheng explained and rounded off the conversation. I'll go back and ask you, see if anyone has one at home. Li Laoshi looked like an honest man, and his stuttering eyes began to dodge. Chatting all the way, Zhang Huacheng also know why they are so difficult. They rely on the survival of the lake in the summer. Encountered a ground leak, a lake of water or leaking dry, if it is not their brigade secretary boldly lied to report the harvest, secretly left some grain, they simply cannot survive now. Even so, most families are at the end of their tether, and Li Laoshi's family of a dozen mouths is among the first to hold out. Li Laoshi is also dying of exhaustion, with parents and grandmother to take care of on top, and 4 daughters and 2 sons underneath, a whole 6 children. Over this mountain is the Black Mountain Brigade. Li Yanyang didn't say anything along the way, and she still couldn't help but reveal her head in happiness when she saw the familiar surroundings. It's such a remote location, no one from the commune will come, right? Zhang Huacheng thought that Chentang 3 miles of the canal was remote enough, but only when he arrived here did he realize what is called a mountain nest. Cadres from the commune rarely come. Li Laoshi gasped for air, his legs trembling with exhaustion. You're hungry. Zhang Huacheng came over, reached out for him to carry a dog. Taizhu to give the cake must have half a catty weight, father and daughter to eat, but not even 1 or 2, tucked into the arms apparently to bring back to the child to eat. 2 dog rolled his eyes and lifted one as well. Thank you, I'll go ring the bell, there's a bell at the top of the mountain. Li Laoshi was embarrassed to say thank you, wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to climb the mountain. Soon Li Laoshi rang the iron bell on the top of the mountain, and next to the iron bell there was a simple earth brick house, presumably where the mountain watchman lived, but it was now half buried in snow. Zhang Huacheng and the others saw a figure running out of a house at the foot of the mountain. So poor. When it came down to it, the second dog looked at it and shook his head. One by one, their faces were yellow and skinny with patches on their clothes, and some didn't even have a tattered jacket, wearing thin clothes, with a pair of big black and white eyes staring at them. Meat. Li Laoshi hit the meat, hit the meat. Who are they? Is that a dog being carried? The clerk is coming. The clerk is coming. The whole brigade was abuzz. Black Mountain. People's brigades are so harmonious and smile so much, where is it like our brigades? Two dogs watched and grunted. The poorer you are, the less you see, the simpler you are, and you can tell by looking in the eyes. Zhang Huachang also envied this kind of united brigade. If they are in such a brigade, that do not have to do what sneaky, directly with the whole brigade to do together, anyway, deep in the mountains of the commune will not come a few times a year, in this case are still afraid of. Affluent not up? Go to the house for a drink first, old boy, I just spoke to the secretary about that one. Li Laoshi whispered. Yes. Zhang Huachang's eyes lit up, he knew what Li Laoshi meant, Changbai Mountain Jinseng. Chapter 66. A bundle of people involved in. Li Yonyang took out the cake from her bosom, carefully took out a piece, then tore it into 5 small pieces and gave it to her 5 younger siblings, took out another piece and tore it into 4 small pieces, and gave a piece back to her mother. A bunch of little kids were so happy, but they didn't get 2 bites in their bellies, and they all looked on with bated breath. This is the second oldest, Li Shenyang, this is the oldest, Li Yuling, this is Li Xiaoxi, this is Li Xiaofu, and the youngest is called Li Xiaoxiao, who has just turned 2 years old. Li Laoshi grinned as he introduced his children to Zhang Huachang and the others. The second Li Shenyang is not small, 14 or 15 years old, after the arrival of the people hid in the quilt did not dare to show their heads at all, and from time to time they aimed 2 eyes. It was normal to marry at 14 or 15 these days, and it was clear that shyness was already known. Zhang Huachang rummaged through his pockets, luckily he had a handful of fruit candies in his pockets, he stuffed them all to Li Laoshi. Sugar? Can't have it, we can't have this one. Li Laoshi hurriedly excused himself, fruit candy is a good thing, the children in his family, except for Li Yonyang who ate it once when she was a child, the other children have never eaten it at all. It's for the kids, we'll be family from now on, so don't be polite. Zhang Huachang smiled and gestured. Upon hearing this, Li Laoshi's parents all looked over, and even the old lady who was leaning on the bed in a false sleep opened her eyes and looked around. What? Apparently she heard, come on, Taiju really picked up a wife. Two Dog whispered. Zhang Huachang smiled and didn't say anything. This is the way it is these days, some girls don't even know what's going on, and they turn around and are sold by their parents a few pounds of stick noodles. Taiju also learned his lesson and rummaged through his body, pulling out a small packet of jerky. Why do you keep hiding food on you? Air Dog was speechless, water, cakes, and now jerky. Zhang Huachang had candy on him, so it seemed like he would have to carry something in his pocket in the future. It was stuffed for me by my big sister. Taiju scratched his head. What are you looking at us for? Give it to your unmarried daughter-in-law to eat. Zhang Huachang also wanted to laugh. Taiju's mom and younger siblings were living a good life, they couldn't get enough meat, so it was normal to stuff Taiju with some food. Taiju also turned red and stammered as he came to Li Yunyang. Give it to the baby. Zhang Huachang saw that one of the two blushed more than the other and reminded Li Yunyang with a smile. Soon the house was filled with the sound of children wailing and cheering. 10 minutes later the brigade secretary Zhao Feng came, followed by 2 brigade cadres. One of them is wearing glasses, accountant Zhao Xingwang, 3 people each carrying a skin dogsy. Zhao Xingwang also carried a straw rope woven bag, vaguely visible as the skin. When Zhang Huachang saw Zhao Feng's arms bulging as if he was hiding something, he was instantly enlightened. Jinseng. Ha, what's so happy? Zhao Feng smiled and entered the house. Can you not be happy, secretary, my young lady is getting married. Lotus Ma was overjoyed. Marriage? Oops, what a double happiness today. Zhao Feng froze for a moment and then understood, sizing up Zhang Huachang and the others, and soon his gaze locked onto Taiju who was standing with Li Yunyang. He understood at once, and secretly sighed with relief. No wonder he was so enthusiastic, so it was because they had a crush on the Li Laoshi girl. These dogs were fought by Li Laoshi and Yunyang, you deserve it, but you still have to save some food, or find a way to change some grain to top it off. This year's winter is not going to be easy. Zhao Feng and the others placed the meat on the table. Meat. To eat meat. A few of the kids couldn't sit still, the younger ones even got out on their bare bottoms and yelled for meat. After chatting with Zhang Huachang for a while, Zhao Feng knew that he couldn't go around in circles and coughed. Little Zhang, I heard Li Laoshi say that you're looking for a mallet? The mallet is jinseng, and in the Changbai mountain area, digging ginseng is called carrying the mallet. Yeah, we looked in the mountains too, but we couldn't find it. Zhang Huaqing nodded his head, knowing that this time it was not a wasted trip. Taizhu picks up a wife in the mountains, and he gets some Changbai mountain ginseng, and a bunch of dog seeds. You guys are having a hard time finding that. Zhao Feng laughed at his words, and Chen Xingwang and the others who followed him all laughed along with him. There's something to be said for looking for a mallet. Our team has a mountain catcher, or a gangster, and that's how we get occasional harvests, unlike the group of gangsters in the Eastern Red Brigade, and since they're all on their own too, I won't beat around the bush. Zhao Feng unbuttoned and carefully took out the bulging red cloth and carefully placed it on the table. The red cloth unraveled, revealing a bundle of ginseng of different sizes. Zhang Huaqing looked ecstatic, all pure wild ginseng. The worst is estimated to be more than 10 years of ginseng, there is also one estimated to have 30 years. Zhao Feng uttered a super low price. Zhang Huaqing understands that they don't dare to take the black market to sell or take the purchase station to sell, it's easy to get into trouble. He pulled out a cloth bag and removed the money and tickets inside. Looking at the thick stack of money and a handful of tickets made them all stare in disbelief. It was clearly audible that they were breathing heavily. They obviously did not expect Zhang Huaqing to carry so much money and tickets with him. Food stamps first, food stamps first. Zhao Feng's hands were trembling slightly as he stared at the 50 market pounds of coarse grain food stamps. Uncle, since we're family we can't take advantage of you, we'll give you $200 worth of grain and cloth and cotton tickets in exchange for these ginsengs, and of course if the tickets aren't enough, we'll make up the rest with money. He didn't try to take advantage of Zhao Feng and the others. Because he understands that these ginsengs come to black market prices. Especially that ginseng of more than 30 years vintage, in the commune or the purchase station can beat a 40-50 yuan 1 or 2 high price, can be black market 10 times more likely. Zhao Feng didn't refuse and excitedly thanked him repeatedly before starting to pick his ticket. When the tickets were pretty much picked, Zhang Huaqing gave them some money to make up for it, and he got a big bundle of Changbai mountain wild ginseng as expected. Zhang Huaqing counted the rest of the money, and there were still about $110 and a few meat stamps and a few industrial coupons. Iron pillar. Zhang Huaqing thought about calling out to Taizhu. Brother! Taizhu ran over. Zhang Huaqing stuffed all the money and vouchers in Taizhu's hand, gesturing, give it to your unmarried daughter-in-law, as your bride price money, this bride price money brother for you, how much to give you to see for yourself? Thank you brother. Unsurprisingly, Taizhu acted as if he hadn't heard the last sentence, taking the money and running towards Li Yunyang before stuffing it. Li Yunyang shook her head in fear. No way, we don't want anything. Li Laoshir's legs went soft when he heard this, and he rushed to stop Taizhu. Gosh, so much money that he had never seen in his life. Ma Lotus Flower also scared straight shivering. Their brigade bride price money is the highest is $10 and 2 cloth tickets, whereas, there's no need to rush, the embroiderer is still young. Zhang Huaqing knew what he meant, wanting to let Li Xuanyang also go to a good life. The family can also have one less mouth to ease the pressure. Eating a full stomach was already the easiest for Zhang Huaqing and the others. Hey, good. Li Laoshir nodded his head a little awkwardly. A few days ago he dreamed of his family's children starving to death one by one. He was really afraid that his dream would come true. By the way, the dog skin you have to take back with you. Li Laoshir lifted the dog's skin on the ground and stuffed it into Taizhu's bamboo basket. This line. Zhang Huaqing thought about it. Dog skin will take it. In that case wait for tomorrow to bring some cotton clothes to these children. Chapter 67 Purchasing Stations and Black Market Ginseng Prices. Zhang Huaqing they got rich, alone 24 dog skin, let Qin Xiaodong get the city black market out, afraid to sell $700 or $800. Not to mention ginseng. What are you doing with ginseng? What's it worth on the black market? The second dog has no concept of the value of ginseng, it is not just a medicinal herb. Don't underestimate this stuff, $200 or so to get these, get them on the black market for thousands of dollars. Zhang Huaqing touched his chest as he had all the bundles of ginseng in his arms. Thousands? 2 dogs were shocked that ginseng was so valuable. I have a feeling that the Black Mountain Brigade still has ginseng. When we go tomorrow they will probably be able to sell us with confidence. Zhang Huaqing glanced back at the direction of the Black Mountain Brigade. He had just vaguely heard points on his way out. Changbai Mountain wild ginseng to the black market is profiteering, can be much faster than hunting money. Soon they came to the hill where the dogs were buried. Brother, there are wolves. Taizhu saw from afar that a wolf was gnawing on the ground with the dog's entrails, and hurriedly loaded his bullets. Lone wolf? Zhang Huaqing also saw it, just that the surrounding was quiet, not like there was a wolf pack. but this wolf was obviously an adult gray wolf, so it was reasonable to say that it would not be driven out of the pack. Only the old wolves that don't live long and the failed wolf kings are driven out of the pack. I guess it's the wolves we broke up and haven't found an organization yet. 2 dogs is also loaded. Zhang Huacheng thought the same thing. When it had come to less than 30 meters away, Zhang Huacheng was quite sure that there were no other wolves active around, it was a lone wolf. 2 dog, practice your gun, you only get 1 shot. Zhang Huacheng signaled and raised his Springfield rifle at the same time. If Air Dog missed a shot he would make up for it, and this wolf could be said to have no chance of surviving. 2 dog raised his gun and took aim. Bang! The gun went off. The gray wolf that was gnawing on Dogsy's entrails fell to the ground with a thud, a distance that wasn't too difficult for the second dog, and that was with the gray wolf standing still. Zhang Huacheng walked over with his gun, the gray wolf was not dead yet, the second dog shot penetrated its body, out of breath more and breathless, lying on the ground did not even struggle. Why isn't this wolf alert at all? Second dog was familiar with wolves now, but the one in front of him was so wary, it made him feel strange. Zhang Huacheng was also checking it out. The ribs on this side are almost completely broken, it's already lucky that it didn't die on the spot, no wonder it broke away from the wolves. Zhang Huacheng placed his hand on the gray wolf and felt around, his expression a bit grave. Tiger. This was broken by a slap, only bears and tigers in the Changbai Mountains have this kind of power, but bears are bound to hibernate at this time of the year, which means this was slapped by a tiger. Is it a tiger? 2 dog reacted as well. Bullet loaded alertly checking the surrounding area. Don't worry, the tiger that injured it won't be over here it would have long been attracted by the smell of blood, strip out the dogsy and we'll go back. Zhang Huacheng knew that the northeastern tiger was fierce and terrifying, but that was for ordinary hunters and mountain guards. To him, as long as it was a carbon-based life, it was no matter how strong it was, the result of being shot in the head by him would be. They've got their hands full tonight. A pot of cabbage and pork dumplings placed in the middle of the table exudes a rich aroma. The little horse mule looks at the beginning of the meal again want to come over, but was pulled by Doodle, can only blearily watch. Zhang Huacheng poured some vinegar and took Taiju and Erdog and ate it. Erdog, tomorrow send your old cotton jacket and shoes and pants, all the clothes you don't wear at home. Zhang Huacheng thought of Li Laosher's family. Since the dog skins have been brought back, we have to give them some cotton clothes, so many children don't even have any clothes. Okay. Erdog knew what Zhang Huacheng was going to do. Linlin, pack up Doodle's old clothes and our old clothes as well, and I'll have my sister-in-law make you some new clothes later. Huabing Xiaoya's and Debao Xiaobao's old clothes are given back, these old clothes they won't wear in the future, but for Li Laosher's family, these are all good things. Okay, I'll pack now. Wang Lin didn't ask and went to rummage in the closet. In less than 5 minutes they finished eating. Taiju ate too fast, this is still his very controlled situation, a bite of a hate all the way to the stomach, his meal is really too big. We'll keep the dog meat for now, and in the morning we'll go sell the wolf meat from this wolf. They had been selling too much meat at the morning market lately, and it would be good to reduce the amount appropriately. Zhang Huacheng pulled out a head of dogs and began to skin and scrape the oil. Dogs are similar to wolves and have a very low body fat rate, only a small half a kilogram of fat can be scraped from a head of dogs, but it is better than nothing. Where's the fox meat? 2 dogs lifted the 2 red foxes over to him. Fox meat can be tough to eat if you don't cook it right. Tomorrow I'll buy more big ingredients and fry a pot of fox meat, it's very fragrant. It's not worth selling this stuff, so why not fry up a pot of meat and split it up and eat it? The doggy meat is also good, but it has to be well seasoned. It had been busy for over an hour, and it was already dark outside, but there was no heavy snow today, so they would have to wait a little longer. He simply took Erdog and Taiju out to the yard and put one of the dogs in the water before lifting them out, which froze quickly as soon as they were pulled out of the super cold temperatures, and buried all of them in the snow to keep them cold. This one is for you. When you take it to the Fuzhuang Brigade at night, talk to your mom about you and Li Yangyang. Zhang Huacheng saw Taiju bring up one of the dogs he had left behind as well and waved his hand to stop it. It is possible to keep things like getting a wife from Chen Yud, but it is absolutely not possible for Tieju's mom to not know about it as well. Good. Tiju scratched his head with a smile. The little horse mule old to the Kong jump, Zhang Huacheng head is big, no matter the horse, donkey, or mule, almost all are standing to sleep, there are very few lying down to sleep, this little horse mule is among them, the few mule sellers did not say with him, when he left the eyes thought it was reluctant to leave, it seems to be not reluctant to leave the eyes. Doodle, spread your hands. Wang Lin's voice rang through the house. Doodle favored the pony mule and tried to get it on the bed, making Wang Lin furious. Chapter 68, The price of cloth tickets in the black has been raised by your charges. The little horse mule was not afraid of being beaten, and he insisted on coming up, and Zhang Huaqing saw that there was no other way to do it, so he simply used hot water and a towel to wipe the little horse mule up and down, and let it curl up on the side of the Kong. Looking at the little horse mule who started to huff and puff in less than 3 minutes after coming up, Zhang Huaqing didn't know what to say. No bed or no sleep? Really buy an ancestor back. Flower City, almost. The second dog looked at the time. Has been 10 o'clock, this time the brigade households are asleep. Is the moon outside a little bright? The wind is a little strong. Go! Zhang Huaqing took Ergu and Taizhu out. The threads on the lock of the shrine were still there, so Zhang Huaqing was not surprised and easily cast the lock open with a hairpin, and let Airdog in silently. A boxes of bullets and firearms were quickly moved out, and Taizhu pulled the car and loaded it quickly, and in less than 10 minutes it was all empty. It was late at night when they transported the shipment of guns and ammunition to the hunting base and back again. Taizhu, you take dog to go to the Fuzhuang brigade, and come back when you've said you'll be back afterward. I'll leave the door open for you, and in the morning we'll have to go to the county town to purchase some things. Zhang Huaqing handed the dog left behind to Taizhu. Iron Pillar answered and left, carrying the dog. Two Dog went home to sleep with his gun on his back, and he was exhausted. The little horse mule has become Doodle's treasure. Zhang Huaqing entered the house only to see Doodle ran to sleep with the little horse mule. The little horse mule is not at all alert, lying on the bed and sleeping very well. Zhang Huaqing could only carry Doodle back quietly. Then he kicked the pony mule, who looked up and around in bewilderment, then went back down to sleep. In the morning, when the clock made the sound of clang clang clang, Zhang Huaqing woke up, and the little horse mule also woke up at an unknown time, and was lying on the Kong head looking back and forth. Wang Lin climbed up and looked up at the seat clock. You and Doodle go on sleeping, I'll go add some charcoal to the Kong. Zhang Huaqing signaled that she didn't need to get up. Wang Lin, however, shook her head and got up to work. Soon Taizhu came over and scratched his head. Brother, Mother said to me last night that she also wanted to follow a trip to the Black Mountain Brigade, and young Mother's parents to discuss the marriage and the time, so let me ask you if it's okay. Yes, of course, but wait until we come back from the morning market. When you get there, first take your mother to the foot of the mountain and wait for us. Second dog and I will be there soon. Zhang Huaqing naturally agreed when he heard that Zhao Shanglan wanted to go. It is indeed inappropriate for both parents to be absent from this kind of marriage event, although Taizhu is in a special situation. Only less than 100 pounds of wolf meat, pulled to the morning market. Zhang Huaqing let Taizhu sell themselves, 100 pounds easily sold out. He, on the other hand, went to pull feed with Qin Xiaodong was energized. Jinseng is a highly sought-after commodity and is very strictly controlled. Zhang Huaqing was happy to hear that the price of the commune was 840 a tael to buy, and the black market price was really similar to what he thought. There's some, about £1.50 pound, all over 10 years old, a couple of them over 20 years old, and one over 30 years old, and I'll bring it to you when I bring it tomorrow, and you'll find a way to go out of it. Wild ginseng from Shangbeixian Mountain is mostly 540 grams in weight and 15-30 years old, and rare ginsengs over 50 years old may be heavier, but it is very, very rare. The 30-year portion of that one Changbai Mountain. Food and tickets, how much in all? Zhang Huaqing wants to fetch money for him. Next time, say next time. Qin Xiaodong immediately waved his hand. Alright, then I'll go find Taizhu first, and come over tomorrow morning. Zhang Huaqing knew what he meant, so he didn't be polite and pulled up the flatbed truck and went to find Taizhu. He still had a lot of things to buy. Seeing Zhang Huaqing walking away, Luo Chang touched Qin Xiaodong's forehead. Dong, you have a fever? But? What do you know, Big Brother has 1.5 kilograms of Changbai Mountain ginseng over 10 years old, of which 20 and 30 years old are available. Let me get rid of it tomorrow. Qin Xiaodong knew what Luo Chang meant. A hand slapped away his hand or rolled his eyes. You're going to be rich, Dong. Luo Chang was dumbfounded. Ginseng by the caddy? And there are 20 years, 30 years, this get the city's black market, can sell how much money back ah? Dong is wise, Dong will take me with him tomorrow. Get out. Don't, Dong. Taizhu's meat had been sold out, 100 or so pounds of meat was simply not enough to sell, and Zhang Huaqing took him to various purchases. Department stores are not yet open. He took Taizhu to buy a black ceramic pot. Black ceramic pots can be filled with oil to bring to the Black Mountain Brigade, and so on the department store market is open. He rushed in the first time to buy all kinds of. It was obviously too late to get my sister-in-law to make new cotton clothes, so I might as well spend a few extra dollars and buy a set directly at the mall. Peach cobbler, red headbands, hair clips, fruit candies, snow cream. Taizhu had never taken money from hunting on weekdays, and he was naturally not cheap. Brother, why did you buy so much? Taizhu scratched his head as he watched. Zhang Huacheng glanced at him and said seriously, what if you don't buy more for your unmarried daughter-in-law's family to starve to death? Starve to death and you won't have a daughter-in-law. I can deliver meat if I'm not hungry. Iron Pillar came on seriously. Zhang Huacheng almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Taizhu. Chapter 69 Return to the Black Hills Brigade. As soon as Zhang Huacheng returned to Chentang Sanliquan, he let Taizhu go to Fuzhuang Brigade with his things on his back. What are we going home for, Ernie? Flower Bell had just run in with Lilia just now, and was pulled back by Zhang Huacheng, a little reluctantly. You go back and pack up the old clothes you don't want, and Xiaoya's, pack them up and give them to me. Not only Flower Bell's and Xiaoya's, he also wanted Big Brother's families. Old clothes? Flower Bell was curious. What is Ergo doing? Not to mention she was curious, even her sister-in-law was curious, but Zhang Huacheng didn't say anything and just left dozens of dog skins and ran away with the old clothes. Hushan, what does Flower City need old clothes for? Chen Shouying's face was full of doubts. She was also thinking of taking all the old clothes apart and redoing them. Zhang Hu father and son but looked at a field of dogskin cannot speak. This is to go hunting or go to the slaughter of the mountain dog group of such even beasts dare to round up the kill group or given to such a fight? As for the old clothes, they didn't even think about it, the family has new clothes to wear, the old clothes Zhang Huacheng wants to let him take is. When Zhang Huacheng brought Air Dog to the foot of the mountain, he saw Taizhu and Zhao Shanglan waiting for them. Brother! Taizhu saw it and waved happily. Auntie! Zhang Huacheng greeted Zhao Shanglan. Huacheng, you've grown so big, hee, your second dog? Zhao Shanglan hadn't seen Zhang Huacheng for some years, but still recognized him at once, but Ergu made her freeze. If not for Taizhu saying that Ergu had also gone into the mountains with them, she wouldn't have been able to recognize him at all. They hadn't seen each other in years, and they had so much to talk about that they couldn't stop talking. Zhou Shannon was always thanking them as well. Huacheng, why did we bring so much food? Air Dog carried 100 pounds of corn ballast and a bag of old clothes. Zhang Huacheng's side was also fully loaded, with a jar of wolf oil in his hand, and Taizhu's bamboo basket was even more stuffed. Part of it is for Li Yunyang's family, and some of it is for exchanging things. Their thorn baskets can be much stronger than our bamboo baskets load-bearing, can be loaded and still very strong. We turn around and change one each. As for the wattle basket in the Black Mountain Brigade is really not a good thing. Every family can weave. He is ready to use the grain to go back to use some. Black Mountain Brigade current situation freezing death starvation is very normal. They carry some grain to go save a. The girl from Li Laosher's family is truly enjoying her blessings. Who says it isn't? Everyone knows that Li Laosher took the girl into the mountains to hunt and picked up a broad aunt, capable and generous, do not want a bride price or hard to give. Last night when the family drank broth they're talking about this. Zhao Feng also brought out a few brigade cadres to come forward to greet them. There's a woman following. It's probably that Chen Tiezhu's mother, Li Laosher, and his family really have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. The young mother can live a good life too. Chen Xingwang raised his glasses, his eyes full of relief. Zhao Feng glanced at Chen Xingwang, patted him on the shoulder and said, how about you? I know you High Vision has always wanted to find a cultured, but our mountain nest can be really difficult. You are also more than 30 years old. It should be considered. Li Laosher home this are 6 children. Young mother are married. Said young mother their name or your name. Li Laosher's family's 4 girls' names are all his, Li Yonyang, Li Xuanyang, Li Yuling, Li Zhaozhao. As for Li Xiaozi and Li Xiaowa's 2 sons, they are Li Laosher's names. Chen Xingwang was a bit embarrassed and didn't say anything else. Auntie, the one walking at the front is Li Laosher, Yanyang's father, and the one following is Yanyang's mother, called Manhwa. Zhang Huacheng watched Li Laosher run to greet him and quickly introduced Zhao Shanglan. He could tell that Zhao Shanglan was also a bit nervous. Is that your sister-in-law? Lotus Ma ran over and greeted Zhao Shanglan warmly. Hello big sister, I'm Taizhu's mother. Zhao Shanglan also greeted them. Aya, hello sister-in-law, hello, Taizhu is here, quick, go to the house and have a drink of water. Li Laosher couldn't stop smiling. Zhang Huacheng, on the other hand, led Air Dog straight to Zhao Feng's side. Li Laosher is truly blessed, bringing so many things. Zhao Feng was also envious at first glance. It's not all for Big Brother Li's family, Air Dog and I also carry 200 dozens of pounds of corn ballast on our backs, because we wanted to exchange something with your Black Mountain Brigade. Zhang Huacheng put down the basket and signaled. Corn ballast is cheap, but for the Black Mountain Brigade, which has only a few dozen households, 200 dozens of pounds of corn ballast will allow them to stay up for an extra 10 days and half a month, and that's not an exaggeration at all. Upon hearing that the backpacking food had come for them, Zhao Feng almost jumped up in excitement and said goodbye. We also carried 30 pounds of salt and an altar of wolf oil. If you have something to exchange, if you don't have anything to exchange, consider it a loan to you. Zhang Huaqing said and handed the altar in his hand to Zhao Feng. The second dog followed suit and put down the bamboo basket, lifting 3 bags of corn ballast out of it. Zhang Huaqing's bamboo basket, on the other hand, is 2 bags of corn ballast and 1 bag of salt, and on top of it are old clothes, which come too timely for the Black Mountain Brigade. Ah, good, good, what do you guys want? Well, there's ginseng too, but I'll have to ask from house to house. Zhao Feng was also a smart person and didn't bend at all. What could the Black Hills Brigade have? Zhao Feng naturally understood what Zhang Huaqing meant. These can't be exchanged for a couple of ginsengs. Give us some wattle baskets and weavings, and any local specialties can be exchanged as well as for ginseng. I'm still using tickets and money here. Zhang Huaqing was delighted in his heart. Sure enough, there is still stock. We've got plenty of this stuff in the brigade warehouse, so you can pick and choose as much as you want when you get there. Zhao Feng did not expect them to use food for wattle baskets. These things, more pleased, they weave a surplus. The commune every year to wattle weaving market is small on the grounds that the low price of some of them, most of them left in the brigade. Chen Xingwang hurriedly took the wolf oil altar, looked at the wolf oil that solidified into a milky white color, smelled it, and was filled with intoxication. The brigade cadres also picked up bags of corn ballast and salt. The entire Black Mountain Brigade boiled. Families ran over to see, looking at the bags of corn ballast are also excitedly discussed. I'll gather the members of the community to the brigade and meet you at Li Laosher's house later. Zhao Feng snorted and then went to shout. Upon hearing of the distribution of food and wolf oil, the Black Hills Brigade cheered. Li Yanyang's sprained foot is still not well, and when she learned that Zhao Shanglan is Tieju's mother, she blushed and went forward to shout an aunt. Zhao Shanglan took a look at Li Yanyang is very satisfied, Taiju, and she said no good look at the face, just say hi. She this look at this where just hi looks also standard. No wonder watching this child so hard to set up. Good girl, aunt came in a hurry and didn't have time to buy anything. This is last night's pancakes and boiled eggs. Zhao Shanglan took off the flour cloth bag she was wearing and handed it to Li Yanyang. After saying that, she pulled Li Yanyang full of joy and didn't let go of her hand until she entered the house. Chapter 70. Li Xionyang and the others also wore cotton clothes. Once Li Laosher's 2 families saw that Zhao Shanglan was so satisfied with their daughter, the smiles on their faces became even brighter. Li Laosher's parents and the old lady also went up to greet and say hello. Aunt, you didn't buy a gift Taiju, but he went to buy it in the morning. Zhang Huaqing looked at Taiju, who was giggling and not moving, and signaled with his eyes. Taiju woke up and immediately put down the bamboo basket on his back. This is a cotton jacket and cotton shoes that Taiju bought for young Yang when she went to the department store. Zhang Huaqing knew that Tieju's mouth was stupid and didn't know what to say, so he took out the cotton jacket and cotton shoes he bought from the bamboo basket. I'll look at the cotton clothes and shoes, not to mention Li Yonyang. Ow! Li Xiaowu bounced on the bed, wailing with delight. Except for Li Xionyang's cotton clothes and cotton shoes, which were one size too big, Li Yuling and Li Zhaozhao's were all very suitable. Airdog couldn't help but give Zhang Huaqing a thumbs up, thinking really comprehensively. Here are some more cotton coats and old clothes of my daughter-in-law and I. In here is Airdog's, brotherly, you look and change them. Zhang Huaqing handed both of the other 2 packages of clothes to Li Laosher. Li Laosher nodded repeatedly. I'm going to play in the snow. Me too. Ow. A few children were mad with joy and stopped just as they were about to run out, each eyeing the unwrapped packet of peach crisp in Zhang Huaqing's hand, all gagging. 1 person a piece to pad your stomach. Zhang Huaqing gave 1 person a piece of peach crisp, and even Li Xionyang squirmed and leaned over to take a piece. A total of 4 packages of peach crisp and 2 packages of sugar were brought. Zhang Huaqing gave them all peach crisp and left 1 package of sugar. As for the rest of the packages, he was going to distribute them to the other children of the Black Mountain Brigade. Suddenly he saw all eyes looking behind him and froze even as he turned his head to look. Li Yunyang walked out with her head lowered and red face, her small hands gripping the corners of her coat back and forth, as if she had nowhere to put them, not to mention the others. Even Zhang Huaqing froze for. Taiju, does it look good? Zhang Huaqing poked Taiju, this daughter-in-law get well and bring back to the brigade can envy for half a month. Taiju scratched his head out of habit, a little embarrassed, it looks good. Give someone the snow cream in their pocket. Zhang Huaqing reminded. Taiju then remembered that he still had snowflake cream in his pocket and hurriedly pulled it out to send it over. I am mama, this how? Toma Lotus Flower looked at their own children one by one are wearing a cotton jacket and cotton pants and cotton shoes, is also dumbfounded. Several children ran to her, happily showing off their clothes. Big brotherly, this is 50 pounds of white flour, and 50 pounds of rice. Taiju also shot a roe deer when he came, you guys keep it for dinner. Zhang Huacheng brought out the rice and noodles as well. Ma Lianhua and Li Laoshi couldn't say a word. In this Black Hills Brigade, where a few pounds of bar noodles can be exchanged for a daughter-in-law, these are simply unthinkable. Soon there is a brigade of members of the community ran to the string. A look is also envious, a rumor of 100, soon in the brigade after the distribution of food and wolf oil are running to see the fun. Taiju, you go and give the children a flurry of candy, one piece of fruit candy for each child. Zhang Huacheng gave the remaining pack of fruit candies to Taiju. A packet of 2 kilograms of fruit candy made the children of the Black Mountain Brigade happy. Uncle and brother shouted into a piece. Chen Xingwan also ran to help distribute sugar. Zhao Feng enviously looked at Li Laoshi's family. This is not where to go into the mountains to pick up an ant, this is to go into the mountains to pick up a bodhisattva back. He brought back the black porcelain altar as well, with roughly 1/10 of the wolf oil left inside, as well as 2 pounds of salt, which Zhang Huacheng naturally couldn't possibly take back with him, and gave it to Li Laoshi's family. A few of us have discussed it, and there's really not much that can be exchanged for grain, only some thorn weavings and bullets, and you can't see anything else. Can this be exchanged? Zhao Feng was a bit embarrassed. After all, nothing was currently more important to them than food. Zhang Huacheng smiled and said, the grain, salt, and oil were meant for your brigade to tide you over, we'll just pick out some knitting later, and forget about the bullets, we don't lack bullets. Where does he need bullets now? He can't even sell them. Okay, we'll go straight to our brigade warehouse later. Zhao Feng was very happy, then whispered, the ginseng has also been counted, and the brigade cadres have been sent to go door to door to get it, but not as much as yesterday, but there is one that is more than 30 years old, so it probably has to be 40 years old, and when spring starts we can go and look for ginseng more smoothly as well. 40 years? Zhang Huacheng knew that 40 years currently that was the highest price, according to the city's highest black market price was 500 yuan a tael, and Zhao Feng's last sentence made him very happy, obviously intending to cooperate with him for a long time. Taiju's unmarried daughter-in-law is here, will also come every few days this winter, you guys can talk to me if you need anything. Zhang Huacheng liked Zhao Feng's straightforward character, having said so, he naturally had to help with the Black Mountain Brigade's difficulties. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once Zhao Feng heard the continuous thanks, he also let out a sigh of relief. In this way, the Black Mountain Brigade would be able to make it through this year. It was hard to come by, so Zhang Huacheng decided to stay and have a meal together, so that they could discuss Taiju and... Thank you, Secretary, I have to thank you for Taiju. Zhang Huacheng thanked him. Don't yell Secretary, if you don't mind just yell Uncle. He knew that Zhang Huacheng took care of them. But these sent to the commune, hold up only can give $120, or have the commune digging ginseng license Ming's case. Zhang Huacheng was said to be a bit dumbfounded. The purchase station is indeed a very low price, this is true, but out of the price is also very reasonable. Alone this 140 years of the old man ginseng, Qin Xiaodong take to the city black market can sell a minimum of $400. Watching them go back and forth politely, Airdog looked at the ginseng and said, 150 is 150, tomorrow we'll just carry some grain and send it to them. Zhao Feng and the others were delighted at their words and were clearly willing. Okay. Zhang Huacheng didn't dwell on it, and immediately paid some money in vouchers. It's kind of a happy ending. These people attended on yesterday's, and he was looking forward to what Qin Xiaodong could sell him for. Legs a heavy, Zhang Huacheng looked down, but Li Laoxi's youngest girl Li Zhaozhao wobbly holding his legs, blearily looking up at him. The body is wearing the small clothes of the doodle, but it is not cotton. Zhang Huacheng rushed to hold her in his arms, wrapped in a wolfskin coat. Li Laoxi saw and hurried over, embarrassed. Zhao Zhao, this girl is just sticky. Said he was going to hug it away. It's fine, big brotherly, you go ahead and get busy, don't worry about us. Zhang Huacheng signaled. Li Laoshi went to continue to be busy, but obviously afraid of the little girl to make Zhang Huacheng angry, uneasy a moment to look at a glance. Zhang Huacheng took out a piece of fruit candy from his pocket and peeled it off and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth, who hugged him tightly, her big black and bright eyes full of curiosity. Soon Li Yonyan came over to carry away Li Zhaozhao at Li Laoxi's gesture. Zhang Huacheng looked at the thin clothes on the little girl, and for a moment recalled the day he was reborn. Doodle was wearing these clothes and Wang Lin was lost in the ice and snow. Thinking about what? Go away. Second dog saw him in a trance and patted him. It's okay. Zhang Huacheng shook his head back. Zhao Feng sniffed and laughed. Of course there is our brigade to cut thorns generally spring March to May, fall September to November. The last batch of cut a lot of stay, and thorns stored can be put a year or two. Our Black Mountain Brigade is not short of thorns. You want to know what weaving products we can weave? There was no shortage of thorns for them. The Black Hills Brigade survived here partly by weaving thorns to live, and the thorns here were inexhaustible in season all over the place. Zhang Huacheng was pleasantly surprised. Great, I need a batch of wattle and dobfish traps like that, but 2 circles bigger than this one, 10 to start with. I want to take them back to catch fish with. He'd been thinking about how to get to the frozen lake to fish, and neither fishing nor casting a net would work. Fishing gear catches half-sized fish at best, and casting a net requires a wraparound style, which can't be accomplished at the moment. Now with a creel that can trap walleye, it's perfectly feasible to go fishing in the lake. This is so easy. Zhao Feng turned his head to look at Chen Xingwan. Xingwan, you turn back to find 5 members of the community with good craftsmanship to weave. Just weave it before tomorrow morning. One person will directly share a caddy of corn ballast at that time, not counting the labor points. That has to be grabbed. Chen Xingwan smiled and nodded. A caddy of corn ballast is less than a gross ticket, but in the Black Mountain Brigade, a caddy of corn ballast can last a family of 5 for several days, and weaving fish traps is too simple for the Black Mountain Brigade. Zhang Huacheng looked back and forth at the fish basket. The Black Mountain Brigade can really be a treasure brigade. There are ginseng and thorny braid. Erdog had already picked 3 thorn baskets, the largest of which was obviously for Taiju, and the only flaw was the hemp rope straps. Zhang Huacheng looked at it and decided to go back and have his sister-in-law nail a few pigskin straps. When the weather warms up a bit, you can go to the beach and look for areas where you can launch crab cages, and then have the Black Hills Brigade come in and put up a bunch of wattle crab cages and jumbo fish traps, and then making money will be even easier. Thorny woven flower baskets and thorny woven small chairs. He also took a few. Flower baskets can be given to Wang Lin. Wang Lin is very fond of this kind of knickknacks, good-looking small chairs, but can be given to a group of children. The other thorny woven are too big to bring back enough to bother. Li Laoshir's home on the new year is lively. Several children are gathered in front of the stove staring at the lotus flower to the pot peeling slices of pasta. Black Mountain Brigade have a happy event or relatives can eat a bowl of pasta that is the top of the hospitality. It was a great source of gluttony for the relatives and neighbors who came to see the fun. Huacheng, this Li Laoshir's family is a bit anxious, saying that the old house will be fine for the wedding. When they came back, Airdog learned that the happy event was to be done before the new year, and twisted his head to talk to Zhang Huacheng. Li Laoshir, apparently afraid of a mistake, proposes to do it simply, so that Taiju and Yonyang can get married as soon as possible. Zhao Shanglan and Taiju Shang also agreed. Let's see then. Zhang Huacheng is also reluctant to hear. Taiju followed him to work hard, naturally cannot be treated poorly. If I stayed at Chen Yud's house, would Chen Yud and his family not bully Li Yonyang to death? Life Fuzhuang Brigade is even more impossible. Chen Yud no afraid of absolutely will bring people to make trouble, but cover the new house also have to wait for the weather to warm up a little bit before. Simply in the county he bought a set of mansions, first let Taiju and young lady over there to do the wedding forget. Zhang Huacheng's idea of buying a house off the shelf delighted Li Laoshir's family. Just they obviously do not know that the city mansion is not cheap, and it is not money can be bought. The current almost always rent to live, but the city does not have a job without street registration certificate. Want to rent are very difficult. However, this matter did not worry Zhang Huacheng at all. Qin Xiaodong could do it with his eyes closed. If the young lady settles in the city, does that make her a city dweller? Zhang Huacheng and their wealth and generosity made Zhao Feng envious. Chen Xingwan's sentence also made Zhao Feng freeze for a moment, but they really didn't understand this kind of thing. Neither of them have been to the county a couple times. Zhao Feng also feels that Zhang Huacheng is not low learning, just pulled him to talk about some of the Black Mountain Brigade, chatting naturally Black Mountain Brigade how to live a good life. Zhang Huacheng did not beat around the bush, and he said that since the communes in the mountains are seldom to come, then it can be completely bold to do. He naturally understood what Zhang Huacheng meant by that. Waiting until Zhang Huacheng and the others left, Zhao Feng was still thinking about this. The commune couldn't come twice a year, so what were they still so disciplined about? Chapter 72 Red Star Machinery Factory and Letter of Introduction. The wolves and the dogs group were dispersed. This piece of mountain forest are much quieter. Rushed all the way did not meet a large prey, but shot a pair of pheasants. It's not far from the area where the horse deer live. Let's make a trip over there and not enter the mountains tonight. Zhang Huacheng decided to hunt a horse deer back. He figured it would be about 5 o'clock by the time he got back, and it would be dark by then. Yes. 2 dogs nodded. Without the threat of wolves and dog packs, the horse deer herd lived in this range, and Zhang Huacheng and the others soon found several horse deer that were digging for food in the snow. Zhang Huacheng searched for a good-sized one and looked at it and raised his hand to fire a shot. A horse deer fell to the ground in response. A few of the other mule deer scattered in all directions, and the one that had been shot in the head twitched a few times in the snow before it died. Second dog and Taiju skillfully stepped forward to open the split the meat. This series of smooth operation let Zhao Shanglan are looking silly. Just 10 minutes they will be divided into 3 horse deer in a leather bag. Zhang Huacheng took Wang Lin and carried a basket of thorns to find his sister-in-law. 6 boar leather straps, a set of bib-sized cotton clothes and cotton shoes. Sister-in-law looked at Zhang Huacheng with a speechless face. No wonder she bought a sewing machine. This is because she is afraid that she will be too slow to do it by hand. The clothes made by lighting lamps and boiling oil are not as fast as the orders that Zhang Huacheng comes over every day to add. Zhang Huacheng, who finished adding work to his sister-in-law, ran off to fry the red fox meat, and he was the only one who could make it taste good in the entire Chentang 3-mile drainage, and anyone else who came to do it would definitely have a bad odor. Flower Bell, go with mom and yell from door to door and tell them all to bring a bowl. You can't eat a little 30 pounds of fox meat. After frying for a while, Zhang Huacheng shouted. Good. Flower Bell happily responded and quickly dragged her mom out the door with her. As the house smelled fragrant, Auntie Two came the quickest, grabbing a bowl and pulling a child and running in. Flower City, what kind of meat smells so good? This is too fragrant. The second aunt came to the pot with delight. The children brought in hid behind the second aunt and gulped hard, staring blearily at the meat in the pot. Just a few more minutes of frying and it will be ready. Auntie Two, you guys wait. Zhang Huacheng clanked and fried, not forgetting to take out a piece of fruit candy from his pocket and throw it to the child. The child joyfully picks up the candy and squeezes it in his hand as if it were a treasure. Soon the old Zhang family came one after another, and Zhang Huacheng began to serve meat one by one. Those with large families were given an extra spoonful, those with small families were given less, and others couldn't help but pick up the meat on the spot and shove it in their mouths with delicious compliments. Old Mom and Flower Bell weren't idle either, running around with their pots, and they were delivering meat to the door of older people like the 5th uncle, the 3rd grandfather, and the 7th grandfather. Oh my god, do you still let people live? Old Chen's family heard the commotion, all came out to take a look at the old Zhang's family ate meat again, eyes are almost green with desire. Why doesn't Chen Biao go into the mountains? Doesn't the brigade have a roe deer that Huacheng sent for charcoal? When will they share the meat? I don't know, I'll ask tomorrow. You guys say Chen Monsong how gave birth to such a son what's the use usually is not quite powerful it, in the past there is no less bullying little flower city now what's going on No, I'll go find Chen Monsong. Go, together. Since Chen Biao became a mountain guardian, Chen Monsong one day of good days have not lived, all poking his spine, want to die of heart. At night thought to be a little more peaceful, but who knows a moment to run to one, a moment to run to a few, because Zhang Huacheng shares some meat to eat, their family can hardly stand. You say one thing and I say another, in short, let Chen Biao go into the mountains to hunt. Zhou Xiaoyu wiped her tears, and Chen Monsong's face was red with anger. It went on for over an hour before dispersing. Lao San, you go to find the small flower city and the second dog tomorrow, kneeling and begging them to let them take you with them into the mountain. The old uncle personally draws the sign who has no right to change. You don't have to think of hiding in the house, will be fine. Really make a big mess by the time the old uncle comes to the door, then don't blame father for being cruel at that time. Chen Monsong came to Chen Biao's house and said something. 10 years old, 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old. He separated them all one by one. He did not move to share the meat. Part of the reason is to let Chen Biao they cannot live in peace, bullying his wife and children he does not intend to let go, Chen Xiaoyang or Chen Biao, who cannot run away. Little ancestor come. Doodle called out in a milky voice as he sat on the bed. The pony mule, who was still drinking, ran over at the sound of it. No, who taught this? Zhang Huacheng looked at Wang Lin, wasn't it called Little Tinker Bell? He was in the process of forcibly changing this little guy's name. How come Doodle was still shouting little ancestor? No wonder he had called out to Tinkerbell a few times and was ignored. Little Ma and Flower Bell, who have been playing here all day during the day, are shouting for joy. Wang Lin was also in tears. Finished. Zhang Huacheng knows that this little horse mule is afraid to recognize only this name in the future. With Xiaoya and Huabing, want to change the name is difficult. The key to this little horse mule also recognize this name. In the morning Zhang Huacheng took Taiju to the county town early. In addition to the horse deer, he also brought jinseng with him this time, but not all of them, just all of the 10-year-old ones, and even some of the ones that were close to 20-year-old were left at home, first letting Qin Xiaodong de-exploit these jinsengs to take a look at them. When he came to the intersection of the morning market, what surprised him was that not only Qin Xiaodong and Luo Chang were waiting for him here, even Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zhengong were waiting for him here. Dad, Mom. Zhang Huacheng jogged over. Taizhu, on the other hand, skillfully pulled the cart to sell the meat, and there were a dozen more lined up waiting for the meat to come. Aha! Wang Zhengang glanced at the flatbed truck, nodded when he saw that it was a horse deer, took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. This is a letter of introduction from our food station. You will go to the Shanghai County Red Star Machinery Factory if you have any meat in the future. They don't have enough meat tickets in the past few months, so you will just follow the price here and add 5 cents a caddy to. After saying that, he looked at Qin Xiaodong. Qin Xiaodong rolled his eyes when he heard, "Fart, I can be here, what is not safe?" On the side of the Luo Chang also understand, the original food station master pig killer is Zhang Huacheng's old man. Flower City, listen to your father. Xin Yu also hastily signaled. Okay, thanks Dad, thanks Mom. Zhang Huacheng looked at the letter of introduction and knew at a glance that it was a violation. If it is really being pursued, Wang Zhengang will have trouble. Red Star Machinery Factory, he has the impression that it is the current small-scale machinery factory. The workers are only 500, compared to those who can easily be a few thousand of the large-scale machinery factory is much worse. But if the meat is all supplied by him, that would be awesome, and you wouldn't even have to worry about selling the meat in the future. We'll go back first. You don't sell here now, go and deliver it. If you don't deliver their factory today, the workers are going to make trouble again. The workers haven't seen meat and fish for half a month. Wang Jin looked at Taizhu, who had already started selling meat in the morning market, and pushed the cart and turned to leave. Xin Yu immediately leaned over and whispered, "The deputy director of the Red Star Machinery Factory, Pang Xinghua, is your father's classmate, in charge of administration and logistics of the Red Star Machinery Factory. They have a very good relationship, and your father, who was looking for you last night, wanted your father to help you. Your father thought of you as soon as he heard, and went to call out to Pang, not to let anyone who has a heart to know the relationship between him and your father. Go!" Wang Zhengang saw that his wife didn't follow and shouted, "Coming!" Xin Yu hurriedly replied back, then quickly said, "Bring Lin Lin to the house to play in the past 2 days, and I've bought some delicious food for Doodle." After saying that, he ran away in a hurry. Zhang Huacheng watched them walk away, and without looking back, he handed the cloth bag in his hand to Qin Xiaodong Dongfang. "Hiss, big brother, you're too good, this has to be 2 pounds, right?" Qin Xiaodong and Luo Chang quickly ran over and carefully received it. Once received in the hand, let Qin Xiaodong inhale cold air. Shanghai Mountain Old Man ginseng in the black market is a. How did the $720 one break like this? Zhang Huacheng looked at the need to repair listed under more than 100, speechless. It's too complete a set to have everything, but what needs to be fixed, I'm afraid it's hard to fix without $1,000. Bombed by the Japanese army, a family is said to, very unlucky, all killed by the bombing, and then was looted by the victims, may hide the money of the wall, the ground, and even the pillars have been smashed open. This set of buy is also slightly a little bit of trouble, but it is not a matter of fact, but if it is the first set, so that Luo Cheng's family to go through. Big brother, the rich don't dare to live, the officials are afraid of getting into trouble, the workers don't dare to buy, and are kind of who can afford to take out $1,000 to buy a set of mansion. We can have a lot of vacant yards in Shanghai County, $100 or $200 can buy a set of good ones. Luo Chang solved the confusion for Zhang Huacheng. His family is from the street office, so he naturally knows all this very well. And rightly so. Zhang Huacheng nodded, not to mention that it was now the 60s, it would be the same in the 70s, unless it was the 80s. He looked at Qin Xiaodong and said, "Xiaodong, I want the first set, but I'll have to wait until your ginseng is sold. Take the first set first, the second set when there is more money on the body also take it, and then slowly repair it, the property is what he knows best." Big brother, this you can rest assured, pack brother body. Li Xiaodong immediately patted his chest to assure him upon hearing this. "Buy me some food first." "No problem, how much do you need?" Waiting for the morning market queue to buy meat finished, Zhang Huacheng immediately went up to close the stall. The rest of the horse and deer meat all pulled to the Red Sun Machinery Factory, which is a waste of time. Meat sales at the morning market aren't as crazy as they used to be. Why don't you sell it? Taizhu was a bit bewildered and followed the closing of the stall. How to close the stall? He only sold less than 50 pounds of meat, and there is still more than 350 pounds of meat left in this one horse and deer. But whatever Zhang Huacheng said was what he said, and he didn't ask. They first pulled a flatbed truck to the black market, where Qin Xiaodong was already waiting with Luo Chang and Lei Zi, with 5 bags of corn ballast and 2 bags of rice, as well as half a bag of coarse salt in front of them. After loading the grain on the cart, Qin Xiaodong took Luo Chang and they ran away in a hurry. How much the grain needs to be did not say, apparently in a hurry to go to the city to sell ginseng. Zhang Huacheng also took Taizhu and rushed toward the Red Sun Machinery Factory. Red Star Machinery Factory produces Dongfanghong tractor, responding to the current national policy of preparing for war and preparing for desertification. The production of Dongfanghong tractor all sent to the northern wilderness to speed up the progress of the work of the open land, but also do not allow the sale of the current belongs to the state's strategic materials, and their local reputation is not small. It took more than half an hour to get from the black market to the Red Star Machinery Factory. What do you do, little comrade? What surprised Zhang Huacheng was that the gatekeeper was not some old man, but two young warriors. As soon as they saw Zhang Huacheng and Taizhu pulling a flatbed truck and stopping at the gate, one of them immediately ran out with a gun on his back to inquire about the situation. Zhang Huacheng immediately took out the letter of introduction given by Wang Zhengong and saluted. "Hello comrade, this is the letter of introduction. We're here to deliver meat to your factory director Pang." "Meat?" The little warrior's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he took the letter of introduction and immediately looked happy, saluted and said, "Please wait, we need to report the situation." Since there was no phone, the young soldier went to say hello to another soldier and ran off to report. Within 10 minutes the little warrior came running back. Followed by the little warrior came along with a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit with two fountain pens clamped to his chest. "A look at the cadres of the Red Sun Machinery Factory. I'm Pang Xinghua, you guys come with me." Pang Xinghua came over and glanced at the flatbed truck, said something, and turned around. Zhang Huacheng and Taizhu pulled the car to follow. Red Sun Machinery Factory let Zhang Huacheng see a glimpse of the future light. There are two-story buildings. Taizhu was also looking left and right, curious about everything here. Pang Xinghua didn't say a word along the way and led them to the cafeteria. "Old Qian, here's the meat, get the scales and weigh it," Pang Xinghua shouted. Soon a middle-aged chef wearing an apron and very burly ran out, staring at the flatbed truck with a face full of surprise. Obviously this is the old money that Pang Xinghua was talking about. "Honey, get the big scale." Old money immediately went back and roared. Soon a woman came out with a scale. A horse and deer. As soon as old money lifted it, he rejoiced. "This is good stuff, factory director, or you're good. This time those starving ghosts in the factory can't make trouble anymore. Weigh in." Pang Xinghua didn't say any nonsense at all. The old money immediately took his daughter-in-law began to weigh, counting the horse-deer bones a total of 377 pounds, but the old money couple's happy together, this time to let the whole factory workers properly open a meat. "Little comrade, how much are you selling it for per pound?" "First of all, we don't have meat tickets here, but I can calculate 380 pounds of meat for you." Pang Xinghua looked at Zhang Huacheng. Old money immediately took out a small notebook, took out a pen and began to take notes. "We sell 8 gross tickets a pound, by. We, Red Star Machinery Factory, charge according to 85 cents a caddy. You come with me to get the money, this big man will wait here for a while." Zhang Huacheng was interrupted by Pang Xinghua before he could finish his words. Looking at Pang Xinghua's back, Zhang Huacheng swallowed the rest of his words. "Really rich. I 8 gross tickets a caddy, still have to send 1 or 2, you let me finish also, not open mouth to a caddy, 85 cents price ah. Iron pillar, wait for me here." Zhang Huacheng signaled Taizhu and quickly followed. "Aha!" Taizhu covered the grain at the first time, and looked at the old money couple who had just tried to unload the grain with a defensive face, fearing that they would steal the grain. Seeing that the factory director had gone far away, Lao Qian immediately came to Taizhu and said, "Little comrade, where are you from?" Taizhu scratched his head and grinned and didn't say anything. Old money's heart was moved, and he ran back to get 2 nesting dolls and handed them to Taizhu. "Hungry, little comrade?" Taizhu saw him handing over 2 nesting heads, and did not politely take them and stuffed them into his mouth. "Where are you from, little comrades?" Old money continued to test the waters. While he was talking, Taizhu had already eaten a nest egg in 3 or 2 bites. Pulling a cart. Taizhu returned without lifting his head and continued to eat the second one. The small nest was quickly swallowed into his stomach. "Pulling a cart? No, I'm not blind." Old money hurriedly said, "Where did you get this horse and deer meat?" "The car pulled it in." Taizhu thought back. "Ha!" The old money went back gray, always feeling that he had been cheated out of 2 nest eggs. Chapter 74, The Wealthy Red Star Machinery Factory. Zhang Huacheng followed until he came to the office on the 2nd floor, where Pang Xinghua gestured for him to sit down and poured him a cup of water. "Thank you, Factory Director Pang." Zhang Huacheng immediately got up and thanked him as soon as he took a look. As soon as he saw this, he knew that Pang Xinghua had something to say to himself. Don't need to be polite with me, I and your father are old classmates. Lin this girl back then I also helped them to raise 2 months, on the basis of you have to call me a pang uncle, but the current situation of my own situation is a bit of a problem. Outside you still have to call me pang factory director, no wonder Lin this girl in order for you to cut ties with the family, a watch talent Pang Xinghua at this moment had already lost the coldness and business-like attitude on his face before, and his smile was springy, like an elder. He also brought a plate of melon seeds and handed it to Zhang Huacheng. Uncle Pong. Zhang Huacheng naturally would not refuse. Although the Red Star Machinery Factory is a small factory in the machinery factory, but the production of national strategic materials, Pang Xinghua for the current he is definitely counted as a big tree. Well, how is Lin doing? I hear you have a little girl and are doing well. Pang Xinghua sat down and started chatting with Zhang Huacheng. After chatting for a while, Pang Xinghua took out a stack of big black pickups and a box of vouchers from the drawer, and pushed the vouchers to Zhang Huacheng after thinking about it, saying, "These vouchers are for the factory's rewards, and you can take a dozen or 20 of them, you can't take more than one, but it's also counted as money. Currently if you don't have a voucher, you just can't buy a lot of things even if you have the money or you have to go to the overpriced black market to buy them." Zhang Huacheng was overjoyed, and after thanking him, he didn't be courteous and took the box and started to look through it. Industrial coupons, sewing machine tickets, oil tickets, cloth tickets, and even 2 bicycle tickets. It was really a complete set. There are dozens of different kinds of coupons. He has no other ideas for the time being, just pick cloth tickets and cotton tickets. Cloth tickets are picked 10 city feet of the largest ticket value, the family so that each person can have 2 new clothes. Thought you'd pick the bicycle and sewing machine tickets, these are kind of a gift from uncle. Pang Xinghua looked at it and smiled. Cloth and cotton tickets he really did not care a little. After receiving it, he also picked out a few and handed them to Zhang Huacheng. "Thanks uncle." Zhang Huacheng hurriedly thanked him. "Why don't you want bicycle and sewing machine tickets?" Pang Xinghua started counting the money and billing. Sewing machine vouchers and bicycle vouchers, even the quota of Red Sun Machinery Factory doesn't have much in a year. Many workers have their eyes on these vouchers, even if these are used for rewards it's not good for me to take them away. Zhang Huacheng knew very well how precious the sewing machine vouchers and bicycle vouchers of the factory were these days, and many outstanding workers were waiting in line. Some even have to wait 4 or 5 years at a time. Your mom's right, your dad just looks through the door and puts people down. Pang Xinghua nodded appreciatively. Zhang Huacheng smiled and didn't say anything after hearing this. If it was himself before he was reborn, his old husband, that definitely looked right. Soon Zhang Huacheng left. Pang Xinghua also said that in the future there is meat to send here. The Red Sun Machinery Factory has been 3 months, the money should be spent did not spend out, to let the factory workers eat well for a period of time. When Zhang Huacheng returned to the cafeteria, the place was already surrounded by a group of workers in front of the cafeteria. I see it, a whole horse deer, gotta be a couple 100 pounds of meat. A machine shop worker was driven out, but shouted with a face of excitement. Hiss! Finally we can eat meat, quickly go back and talk to the comrades. Just now I also asked Master Chen. Master Chen said that all the dishes at noon have meat. So we're not making a scene at noon? What's the big deal? What's the big deal when there's meat to eat? Are you nuts? But we charge. Shoo! Seeing Zhang Huacheng and Taizhu looking at them, the few workers immediately stopped talking and left after looking at each other. Zhang Huacheng naturally understands what is going on. It looks like the leaders of the machinery factory are screwing each other, and he doesn't need to go to the air. Pang Xinghua, this kind of old fox, naturally knows. Let's go Taizhu. It will be convenient to sell meat in the future, and the price is not low, and the state-owned enterprise units like Red Sun Machinery Factory are not bad at all. Having so many cloth and cotton tickets put him in a good mood. He went to the department store to use up all the cloth tickets and cotton tickets before taking Taizhu to rush back to Chentang Sanlik. On the current cloth tickets and cotton, not only cotton clothes and cotton pants have a share, the family can even add a new bedding. It was late when I got home and saw 2 dog polishing his 5.4 rifle in the house. Where's Lin and Doodle? Zhang Huacheng saw that only the little donkey was wandering around the house, and his wife and children didn't know where they had gone. The little donkey saw him return and leaned over with his ass in the air. Went to watch the fun, with Flowerbell Littlema. The brigade headquarters are buzzing now. 2 dog pointed outside. What's? How dare this idiot Chen Yinshan? Zhang Huacheng also did not expect Chen Yinsan dare not share to other members of the community, thought he would be more or less share a little, meaning, just brigade cadres will naturally share more, slowly accumulating the old Chen family members of the dissatisfaction. Killing pigs is not that simple, they don't dare to do it without the commune's approval. Zhang Huacheng, however, knew this. The current pig policy, the production team breeding hogs need to prioritize the completion of the ordering task issued by the state, and must specify the number of pigs to be handed over to the commune. Without slaughter approval is not allowed to slaughter. Let's get busy with our own business first. Taiji, you wait for us to come back at home. I'll go with Erdog to deliver the cloth and cotton. Zhang Huacheng also didn't have the time to care about old Chen's family infighting. After delivering the cloth, we have to go into the mountains to deliver food to the Black Mountain Brigade, so we can't delay. Tiju nodded. Chapter 75, surprised by a large wolf pack. Teju's cotton clothes are not yet ready, but overnight to rush out a set of children's cotton jackets and shoes, and 6 thickened pigskin straps, sister-in-law last night and stayed up all night. When she saw Zhang Huacheng carrying several pairs of cloth and a large amount of cotton, her sister-in-law, who was still a bit resentful, forgot all her unhappiness in an instant and went up to help with a smile on her face. Flower City, what's all this cloth for? Mom came out to help and was shocked to see it too. Who can get so much cloth and cotton these days? These cloth and cotton to do what sister-in-law to look at what to do, the family adults and children clothes shoes casually do, winter cotton clothes have also have to prepare a spring, summer can be prepared in advance. There was so much that could be done, and Zhang Huacheng gave the choice to his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law was also smiling from ear to ear. She also knew that Zhang Huacheng was just talking, but the foot went to make her very happy. Huacheng, the sugar-coated shot, wanting to tire us out. Zhang Huchen yawned and came out. As soon as Chen Xiuying stayed up, he naturally had to follow suit. Exhaustion is better than nothing. Can you make one set of bedding and a few sets of new cotton clothes with the money you earn in a year? Do you have decent clothes at home? Their family worked hard for a year and still owed money to the brigade, and in the brigade they worked for a year without eating or drinking and couldn't even make a few pieces of clothing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huchen honestly went to work. He wouldn't be able to save it in 3 years, not to mention 1 year. Huacheng, come inside and I'll talk to you about something. Zhang Huacheng was just about to pull the flatbed truck home when Song Guiying pulled him towards the house. What is it? Zhang Huacheng could only put down his flatbed truck and follow him in. The house is filled with washed and dried skins, mixed with a faint smell of blood. Zhang Hu is holding a knife and scraping a freshly boiled horse and deer skin. Huacheng, today's weather is quite nice, you see, don't go out in the afternoon. Your grandma and grandpa and your uncles and aunts would like to come to visit, in the afternoon. Come on, be nice, is there anything you need? Zhang Huacheng reacted as soon as he heard it. There's no shortage of anything, it's just that I want them to bring some food back and discuss it with you. All the things in the house were sent by her youngest son. Song Guiying naturally wanted to discuss with him. Mom, you look at the delivery on the line. Our family food cannot be eaten, meat even more cannot be eaten. The delivery, I also come over in the afternoon, sister-in-law will come? Zhang Huacheng is a sister-in-law. Song Xinshin looked up to grow up. Song Xinshin is 7 years older than him, from childhood to take care of him, a few years ago married to a bad composition of the teacher. The days are very hard. Come on, all of you, Coco too. Mom smiled at that. I'll go out first, I'll come earlier in the afternoon. Zhang Huacheng heard this and immediately went out. He had to hurry and make a trip to the Black Mountain Brigade to deliver the grain. Be careful going into the mountains. Zhang Hu raised his head and shouted. Knew it. From the time he hit a seriously injured gray wolf, Zhang Huacheng knew that he still could not be careless when entering the mountains. The northeast tiger was terrifying. If he was attacked suddenly, the speed impact of 22 meters per second combined with the super strength of the slap, coupled with the weight of more than 300 kilograms, he was finished after just one hit. As long as he wasn't sneak attacked, the northeast tiger wasn't much of a threat to him. When he returned, he took Taiju and Air Dog to carry grain into the mountains. When they were halfway through their journey, they suddenly heard a loud wolf howl, which caused Zhang Huacheng and the others to immediately stop in their tracks. Brother, there's a wolf howling. Iron Pillar looked back and forth. Zhang Huacheng didn't say anything and listened quietly for a while. Much better. Two Dog heard it too. Zhang Huacheng looked a bit gloomy and said, it's a large wolf pack. Just now it was the Wolf King confirming that the wolves were safe. The location they were in was the area of the horse deer. It seems that the horse deer pack was in dire straits, and the ones that survived are unlikely to stay in this area. Too bad about this herd of horse deer. Large wolf packs and small wolf packs are not the same concept. Once they set their sights on a herd of horse deer, they won't just bite one or two to death like the small wolf packs. They'll bite all that they can, and hide the ones they can't finish in the snow until the packs have eaten them all. Want to fight? The second dog came to life. Taiju even removed his gun and loaded it. No, wolf kings and alpha wolves are not the same as kings. Go to the Black Hills Brigade first, we'll get them when we get back. It's risky for them to go in this state right now. Moreover, large wolves appeared in this area, and it was impossible for them to leave in a short period of time, unless they could not find prey in this area for a long period of time before they would leave. Perhaps because of the presence of large wolves, all the way to the Black Hills Brigade, they had only shot one fat hare. The Black Hills Brigade has also been bustling these past 2 days, and every household has been given some grain and meat, which has relieved their immediate needs. When the bell rang on the mountain, Zhao Feng and the others immediately rushed out of the brigade and headed straight for the mountain. Li Laosher's family also came out. They were also all happy to see them carrying so much food. Uncle Zhao, a large wolf pack has appeared in the neighborhood. Have everyone close their doors when they sleep at night. Zhang Huacheng found Zhao Feng after giving them the food. Large wolves? Zhao Feng frowned. A large wolf pack meant that there were dozens of gray wolves, and there was a wolf king. Well, and it's not that far from the Black Hills Brigade. Don't have any hunters or mountain watchers going into the mountains to hunt for a few days. It'll be a pain in the ass if they get a whiff of it and set their sights on this place. Zhang Huacheng nodded his head. The wolves of these days were all untouched by ecological destruction. The size of the wolves was far from being comparable to that of a few decades later, and a large wolf pack would start with a minimum of 30 gray wolves. 7 or 8, a dozen or so can only be considered a regular wolf pack. In fact, Zhao Feng and the others weren't really too worried. Even if the wolves came, their brigade still had a dozen guns and a few hundred rounds of ammunition, as well as a dozen or so old-fashioned grenades. The children in Li Laosher's house wailed back and forth. Li Zhaozhao as Li Yonyang put on a slightly larger new cotton jacket and cotton shoes. The little girl is a little lazy, lying in Li Yonyang's arms do not come down. The little head is looking around and around. Zhang Huacheng had the wolves on his mind, and they didn't stay much longer, not even the 10 fish traps that Zhao Feng and the others had brought with them, preparing to take them with them when they came to pick up Li Yonyang in the next couple of days. Fighting wolves? Airdog's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Huacheng leading them straight to the... Ow. Sure enough, the Wolf King's long wolf howl rang out. The appearance of gunshots alerted the Wolf King and began to howl to make sure that his pack was safe. What slightly reassured Zhang Huacheng was that the Wolf King was farther away from here. Soon a wolf howl tumbled out, apparently a gray wolf sending a message of safety. 2 dogs in Taiju are very skillful, planing open the stomach to strip out the internal organs, and then use the cold snow to stuff the wolf's stomach to clean, back and forth to clean 2 times and then again stuff the wolf's stomach full of snow, and then stuff the wolf into the belt and throw it into the wattle basket. Go! Zhang Huacheng immediately led them away. The howling of the wolves also revealed their approximate location, and Zhang Huacheng easily chose an area without gray wolves to quickly leave. Soon the Wolf King also realized that a companion was missing, and as he howled, the nearby wolves quickly ran towards the area where his companion was missing. Brother, just 2 hits? Taiju had no fear of the wolves at all. It was all about money in his eyes. All he knew was that as soon as the wolf came into sight, it would be taken out with a single shot. Wolves hold grudges, the Wolf King is even more so. It will start tracking us. We will now guide them to the hunting base. The terrain over there is easy to defend and difficult to attack. This wolf pack will be killed by us one by one if we go. Zhang Huacheng explains it to them. When the time comes, if you were lucky enough to kill a dozen or so, bury them and press them with stones, sell a few to carry a few, and you don't have to worry about not having any meat to sell. The second dog understood at this point why they were told to simply clean up. It was for the Wolf King to track them. Maybe the wind was too strong, or maybe the Wolf King didn't lead the wolves to track. All the time when they arrived at the hunting base they didn't see any trace of wolves, only the wolf howls that came faintly from time to time. Why didn't they come? 2 dogs and the others waited for a while, and the wolf howls didn't even come close. No wait, I guess too many hunted mule deer kept them away. Put 2 wolves' bellies back in the snow once more. Zhang Huacheng looked at the wolves for a while, but in the end, he could only give up hunting them. Snow-covered food is hard to find, and the Wolf King shouldn't be willing to give up the large amount of food he hunts, and 2 dead wolves are nothing to a large wolf pack. Erdog and Taiju stripped the red-stained ice and snow from the wolf's stomach and restuffed it with snow, and only after everything was cleaned up did they return to the Chentang 3-mile drain. Less than half an hour after they left, a gray wolf appeared in its place, turned around and let out a long howl. When Zhang Huacheng and the others returned home, there were only Wang Lin and Hua Ling in the house. Xiaoya and Doodle had gone to their hometown. There are relatives coming to the house. A lot of them. Why aren't you guys there? Zhang Huacheng shuffled his hands and smiled as he inquired. Mom said to keep someone in the house, otherwise the house will get thieves. Now the old Chen family wants meat like crazy. Today the brigade has made a mess. Flower Bell smiled and handed over the towel. That's true, no one in the house would be a pain in the ass to get a burglar in, and there's too much valuable stuff in the house right now. There's no shortage of thieves these days. Before Zhang Huacheng could open his mouth, Airdog said, "There are relatives coming, you all go later. Taizhu and I will watch over the house and take care of the wolves in the meantime." Zhang Huacheng nodded his head as he sniffed. "Hold on, I'll lay down some dumplings for you before I go, you guys have a bite to eat first," Wang Lin hurriedly reminded. "She's already cooking dumplings." Taizhu, who was just about to enter the house, couldn't walk anymore, and scratched his head and came to the front of the stove, looking blearily at the dumplings rolling in the pot, and his stomach was rumbling. Zhang Huacheng also went to change the leather on his body and put on a cotton coat and pants. "Second brother, you guys hit wolves again? That Chen Biao is going into the mountains tomorrow, but he will bring a group of people into the mountains then." Hualing saw that she had fought 2 gray wolves and happily ran over. The second dog immediately looked at Zhang Huacheng upon hearing this. Zhang Huacheng understood what he meant. Now that large wolves appeared in the mountains, it was not easy to find other prey in the neighborhood. If they were really surrounded by wolves, they would be killed or injured. Going to the old king's house? Zhang Huacheng knew that he had to remind them. They wouldn't listen anyway, so that he couldn't be found if something went wrong. Flower Bell nodded. "There's going to be one too." "Now what cats and dogs are going into the mountains?" The second dog snorted. "Really think that hunting in the mountains is simple? Just the time they were surrounded by wolves, in exchange for the brigade anyone to go have to die. And what hunter stands in the way of a crazy swarm of dogs? If they didn't have barges in their hands and Zhang Huacheng pressing them, they would have died for sure if they were rushed up by a group of dogs. Not to mention the large wolf packs that had now appeared, which even Zhang Huacheng had to avoid. Later, you go to Wang Kuei and say to Wang Kuei that there are large wolves in the mountains. Say that I told you to say that going into the mountains now is a death sentence. Don't worry about anything else, and you bring another dogsy to Wang Kuei for him to split." Zhang Huacheng knew that Wang Kuei would believe it, but if Wang Kuei went to say it, the already red-eyed group of old Chen family would not be able to believe it. At this time to bring a dogsy to Wang Kuei, the old Chen family will be even less likely to believe him, and will also say that he is colluding with himself. The second dog didn't ask why the dog was being sent, and nodded in understanding. "Flower Bell, is my sister-in-law's family here?" Zhang Huacheng looked at Flower Bell. "Coming." Flower Bell nodded, then whispered, "Brother, Auntie's family is so pitiful, they're all starving, Mom keeps crying, and Kiki is also pitiful." Her eyes reddened as she finished speaking. These days, dare to marry the composition of a bit of a problem, where can be good. Fortunately the sister-in-law's family, only his second grandfather has a problem. After breaking the relationship is not so much as to be criticized, a rich peasant 3 generations to follow the disaster. Hualing also grew up with her sister-in-law. Zhang Huacheng saw that she was about to cry, so she did not ask more questions. Seeing that Wang Lin had served the dumplings, Zhang Huacheng got up and said, Lin, let's go on a trip to our old home. Taizhi, you stay home and watch the house after you finish eating, and Erdog, you take a dog to find Wang Kuei. He wasn't in the mood to eat either. You're busy, just leave the rest to me and Taizhu. 2 dogs nodded his head to signal no problem. Zhang Huacheng did not go empty-handed, bringing a little money and tickets, as well as a bag of rice and a dog. Chapter 77. Relatives come to the door, unending noodles. When Zhang Huacheng brought Wang Lin to his old home, he was also startled by the scene in front of him. All human. A group of children, one by one, sitting at the table holding the bowl without lifting their heads. Mama's cooking noodles with Song Xinxin, the 2 are busy running around. On the bed, Doodle was sitting with a little girl in a singlet and pigtails eating noodles. They were much slower than the group of children eating at the table. Xiaoya stood in front of the stove with her pony and mule in tow, looking as if she was frightened by a pack of hungry wolf-like children. The pony mule also didn't move a muscle and looked a little scared. Here comes Flower City. Song Xinxin took a look at Zhang Huacheng's arrival and waved her hand joyfully. Auntie, when did you get here? Zhang Huacheng was also speechless when he saw his sister-in-law. Their family genes are good, no matter men and women look good. Sister-in-law can be said to be the most beautiful in Mom's generation, but now the face is yellow and thin, the eyes are a little numb, there is no bit of the previous spirit. There were at least a dozen patches on the black rough cloth clothes on his body, and his hands and face were full of frostbite, so I don't know how much this was suffering. We've been here for half an hour, your grandma and grandpa and they're all in that room inside. I'll go and cook the noodles first. Before my sister-in-law could finish her sentence, she continued to run off to put down the noodles. There was a table for the adults inside and a table for the children outside, and if they didn't have a lot of dishes, they would have had to eat table after table. Zhang Huacheng came to the kongtai. The little girl sitting with Doodle was very small, but by looking at her face, she knew that it was her sister-in-law's daughter Kiki, who was trying to eat noodles with chopsticks. 2 pots. Of water, said little Ma, leaning over blearily with her pony mule. Why don't you eat? Zhang Huacheng rubbed the little girl's head. There are no bowls left, and Mom went to borrow a few more. Xiaoya carefully looked at the table of children eating. One hated to swallow the bowl. She hadn't seen such a food grab. Soon Flower Bell pulled Wang Lin in. Flower Bell, you come and cut a plate of savory lumps. Lin, you go and feed Doodle and Kiki, they don't know how to use chopsticks. Old Mom took a look at Flower Bell and the girls and hurriedly shouted. Yes. Flower Bell immediately ran off to cut up the pickles, and Lin went off to take care of Doodle and Coco. The two little girls don't know how to use chopsticks, and they are picking at each other all the time. Mom, there's no more noodles in the house, another pot. Sister-in-law came out with an empty basin. Apparently the tub of noodles had been eaten. Being under, Flower Bell, you cut a piece of meat first, and the pickles will come later. Mom cut the noodles in such a hurry that she and her sister-in-law couldn't make them fast enough to keep up with the 2 tables of people eating as much as they could lay their hands on. Don't put down the spaghetti, put down the slices, I'll do it. Zhang Huacheng took off his jacket and put it over Kiki and came to the front of the stove. The little girl looked up at him with a blank face and then continued to pick up the noodles with her. It's not even a black 5, and if it were, it would be a much tougher life. Zhang Huacheng did not idle, and soon continued to go to the following tablets. Sister-in-law them these did not eat before sitting down at the table outside. I was in the middle of something when Mom came over quietly. Mom, you're just in time. Zhang Huacheng knew that his mom had something to say, and pulled out a cloth roll and shoved it over. Inside are some tickets and about $100 in change. Mom, you take it and split it. Mom looked at the roll of cloth in her hand and hurriedly handed it back. No, I'm ready, you. There's no way Auntie and Coco can hold out with this kind of tossing and turning. Let Huabing and Xiaoya stay at home. Let sister-in-law's family go to my side for a few days. I'll think of something. Zhang Huacheng decided to help his sister-in-law's family, otherwise they would be tossed to death if this continued. Change the brigade. No, simply switch directly to the city. If you can find a worker job for the sister-in-law's family, and then settled in the city, you can solve these problems. If it is the last life he will inevitably feel it is impossible to let a bad composition settled in the city to leave the brigade. This year are all efforts to stop the black 5 types of roaming, although the sister-in-law's husband does not belong to the black 5 types of people, but also belongs to the existence of being socially isolated. But now he thinks it's not difficult. Luo Cheng's family will be able to solve the problem of settling down, only that they need a stamp from their sister-in-law's brigade and a stamp from the commune, and the most difficult thing is the stamp from their brigade. Think of what? Mom didn't get it. What can be done about it? Let's talk about it later. Mom, you go and eat with your sister-in-law first. Later I'll make another pot of cabbage and pork stew, and let these kids have a meal on the way out. Zhang Huacheng glanced at the group of children who were freezing and running back to the house. Children these days are really resistant to freezing. Dressed more single than anyone else. Auntie's family he will help. From birth his auntie looked at him, then auntie is only a 7-year-old girl, has been taking care of him and the Flower Bells for more than 10 years, the good feelings of the natural notice A. Just as he was about to have a pot of pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, Wang Kuwei arrived. Zhang Huacheng wiped his hands after seeing it and went to the courtyard. He knew that Wang Kuwei had come to ask about entering the mountain. Flower City, is it true that Air Dog said there are large wolves in the mountains? Wang Kuwei didn't say anything else and opened his mouth to ask. Right. Zhang Huacheng nodded his head. It's not just any wolves. If someone goes into the mountains to die, don't blame us for not reminding them. You can go and talk to them. Just tell them that Ergu and I said this. If they have to go, don't have any trouble coming to us to make trouble. If Chen Biao and the others were unlucky enough to encounter a large wolf pack, it would be normal for all of them to die in the mountains. Okay, I know. Thank you for bringing the news. I will pass it on. Wang Kuwei thanked him and left in a hurry, presumably to the brigade. Large wolves were very scary, especially in this season, and Wang Kuwei was also a veteran hunter, so he naturally understood this. Chapter 78: The Old Chen family hunter team who wanted to enter the mountain. Zhang Huacheng was just about to go back to the house when he saw his old mom coming. Your grandpa hasn't shaved his head for half a year, his hair is all knotted, can you go back and bring your razor to give a shave? Mom knew her son didn't want to shave someone else's head, so she could only come to discuss. Ha! As soon as he heard this, Zhang Huacheng's head was big, really shaved his head, afraid to let him shave. This group of big and small children will come to shave, enough to let him shave until his hands are soft. After all, you can save a few points if you can. He kind of regretted that he hadn't taken the time to teach his big brother how to shave his head, and at this point he still had to do it himself. Sure enough, when he brought shaving tools from home to shave Grandpa's head, a group of young and old gathered around to watch. Zhang Huacheng can only be numb as a temporary shaver. Shave, 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 face, shave, head, and so on to Grandpa. Shave, 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 shave. Grandpa is also young, 20 years old in general. The old man laughed all the way to the mouth. Unsurprisingly, the whole family lined up. Auntie swept a pile of hair together. Hair can be sold. The current sale of hair is also regarded as a positive manifestation of the breakthrough of the four olds. There are some poor families through the sale of hair to alleviate the pressure of livelihood, but the current only the commune to buy, and also need to be brigade to open a certificate. It is very troublesome. Chen Yuanxiao, the shaver, sells his hair for a few dollars every year, but half of that money has to be turned over to the brigade, which is one of the reasons he can be a shaver in the brigade. The current communal purchase price for shredded hair is 20 cents to 30 cents a pound, and this pile isn't even a pound. At this point in the brigade there was. Shut up. Wang Kuei glanced at Chen Yinshan and said, if a large wolf pack really appears, this group of young people into the mountains to encounter how to do even if the brigade to find a few old hunters to bring, to really encounter, do not forget that your son Chen Xiaoyang also go. Anyone who has ever seen a large wolf pack knows how scary it can be. Dangerous? Large wolves? Who are you scaring? How much meat have Ergu and Xiaohua shot in the mountains? Roe deer, pheasants, rabbits, deer, wild boars, even wolves. How much meat did your Wang family get to eat? Old Zhang's family can't finish all the meat. You see, as Zhang whose family fooled today even more relatives have come. White flour and meat can let go of the stomach to eat, but you come to scare us Chen Yinshan slapped the table. Chen Biao knocked on the table to silence him with a headache. Bao, don't just knock on the table, come and say something. Should we say what Wang Kuei said to the people going into the mountains tomorrow? Large wolves, Have you heard wolves howling in the past few days? I'll ask you who heard the wolf howl. Even Wang Kuei had nothing to say after this statement. There were wolves howling some days ago, but there really wasn't any in the last few days. Chen Gongren frowned and closed his eyes and thought. What do you say, are we short on guns? Or are we short of bullets? We're afraid of no one with so many guns in Chen Tang's 3-mile drainage. The more Chen Yinshan talked, the more spirited he became. It is true that there are no wolves howling, so many polearms, there are really wolves and you can still eat wolf meat. Little Flower City can fight wolves, why can't we and we are afraid that our pig commune will not allow us to kill it. Women's director Chen Jinhua ventured, if we don't fight some meat, we don't even need to pass this year. As soon as they said that they couldn't kill pigs this year, the crowd also fell silent, and only Chen Yinshan sneered. Bao, a word from you, should we talk to the big guys and inform them? Wang Kuei knew it was useless to talk about this and looked at Chen Gongren. Give the pressure directly to Rin Chen Gong. Chen Gong also had one head and two big heads when he. Meat? The girl at home sent 20 pounds of meat. Short of meat? What the hell, who doesn't know that your daughters bring you meat to eat? Something that eats out of the house. Chen Yinshan was so angry that he opened his mouth to curse. His daughter quietly went to deliver meat at night was seen. The brigade has long been spread in the past 2 days. It was getting late, and the relatives of Zhang Huacheng's family also bid farewell and went back. When they left, they all brought meat and grain, as well as some tickets and money. The ones who didn't want to leave the most were a group of children, each one reluctantly asking when they could come back. It's rare for them to get a full meal. His sister-in-law's family was also received by him at home, and Lin and Flowerbell had come back early to get the house cleaned up. Huacheng, I have to go back tomorrow morning. I promised to go and help the brigade copy the account books. Yang Qi shook his head repeatedly when he learned that Zhang Huacheng wanted him to stay here for a few days as well. He also wanted to live here, to eat and drink without worrying about being warm, and he was content to leave his wife and children here. Zhang Huacheng was laying out bedding for them, bedding that he had taken from his sister-in-law's house and asked her to make himself another new bedding, which made her happy, and she was able to do it in half a night. There's no rush, little auntie-husband, just stay at my house for 2 more days, just wait for my news. Zhang Huacheng also thought about it. The mansion in the county town had to be bought tomorrow. As for the job or whatever, if it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later. Yankee was confused. What news? Neither does my sister-in-law. Just as they were about to ask a question, 2 dogs came carrying a gun. Old Chen's family is going into the mountains tomorrow, and a group of cadres are really just as you guessed, not believing it at all, and without any notice. He just came from the Wang Kuei side. Old Wang's family to go, a few young people and an old hunter also do not go. After all, there is meat to eat. The moment they heard that there are large wolves in the mountains who want to go to risk? Then it's none of our business if something goes wrong. Zhang Huacheng had guessed that this would be the case, that is, if Chen Gongrin had said it, the old Chen family would have scolded him and Airdog for intentionally scaring them. There are large wolves in the vicinity. It is very, very difficult for them to enter the mountain to find prey. Even if they can't meet large wolves, the mountain is not accessible to anyone. The biggest crisis is the current ultra-low temperature with the snow-covered road. I'm going to head back and come over early tomorrow. Two Dog left with his gun on his back. Chapter 79, the fishing program begins to take off. Yang Qi insisted on going back, and Zhang Huacheng knew why. At the end of each year, the brigade will not move to engage in the criticism of the General Assembly, especially their Hutten brigade, such a good and happy brigade. Yang Qi, this belongs to can be criticized but not criticized. If you do not help the brigade cadres to work, is bound to run out of it. A group of cadres in Hutten will falsely report production every year to pay more rations to perform, resulting in a few starvation deaths every year, but the starvation deaths are usually the elderly or the composition is not good, but there is no trouble. But Zhang Huacheng knows that this year the leadership of the commune has changed, and these cadres in Huaituan are expected to panic. After half a day of persuasion, finally Yankee agreed to rush back in the afternoon. I'll cook a few more eggs in the morning. Huacheng, you see if you can buy some back tomorrow. Wang Lin took out a few eggs in the kitchen cabinet. Ever since Zhang Huacheng realized that Doodle liked eggs, there hadn't been a shortage of them in the house. Well, no problem. Zhang Huacheng was wrapping one of the very best jinsengs with a red cloth. If Qin Xiaodong sold all the jinsengs, these let him continue to put out. If the ginseng was good out of the way, it was not unlikely that he would have to hit up other mountain brigades, which, after all, kept some of the good stuff for themselves. Tonight Zhang Huacheng does not enter the mountain. Wang Lin is very happy, had to tell him about the dream of the Red Chamber, not realizing that the current Zhang Huacheng dream of the Red Chamber is more familiar than her. The little horse mule was pulled onto the Kong by Doodle early in the morning, lying on the Kong with his head up and playing with Doodle, and it must be said that this little fellow is a strange one, perhaps because he has lived with people since birth, and will still make a tantrum just like a child. Early in the morning Zhang Huacheng and Tai Zhu came to the morning market first. Qin Xiaodong had already brought Luo Chang here to wait for him, and as soon as he saw them coming he flew to meet them. Tai Zhu, you pulled over to sell, these queue to buy finished, you close the stall. Zhang Huacheng also thought, well, in the future we'll sell in advance to queue up, develop a habit. As long as the queue of sold out to close the stall, the rest of the whole pull to the Red Star Machinery Factory, so that we'll not lose this side of the market. Now the line for meat in the morning is usually about 20 or so, and it sells out quickly. Tai Zhu skillfully went to sell meat. Big brother, the ginseng is all out. Qin Xiaodong carefully looked around, then handed over a thick $12. Zhang Huacheng opened it and looked at it. It was all 5 pieces, the others were all big Unity and big black pickups, a mix of the second and third sets of RMB. The set of big black pickups was replaced by the third set of big Unity last year, but a portion of the second set of RMBs is still in circulation and in use, and will be completely gone in another 2 or 3 years. A total of 2 pounds, 2 taels, and 3 cents of ginseng, and just right to give $1,000. Qin Xiaodong hemmed and hawed. Zhang Huacheng sniffed and handed the money to Qin Xiaodong. By the second mansion, keep the money you saved, it's best to do it today. He knows that the housing stock is in the hands of Luo Cheng's family, and the sale is up to them, and before that, Qin Xiaodong said that he could buy it for 900 yuan, so it would never be more than 900 yuan. Don't worry, big brother. Qin Xiaodong was overjoyed. Mansion, you let Luo Cheng do it, you go and get these ginsengs out. Some of these are as low as close to 20 years old, the others are over 20 years old, 30 years old, and there is one that is over 40 years old. Zhang Huacheng carefully took out a red cloth package. Inside was a separately wrapped old man ginseng. Some of this value is much higher than the value of the 2 pounds, $3 of ginseng that Qin. These days, once you get involved with the Black Five, you'll generally leave it all behind for fear of being victimized. Then turn around and find a relationship to help me do a family of 3 city accounts. How much money should I pay? Just go ahead and do it. Zhang Huacheng was delighted. He was relieved to have that. That's easy, but you still have to have a stamp from their brigade and commune, you can't force it on them. Luo Cheng sniffed and reminded. If there is no brigade and the seal of the commune, wants this side of the street office to do it, but then there are really problems, even the street office is also to be implicated. I understand this, I'll leave the mansion to you, I'll look for you when I get it stamped. The formalities process has to be there, and Zhang Huacheng naturally understands this. As for the seal, he thought of Pang Xinghua, the uncle he had only just met, and as long as he was allowed to open a letter of introduction, there was no problem at all in having their Shicheng commune seal. By the way, big brother, your old husband was looking for me at night. Qin Xiaodong just left and ran back again. Looking for you? What is it? Zhang Huachang was puzzled. Xin Xiaodong hemmed and hawed and laughed. His son is not to get married, need 24 pounds above the big fish, asked me if I can get, you say that this freezing cold have to go where to get more than 4 pounds of big fish. 322 I can still find him, a breath of 20, but also fresh. Want fish? It was generous, asking for 24 pounds or more in one sitting. You should be able to buy it in the city state-run stores, right? In the black market is that it is really available, I'm afraid that I need to pay a few times more. Zhang Huacheng's heart fluttered, guessing that his old husband wanted Xin Xiaodong to go to the city to buy it for him. If it were any other season it would be true, but it's not that big now in this season, and there's a quota to go to the regular place in the city to get a ticket. Xin Xiaodong had no choice, not to mention the need for fresh ones. Do black market fish sell well? He was previously sold in the morning market, but our small fish are still disliked, rare to get a large grouper, one have never seen, also said ugly. At that time he sold fish felt strange, selling prices very cheap is not as good as the crab, to know the 3 years of hardship, natural disasters and policy blunders led to a national famine, freshwater fish production plummeted, the price of fish should not be low. Good selling big brother, the black market fish but the state store 3-5 times, the fresher the higher the price of the higher, especially this season, a 4 catty fresh fish, that is, it is difficult to buy $4, but said freshwater fish, the sea fish prices are not so high. Xin Xiaodong's words made Zhang Huacheng's heart thump. At these prices, when will you go fishing if you don't go fishing yourself? Next year, at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution, fisheries production will be criticized as the tail end of capitalism, farmers will downsize, the free market will simply disappear, and the supply of fresh fish from state-run stores will be reduced, so one should really prepare oneself. Okay, I got it. Zhang Huacheng has decided to go fishing. But for fishing he needed the fish traps of the Black Hills Brigade, and the tools for chiseling ice he had bought long ago. Now fishing to have the commune's fishing certificate, no proof of private fishing is speculation, but Zhang Huacheng is able to do the certificate will not do, after all, he is not willing to go to hand over a portion of the low price and then sold to the commune at the other, the commune purchase price of up to more than 20 cents a catty, and even 10 cents a catty can be in the black market is completely different. Chapter 80 Letter of Introduction from Red Star Machinery Factory. Zhang Huacheng rushed to Red Star Machinery Factory with Tai Zhu. Yesterday's Red Star Machinery Factory's cafeteria at noon 2 dishes have meat, and it is not the kind of invisible, even at night there is meat to eat, simply as lively as the new year. Once Zhang Huacheng and Tai Zhu arrived, yesterday's guards enthusiastically ran to report. Soon Pang Xinghua came and took them to the cafeteria as he had done yesterday. 1.5 pieces of wolf meat made old Qian happy, but he kept chattering about the grease from yesterday's horse deer meat and the grease from today's wolf that he hadn't seen, obviously wanting horse deer oil and wolf oil. Zhang Huacheng directly ignored him. Nice try. Huacheng, if anyone asks you, just say that you deliver for the food station and nothing else. Coming into the office, Pang Xinghua instructed. With a certificate from the food station, no one can say anything. Uncle Pong, I understand. Zhang Huacheng nodded his head, he naturally understood, but even Pang Xinghua's opponents wouldn't have thought that Pang Xinghua had such a good relationship with the food station side. Seeing Pang Xinghua start counting the money and keeping score, Zhang Huacheng thought for a moment and said, Uncle Pang, can I exchange the wolf meat for a letter of introduction from your Red Star Machinery Factory? My sister-in-law's family wants to move their household registration to the county, but they need a stamp from the brigade and the commune, so if they can have a letter of introduction, it will be easy to get a stamp from the commune. The letter of introduction from Red Star Machinery Factory has a high gold content. Black 5? If it is, then it won't open. Pang Xinghua was also straightforward at first glance. Naturally not Black 5, but my sister-in-law's husband has a second grandfather rich farmer who has severed the relationship, and that rich farmer's second grandfather died several years ago, this does not affect it, right? The current Black 5 can really be no life at all, even Pang Xinghua dare not dip a little. He wouldn't have opened this if it was a Black 5. That's easy to open a certificate, and you don't need to exchange meat for it, but this letter of introduction isn't for arranging a job. Watching, you know what I mean, right? Pang Xinghua reminded, the work in their factory is a carrot in a carrot. To work Zhang Huacheng is not even dare to think about, Red Star Machinery Factory and food station is not the same. Thanks Uncle Pong, I understand. Zhang Huacheng was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. If your father had such a quick mind as yours, he wouldn't still be working as a master pig killer at the food station. Take the money too, I'll go and get you a certificate. What's the name of your sister-in-law's family? Pang Xinghua handed the money to Zhang Huacheng, opened the ticket to the account, and then got up and went to the cabinet to look for the letter of introduction. Yang Qi, Song Xan, Yang Xiaoko, a family of 3. I open the certificate is simple. The difficult thing is not the certificate nor the commune certificate. The brigade side, if the relationship is not good, it will be very troublesome. There is also to do the city account is even more difficult. This certificate is estimated to be in vain. Pang Xinghua is well aware of this. These days you need a certificate to do anything, and he's used to it, but a lot of the strips that are open to issue certificates don't work at all in some places. People don't recognize it. With his mouth full, Pang Xinghua still began to write. Letter of introduction. I hereby introduce my unit Yang Qi, Song Xinqin, Yang Xiaoka comrades and other 3, to your office for household registration transfer work. Please give assistance in processing. There is also a quote at the bottom about great men living as long as they do. After Pang Xinghua stamped and signed the letter, he handed the introduction letter to Zhang Huacheng. Do you need it? I don't have to. Zhang Huacheng hurriedly shook his head. These days business cannot be done, when the official cannot be, the iron rice bowl to make too little money, in the mountains how good bold point to make money is very simple, or he will find trouble for himself. After chatting for a while, Zhang Huacheng was ready to go back. Wait. Pang Xinghua called out to him. Then bent down in the cabinet and took out 2 sets of coveralls and threw them on the table and said, Here you go, these are the coveralls of our Red Sun Machinery Factory this year, were this to make things easier. Thank you Uncle Peng. Zhang Huacheng a little confused, he did not understand why Pang Xinghua so willing to help him. This relationship cannot talk about a little close, but this favor to help, then to help his own son is also careful. He took it in a confused manner, and after so many years of living hard to figure out why Pang Xinghua was so enthusiastic. Did he pursue his mother-in-law? Zhang Huacheng remembered the mother-in-law Shenyu and his own whispered words, but even so it should not be he is not Wang Lin, unless Wang Lin is. Hey! Pang Xinghua looked at him a little speechless and said, What are you imagining Your father did not say to you that I do not have a daughter in the past Lin I was raised as a daughter, but then your parents reversed, Lin when she was a child, but she called out to my father. Where he could not see what Zhang Huacheng was thinking, he was speechless. That's not a mountain boy, that's an old greaseball. Ha, thank you Uncle Pang, I'll leave first Uncle Pang bye. Zhang Huacheng's old face reddened as he laughed dryly twice before awkwardly hugging his clothes and leaving. He wanted to slap himself, how could he think with a mind that was decades away these days? Ugh! Nasty! Taishu saw him coming and scratched his head, Brother, why is your face red? It's too windy, come on, let's go buy eggs. Zhang Huacheng didn't even want to talk. My sister-in-law's family woke up early, they woke up from when Zhang Huacheng went out. Coco woke up late and was sitting at the table eating. While her sister-in-law fed her rice porridge bite by bite, the little girl kept staring at the egg that had been inserted into the porridge. So, Lin, why don't you seal the windows in your house? Yankee was a little surprised to see that the 2 windows on the front of the house were also unsealed. In the wintertime every house had to have its windows sealed or it would freeze to death. The charcoal is always burning at home, so I didn't seal it. Wang Lin also blushed a little when she said this. Before it was Zhang Huacheng who was lazy as hell and delayed it again and again, but now it was true that there was no need to seal it, the charcoal wouldn't go out. She'll even go so far as to open the windows to get a cold breeze. Always burning charcoal. A trace of envy flashed in Yang Qi's eyes. The little horse mule skipped back and forth in the house with his bib on his back. He had gone and stood before his sister-in-law for a long time before, but hadn't been there again without a bite to eat. I'm coming. Xiaoya rushed olishly into the house, and Flower Bell came right behind her carrying a cloth bag. Good morning, sister-in-law, sister-in-law's husband. Flower Bell greeted sweetly. Hello, good morning Flower Bell. Yankee was a bit uncomfortable, it had been a long time since anyone had asked him something like good morning. Soon Xiaoya and Doodle were playing with the gyro, and even Kiki kept staring at the gyro spinning on the ground. The little horse mule also came together to see, small girl in the hands of the whip gyroscope pumping bang bang loud. It is not afraid, apparently not been pumped. Yet come and have an egg. Wang Lin took out a hard-boiled egg. Sister-in-law, she's eating at home. Flower Bell immediately shouted. I can still eat. Xiaoya flew over. Soon 2 dogs came too, and sat down in a chair to continue polishing his gun, and Flower Bell handed him the bundle of cloth, smiling, but a set of Tieju's cotton clothes and one of 2 dogs' cotton padded coats. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Huacheng came back pulling a flatbed truck. He had been a teacher, or he didn't know what it was. What's this? My sister-in-law looked at it and didn't understand what it meant. What kind of household relocation job? Red Star Machinery Factory? Letter of introduction? This is the household relocation introduction letter. Opened by the Red Star Machinery Factory. Young Chi's voice is trembling. If he can take his wife and child to escape from this horrible place of the Samuel Tun Brigade, he will absolutely leave without hesitation. His family, young and old, had died several times because of his second grandfather, and all of their lives were miserable. He let beg Song Shinshin to stay here with Kiki this time. That is, he heard the wind that the brigade was going to straighten out his family, so to speak. He came to take refuge. Chapter 81. Fishing at White Mountain Lake. Currently farmers want to apply for the city account is difficult. Yang Chi this case only the state program recruitment. This letter of introduction is equivalent to a certificate of employment in the city, and the next step is to obtain the consent of the brigade, the commune, and the county, and then go through the household registration department of the Public Security Bureau for the transfer of the household registration. The current planned economy era household registration system is extremely rigid constraints. Even Pang Xinghua, the factory director, said this letter of introduction is in vain, visible behind how difficult it is. They are not going to agree. For a long time, as if Yang Chi recognized the reality, he squatted on the ground with the letter of introduction with a face full of pain. He knew that the Locust Brigade would not agree. Zhang Huaqing knows what Yang Chi is worried about. Once the Huituan Brigade does not agree, not only Yang Chi will be tortured by the brigade, even his family cannot escape. Being tortured for a few years, he has already resigned to his fate. He did not dare to say that 100% can be. These days there are too many stubborn species. As long as there is a ring in the middle of the stuck cannot pass, then the front of the null and void, the back do not have to think about it. The current process of relocating the account of the horrible cumbersome, and the approval of the difficulty of the extremely high. In the end, Zhang Huacheng let his sister-in-law's family discuss on their own, agree, he would take Yang Chi to run the formalities. If not, he would only consider his sister-in-law in cuckoo. Dog, Taiju has gone to your house, go find him and wait for me at the foot of the hill. Zhang Huacheng patted Dog. We're going into the mountains? Old Chen's family went into the mountains at 8 o'clock, with 10 guns. Dog reminded, he didn't want to save those idiots. Who cares if they live or die? Come with me to the Black Mountain Brigade and find a way to make money. Zhang Huacheng was going to the Black Mountain Brigade to get fish traps. The price of fish in the black market was so high, he naturally wanted to fish to make money. Upon hearing about making money, Dog was instantly energized and picked up his gun and was about to go out. Cotton coats. Flower Bell glared fiercely at two dogs in exasperation. The second dog rushed back and slipped away, clutching his cotton jacket. The old Chen family went into the mountains. Zhang Huacheng waited to see the fun. 2 old hunters of former mountain guard, the remaining 9 are not in the mountains, so he was surprised that Chen Xiaoyang also went into the mountains. Lin. Zhang Huacheng came to Wang Lin. If sister-in-law's husband wants to leave, he won't be stopped, but if sister-in-law and Kiki want to stay, just say that they will be allowed to stay here for a few days. Zhang Huacheng would not force himself to help. He'd done all that needed to be done. And if Yankee himself didn't have the guts to change that, what reason did he have to go? Aha! Wang Lin nodded. Seeing his own man began to change the leather subclothes, rushed forward to help, at the same time whispered, You enter the mountain to be careful, the family is now nothing short of. It's not a hunting trip, it's a trip to the Black Hills Brigade. Zhang Huacheng pinched her face. Go to the Black Mountain Brigade cannot be empty-handed. Zhang Huacheng early bought a good course food. Taiju backed 2 bags of his back a bag, soon disappeared in the vast mountains. A group of figures with guns on their backs trudged through the snow and the cold wind. It's been 2 hours and we've only hit 1 rabbit. Chen Xiaoyang couldn't take it anymore, not to mention the horse deer and wild boar. They hadn't seen a single roe deer. They had wasted dozens of rounds of ammunition to hit a single rabbit. How do they split a rabbit? And some to the brigade. Just 1 rabbit, 1 bite of meat each? And the old hunter who shoots the rabbit is the one who takes the lion's share. Damn, have all the prey in the mountains been shot up by Dog and the others? Chen Mingyang's eyes were a little blinded by the snowy light, and the piercing cold made his feet almost unconscious. Back. Not to mention them, even the old hunters couldn't stand it. In the mountains around a few hours these little cubs are all to waste bullets. Just think who take the big head. A pheasant, a group of people hit indiscriminately, almost to the old hunter angry dead. Just a hare which has the face to return how much to play a roe deer you see other small flower city and the second dog, and wild boar and wolves, as well as horse deer and roe deer, the mountain how to hunt so difficult Chen Biao yin and yang up, learn Chen Mingyang said his words, he was happy in his heart, deserved. You do not want to go into the mountains? Your mom, if it wasn't for you punk we would have made it into the mountains? Chen Mingyang exploded with anger at the sound of it. You! Chen Biao was not shy either. Shut up, both of you, and get back to it. The Chen family's sixth uncle angrily rebuked, still thinking of harboring a fight at this time. When a group of people exhausted back to the brigade, the old Chen's family have run out to sea. A look at just hit a hair are also dumbfounded, but also wasted dozens of rounds of ammunition, not enough money for a bullet. For a while the brigade was all in the wind, making the Chen family's sixth uncle several old hunters also blush and couldn't lift their heads. In the brigade, however, Chen Yinsan was pleased and mocked Wang Kuei in a conspiratorial manner. Our Captain Wang, what about the large wolf pack you mentioned? Yesterday your old Wang's family shared meat again, TSK, I heard it's still 2 dogs. Wang Kuei sneered and didn't bother with him. Oh yeah, Air Dog and Little Flower City went into the mountains again TSK, shouting that the mountains are not safe, there are large wolves, still went into the mountains, what, they can fight wolves with 2 broken guns I didn't expect you guys to wear the same pants as the old Wang family and the old Zheng family now. Bao Rin, see? See? Shen Yinshan couldn't mention how pleased he was at this moment. Although a group of Lao Chen family members went into the mountains and did not hunt, they all came back safely, and Zhang Huacheng and Erdog even went into the mountains, so the rumor of the so-called large wolves was not broken. Tomorrow they will have to go into the mountains again, let's hope they can shoot ahead of horse deer. Chen Baorin also didn't trust Wang Kuei anymore. If there were large wolves, as Chen Yinshan said, why would Zhang Huacheng and Erdog still dare to go into the mountains? They have the strength to fight large wolves? The more Wang Kuei didn't speak, the more proud Chen Yinshan was. It was a pity that he just shot a wild rabbit and came back. If he had hit a horse deer, or even just a roe deer, he would definitely have to go and proclaim his resourcefulness. And at this time, Zhang Huacheng and the others had already left from the Black Mountain Brigade, carrying 10 fish traps on their backs. At the same time, Zhang Huacheng booked another batch of fish traps, the number of which was at 20. The wolves are not even howling. Are the wolves gone? The second dog was puzzled, alert all the way, but not a wolf in sight. Eat a horse and deer and run away? We didn't come across any prey along the way. This wolf pack probably won't leave just like that. It should be too far away from us. Zhang Huacheng and the others were also prepared to encounter wolves, who knew that the journey was calm. Can this thing catch fish in the White Mountain Lake? Airdog glanced at the 3 large fish traps hanging from the thorny basket on his back. Can this thing catch fish in an ice-covered lake? Can. Zhang Huacheng was confident, although he didn't know how many fish were in the White Mountain Lake. But there will no doubt be plenty. Baishan Lake is only 5 kilometers up the mountain from Chentang Sanli Drainage, a large lake covering almost 1,000 acres, known as Baishan Lake by several nearby brigades. Because this lake is in the mountains, it can be a crisis. Some beasts will often come here to drink. Several nearby brigades have no fishing certificate. No one will come here. When they finally found White Mountain Lake after more than 2 hours of walking. Chapter 82 Cherokee Salmon and Chinook Salmon. White Mountain Lake is in the center of the mountains. Once it rains, all the water from the mountains flows down the creek into this White Mountain Lake, except now everything is covered in ice. Perhaps because of the cold wind that kept sweeping through, many places on the White Glacial Lake revealed crystallized ice. Zhang Huacheng came to the edge of the White Mountain Lake, and the withered reeds under the snow that his deerskin boots crushed made a clicking and crisp crunching sound. Brother, how do you catch fish here? Iron Pillar was bewildered. Can't see any water at all. It's all ice. Follow me. Zhang Huacheng came onto the thick ice surface, under which air bubbles condensed into an amber-like shape, refracting the blurred light greenish skylight. After walking about dozens of meters, Zhang Huacheng stopped, put down the basket and took out the ice chiseling tools from inside. The ice here is about half a meter deep. We need to chisel the opening now. He had brought ice chisels and other tools with him. Chiseling ice was just a very physical job these days, but it wasn't too hard for them. Soon they began to chisel away. This chiseling will freeze quickly by then too, right? Two Dog reminded. Don't worry, the ice that will have formed by then will break up with a single knock. It's no better than these old layers of ice that have accumulated layer by layer, and judging by this the fish underneath the water are all suffering from a severe lack of oxygen as well, so as long as we chisel an opening a lot of fish will converge on us. Zhang Huacheng knew that it would freeze, but it was easy to smash the frozen ice. It's a shame that it's currently difficult to drop nets, otherwise drop nets would be the quickest way to catch fish. Along 1.5 meters wide, half a meter of ice, hard to smash, close to an hour. This position ice thickness, as Zhang Huacheng said, close to half a meter thick. He will be tied to the fish trap in a small net pocket full of guts and meat, will be thrown into the fish trap. The long rope continues to slide down, when sliding to about 3 meters to stop. 4 meters deep. Zhang Huacheng was satisfied. He didn't dare to go to the center area for fear that the length of the rope he brought would not be enough, but now it seemed to be completely sufficient. Taizhu dragged a small tree that had just been cut down under Zhang Huaqing's instructions, and they tied a rope to the tree and laid it across the ice. Same as the crab cage? The second dog felt new. Right, a reason, let's go back first and come back in a few hours. Zhang Huaqing put the baskets on his back. The next step was to wait for the time and come back in a few hours to see how the harvest of these fish baskets was. He had just seen the shadow of a large fish traveling under the water, and it looked like it should be a Cherokee salmon. When Zhang Huaqing returned home, he learned that Yang Qi had already returned to the brigade alone, but had left Song Xinxin and Kuko behind. Seeing Song Xinxin's red eyes, Zhang Huaqing also understands Yang Qi's choice in his heart. Yang Qi is afraid of involving his family, and his wife and children do not dare to take risks. Kiki has already put on a new cotton coat. Sitting on the Kong is playing cloth tiger with Doodle, the little horse, and Mule Eyes lying on the Kong to watch, but it is very— Zhang Huaqing knew that this was a big fish in the basket. Smash it! Zhang Huaqing signaled Taizhu. In a few minutes the refrozen ice was all smashed open by Taizhu, and both Air Dog and Taizhu stared at Zhang Huaqing. Underestimated the resources here. The second fish basket came up. The second dog was also excited when he put it all together. That's a couple 100 pounds in a couple— Zhang Huaqing looked up and saw that the small fish was greenish-gray on its back, silver-white with yellow longitudinal stripes on the side of its body, light yellow on its belly, and orange-red on its head. It's actually a willow root fish, or as the old man said, a willow root fish, kawadinzi, which is good stuff. Zhang Huaqing was surprised. There's more of this good stuff in White Mountain Lake? He'd had the flower loach show up at White Mountain Lake when he'd had Erdog gutting walleye for bait, and now with the willow rootlets, he might need some small fish traps specializing in catching these excellent little fish, too. Willow root fish life is only 3 to 5 years. 2 dogs in the hands of this one is a year or so. Willow root fish, the largest willow root fish, can even reach close to 20 centimeters. Tender meat, thorns are also less. If deep fried, is definitely a delicacy on Earth, and the nutritional value is extremely high. Fish, eat. Doodle wobbled as he hugged Zhang Huaqing's leg, his big black and bright eyes looking straight at the fish on the ground. Daddy stewed fish for you. Zhang Huaqing smiled and rubbed Doodle's little head. Eat. Doodle is happy. As soon as he heard that he was going to have a fish stew for dinner, Taizhu was also the first to raise his head to take a look. His stomach was rumbling now. Air Dog, these 2 fish you will carry back later. Zhang Huaqing threaded the 2 7-catty ones with grass ropes and placed them in front of Air Dog. The second dog looked reluctant and said, "No, why give them food? Didn't you say the fish should be kept secret? Currently, even the mountain rangers are not allowed to fish privately." Not for Wang Kuei. Tomorrow morning I'm going to take Lin Lin and the girls to the county town to deliver the fish, so you'll deliver these 2 fish to my parents' house tomorrow morning or tonight, and don't let the rest of the brigade see them. Zhang Huaqing knew that he had misunderstood and explained. That's fine, it's getting late, I'll go deliver it early tomorrow morning. Second dog's eyes lit up at the sound of that, and he didn't forget to say, is just 2 enough? It's not that bad, why don't we keep 2 more? What with it being late, I just wanted to stay with Flowerbell a little longer, maybe go in the morning and dabble in a meal. Zhang Huaqing did not even bother to dismantle his small mind, slapped away his outstretched hand and said, "These fish are not for sale, wait until tomorrow noon to get the fish you love to send and then go to send." In the future, the family would not be short of fish to eat. He had previously underestimated the number of fish in the White Mountain Lake. He strung 2 more Chero salmon of about 3 pounds and 2 black carp and told Taizhu to send them to the Fuzhuang Brigade after dinner. Taizhu nodded happily. Flower City, are we going to the county tomorrow? Wang Lin heard it and gladly ran over with the basin to ask. Go to your house, your father has run to the black market to look for fish, we'll go ahead and deliver the fish when we get there. Zhang Huaqing pointed at the 20 fish that had already been skewered. Looking for fish? Great. Wang Lin nodded happily. She was smart enough to understand that her dad was looking for fish to prepare for the wedding banquet as soon as she heard it. She also understood why Zhang Huaqing suddenly ran off to go fishing. Zhang Huaqing cleaned up several black crushing carp and went to stew. This black crushing carp averages about 1 catty. Our old black crushing carp stew flavor is very tasty, more delicious, but was cryogenically frozen fish jelly. Fish jelly in winter is absolutely delicious. Not surprisingly, a pot of fish soup was drained by them, and Zhang Huaqing had to make another pot. Even Coco, who had eaten, drank 2 bowls and was so propped up that she kept burping. Huachun, can you help your sister-in-law's husband? Those people from their brigade will straighten him out. When Air Dog and Taizhu had both left, my sister-in-law came over to find Zhang Huaqing after hesitating for a long time. Seeing Song Xinshin's worried look, Zhang Huacheng also couldn't help but sigh. Song Xinshin before she got married was more rowdy than Huabing Xiaoya, but now she is being tossed around like this. Auntie, you take Coco with us to town tomorrow. Zhang Huacheng didn't say much either. Song Xinshin didn't understand what Zhang Huacheng was doing by bringing her into the city, and after hesitating for a moment, she still nodded her head. Before going to bed at night, Zhang Huacheng planned the recent money-making scheme in his head. He also needed the small fish traps from the Black Mountain Brigade. Willow root fish and flower loach were good. It looked like these two small fish would be very abundant in White Mountain Lake. Those big fish, however, could be sold at a high price. He naturally wouldn't let go of the large wolf packs that appeared in the mountains. When the alarm clock rang early in the morning, Zhang Huacheng took them to the county town. Considering that those regular customers in the morning market lined up to buy meat, Zhang Huacheng let Taishu pull 3 more heads of dog meat hidden in the snow, and the dog meat was no worse than wolf meat. Coming a little earlier than usual, Zhang Huacheng first led them towards his old husband's house. Wang Lin, who hadn't been home for several years, instead chickened out when she arrived at the door, a little panicked, kept looking back at Zhang Huacheng, and began to stutter in her speech. "I'll do it." Zhang Huacheng carried Doodle to the door and tapped the bronze ring on the door a few times, making a crisp clanging sound. "Doodle, yell for Grandma to open the door." After shooting, Zhang Huacheng signaled Doodle. Doodle shouted back in a milky voice, "Grandma." "Doodle's here, open the door." Zhang Huacheng takes a few more shots. Was there a knock on the door? Xinyu, who had just gotten up, heard it and rushed out to listen to it. "Your daughter and Doodle are back, open the door." Wang Zheng'an, who was washing up, heard it and hurriedly rinsed his mouth, and when he saw that Xinyu was still listening, he hurriedly waved his hand. "Ah, Lin's here." Xinyu was overjoyed and ran quickly to open the door. "Aya, Doodle, why are you guys here so early?" Xinyu opened the door to see that it was indeed her own daughter who had returned, and joyfully reached out to hug Doodle. Wang Zheng'an also straightened his clothes and walked out. "Mom, Dad." Wang Lin moved out from behind Zhang Huacheng with her head down. "Well, come inside, it's cold outside." Wang Zheng'an nodded and signaled his wife to carry the child to the house. He saw Song Xinshin, who was holding the baby. "And this is?" "Dad, this is my sister-in-law." Zhang Huacheng introduced. My sister-in-law also rushed to say hello. Oh, it's Aunt Linlin, hello, it's cold outside, come inside, I'll go buy you some breakfast to eat." Wang Zheng'an hurriedly signaled, and after saying that, he was about to go out to buy breakfast. "I have to go sell my goods first, so I won't eat." Zhang Huacheng still had a bunch of things to do and didn't have time to eat breakfast now. Okay, you go ahead then." Wang Zheng'an also knew that he still had to go to the machine shop to deliver meat, and did not be more polite. "Auntie, have Lin help look after Coco while we go out." Zhang Huacheng signaled Song Xinshin. Song Xinshin nodded. The little girl wasn't very willing when Wang Lin picked up Kiki and wailed. "What are you carrying? There's no shortage of meat in the house." Wang Jin was just about to go buy breakfast when he saw Zhang Huacheng carry a bamboo basket in, and immediately followed to show that he didn't need it. He thought that Zhang Huacheng was moving wolf meat. "It's not meat." Zhang Huacheng showed him. "Not meat?" Wang Zheng'an stretched his head and was dumbfounded. Chapter 84 Red Star Machinery Factory Food Stamps Incident. Hiss. Wang Zheng'an was really shocked. The teacher of his food station, where he could not recognize the Cherokee salmon and fine-scaled fish, which can be top-quality good goods, far from those carp chub can be compared to, there are some black crushing carp. Black crushing carp actually are not small. "I heard Qin Xiaodong say yesterday that you were looking for freshwater fish over 4 pounds, so I went to fish some. These are all over 4 pounds except for the black carp, which averages 5 pounds. Zhang Huacheng carried the fish into the yard. From the bamboo basket, he raised another 6.5-pound Cherokee salmon and a string of black carp, and hung both fish on the wall. "What hangs on the wall you eat yourselves, the fish from the feast are in the baskets. Don't have enough, turn around and talk to me, there's plenty of big fish, as much as you want. If you want fish, just take a trip to White Mountain Lake, it's easier than hunting wolves." "Where to get Xinyu surprised, to know that even this food stations can't get 20 freshwater fish of more than 4 pounds, even the black market have gone to the black market also didn't get it. "Where did your son-in-law get this?" "The lake basket." Zhang Huacheng went to the flatbed truck again and brought up a head of dogs and threw it in the yard. "This is tastier than wolf meat, and it's great to use for banquets." Until Zhang Huacheng left, Wang Zheng'an had not yet slowed down. For the sake of fish, He has looked for connections, run to the black market, not to mention more than 4 caddies, more than 2 caddies cannot get together. Zhang Huacheng heard yesterday, this morning sent such a bunch of top quality goods? Lin, where did Huacheng get this? Your father and I couldn't find such a big fish anywhere. Xinyu couldn't help but ask her daughter. It would be fine if it was any other season, but it's so hard to find now in this season. Went down to the lake and caught it in a fish trap. I heard them talking about how easy it seemed. Wang Lin was coaxing Coco. After stuffing a piece of candy, the little girl didn't cry anymore. She didn't understand how to catch fish either, but now she had seen it all. She wouldn't feel surprised if one day Zhang Huacheng and the others dragged back a brown bear. Simple? Wang Zheng'an didn't want to talk. After looking at the fish roll, she looked back every now and then, fearing that some city council would come here to arrest her. Big brother, the street office's transaction certificate has been done. Just need big brother you take the time to go to do the deed of the house and land deed on the line. All have greeted, go, and you can do it directly. Luo Chang took out the certificate from the army green bag. To do the house deed and land deed is to need to go in person, but it is very simple. Zhang Huacheng took it and looked at it. Can we go see it now? He's going to take a look. Of course, that mansion belongs to big brother now. Here's the key, but everything in the house needs to be furnished, and this seller gave most of the furniture and stuff to his relatives when he was leaving. Luo Chang fished the key out of his bag again. When Taizhu finished selling a dozen or so queued up, he didn't even sell out ahead of Dogsy, and closed the stall after Zhang Huacheng signaled him to do so. Huacheng, you bought a mansion in the city? Song Xinshin was shocked. The price of a mansion in the city was not to mention that it was definitely not that good. Zhang Huacheng actually bought a mansion here? Right. Zhang Huacheng nodded his head and said, if sister-in-law's husband is willing to take a risk and try it out, then take the letter of introduction and go to do the account relocation formalities. Luo Cheng's family is from the street office, so as long as your brigade signs it, there won't be any problems. As long as Yang Qi was willing to take the risk of trying, he was willing to do this favor. Luo Cheng heard the original sister-in-law, immediately said, Auntie good, I am Luo Cheng, my parents are in the street office, what need to help despite the opening? Qin Xiaodong and Lei Zi followed suit and greeted him. You, guys. Their enthusiasm directly scared Song Xinshin to the point of being at a loss for words, where would she dare to say another word? Soon they came to the mansion area. A mansion left over from the early Republic of China made Zhang Huacheng couldn't help but sigh. Put it in a few decades later, this area would definitely be a treasure land with an inch of gold. When Luo Chang led them to the mansion, even Zhang Huacheng was satisfied, not to mention Song Xinshin. The greenish-gray gatehouse stood in the morning sun, the black-painted wooden door showing its mottled underbelly, the 2 cast-iron door rings snapped away, and a stone plaque at the top, but it was cracked all over from being knocked down, making it impossible to read any of the words. Opening the door, there was a click and a faint musty smell hit the room. The spacious courtyard makes Zhang Huacheng very satisfied. Stables, pigsties, chicken nests, firewood room, and 6 large rooms. At a glance, as the rich and noble people live, this kind of mansion can be preserved is really not easy. As the door opened, the wind through the hall lifted the faded and worn blue cloth curtains, revealing the dark red terrazzo floor of the main hall and an 8 cm table padded with bricks. Xiaodong, are you sure this was inhabited before? How is it the same as not having an owner for years? Zhang Huacheng circled back and forth a few times. There was dust everywhere, and there were an unknown number of bamboo wires hanging down in the room. Brother, the owner just moved out last spring when those poor relatives of his came to move some things, and no one has been in since. Qin Xiaodong nodded his head. He wasn't very clear on the specifics. It looks like it needs some simple repairs first. Zhang Huacheng was still satisfied. It's all minor. Just tell old Ding to come and repair it, and then let him beat up a set of furniture, and get some more people to clean up and tidy up, and underneath that pile of rocks is an old well. I don't know if there's any water left, and in a few days it'll be brand new, and it's all on our brothers. Qin Xiaodong immediately patted his chest and assured him. Old Din's handiwork is excellent. Zhang Huacheng was satisfied with what he heard. Take the money and use it first, grab some of it in the next few days, fix the doors and windows first, have old Ding beat up some more furniture, and talk to me if you don't have enough money. Zhang Huacheng counted $200 and shoved it into Qin Xiaodong's hands. You can't move in on this situation for a few days. But there is no doubt that once the mansion is cleaned up and some furniture is hit and all that needs to be replaced, the mansion will be absolutely brand new. The mansion was handed over to Qin Xiaodong and Luo Chang, and Zhang Huacheng left them 2 or 3 kilograms of fish and a small half-head of dogs before he left. When he sent Song Xinshin to Lin's house, Zhang Huacheng took Taizhu to deliver fish to the Red Star. Well, got some Cherokee salmon, fine-scaled fish and black carp. I also left 2-3 catty fine scaled fish in the car for Uncle. Zhang Huacheng also knew that it was difficult to buy fish to eat in this season even if it was a machine shop. After all, it was the need for a fish ticket and a stock. Have a heart, I won't eat. Pang Xinghua shook his head, or he was still in the mood to eat. Counted the money and handed it to him, then signed it. Zhang Huacheng took the money and before he could speak, he heard Pang Xinghua speak. Huacheng, you don't have to come to Red Star Machinery Factory for deliveries from now on. Good. Zhang Huacheng nodded his head. Aren't you even surprised? Pang Xinghua didn't expect Zhang Huacheng to even ask why, and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Normally one mustn't ask why? Something's wrong with Uncle, isn't it? Something to do with food stamps? Zhang Huacheng glanced at the cigarette butts on the floor, then gestured to a bundle of brand new food stamps on Pang Xinghua's desk. This time, Pang Xinghua was a bit unable to sit still and looked at Zhang Huacheng in shock. If he didn't know his roots, he wouldn't have believed that Zhang Huacheng was the child of a rural brigade leader. Zhang Huacheng got up and took a stack of grain stamps, looked at them and said, "Our local grain stamps in Liaoning province, the denominations are all 10 city pounds, what's wrong? Have the food stamps been embezzled or have they been stolen?" You! Pang Xinghua couldn't sit still at all and stood up violently, his breathing intensifying. He came to the door and opened it to look outside, then closed it and looked at Zhang Huacheng incredulously. How could you possibly guess? If he hadn't been the only one who knew about it, he would have suspected that it was out there. Uncle is the third handle of the machinery factory, in charge of administration and logistics. I heard that it is also parachuted in. No matter up and down is here to target you, before the meat stamps as well. Now I guess it is food stamps, right? Zhang Huacheng knows more than anyone else about the current state-owned enterprise units. There is no not infighting, not thinking about progress, think about how to fight. No detail could be hidden from him, a special forces instructor. Hearing this, Pang Xinghua also could not help but nod his head, sighing, "If not for your father's stupidity, I suspect that your father taught you, and your mother does not have this brain." You're right, food stamps out of the problem. Just yesterday issued to the factory of 2,500 food stamps, now only 500 left, lost 2,000. His voice trembled as he said it. This is serious, very serious. Lost so much? How did you lose it? Uncle, tell me carefully. Zhang Huacheng's scalp also tingled when he heard it. It's in this bag of mine, I've been holding it all along, but last night I went home to take a look, and the 4 bundles of food stamps in it had all turned white, and there was only 1 bundle left. Pang Xinghua placed the purse in front of Zhang Huacheng. Zhang Huacheng flipped through it and said, "Your factory insiders did it, all 4 bundles of paper were made the same size, obviously prepared for it. Inside were 4 large bundles of white paper. Then why keep a bundle?" Pang Xinghua also knew that it was someone who had prepared for this, but he couldn't figure out why he left a bundle. The biggest possibility is that if you issue 500, then the other 2,000 that are not numbered will also make their way to the black market. How many days left to issue food stamps? Any suspicious targets? Zhang Huacheng had an idea as soon as he heard it. The black market, even if it was sold to the city's black market, Jin Xiaodong was able to get the information. If it's local, it's shooting itself in the foot. You want to catch a thief? But I don't have time. Pang Xinghua shook his head with a bitter smile. Catching a thief is feasible, but not right now. Uncle Pang, I do have a way to both easily solve this time of trouble and also draw out this thief. If it's done well, Uncle Pang, you turn around and give me a Red Star Machinery Factory work quota on it. Catching thieves, he specializes in, easily. But there's more he's good at than catching thieves. It would be nice if I could use this to trade for a job slot at Red Star Machinery Works. Huacheng, as long as we solve this trouble, Uncle can give you one in a few days, and another one after the new year. Pang Xinghua also seemed to have grabbed a lifesaver upon hearing this. This is the kind of thing that would put him in jail for a decade or more, and involve his family. It's possible to get shot if you're unlucky. The current food stamps are generally no anti-counterfeiting technology, only the state-issued industrial coupons and so on will have handmade secret marks and special paper. This local food stamps in our Liaoning province in addition to this paper is not really good to buy, the other that can be really too simple, not even handmade secret marks. Zhang Huacheng got up and rummaged around the house, quickly found a new rubber with a rooster print, pinched it, and the hardness was right. He took a food stamp and compared it. Pang Xinghua was frightened and whispered, "Do you know that forging food stamps is punishable by death by firing squad? We're not forging it, you already had it, it's the ones that were stolen that are forgeries. Everyone knows you have 2,500 food stamps, if you take them out, who's going to say you're forging them?" Zhang Huacheng, however, shook his head. But how do you draw them exactly the same? And draw 2,000. Rubber stamp. Zhang Huaqing took the rubber and gestured, "Don't worry, Uncle Pang, as long as you help me find a quiet and safe place to find the tool sealing clay and paper, I guarantee that today you will be able to see 2,000 flawless Liaoning province general food stamps, which were issued down the line and are not fake." Seeing that Pang Xinghua's face was cloudy and clearly struggling, he added, "Uncle Pang, this Liaoning province 1965 local food stamps are much simpler than the state offering them for sale like coins, and you wouldn't want you to go to jail, and the person who harmed you to get his way, and he can still slowly use up the 2,000 food stamps, right?" Pang Xinghua clenched his teeth. If something really happens, his family will be implicated. He naturally knows the power of it. Go to my house. Spell it out. Good, and Uncle Palm, you need to tell me a little bit about the targets you suspect, and also make some responses ahead of time. Cure the symptoms, or there will be trouble later. Uncle thanks you. Pang Xinghua didn't understand the meaning of this sentence and didn't have time to think about it before going out. Obviously, he didn't believe it would work either. If it was so well imitated, fake food stamps would have been flying all over the place, but there wasn't a thing he could do about it now. It's been a long time since I've done this hand job. Zhang Huaqing picked up the food stamps and looked at them, so that this era can see how strong the rubber stamp DIY hand-engraved peak masters are after a few decades. Although there is a big gap between the tools and materials of these days and decades later, it is still easy to imitate a simple version of food stamps without any security. The back is even simpler, just 2 rows of words. 1. With this coupon, you can buy all kinds of grain and grain products within the province. 2. This coupon is strictly forbidden to buy or sell, and no alteration will be effective, and no replacement will be made for the loss of this coupon. Chapter 86. Who the hell are you? In the mansion, old Ding wandered back and forth, occasionally tooting. Luo Chang Lei Zi was cleaning up the dust with a few companions. When I save up enough money, I'll buy a mansion like this too. Old Ding was envious. He knew very well that this mansion would be quite grand if he cleaned it up. Qin Xiaodong was about to taunt a few words when he saw Taizhu pulling the car to the door. Taizhu, where's Big Brother? Qin Xiaodong went out to look but did not see Zhang Huaqing. Didn't come. Taizhu put the car down, then pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. Brother told me to come to you and give you this. Qin Xiaodong took it and looked at it, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Luo Chang. He shouted back. Coming. Luo Chang flew over and nodded his head in greeting to Taizhu, then grinned. What are you shouting at me for, Brother Dong? You go to the black market to keep an eye on. From today onwards, as long as there are coming to the black market to sell our province 10 city pounds of local food stamps are noted down, especially the new food stamps. Do not make a noise, this is just you and I know. Do a good job, Big Brother has a heavy reward. Qin Xiaodong signaled in a low voice. A big reward? Luo Chang heard the spirit, without saying anything, ran to the black market, the county as long as there is a desire to get out of food stamps, only their place. Taizhu, come on, I'll take you to dinner, and you'll follow us at noon. Qin Xiaodong beckoned to Taizhu. Taizhu immediately heard dinner spirit, hastily pull up the car to follow. Don't pull the car to go dinner, pull the car for what? The car pulled a yard later still have to come back. Qin Xiaodong speechless, dinner you pull the car for what? But Taizhu obviously do not listen, although there is nothing in the car, but he can know that this car is very expensive and expensive, he is afraid of losing. Qin Xiaodong had no choice but to let him pull the car. Zhang Huaqing also knows that this batch of food stamps will be out and the local chances are very small, the probability is that it will go to the city out of the city, but there is no way to find Qin Xiaodong if they are very normal. The chances of the black market striking today are even slimmer, but you still have to be prepared. Pang Xinghua looked for all the tools needed for Zhang Huaqing, and the paper was also found, but he did not have much hope, and pushed the car to the factory. Old Pang, where have you been? It's hard to find you. Pang Xinghua just came back. The second-in-command Li Jianchen knocked on the door with a smile and came in, holding a dozen or so strips that needed to be signed. Li Factory, how to personally come find someone to run out on the line? Pang Xinghua rose to greet him. Look at Pang Xinghua to go to make tea, Li Jianchen laughed. No need to be busy, this is not the end of the year, these bills have to be settled, this thing I'm afraid that the following people and you do not understand, I came to dock with you, by the way old Pang, today's lunchtime cafeteria have fish to eat you can be really good I heard that there is a black crushing carp, and the Cherokee salmon and fine scaled fish. Looking over the note, Pang Xinghua sniffed, the great man said, man is iron and rice is steel, not to give the comrades a good meal, all our work is not good, cannot be because of the problem of food to affect the strategic deployment and internal unity. Upon hearing this, Li Jianchun also laughed out loud and said, yes, you're right. I'll have to verify the bills for these two, otherwise no problem. After a while Pang Xinghua signed most of them, leaving 2 unsigned. Okay, then you're busy, old Pang. Li Jianchun smiled faintly, got up, took the note and left. Pang Xinghua looked at the closed door for a long time. Zhang Huaqing at this time as Pang Xinghua home carving rubber stamps, has been scrapped 3 rubber stamps, one of which is close to success but due to the quality of the rubber led to defects. Until noon, Zhang Huaqing looked at the food stamps printed on the paper to reveal a smile. A rubberized red stamp, a black striped marginal stamp over the red stamp. The rubber stamp on the back was even easier, carved in one go in less than half an hour. When the first food stamp appeared, Zhang Huaqing took it and compared it with the real one, and if he hadn't made it himself, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between the real one and the fake one. It's a done deal. Red Star Machinery Factory. Pang Xinghua sat in his office, looking at the fish, salted vegetables, and nesting heads on the table, his eyes a little hollow. Factory director, why didn't you eat? This fish is delicious. Xiaozhou, who followed him, came back with a lunchbox. Looking at Pang Xinghua, a bite did not eat, a bit of consternation. I have a weak stomach, I'll eat later. Pang Xinghua covered the lunchbox. Plant manager, now the whole field of workers say you are great, and meat and fish, and those who can make trouble are all mute one by one. Zhou was happy. After all, it was important to follow the right people. As soon as he heard this, Pang Xinghua had a chill sweeping through his body, and he had asked Zhang Huaqing a question when he was at home, asking why he was willing to take the risk to help him, and that a job quota was not enough to do this kind of thing with serious consequences, but Zhang Huaqing said that he was only helping himself. He originally thought to say is the Red Star Machinery Factory job quota, now he just remembered, if he was arrested, this is fish and meat will certainly also need to account for the source, so he and food station Wang Zhengong is a classmate. Wang Zhengong looking for Zhang Huaqing to send this kind of thing is bound to be hidden, so more than Zhang Zhengong will be finished, and even Zhang Huaqing is also the same. He only thought about this his side of the problem of the accident, but ignored these, and Li Jianchun is aware of what? Who the hell is Zhang Huaqing? Zhou, I'll go back and take some stomach pills, keep an eye out for anything. Pang Xinghua got up. He suddenly had a little faith in Zhang Huaqing. Does the plant manager want me to give you a ride? Zhou hurriedly got up. No need, old habits. Pang Xinghua left with his bag. When he rushed back to the house, he saw Zhang Huaqing watering the flowers in the yard. Seeing that Pang Xinghua had returned, Zhang Huaqing put down the kettle and smiled, Uncle Pang, you've come back just in time. Then took a look at Zhang Huaqing in the yard. He was disheartened, heard back really when he could not help but float a bold idea. Did it really work? Under Pang Xinghua's expectant gaze, Zhang Huaqing pulled out a few food stamps from his pocket and handed them over. Uncle Pang, look for the one you gave me. Pang Xinghua hurriedly propped up the bike to receive the food stamps, one by one, quickly flipping through. His face also showed a look of disbelief. He is very sure that only gave Zhang Huaqing a sample, the other ones are in his bag. You. He couldn't help but be creeped out. If Zhang Huaqing went for counterfeiting, how horrible would that be? How many sheets are left? Pang Xinghua's hands were trembling with excitement. What is not bad, it's drying in the house, I'll just cut it out. It takes a bit of work to cut it out. You need to use a ruler and a knife to cut it quickly or you'll get a raw edge. Zhang Huaqing signaled the study. Pang Xinghua couldn't think of anything else and ran quickly toward the study. When he came to the study, he saw a sheet of stamped paper on the floor, and he froze completely, trembling violently. Uncle Pang, I'll be with you tomorrow when your factory issues food stamps. I'll find out who's harming you, and if I don't, sooner or later something else will happen. Zhang Huaqing was well aware of this potential threat. If he didn't get rid of this kind of thing the first time, there would be a second time. Flower City, Uncle asked you something. Aha! Who the hell are you? Pang Xinghua's voice was also trembling slightly as he looked towards Zhang Huaqing. Chapter 87 Old Chen family hunting team encountering a large wolf pack. Just as Pang Xinghua thought, Zhang Huaqing risked his life and wanted to do it for himself, and the other party was so crazy that he didn't leave Pang Xinghua a little bit of a way to live. Once Pang Xinghua accident, the probability that the food station violation of the letter of introduction this matter cannot be hidden. Zhang Huaqing still has a lot of things to be busy on the first to leave. Pang Xinghua is a smart person, with the 2,000 food stamps how to do the next does not need him to teach. When they came to Wang Lin's house, Xinyu wanted them to stay at home for one more day, and in the evening, Wang Lin's sister and big brother would come back for a family reunion. Ever since Wang Lin married him, the house hasn't been lively. Zhang Huaqing still have to go back to collect fish, simply let Wang Lin with Doodle stay at home for 2 more days. He took people back, anyway, he has to go into the city every day. Wang Lin happily agreed. Kiki is also holding a Peking cloth tiger, and it looks like she went to the department store in the morning to play and hold it everywhere she went. When Zhang Huacheng returned to the brigade with his sister-in-law and the others, he saw a group of people gathered in front of his house from afar. Something's wrong. Auntie, you and Taiju go to my mom's house, I'll take care of something. Zhang Huacheng knew at a glance that something was wrong, vaguely hearing crying. It was 80% that a group of into the mountains encountered a large wolf pack. They are also unlucky enough. Flower City, what's going on? Why are there so many people around? Song Xinshin was most afraid of this kind of scene. Nothing much, I guess someone went into the mountains and encountered wolves, it's all trivial. Zhang Huacheng finished signaling Taiju, then walked towards home alone. Taiju immediately took his sister-in-law around the road. Vaguely Zhang Huacheng heard the words dead man, payback. The third grandfather and a few elders of the old Zhang family stood at the door with a gun, and the second dog also carried a gun and blocked the door expressionlessly, and the ones who came to make trouble were from the old Chen family, but with the third grandfather in them no one dared to lean forward, and they could only cry and make trouble. Even his dad and big brother had come and were explaining something over and over. But none of the brigade's cadres were visible. Ergu was sharp-eyed and immediately greeted Zhang Huacheng as soon as he saw that he had returned. Little Flower Town is here. God-damned little, pay for my son's life. As soon as they saw that Zhang Huacheng had returned, a group of people immediately all surrounded him, and one of them was as eager to tear him apart as if they wanted to. Zhang Hu and Zhang Huchen rushed forward to stop them. Little ing accident just no to. What's going on? Zhang Huacheng looked at Airdog. A group of people into the mountains encountered wolves, dead at 2 wounded 4, hey, this cold day by the wolf bite can still live? The second dog said very after all, this year, the brigade every year people freeze to death and starve to death, the second dog has seen too much, even adopted his grandfather Wang as he watched. How dare you little pick a fight? Chen Monsong was in a hurry. He and Chen Manhwa was a brother, now Chen Mingyang died but his son ran back intact, or the first to run back, looking for their trouble will not be less. If it really came out that it was his own son who shot Chen Mingyang, then he and Chen Manhwa couldn't even be brothers anymore. Do you want to die? Airdog raised his gun to poke and prod Chen Monsong, but was pulled back by Zhang Huacheng. Good heavens, why hasn't the old uncle come yet? Why aren't the first captain and the others coming yet? Zhou Xiaoyu was also anxious, and now Airdog wasn't the only one who said his son had fired the gun. She's scared too. Zhang Huacheng pulled down Ergu and said, it's useless to make a scene here with me, Ergu and I told the brigade about the large wolf packs in the mountains the day before you, and the brigade cadres of your old Chen's family hid it from you and didn't allow you to be told about it, so what's that got to do with Ergu? What a delay in making money. Two Dog grunted, he was still waiting to collect the fish. Large wolf packs are showing up in the mountains as well, and it's all about the money. Chen Biao isn't doing anything at all? Letting third grandpa and the others go to the house and wait, Zhang Huacheng led Airdog to the brigade. I didn't expect Chen Biao to be the first to run back when he encountered a large wolf pack. He is also difficult to mix in the brigade, Chen family old six uncle organization they are ready to rely on the gun to scare off the wolves, the result of this good's very fine, I'll look at too many wolves first slipped away, the other people also follow the run, messy. The second dog finished gloating, Chen Shouyang miserable, was dragged back when the whole body bloody, and now estimated to be almost out of breath, if not for the old hunter desperately bring people to save, now the bones are not left. As soon as Zhang Huacheng heard it, he knew that Chen Shouyang was afraid that he would not be able to live either, at this current temperature, and the bacteria on the wolf's teeth, it was difficult to live without any medicine. Unfortunately, Chen Biao escaped back properly. The brigade side was in an uproar, crying, inside and out. Two dogs is here. The watchful Chen Yu took a look and immediately shouted. Chen Gangren, come out here. Chen Manhwa growled and charged inside. Manchu, this has nothing to do with Bao Rin. Chen Gangren's wife took a look at the visitor and hurried to stop. It doesn't matter? Okay, then tell me, does Chen Gongrin know that there are large wolf packs in the mountains? All the brigade cadres know about it, yet they still let them go into the mountains? Chen Manhwa's family has only one son, Chen Mingyang, how can he stand it? Once Chen Manhwa said this, the surrounding area was also in an uproar. An official knows that there are large wolves? Good, I told you that the old Wang family was going to suddenly not even go there, and that there were wolves. No way, if we knew there's no way we wouldn't have told us. You can't be fooled, Manchu. Little Flower Town said that if the brigade cadres didn't know about it let us take the guns and shoot him and two dogs, can that be false? The already chaotic brigade was even more confused for a moment. Hearing all the dirty water being poured on her man, Chen Gongren's wife couldn't care less and screamed, "If you want to find it, find Chen Yinshan, it's Chen Yinshan who didn't allow it to be said. You fart. Xiao Yang is almost dead and you're still throwing dirt on Gensan." Chen Yinshan's elder brother growled like thunder upon hearing this. "It was Chen Yinshan who did it. If you don't believe me, go in and ask. Just ask." All shut up. Chen Gongren came out and swept the circle with cold eyes. He knew he couldn't come out any longer, and since his old uncle was hiding and not coming, he would have to deal with it on his own. "Chen Baorin, do you know that there are large wolf packs in the mountains, and did Airdog and Zhang Huacheng report this situation to you?" Chen Manhwa pushed away a few of the ones in his way and looked viciously at Chen Gongren. "We do know, Zhang Huacheng and Erga did report it, but we had a meeting to discuss it when we suspected it was fake news. Chen Yinshan refused to tell us about it. This is something that you can just ask any of our brigade cadres, but Chen Yinshan also means well because the chances of it being fake news are too great, and his own son has gone into the mountains. What else can we say? Our old Chen family is a collective, we can't because now. Because of your mom." Before Chen Gongren could finish his sentence, he was smashed on the nose by Chen Manhwa's fist, and his entire body sat on the ground, then his nose began to spray blood. Chen Manhwa, who was ready to pounce, was pulled back by a group of people. "I'll kill you all." The dead son of Chen Manhwa's eyes are split. Many people were silent. How could they not expect that it would be the problem of the brigade cadres, knowing that there were large wolves in the mountains and still letting them go and risk their lives to hunt? Chen Baorin pushed his wife away and wiped the nosebleed calmly said, "The brigade will give you an explanation for this matter." He also regretted not listening to Wang Kuei. "Down with Chen Yinshan!" Chen Yud suddenly shouted. But no one paid any attention to him, leaving him full of embarrassment. Chen Yinshan's selfishness has killed so many people. This if the commune knows that Chen Yinshan has done this, not to mention being an official, it's possible to go to jail, but if the commune doesn't know about it, it can't be said that he will continue to be an official just like he used to be. In his ears came Zhang Huacheng's voice, as if he was talking to Airdog. A hint of hesitation flashed across Chen Yud's face. But he's really scared to go to the commune now. The brigade cadres have also come out and said they're meeting discussions. Even Wang Kuei and a few of the old Wang family members who were supposed to be there have come out to testify, and for a while there was a lot of cursing and wailing. Zhang Hu saw that it was fine and hurriedly pulled Zhang Huacheng home. "Not watching the fun anymore, huh?" The second dog could only follow, one step at a time. "Back to researching and studying to fight wolves, what do I care about them?" Zhang Huacheng was already thinking about how to go into the mountains to fight the wolves. The large wolves and the fish in the White Mountain Lake were all money. Chapter 88 Killing Grey Wolves on White Mountain Lake. Airdog had talked to Wang Kuei, and according to the two hunters who had returned, this pack had close to 50 or more wolves, and that wasn't even counting the wolf pups. The Wolf King they didn't even see, only heard the wolf howling command from afar. "Let's go into the mountains and collect the fish." The second dog only wants to get money, what wolf or not, it's all money when he encounters it, he'd rather not encounter wolves. "Collect." Zhang Huacheng nodded his head, "The wolves are not far from our place, we need to be prepared to encounter them, go fetch some bullets first. With the Red Star Machinery Factory to consume the meat, it's just a matter of fighting more wolves and selling them slowly. After all, Red Star Machinery Factory up and down 500 people, although it is a small machinery factory, but in their Shanghai County is the largest number of state-owned enterprise units, the daily consumption of meat is very powerful. Of course this all depends on the premise of Pang Xinghua cannot grasp this opportunity, cannot grasp he did not want to continue to sell them, lest they are implicated in the future. "I'll take Taiju to the back of the mountain first and wait for you." The second dog was overjoyed at the news. "Okay, go for it." Zhang Huacheng signaled. Just when old Chen's family was still making a scene, none of them would have thought that Zhang Huacheng and the others had actually gone into the mountains knowing that there was a large wolf pack. Not taking the large wolves seriously at all. Wolves howled in the mountains, and even Zhang Huacheng had to be a little more cautious. "Don't wrap the beastskin pouch around your waist, wrap it around your neck." Zhang Huacheng removed the beastskin pouch from his waist, then wrapped it around his neck as an oversized scarf. The wolf's favorite attack is the neck, just one bite. Once the bite is real as he will die, this animal skin bag but can completely block the grey wolf's fangs. Two dogs in Taiju also followed suit and wrapped up the good. "Should we draw them in and then beat them all?" Second dog looked around with his gun. This wolf howling was everywhere, the nearest was feared to be no more than 1,000 meters. That's not a far distance for a grey wolf to travel. "Let's go ahead and get the bullets, there aren't enough of them." Zhang Huacheng shook his head. Their current bullets added up to a few dozen rounds. Yes. Airdog also knew that trying to physically fight a pack of grey wolves without bullets was just looking for death. When they arrived at the hunting base, Zhang Huacheng gave them 2 barges each. Encountering large wolf packs, barge gun is definitely a melee weapon to kill wolves, but unfortunately it is not the extended version of the magazine. If it is the extended version of the magazine with 20 rounds of bullets, then it will be called ferocious. Magazines, bullets, bayonets. Gear up one by one. Go, collect the fish. If the wolves dared to go to White Mountain Lake, a flat line of sight with his marksmanship would definitely be a nightmare for the wolves. On the way there, Zhang Huacheng had heard a wolf howling very close. This time the distance was only 300 to 400 meters, so it was not surprising that they had already been spotted. Zhang Huacheng accelerated his pace while loading his bullets. Discovered? The second dog took a look at the 5.4 rifle in his hand, also immediately loaded the bullets, looking around. If in this mountain forest surrounded by wolves will be very dangerous. This area doesn't even have big trees, it's all small. It shouldn't be. Listening to the howling is not a siege signal. These wolves are so well dispersed, there is no need to worry about suddenly being surrounded by a pack of wolves. That is, they need time to gather if they have found us. Zhang Huacheng was not worried. As long as a wolf appeared in sight, he would not hesitate to shoot it down. Just as they reached White Mountain Lake without incident, they saw 4 other grey wolves prowling the lake. Yo, neat delivery. 2 dogs took one look and raised his gun at once. It's hard not to fight this. They were attracted by some bait entrails, meat and fish guts thrown yesterday. Wait and fight, they won't run. Zhang Huacheng pressed the muzzle of Erdog's gun, then walked towards Baishan Lake. As a top predator, how could a grey wolf run when it saw its prey? Second dog took a look at it immediately and Taizhu followed. Ow. Sure enough, 2 wolves spotted them. One growled low while the other began to howl, and soon there was a loud howl that stumbled around them. Spread out enough, then we won't have to be polite. You guys hit these 2 heads, I'll hit the far 2. These 2 near ones were both within 100 meters, while the other 2 were at a distance of close to 200 meters. Zhang Huacheng raised his Springfield rifle. The wolves were badly dispersed, and it would be a good idea to kill one of them before they rallied. Bang! A gunshot rang out and a grey wolf fell to the ground in response, and the other 3, though shaken by the shock, apparently didn't realize that one of their companions was dead and were still slowly approaching them. Taizhu, the end on your left and the end on my right. Airdog was used to Zhang Huacheng's marksmanship. 1 shot to the head was a normal operation. He did not hesitate to raise his gun and aim. Taizhu raised his gun as well. Bang! Zhang Huacheng was the first to fire the second shot, and the grey wolf's massive size slumped heavily on the ice, apparently also getting shot in the head. Bang! The second dog also hit, but missed the vitals, and the grey wolf howled and tried to escape. Tijin is more of a shot in the dark. Damn, still trying to run. 2 dog rushes to make up the shot but misses, only to kill grey wolf with a single shot on the 3rd shot. Hitting a moving target, 2 dogs still hasn't mastered the essence. Seeing that both of Taizhu's shots were empty, Zhang Huacheng raised his hand and shot this grey wolf that was ready to escape and exploded its head. Meanwhile, a new grey wolf appeared not far away. Head over heels to die. 2 dogs loaded his bullets and licked his lips. You guys go drag all the wolves over here, and we'll fight everyone that comes. Zhang Huacheng reminded. With the outlet, Zhang Huacheng did not worry about selling it. Handling and storing it for a few months was not a problem, and he was perfectly capable of creating ice to seal the wolf meat. After this period of time of hunting, he also understood that the current Changbai Mountain did not lack wolves at all, did not lack wild boar and horse deer in these things. The resources were abundant to the burst. Knocking away this wolf pack would still appear the next. There was no need to worry about hitting all of them. Soon the 4 wolves were dragged. The Wolf King was already nearby, but you could only hear the wolf's howl but not see his location. Zhang Huacheng, they do not go to find it. Kill the Wolf King, wolves will be scattered. It is better to beat these wolves more. The value of the Wolf King is not worth 2 ordinary grey wolves. At most, the skin is a big circle of meat, a little more. Bang! Zhang Huacheng fired a shot, and the white wolf with beautiful fur fell into the snow. 2 dogs rushed over at once. Ow! A grey wolf saw this and charged at the second dog. Bang! Zhang Huacheng's shot hit 100 times, even though the grey wolf moving at high speed remained so. Its huge body heavily rolled over a few times in the snow and struggled to die. Several grey wolves that were gradually approaching took one look and immediately let out a howl, then stopped moving forward. The Wolf King howled as several grey wolves quickly scurried back into the mountains. How did it run? The second dog, who was dragging the white wolf back, was stunned. Why did all the wolves run away? It is not running away, it is the Wolf King is waiting for all the grey wolves to arrive, ready to surround us. Zhang Huaqing knew that the wolves would not be able to just let it go, and the Wolf King had not even shown his face. Running was impossible, provoking the dignity of the Wolf King. If the Wolf King left it like that, it would soon lose its prestige in the wolf pack. Is pretty smart. Air Dog grunted, then looked at the white wolf in his hand and hesitated. Hua Chang, can I have this white wolf skin? Could be. Zhang Huaqing knew that he was going to give it to Hua Ling, who had been envious since she saw the set of white wolf fur coats that her sister-in-law was making for Doodle. Two dogs beautifully began to open up the white wolf. 7 wolves now. Even if the number of wolves in this pack really amounted to 50, this was not a small loss, and all of them had caused such a loss before they could even get close. Don't be scared off. Zhang Huaqing was worried that the Wolf King would run away. Chapter 89 Deadly Shots. They had been busy for close to half an hour. This wolf pack still hadn't appeared, but the wolves were howling constantly, apparently right around, and were closing the circle. Has the roundup started? Taizhu, smash the ice, let's fish trap up first. They weren't idle either, doing what they should be doing. At this distance they could see the wolves clearly whenever they made a move. It's impossible to surround them silently on the ice. Taizhu took out the tools and started to chisel the ice. From yesterday to now, close to 20 hours, the ice layer is thick again, but it is still very easy to re-smash, 10 or so minutes all. It's just a terrible shot, almost all blanks, and a few injuries are not critical. Any grey wolf that got close to Air Dog would be shot in the head by Zhang Huaqing. When Air Dog rushed back, in just less than 10 seconds a dozen wolves rushed to within 20 meters. Change the barge. Zhang Huaqing shouted. A hand threw away the hands of the Springfield rifle, pulled out the barge gun and began to kill at point blank. The power of the barge gun at close range is very scary. Even the iron pillar killed 2 heads. Second dog cursed as he drew his barge and pulled the trigger on the charging wolf. For a while the guns were firing and the wolves were howling. Taizhu, be careful. A wolf that had been killed by Taizhu's shot on the snow and ice suddenly rose up and bit down fiercely on Taizhu's leg. This old wolf that had swindled its way to death made Zhang Huaqing not even react. Roar! Iron Pillar roared and lifted the old wolf's leg as he did so, then slammed it down hard against the ice. Boom! Boom! Zhang Huaqing even heard the sound of bones cracking. Another shot wolf pounced on Taizhu's back, only to be kicked off by Zhang Huaqing rushing in, and his head was shot through before he even landed on the ground. Iron Pillar dropped the old wolf hard. Ow! A giant wolf with a pitch-black body rushed out, with a dozen more grey wolves following close behind, and as it let out a wolf howl, all of the grey wolves still remaining on top of the ice and snow pounced on Zhang Huaqing. Attention! Zhang Huaqing was shocked. Having killed close to 30 wolves, there were still more than 30 alive, and the king of the wolves was actually a giant grey wolf with a pitch-black body. Luckily, he had gone to a hunting base for fear of an accident. These wolves are too fast. Air Dog and Taizhu can only hit the ones that are close. Taizhu has even drawn his bayonet in one hand and barge in the other, and give a bayonet to the ones that pounce on him. A head of grey wolves fell on the ice and snow. Zhang Huaqing's double guns were in his hands, and with every shot, a wolf would fall. But there were definitely more than 10 heads injured. Zhang Huaqing knew that these could not be brought back, not even the skins could all be brought back. The ice on White Mountain Lake was already bloody. After Zhang Huaqing put the fish trap back into the lake, he began to peel the skins. The skin of the Wolf King and a white wolf and a yellow wolf he personally peeled. These different colors of the other wolf skins were worth more than the others in his opinion. By the time he had finished peeling 4 skins, an hour had passed. 2 dogs, are you all emptied out? Zhang Huaqing signaled second dog. If you don't bleed and gut the meat and stuff it with snow to cool it down quickly, the meat will be fishy, and if you leave the guts in your stomach and don't care to wait until you come back the next day to plow it, the meat will be very tough. Hollowed out and all stuffed with snow. 2 dogs nodded. Pile them up and bury them in snow, wait for tomorrow to find people to help move them. Zhang Huaqing had already thought of a way. These wolves had to be transported back. As for the manpower, if Chen Tang's Sanli Drain didn't have it, could that Black Mountain Brigade still not have it? It was just the right time for them to bring all the fish traps, and at the same time, they were able to pick up Li Yangyang, Qin Xiaodong and the others? Can they do it with that little strength? Erdog thought of Qin Xiaodong's gang. Not them, naturally. Zhang Huaqing shook his head. Qin Xiaodong, a group of vegetable dogs, come to the mountains for fear that even Chen Biao they are not as good, were to stand this environment in the mountains, not to mention moving such a heavy, half a head they cannot move back. The Black Mountain Brigade? If it's the Black Mountain Brigade, our fishing place will be exposed, hearts and minds. Air Dog understood, but was very reluctant to let the Black Mountain Brigade know. The subtlety of the second dog was not expected by Zhang Huacheng. He laughed. I know what you mean, we will come here first tomorrow, collect a trip of fish and then move all the wolves here to the west side of the mountains and forests. Don't bring them here, the fishing is fine as long as we know about it. He naturally couldn't let anyone else know about this place. And what favors would have to be given to them? The second dog knows that dog doesn't want to go. He was also thinking of going to deliver the white wolf skin to Flowerbell. We have to get the fifth uncle and the others to ask the commune why they have to suffer so much unfair treatment even though they have been desperately trying to pay their rations to fulfill their tasks all these years. The time has come for the old Changs to add to the fire. Some time ago Wan Lin went to the brigade several times to borrow charcoal but had to be bullied and humiliated, and could not borrow a piece of charcoal. These people do not want to be good. I have to say that Chen Yud's kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of their own reporting ability is really strong. In the future he is afraid that his days will be more than life will be bitter. The old Chen family, these people will not let him go. Chapter 90 Slingshot Fighting Red Fox. This kind of thing didn't need him to do. Zhang Huacheng naturally had to let the fifth uncle and the others go. The fifth uncle and these old people go to make trouble. The commune also dare not ignore. The commune is very clear about the fifth uncle and the third grandfather and their former status. Zhang Huacheng brought his sister-in-law Cuckoo to the old family home to deliver the wolfskin. Tieju's wolfskin coat and cotton jacket were also carried by the second dog. The place torn open by the grey wolf had to let the sister-in-law sew it. A black wolfskin, 2 white wolfskins, and a golden-colored wolfskin. This rare grey wolfskin surprised Zhang Hu. It was the first time he had seen a grey wolf with black and gold colors. Where's mom? Zhang Huacheng did not see his old mom and asked. Your mom took Xiaoya to the brigade to watch the fun, and didn't even cook. Zhang Hu picked up these skins and went to the house to scrape the grease. He didn't like to watch the fun. As soon as Dog arrived, he ran off to whisper to Flowerbell, so naturally, Zhang Huacheng wouldn't bother. Having lived a new life, he still thinks highly of the second dog. Huacheng, Doodle's wolfskin jacket. Zhang Huchen walked out holding a stack of clean white wolfskins. It was the earliest white wolfskin that had been fought, and had now been made into a set of wolfskin coats. Zhang Huacheng took it and unfolded it to look at it. A very small wolfskin coat, a pair of small wolfskin pants, as well as a wolfskin beanie hat and a long scarf, which was obviously made from the tail of a white wolf. It also came with a pair of fawn boots and buckskin gloves. That's a great handjob, sister-in-law. Zhang Huacheng couldn't help but marvel. I can say that there is not a single flaw. All sewing ports cannot be seen with sewing marks. Turn it over to see. It's okay to wear this at home, but you can't wear it to play in the city, there will be trouble. Zhang Huchen reminded, who dares to be so high profile these days, a random capital label would be trouble. He didn't even dare to get wolfskin coats for Biao and Xiaobao. Well, I know. Zhang Huacheng naturally knew that this wolfskin jacket could only be worn at home in the brigade, and could not really be worn out. Zhang Huacheng went home by himself. When I came back, Taiju was picking at the wolf's skin, and the little horse mule was lying on the kong and snoozing. Brother, hungry. Taiju saw Zhang Huacheng come back. I came a sentence, sister-in-law cooking habitually small amount of saving. Taiju ate even more hungry. Let's have a fish stew in an iron pot for dinner. It's getting late, so when you're done eating you'll go back and rest early, and then collect the fish once more in the morning. There's no shortage of fish or meat in the house now. An hour later second dog came running, and Auntie and Coco returned. How's it going with the brigade? Zhang Huacheng inquired about Dog. Shen Gongrin, Chen Yingshan, Chen Mingtang and Shen Yan were taken to the commune. That old uncle of the Chen family was allowed to go home. By the way, Uncle Wang Kuei and Chen Yud were also taken to collaborate in the investigation. This time these officials are afraid that they can't run away. Being taken away by the commune is trouble, and everyone understands that these days. 2 dogs did gloat a bit. I was going to straighten them out. Now the commune has a reason for this. What news from the 5th uncle and the 3rd grandfather? Zhang Huacheng knew that the commune was going to deal with them ruthlessly, and he wasn't surprised at all that these people were taken away. I don't know, I'll ask around? 2 dogs shook his head. No, have some together, we have to go into the mountains at midnight tonight to collect the fish. Zhang Huacheng thought about it and let it go. If there was something important he would know about it. 2 dogs grabbed a pair of chopsticks and sat down to eat. Auntie, bring Coco to eat fish. Zhang Huacheng went to call out to Song Xinshin. We ate. Song Xinshin hurriedly shook her head. She also wondered if she hadn't cooked and eaten for them. Why did she eat again as soon as she came back? Eat some more. Zhang Huacheng held Kiki and went to eat fish. Song Xinshin could only follow. At 1 in the morning Zhang Huaqing got up and went to call Taizhu and Erdog. Soon they disappeared in the vast night. The large wolves in the mountains were all killed by almost all of them, and now the mountains are also very safe. When they arrived at White Mountain Lake, they saw 3 red foxes gnawing on the wolf's entrails in the snow. Yo, delivering skins. Zhang Huaqing took out his slingshot and signaled Ergo and Taizhu to stay put while he silently approached the lake. The entrails of the wolves on the ice were almost entirely present, which meant that there were no large beasts around, only smaller ones infesting the area, and that the wolves that escaped, a few wolves and the wolf pups that didn't show up, apparently didn't dare to come back. When it was almost close enough, Zhang Huaqing pulled the slingshot. Boo! A red fox was hit and let out a scream before continuously rolling back and forth on the ice. The other 2 red foxes were frightened and fled quickly, while 2 more red foxes and several yellow weasels drilled out one after another in the snowdrifts. Boo! 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 Zhang Huaqing quickly hit the slingshot. 3 red foxes fell to the ground and 1 red fox luckily escaped. Full center. As for these weasels, Zhang Huaqing ignored. The skin is too small. The purchase station a few dollars a skin. The black market price will not be more than $10. Then the red fox is far worse. It was a windfall to hit 4 red foxes in one visit. Iron pillar smash the ice. Second dog, you go and pick off the wolves. Zhang Huaqing opened the 4 red foxes. For the red fox meat, he felt that popping it was still very fragrant. Soon the iron pillar smashed through the ice. Fish harvesting. White Mountain Lake, and the fish a lot of very diverse. This time actually got up a ashuri white salmon. This cold tolerant, inhabiting the deep water at low temperatures of the fish, is extremely delicious. The harvest was good, and there was a near 10-pound Cherokee salmon, and I don't know how the stubborn bastard squeezed it in. Zhang Huaqing led Taizhu Erdog to carry the wolves outside one by one, but the wolves they fought yesterday were too many, and it took the 3 of them almost an hour to carry them back and forth. So that when the Black Hills Brigade came to help, they would not have to come on White Mountain Lake, and the secret of their fishing here could remain unknown. Want to stop collecting fish? 2 dogs offered. Okay. For an hour, Zhang Huaqing also wanted to see how many strips he could have. Immediately went back to collecting fish. Not to be outdone by the times when resources were plentiful, easily breaking through the ice, one creel after another had fish in it, just not many, but dozens of pounds of fish had been harvested. When the 3 of them went back, it was already 6 in the morning, and Zhang Huaqing didn't dare to delay and took Taizhu into the city. Half an hour later they came to the morning market. A group of queuing is also talking to make them hurry up. After all, 6:30, and wait a little longer, the city management will come to the people. Zhang Huaqing and Taizhu each had a knife and flew to sell the meat. Big brother. Waiting for them to sell almost when Qin Xiaodong ran to come. I can see that he is still not awake. I guess last night drinking too late. Have Luo Cheng keep an eye on the black market? Any news? Zhang Huaqing inquired in a low voice. No. Qin Xiaodong shook his head and said, just a few old ones were collected, and not a single new one was seen. Zhang Huaqing thought about throwing down his sword and signaled him to follow. Waiting to come to the corner, Zhang Huaqing whispered, Li Jianchun of the Red Star Machinery Factory, you know who it is? Go and do something for me. Big brother, you command. Qin Xiaodong nodded. You find some people and let Li Jianchun's family know that the price of black market food stamps has risen so much in the past few days, and to let them know unintentionally and see how they react. Chapter 91, Food Stamps and Account Books. Zhang Huaqing knows that want to fix Pangxing was absolutely not only Li Jianchun. A Han Ma Dongsheng will not be innocent. The 2 are bound to join forces. A foreign parachute to take away their financial power, they cannot possibly endure. The key Pangxinghua is the Beijing Sea Steel Down, has a strong network of relations. Ma Dongsheng won't do it himself, but the one who does the dirty work will definitely only be Li Jianchun. If this matter is not resolved, he is not going to send fish and meat to Red Star Machinery Works in the future, lest he involve his old husband's family and himself. Understood, this is too simple. Qin Xiaodong was very smart. Where did he not understand what Zhang Huaqing meant? He knew that this Red Star Machinery Factory director had what Zhang Huaqing was looking for in his hands. Don't let anyone notice. Zhang Huaqing reminded. Don't worry. This is something Qin Xiaodong specializes in. There are still a few wolves in the car. You tell Luo Cheng to take Taizhu and sell them slowly in the black market, and keep an eye on the ones who come to sell food stamps. Zhang Huaqing was not going to go to Red Star Machinery Factory to deliver the fish and meat first now, to see what the situation was like. He's going to take a trip to the Red Star Machine Shop to check out the situation. Red Star Machinery Factory. Today is the day to issue food stamps to pay wages. Pang Xinghua came early and took Xiaozhou, and they are busy. Li Jianchun also came smiling. Old Pang, busy. Li Jianchun see Pang Xinghua's spirit is not good, the corner of his mouth cannot help but curl up, stupid, food stamps lost actually has been hiding, so Pang Xinghua also has a mouth to say. Aha! Pang Xinghua knew he was here to see what was going on. Seeing that Pang Xinghua did not want to ignore him at all, Li Jianchun was in a better mood and left after 10 minutes. Mad dog! Pang Xinghua couldn't help but curse when he saw him leave. This Li Jianchun is really crazy, do this kind of thing is not afraid of being discovered, once discovered the consequences are unimaginable, in order to deal with him actually dared to take such a risk. This is going to screw him over. The knock on the door soon sounded, Pang Xinghua saw that it was Zhang Huacheng who came, and his heart moved to get up and go out of the office. Come on. Going out, Pang Xinghua signaled and then left with a big stride. Zhang Huacheng followed closely behind. Uncle Pong, are you sure who it is? Related to Li Jianchun, the probability is that the food stamps are in Li Jianchun's hands, and it's unlikely that he would let anyone else know about such things, but it's not clear where the food stamps are hidden. Pang Xinghua voiced his guess. I've got people to try and find out, when are you going to issue food stamps? Zhang Huacheng's heart stirred. In 40 minutes, at 9 o'clock the workers will be able to go to the finance one after another to collect their wages and food stamps. Pang Xinghua glanced at his watch. 40 minutes apparently didn't have a chance to find food stamps, and the ones he copied had to be handed out. So much for 2,000 real food stamps. If you had the chance, would you screw them? Zhang Huacheng suddenly asked such a sentence. Pang Xinghua froze for a moment, then laughed. Your uncle had suffered a loss when he was at Jinghai Iron and Steel at that time, and figured out that whoever wants to mess with me, I'll mess with whoever wants to mess with me. He's been nearly screwed into jail and transferred before, and this time it's even worse, not to mention jail time, a broken home is normal. Naturally, he would no longer be merciful. I'll go find the tickets. Zhang Huacheng nodded and left. With that in mind, he was willing to help him out, and if Pang Xinghua was willing to be a saintly mother, then he'd just stay away and wouldn't get a little bit more involved. Be careful with everything. Pang Xinghua instructed and went back. It was already 9 o'clock when Zhang Huacheng found Qin Xiaodong. Big brother is here, found it. Qin Xiaodong was terribly efficient, handing him a piece of paper, then pointing to Li Jianchun's name and then to Qin Shui. Sure. Zhang Huacheng was delighted. For sure, this Li Jianchun's wife went to buy vegetables, and Sister Lei Zi and I deliberately went to say a few words, and when she heard it she asked the price 4 times in a row, and was very impressed, but in the end she said that she hadn't bought any vegetables to go home with, and I'm pretty sure that she had them at home. This situation Qin Xiaodong saw the problem at a glance. Having been in the black market for so long, there was no he could tell. Take me, who else is in her house? A knife is a professional. Qin Xiaodong knew what Zhang Huacheng wanted to go for and immediately said that he could do it. Zhang Huacheng knows who is the knife, is to follow Qin Xiaodong to mix, looks very ordinary a pickpocket, is said to be the ancestral theft techniques. But I'm more specialized. Zhang Huacheng signaled that it was not necessary. Soon they arrived at Wangchun Road, where Li Jianchun and Qin Shui had lived for more than 10 years. This household is. After walking a few alley entrances, Qin Xiaodong indicated a courtyard with a locked door. Strange, why is the door locked? No, she's not going to the black market, is she? Qin Xiaodong suddenly reacted and hurriedly looked at Zhang Huacheng. 80% of them didn't hold back to go. You help me keep an eye here, I'll go in. Zhang Huacheng took out his hairpin and looked around before opening the door directly. Before Qin Xiaodong could react, he saw that Zhang Huacheng had already entered, and calmly closed the door. Ha! Qin Xiaodong was dumbfounded. Is this unlocked? Zhang Huacheng cast open the door inside as well. I have to say that Li Jianchun's family is very rich, sewing machines, television sets, clocks and watches, all of these. He looked around and soon stopped in the study. Looking at it he found it, a bulging file bag on the bookshelf. Inside is exactly Pang Xinghua lost food stamps, a total of 4 bundles, one of the bundles was obviously siphoned off some. It's a done deal. Zhang Huacheng was pleased that there were no more worries. Instead of leaving, he pried open a desk drawer and rummaged through it to find a couple of notebooks, which he flipped through but were ledgers. Placing the prepared rubber stamps into the file pouch, he stuffed them in along with the food stamps he had failed to counterfeit earlier, and then returned the pouch to its original position. The 4 bundles of food stamps in the notebook he took with him, and on the table he threw down a couple of food stamps that had failed to be counterfeited. It was out in no more than 2 minutes before and after. Go! Zhang Huacheng left immediately after signaling. Qin Xiaodong flew to follow. Big brother, done? Well, let's go to the black market right now, and give you a chance to make a big achievement. There are about 20 food stamps taken by Li Jianxin's wife. Take these 20 and exchange them for her, and give me the 20 that she sold to you guys. Zhang Huacheng handed Qin Xiaodong a stack of grain stamps. It's fake? Qin Xiaodong was shocked when he saw the food stamps in his hand. But when you look at it, you can't tell. He collects tickets on the black market and has come across a few fake food and meat stamps that he drew himself. Just look at the print in the center, it's pasted up, it's fake. Call the police when you get it and bring them to her house. Li Jianxin cannot stay, Ma Dongxing cannot escape. If Pang Xinghua can become a hand, then he will get more benefits. Zhang Huacheng knew that this wave would bring about a sea change in Red Star Machinery Factory. Yes. Qin Xiaodong also understood and didn't ask any more questions. Black market. Tai Shu is selling wolf meat, but selling meat here is obviously very slow. It's good to have one come in a while, and one is sneaky for fear of being caught. It's far worse than the. How long are you going back? You give me the ticket and I'll come back another time when you have the money. Xin Shui was a bit scared. This time Luo became difficult to give the ticket to where people ran how to do not give the ticket to run their own is not like Just when he was in a difficult situation but he saw Qin Xiaodong running in a hurry. Dong, give me money, there are 20 good food stamps, new. Luo Cheng hastily signaled. Let's see. Qin Xiaodong's heart was also out of breath, catching up. A look at the ticket he was also shocked. This and Zhang Huacheng gave him simply identical, immediately took out 2 large black pickups and handed them to Qin Shui said, the ticket is good, we take it, we are not seen Qin Xiaodong said as he slipped the ticket into his pocket. I'll look for you guys next time. Qin Shui was overjoyed and didn't dare to say more, collected the money and left. Dong. Luo Cheng hastily signaled. Shoo. Qin Xiaodong signaled, then whispered, have the black market all dispersed in 5 minutes, then you take Taiju and wait for us at Big Brother's mansion. I'll go look for Uncle Hey. He's going to the police. Yes. Luo Cheng nodded. Counterfeit food stamps are not uncommon, but they are usually just 1 or 2 drawings, and it's definitely considered a serious situation to have so many at once, and there's still new food stamps that have just been issued. Qin Xiaodong of the Public Security Bureau knows people too. Chapter 92 Leaving no room for error. The 1960s county police are typical all-round police, whether it is public security management, or criminal investigation, or rescue and disaster relief and livelihood services are all proficient. This era has not yet formed the later independent criminal police establishment. County Public Safety. Captain, someone came to report a case of fake food stamps, yelling that they want to see you. When Senior Captain Wang Haizi had just returned from a mission, a police officer ran to report. Fake food stamps? Where are the people? Wang Haizi was a little surprised to hear about the fake food stamps. Captain Wang, it's me. Qin Xiaodong rushed over. You boy? Wang Haizi frowned, then signaled the officers to leave first. When the police officers left, Qin Xiaodong hemmed and hawed, Uncle Black, this time Luo Cheng and I caught a big fish. You kid here don't have no big and small, call me captain, catch a painting a grain ticket count what big fish? Wang Haizi encountered drawing food stamps can be quite a lot, but are some fast starving to death, desperate, and will not be severely punished, but if it is meat stamps oil stamps these are purely greedy, they will be severely punished. Qin Xiaodong immediately took out a stack of food stamps and handed it over, Uncle Hey, take a look, is it a big fish? Wang Haizi was also shocked to see so much, but when he took it he froze, it's fake? Is this fake? No matter how he looked at it, it was obvious that the food stamps weren't drawn, right? Look here, and here. Qin Xiaodong pointed out several problematic points on the food stamps one by one. These are Zhang Huacheng deliberately changed to be rougher, more problems, otherwise the perfect replica is too horrible will cause the above to pay attention to the most obvious is the stamps, some of them are directly pasted off. Hell, it's still fake. Wang Haizi was incredulous. Soon after looking through one by one in shock, why are they all the same? Is this really a fake? Could this be? He was shocked in his heart, not surprisingly he really met a big fish. Of course it's a fake, I already know who sold it, just go and catch it and ask, won't you know? Qin Xiaodong urged. Wait, I'll yell for someone. Haizi immediately went to call someone. Soon several police officers left the police station on bicycles. Qin Shui returned home overjoyed, looking back and forth at the 2 large black pickups in his hands. His own man is only $40 or so a month. She suddenly remembered that her man had brought back a big bag of food stamps. How much would she sell them all for if she sold them all herself? How many were there? If they sell them all, won't their family spend endless money again in the future? Just as her fantasies continued, there was a knock on the door. Red Star Machinery Factory. The workers of the machinery factory lined up to receive the wages and food stamps. Pang Xinghua did not raise his head to look at the information. In fact, he was also a little apprehensive in his heart. Because the food stamps this sends out are fake. It's not right. Li Jianxun, who had been paying attention to this side, felt that something was wrong when he saw that more than 50 workers had left, but the food stamps were still being handed out. An ominous feeling pervaded the mind. Another dozen people came out one after another. Looking at the money and food stamps in the hands of the smiling workers, he panicked. As one worker after another left with their wages and food stamps, Li Jianxun couldn't hold back any longer. Plant manager. Seeing Li Jianxun coming, the workers immediately greeted him. Yo, payday up, come on, let me see how much was paid. Li Jianxun smiled and stretched out his hand, and although the workers felt a bit strange, they still handed both the money and the food stamps to Li Jianxun. Li Jianxun looked through their food stamps, his hands were slightly trembling. Could it be that Pang Xinghua is through the relationship to get another 2,000 food stamps? Damn it! Li Jianxun handed back the money and food stamps and turned around to find Ma Dongsheng. Something had happened. He had to go and talk to Ma Dongsheng about the situation. Ma Dongsheng was looking at the documents when Li Jianxun breezed in. What's wrong? Ma Dongsheng frowned. Something's wrong. When learning that Pang Xinghua threw their own relations to find 2,000 food stamps, Ma Dongsheng also incredulous. Pang Xinghua's relationship is not in the Beijing Sea Steel? Why is there a connection here? And who would dare risk patching this hole for him? Are they all crazy? You made a move on his food stamps? Ma Dongsheng suddenly popped up. Li Jianxun froze for a moment, and then a little angry. All this time still want to get rid of clean. If not for your repeated hints, I will go to do it? Now you're talking about. He didn't finish his sentence. There was a sudden cacophony of noise from outside. You can't go in there. What are you doing? Hey, comrade policeman. When he heard that it was the police, Li Jianxun only felt a chill sweeping down his back. Something's wrong. Something must have happened. Pang Xinghua used his connections. The stuff is in my study at home. Immediately find someone to take it away. Old Ma, you won't be able to escape if something happens to me. He hurriedly whispered to Ma Dongsheng. When Ma Dongsheng heard it, he also exploded. This idiot actually stole the food stamps home. The door pushed open and Wang Haizi walked in with 2 policemen. Yo, Captain Wang, what are you? Ma Dongsheng frowned slightly. You are Li Jianxun? Wang Haizi ignored Ma Dongsheng and directly stared at Li Jianxun. I am, what do you want with me? Li Jianxun pretended to be calm. He guessed that there was a possibility that Pang Xinghua had reported himself, so the food stamps in the house would not be discovered, right? If it was really found, then he could only say that it was planted. Cuff them. Wang Haizi waved his hand. Captain Wang, what are you doing? Ma Dongsheng slammed the table and said angrily, you didn't greet me even when you came to a Red Star Machinery Factory to arrest people? What gives you the right to arrest me? Li Jianxun also got anxious and pushed away the approaching police officer. On what basis? Wang Haizi sneered, took out a file bag from his briefcase and threw it on the table, then threw 20 food stamps on the table. Recognize? No recognition. Li Jianxun instantly panicked, his legs were a little soft, and he looked at Ma Dongsheng for help. Does Qin Shui know? Wang Haizi continued to ask. As soon as he heard his wife's name, Li Jianxun immediately understood, the stupid woman will not be taken out to use it, right? The entire county in addition to them here is the textile factory has, but have not been issued down. If his wife took it. Recognize, my wife. Li Jianxun's heart was in turmoil for a while and he hated this stupid woman. That's good, you are suspected of counterfeiting food stamps, illegally selling counterfeit food stamps, come with us. Wang Haizi stepped forward and directly forcefully handcuffed Liao Jianxun. I didn't. Huh? What did you say? Counterfeit food stamps? This is. Li Jianxun just about to deny, but the next second dumbfounded, suspected of counterfeiting food stamps? Ma Dongsheng, who was ready to say a few words, didn't dare to speak. He went over to open the file bag, but the file bag is a pair of food stamps half finished and a few rubber stamps. and even a carving knife. See these? He looked incredulously at Li Jianchun. Are you crazy? You dare to fake it? Counterfeit food stamps? Li Jianchun also stared blankly, then yelled, "This isn't mine. This is not mine." Not yours? Your wife Qin Shui said it's yours, and she's selling 20 fake food stamps in the black market. People are caught, take them away. Wang Haizi pushed the person to his subordinate police officers. No. No. Old Ma. Old Ma, you save me. It's Pang Xinghua. It's Pang Xinghua. Li Jianchun understood that it must be Pang Xinghua. Pang Xinghua is letting him die. Chapter 93. Continuing to send fish to Red Star Machinery Factory. Ma Dongsheng, however, did not dare to say a word. If it was usual, even if it was the director of their county, and him and Li Jianchun also have to be polite, but now it is different. But when he saw Li Jianchun growling, he knew that he couldn't help. Li Jianchun knew too many of his secrets. Ma Dongsheng thought of this with a smile and said, "Comrade policeman, is this a misunderstanding?" Misunderstanding? Wang Haizi looked Ma Dongsheng up and down, then said, "Factory director Ma, I hope this matter has nothing to do with you. We found a large number of white paper edges and corners in Li Jianchun's house, as well as a number of papers cut to the size of food stamps, and Qin Shui has already admitted that this was done by Li Jianchun, and that the people and the stolen goods were captured. So do you think that this is a misunderstanding?" Ma Dongsheng immediately had a chill behind his back. It was over. Li Jianchun is finished. But if one does not save Li Jianchun will definitely tell what they did as well. Wang Haizi turned around and walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at Ma Dongsheng and said, "Plant Director Ma, it seems that you are also in the know. Let's go together to make a statement." "Huh? I didn't know about it. I didn't know about it." Ma Dongsheng panicked for a moment. In this current year, the person under investigation needs to prove his innocence by cooperating with the investigation and providing evidence to prove his innocence in order to be exonerated, and if he can't prove his innocence, take a walk. Wang Haizi, however, decided to bring it all back. Well, I'll come with you guys, I'll follow on my bike." Ma Dongsheng instantly hated Li Jianchun, but also afraid to die, or he is finished, afraid to sit through the bottom of the prison, and Li Jianchun this behavior is afraid of more than just sitting through the bottom of the prison, shot or possible. What's going on? Why did the police take factory director Li away? Even the horse factory has been taken away. What's going on? Soon the news spread, Red Star Machinery Factory alively. Pang Xinghua was sitting in the office, watching the finances handing out wages and food stamps, when he suddenly saw Zhang Huaqing squeezing in from the crowd. "Factory Director Pang, a basket of fish was delivered today." Zhang Huaqing took the list opened by Old Chen and smiled and nodded his head in sign. When Pang Xinghua saw Zhang Huaqing nodding, he also let out a long breath and laughed. "Thank you, it looks like we'll be able to eat fish in the factory again at noon today." He understood that Zhang Huaqing had retrieved the food stamps. The workers who were lining up to receive the money also had to talk to each other happily upon hearing this. With meat and fish, it's too comfortable. Li Jianchun's house? Pang Xinghua inquired in a low voice as he signed. Aha! Zhang Huaqing nodded his head. I'll take it from here, I won't let him go. Pang Xinghua decided to use his connections. As Zhang Huaqing said, if the root cause of the problem is not addressed, this is not the first time, nor is it the last time. He cannot guarantee that he will be able to pass smoothly in the future. Just then the deputy director of production, Ding Wei, hurriedly ran in and shouted, Pang Factory! Pang Factory! It's not good. Factory Li has been arrested by the police, and even Factory Ma has been taken away by the police. What? Pang Xinghua was really shocked and immediately said, what's going on? I heard that it is the wife of Li Factory to go to the black market to sell fake food stamps. Was caught by the police and captured, but also in the home searched out a number of counterfeiting tools and fake food stamps. Ding Wei himself said the first thing I want to do is to get rid of all the people who are in the world's most dangerous places. Li Jianchun is out of his mind. This is impossible. How could Li Factory do such a thing? Some workers don't believe, money also don't collect, turn around and run out. Li Jianchun here for more than 10 years, here many are his relatives and friends, or have relations. This is naturally the case with Ma Dongsheng. Pang Xinghua did not leave a trace of a glance at Zhang Huaqing, which was stuffed into Li Jianchun's home. How could Factory Li's lover go to the black market to sell fake food stamps? This is definitely fake news. Pang Xinghua couldn't figure out how Zhang Huaqing did it. And how did you get Li Jianchun's wife to sell fake food stamps on the black market? Or maybe selling real food stamps, but 1,000 times true. You also know that I have a good relationship with a little brother in the police department, caught a man in the act, and has also confessed. Li factory is finished, even the Ma factory will be implicated. Ding Wei is very shrewd, he has followed Ma Dongxing for many years. The first reaction is that Ma Dongxing is also in trouble. Pang Xinghua this kind of power behind the back of the fear that he will take over the position of Ma Dongxing, so he ran to the first time. Pang Xinghua already does not know what to say, but it is very risky. Zhang Huacheng made the ticket to fake very scary. Factory manager. It's not good for the factory manager. Factory Ma and Factory Li have been arrested. Another factory leader came running. One after another, 4 or 5 came. I already know, you guys keep an eye on the production, none of you should make any mistakes. Pang Xinghua's mind quickly reviewed, as long as Zhang Huacheng destroyed the 2,000 food stamps, as long as there were no surprises, there wouldn't be any mistakes. Li Jianchun was on the ropes and he couldn't explain it. Ma Dongxing will also be implicated. Ding Wei, they have said that there will be no problem. One by one, more than anyone else's eyes are hot, they see the opportunity. Ma Dongxing and Li Jianchun, if the fall, some of the leaders of the factory to follow the disaster, not to mention the workers, many of which are replacing someone else to come in, either spent money or Ma Dongxing and Li Jianchun's relatives and friends. Where are the tickets? Now the key lies in the 2,000 real food stamps that Zhang Huacheng took away, not a single one of which can go out. Pang Xinghua's heart was beating violently. It's all burned to ashes, and all of this handing out can be true. Zhang Huacheng whispered and left. Although 2,000 food stamps can be sold for $1,000 or so $100, but out of this gear he did not dare to take risks. Once the problem that will not be able to be undone, and he knows that these losses Pang Xinghua will double to make up for him. Pang Xinghua looked out the window and couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. When he finished handing out all the money and tickets, Xiaozhou excitedly ran over and said, "Plant manager, are they not coming back?" He was transferred back with Pang Xinghua, transferred to the Red Star Machinery Factory cannot be less suffering, but did not expect less than half a year's time suddenly appeared this turnaround. Go to Ding Wei and ask him to inquire. Understood. Zhou scurried away. Li Jianchun finished, and his wife Qin Shui's statement is a mess, but there is no doubt that Li Jianchun in the study made fake food stamps, and those found in his home and a large number of cut paper edges are also confirmed to be the shape of food stamps. Moreover, Li Jianchun is from a technical background, and is more than capable of carving, which gives Li Jianchun a mouthful. Qin Shui was scared to explain everything, and Li Jianchun had to tell the truth. Wan Haizi immediately took people to the factory to find some workers to look at the food stamps that were just issued, but found that they were all true, which made Li Jianchun also completely desperate, saying that someone helped Pang Xinghua to transfer 2,000 food stamps. Ma Dongxing was also bitten out by Qin Shui. Even Pang Xinghua was questioned, but for these Pang Xinghua had long been prepared, answered without a drop of water and easily passed. Qin Xiaodong and Luo Chang were delighted. Wang Haizi is going to apply for honorary recognition for them, there are bonuses and awards, but the money will not be too much. It is possible that there is only 100 yuan of money, the most will not be more than 500 yuan of money. The 60s on the report of meritorious personnel rewards are based on the spirit of the award, and even so they are also very proud of them. Zhang Huacheng let Qin Xiaodong get a dozen bags of coarse grains, and had a meal with Qin Xiaodong and the others, and it was already afternoon when he went back. Wang Lin and Doodle are very happy in his mother's home, there is a sister to accompany him. At night, Big Brother will come back, Mom and Dad will treat him like a treasure to provide. He simply let their mother and daughter to stay in the mother's home for a few more days. After all, the old Chen's house is in trouble, who knows whether there will be crazy continue to go to the door to make trouble. Brother, are we still going to the Black Mountain Brigade? Taizhu looked at the sky. Zhang Huacheng also did not expect to return so late today, but fortunately everything went well. Looking up at the sky, he said, "Tonight, we'll go to the Black Mountain Brigade at midnight, and we'll take them to move the wolves in the early hours of the morning. Those killed wolves must be brought back as soon as possible. Once the dog packs, wolves and other carnivorous predators appear, the wolves they fought with their lives that will be all ruined." Taizhu nodded his head repeatedly at the words. Chapter 94 Asking for help from the Black Hills Brigade. When they returned to Chintang Sanli drainage, they found the brigade quiet, making Zhang Huacheng wonder. Are you done? After arriving home, the second dog said the reason. The commune came in the morning, arrested more than a dozen elders of the old Chen family, even the old uncle was taken away. The old Chen family, one by one, so scared that they are hiding in their homes do not dare to go out, for fear of being taken away. What's this about arresting so many people? How is Chen Qiuyang? Zhang Huacheng thought of a few unlucky people who were sent to the county hospital, and estimated that they would be miserable even if they could survive. The second dog shook his head and said, "No news, but Chen Biao's parents went to the brigade in the morning to return his gun to the brigade, saying that he was not a mountain guard, and that Chen Biao had been arrested by the commune. Chen Biao was taken too? Zhang Huaqing thought about it and estimated that as a mountain watchman taking so many people into the mountains in an accident, he must be the one to take the responsibility. Never mind them, let's eat and go into the mountains at night to the Black Hills Brigade. Zhang Huaqing didn't care about that either. These years and decades later is not the same, as long as the commune to take away, not guilty also have to take off layers of skin, not to mention that they have long been targeted. The old Chen family this time is considered completely planted, but Wang Kuei is expected to be implicated. I do not know if I can still come back. As soon as he heard about dinner, Taizhu was so happy that he grinned, but the amount of rice Song Xinxin made was too small, and Zhang Huaqing had to come back with another big pot of stir-fried red fox meat so that they could have enough to eat. Coco has obviously adapted after a few days here, cuddling with the cloth tiger as she plays with the pony mule, giggling happily every now and then. Song Xinxin, on the other hand, thought about Yang Qi with a sad face and couldn't see a single smile. What are we doing this afternoon? Two Dog wants to collect the fish. After all, there's money to be made from harvesting fish, and Two Dog is obsessed with making money. Later, Taizhu will dig a cellar at home, and you and I will go into the mountains to cut down some small trees and come back to pave the cellar. Zhang Huaqing would have to create a natural large freezer, otherwise where would so many wolves be brought back and placed? Dig a cellar in the yard, lay wood underneath, and fill the crevices with water. The temperature outside will soon freeze, and then a head of wolves can be skinned and stored in it, and covered with wood, covered with snow, and stored for 2 or 3 months without spoiling. Do not say 2 or 3 months, is half a month. He can all sell out. The Red Star Machinery Factory will later become He Sells Meat Big, will also be eating fish big. After all, a meal consumption is very powerful. But these days they can't have big fish and meat every day, they still have to rely on the morning market and the black market together. After eating they started to work. Zhang Huaqing shoveled all the snow from the corners of the walls, drew a rectangle on the ground, and dug down to a depth of 1.5 meters. Then he hurriedly said, "Quickly enter the house, quickly." Zhang Huaqing quickly spoke to Zhao Feng about his intentions, and when he learned that they had fought a wolf pack that they needed to carry the wolves back, Zhao Feng doubted that he was dreaming, but he did believe it since they had the record of destroying the dog pack as a group. How many are needed? The Black Hills Brigade is not short of men. This season their brigade can't do anything but weave wattle and daub. Zhao Feng told the brigade cadres to go and give notice. It's dangerous to go into the mountains, and having a gun is a lifesaver. One after another, members of the community came running. Taizhu? Older brother Hua Cheng, you guys are here. Li Laoshi also came and ran over in surprise at the sight of Taizhu and the others. Tijua scratched his head and grinned. Brotherly, is Sister Yunyan's foot better? If it's better you can come with us. Zhang Huaqing looked behind elderly and there was no one else. Well sharp, I'll let the young lady come. Li Laoshi hurried back. This Li Laoshi, just thinking about letting the young lady go to a good life. Zhao Feng also couldn't help but laugh and joked. After all, Li Yunyang went with Taizhu, the family can also save a little bit of grain land, and Yunyang still went to a good life. Li Laoshi's family couldn't wait to let take away quickly. Soon Li Yunyang followed, wearing a new cotton jacket tied with a red headband, a flowery cloth bag hanging from her shoulder, shyly bowing her head and standing next to Taizhu. Sending a bride? A brigade member speculated. Can't be, it's nighttime, it'll be hours before sunrise, won't it? I thought we were told to carry grain. There's food again? There were more than 20 of them, one from each house, 27 men in one breath, some carrying guns, some carrying bows, and some carrying hunting forks. Uncle Zhao, is the fish trap ready? Zhang Huaqing also came this time to fetch fish traps so that he could expand his fishing. Made a couple extra and they're all done, just in time for you to take with you. Zhao Feng immediately told the warehouse custodian to go and bring someone to get it. A couple of the small fish traps I saw earlier too. White Mountain Lake and the willow root fish, these small fish taste very good, especially fried, is definitely the best snack these days. Little fish basket Zhang Huaqing also wanted to try. Take it all away, if it's not enough we can make up more, we have nothing to do anyway. This thing has no value for the Black Mountain Brigade, there is no use to keep it, only to sell it to the commune, but the commune can't give back a few labor points for picking and choosing. If they could exchange food, would. Brother, fight? Taizhu is going to touch the gun. It's hard for you to hit it with a gun, I'll just hit it. Zhang Huaqing took out his slingshot, and when he was quietly close enough, he aimed it at a sizable red fox. This red fox was struggling to pick at the frozen chunks of wolf entrails. Boo! A stone hit it precisely on the head, and the red fox instantly flopped over in the snow without moving. Good luck. Zhang Huaqing smiled faintly and aimed at the second one. This one, however, was not killed at once, and uttered a piercing cry of grief, and struggled and tumbled, and in a moment the other foxes fled screaming in every direction, and even the weasels darted away. Chapter 95 News of Jinseng. It's become a foxhole. Zhang Huaqing was also shocked when he saw a dozen or so foxes fleeing in all directions. There were really many foxes in this mountain. His hands weren't idle, and he hit 3 in a row with a wide open hand. Brother, do you want to come squatting them sometime? Taizhu knew that fox skins were worth money and the meat could be eaten, running away so much he looked a little heartbroken. Zhang Huaqing sniffed and laughed. Squatting these things is not as good as fishing. Smash the ice. Iron Pillar scratched his head and went to smash the ice. Zhang Huaqing, on the other hand, disemboweled one fox after another. The fishy odor of these foxes' entrails was very heavy and best suited for fish bait. While they were busy, Zhao Feng and the rest of them, one by one, were looking dumbfounded. This big snow pile was full of wolf corpses? It was important to realize that wolves were almost impossible to hit. They were too fast and would quickly escape if they didn't hit the vitals, but now they were seeing at least dozens of wolves. How many have you guys fought? This can't be the large wolf pack you guys were talking about the other day? Chen Xingwan's voice was trembling a bit. God, that's fierce, isn't it? 3 men fighting a pack of wolves? Yeah, 50 or so of these. The second dog picks at the snowdrifts. They've already made 2 trips back on their backs, or else it's 60 or so heads. Almost all headshots. A veteran hunter from the Black Hills Brigade is shocked to the core. The Black Mountain Brigade is a famous hunter brigade. They know wolves very well, who can manage to hit the head of a gray wolf running at high speed. Watching fought, didn't he, and you guys weren't hurt? I see that Taizhu's wolfskin coat seems to have a patch sewn on it. Li Laoshi had already seen Zhang Huaqing's marksmanship, and didn't even take it seriously in the face of the dog group, and even let Taizhu and Erdog practice their guns on an ad hoc basis. He'd noticed on the way that Taizhu's wolfskin coat had been mended. Li Yonyang also hurriedly looked at Erdog when she heard this. No injuries, just a bunch of wolf cubs. You guys eat something to pad your stomachs. Carrying the wolves later will be tiring. Erdog threw the cloth bag in the basket to Li Yonyang, signaling her to share it. He said it lightly, but Zhao Feng and the others knew that it definitely wasn't that simple. Li Yonyang hurriedly began to distribute the steamed buns. There are still steamed buns to eat, huh? White bread. I haven't had white bread in years. I'll bring it back for the kids to try. It smells so good. I'll eat a few mouthfuls of padding stomach. Do not wait for the starvation of no strength to delay the matter. In the future we do not lack of food. See some members of the community as soon as they get the steamed buns to put into their arms. Zhao Feng immediately stopped. In the afternoon just steamed buns, although cold but still soft. Hungry men eat one by one, cannot swallow. Divide it all up, we're not short of food. Erdog saw a dozen steamed buns left in the cloth bag Li Yonyang was holding and gestured for her to share them all. When Zhang Huaqing came back, a group of Black Mountain Brigade Hans were assigned, some to carry 2 heads, none of them left 1 head for them. The end that Li Yonyang was going to carry was thrown into the basket by Taizhu. Ah? You mean? Zhao Feng heard where cannot understand, but let him shout he cannot shout, afraid of his own ancestors from the ground to drill out to beat him. How did you buy it? Zhao Feng was speechless. No wonder it looked a bit familiar. It was the same head. Black market. How much? $400. Hiss. Seeing Zhao Feng's eyes as if he was looking at an ingrate, Zhang Huaqing understood. Without a bed does not sleep, sticky, eating on the table, moving, pampered, and also play a little temper. Put in a few decades later proper super Netflix little horse mule, but in this era this kind of little horse mule if you do not correct can only be faced with a big pot of stew in the future. $400 for a head of this stuff. Anyone looking at him feels like an ingrate. By the way, the Poplar Brigade has ginseng, too. Zhao Feng came out of nowhere. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaqing was pleasantly surprised. Do they have a lot of ginseng? They go into the mountains all year round and definitely dig up more ginseng than we do, but chances are they've sold some of the ones they dared to go to the black market as well. Zhao Feng nodded. The Poplar Brigade belonged to the mountains as much as they did, and they dared to do anything that made money. Black market? Xin Xiaodong had said that ginseng rarely appeared on the black market, and that they were all 1 or 2 small vintages, which meant that their ginseng was still in their hands. Uncle Zhao, can I trouble you with something? You want their ginseng? If it's possible, whether it's money or food stamps or cloth stamps or grain, just trade at the Black Hills Brigade when the time comes. Zhang Huachang was aware of how profitable ginseng was. Now it seems that this little horse mule is not a loss, although it is a question of whether it can work in the future, but now at least the family likes it, just as a pet for Doodle and Xiaoya. Simple. Zhao Feng agreed and said that he would go back to the Poplar Tree Brigade to find their secretary to communicate. Can go to the black market to sell horses and mules, the guts naturally have no say. If there is ginseng, there is Zhao Feng to lead, but also really let him all to buy. It's time to make another wave of money. Song Xinshin heard the commotion, got up, saw so many people came, also startled, learned that they are all Zhang Huachang found to help move things only out of anger. Zhang Huachang was also busy cooking. Work hard to come and say what you have to do to get people to eat. Second dog, you go to my mom's house and bring all the dishes. Seeing that second dog had finished his work and came in, Zhang Huachang immediately signaled. There were at most a dozen dishes and plates in the house, counting all the dishes and plates, which was a big deal to have these days, but apparently not enough now. Good. Two dogs nodded. Bring your family's dishes and saucers too. Got it. Two dog turned away. A group of Black Mountain Brigade of men are consciously in the house against the wall to sit down, some even just leaned against the wall on the sleep, the house kong burning fire hot, but also do not worry about freezing. Cut the meat and slice the pasta. Zhang Huachang looked at the time. Before 7 o'clock he had to let them leave with the grain on their backs and try not to let the rest of the brigade see them. Chen Xingwang stood in front of the desk, looking at the 3 books of Dream of Red Mansions placed on the table, as also for a while cannot react. Currently this is a banned book, is not allowed to read. He hadn't even read it, only heard about it from the book people. Sit down and watch for a while, the meal will still have to wait for a while. Zhang Huachang saw that Chen Xingwang had been pushing his weathered glasses, so he came over and gestured with a smile. Can I watch? Chen Xingwang was overjoyed. Being able to read, isn't that what books are for? Zhang Huachang nodded with a smile and lit the oil lamp on the desk again. Chen Xingwang sat down and carefully lifted the first page. Soon not only the second dog came back, even the flower bell and Xiaoya also held dishes and followed. Xiaoya was scared by a room of people, hiding to Zhang Huachang's side, do not dare to move. Huabing, on the other hand, enthusiastically looked for Li Yanyang to chat with her, apparently because Ergu had already told her that Li Yanyang was Tieju's daughter-in-law. Where could Li Yanyang block the passionate flower bell? Her face reddened and she panicked a little. I said, how come second dog can't look at the girl from our Black Mountain Brigade? It turns out that he has a favorite, that's not surprising. Zhao Feng is very refined, a glance to see that the second dog is like this lively and beautiful girl, no wonder several times to introduce him to the object were rejected. Their life really cannot be compared with us. A brigade cadres looked around enviously, food and use of everything is not lacking, white flour and do not want money like a poor half a bag. Should I apply to the commune to come to Chentang Sanliquan? Zhao Feng, who was bent on going to the Oriental Red Brigade, also didn't want to go to the Oriental Red Brigade, and it was not bad to come here. Chentang 3 miles of drainage is also considered a small famous rich brigade, of course, is compared to the neighborhood of these brigades is considered rich, after all, people have a brick kiln. The commune has also been trying to get them out of the mountains and should be able to agree. The aroma wafted out of the pot, and even the sleeping ones unconsciously opened their eyes. All get bowls for your food. Come and get in line. Zhang Huachang a series of 5 large pots of noodles before stopping, which is still Zhao Feng stopped, not allowed to go down, one by one, the members of the Black Mountain Brigade to eat the eyes of the light. They have been a long time have not eaten a full meal, not to mention the white flour under the noodle chips. Song Xinshin also wiped the sweat from her forehead and secretly let out a breath. The pieces of pasta that came down couldn't keep up with what they were eating. 600 pounds of grain is still easy for Zhao Feng to carry back to them, and they are not worried about the danger in the mountains now. They have many guns and many people, even if the large wolves do not dare to provoke them. What's more, the wolves in the neighborhood had also been beaten cleanly by Zhang Huachang and the others. It was dawn when Zhang Huachang sent them to the mountains. Young Yang, work hard from now on. Li Laoshi kept urging before he left. Well, father, you take care of mother, and the younger siblings, I will go back to see you. Li Yonyang also kept wiping her tears. She knew that after that she would no longer belong to the Black Hills Brigade. No need to look, father will take care of it, don't cause trouble for Taiju and the others. Li Laoshi was afraid that it would make Taiju and the others dissatisfied. He also took one step and turned back 3 times, his old eyes reddening. No trouble, we'll be there often. Zhang Huachang waved his hand back. Soon the group of people disappeared into the vast expanse of ice and snow. Chapter 96 A newly refreshed mansion house. Flower Bell, go home and call Dad and Big Brother to work. Zhang Huacheng patted the flour bell. The wolves in the yard have to be skinned and the grease has to be scraped, and the job can't be finished in 2 days, so we have to get the family to help. Good. Flour bell on hearing dragged Xiaoya to run. Xiaoya still do not want to go back to the house, struggling also useless, hard to be dragged away. Going down to the fish trap? Two dog pointed to the mountains. A bunch of fish traps are still thrown in the mountains. There's no rush on this, let's arrange for Young Yang first. Taizhu, you take Young Yang to the Fuzhuang brigade now to call up Auntie and the others, and go into the city with us. There is no hurry in catching fish, and too much of it can't be sold. There is no shortage of meat and fish at all now, and they are the only ones to catch the fish in the whole of White Mountain Lake. The fish can't get away. He's also going to look at the specifics of the Red Star machine shop. Is Big Sister going too? Taizhu had always wanted to take his big sister to the city to eat noodles, and this time he finally had the chance. I'll go, and later you'll meet us at the main intersection. Zhang Huacheng nodded with a smile. Aha! Taizhu nodded happily and rushed toward the Fuzhuang brigade with the blushingly Yun Yang. Soon Flower Bell came running back, and so did her old father and big brother. When they saw a pile of wolves hidden in the yard, they were dumbfounded. The brigade used to watch the mountain guards kill a wolf. The whole brigade came to watch, banging gongs and drums, and hit the old lone wolf, which... This mountain guard is becoming a mountain slaughterer. How do you fight this? How many skins and how much wolf oil does it take? The old father was shocked. Zhang Huchen is also numb. There are still so many piles of skins at home that have not been disposed of, and now there are dozens more all of a sudden? When they were about to ask Zhang Huacheng about it, they realized that everyone had run away. Zhang Huacheng took the second dog to the county town, and Huabing pulled Xiaoya to follow with a smile, yelling that she had to go to help Taizhu decorate the new house. At the big intersection, Taizhu was already waiting for them, perhaps because he was afraid of troubling Zhang Huacheng and the others. Wang Fugui and the two children didn't come, only the big sister and Zhao Shanglan came. Auntie! Flower Town, 2 dogs, please. Zhao Shanglan was embarrassed that it was supposed to be her parents' business, but she let Zhang Hua and the others cover. Zhang Huacheng led them straight to the mansion. Erwin, aren't you going to eat the donuts? My stomach is growling. Xiaoya was still thinking about eating the donuts, but it turned out that Zhang Huacheng had no intention of eating. Don't listen to her, she just drank 3 big bowls of congee the moment she got home. Flower Bell directly pierced through Xiaoya's lies. Only 3 big bowls of porridge? Is it a bad appetite or a bad mood? The second dog Ili added a knife, and was so angry that Xiaoya wailed and complained. I'll get someone to buy you guys some donuts later. Taizhu and I still have to make a delivery, so we don't have time to eat. Zhang Huacheng comforted Xiaoya. The early market cannot be sold, come late, black market selling trouble. Now he is going to go to the Red Star Machinery Factory to see what is the situation of the Red Star Machinery Factory now, and hope that there will not be any accidents. When they arrived at the mansion, not to mention Zhao Shanglan looking dumbfounded, even Hua Ling couldn't walk with wide eyes. She didn't expect her second brother to buy such a large set of mansion. It's too broad. This is the kind of house only landlords used to live in, isn't it? Is it okay to live in this mansion? Zhao Shanglan was surprised and scared. You won't be criticized for living in this house, will you? Auntie, don't worry, the formalities here are complete and the connections are in place, there's no need to worry. Zhang Huacheng comforted and led them into the courtyard. Into the courtyard after Li Yonyang shocked speechless, she also thought that many people living inside is to buy one of the room, but now look at this, actually a whole set of all. Big brother, you can come. Qin Xiaodong was lying on a recliner and swing. As soon as he saw that Zhang Huacheng had arrived, he hurriedly ran over. Old Ding Thunder and the others are working. They all waved their hands in greeting even when they saw Zhang Huacheng coming. Today there are a few more new faces, obviously the workers they found are busy. Just 2 days the place has a new look. Lao Ding has repaired all the doors and windows and repainted them with red paint. Xiaodong, did you get the rooms that I asked you to pack first? Zhang Huacheng took a look around and was deeply satisfied. This would all be finished in a few more days. He inquired about Qin Xiaodong. Hole out. Qin Xiaodong surveyed the group of people who had followed him and laughed. He. Old Ding worked with the lights on until midnight last night to type out all the first set of furniture you wanted. Zhang Huacheng had Old Ding beat up a set of tables and chairs, a cupboard in 3 boxes. Hard work, guys. Zhang Huacheng was a bit surprised, not expecting Old Ding to be quite reliable. Hey, this hard work has nothing to do with him. Old Ding heard and immediately ran out of the house, covered in wood shavings and dust. TSK. Why are you still complaining to Big Brother? I didn't come here to wait for Big Brother. old Ding, you're really something. Qin Xiaodong saw that Lao Ding came to complain and rushed up to kick 2 feet. At one time old timer was running all over the yard. When he learns that Li Yonyang is going to get married here with Taizhu, Lao Ding immediately offers to help them fight some more furniture, and Qin Xiaodong also says that he will go back to prepare a little wedding gift for Taizhu. Where's Luo Chang? Zhang Huacheng looked around and didn't see Luo Chang. Went to the black market to keep an eye on it. By the way, big brother, sold all the wolf meat from yesterday, money for you. Qin Xiaodong wanted to take out money, but Zhang Huacheng stopped him. Take the money and go buy some pots and pans and other household items for me, and some more melon seeds and pine nuts, and yes, fruit candies. Taizhu is going to have a simple wedding here, and it's only natural that these things should be available. Some things require tickets, which are troublesome to buy, but it's much easier for Qin Xiaodong to go and buy them instead. When this side was all arranged, Zhang Huacheng rushed to Red Star Machinery Factory with Taizhu. There you are, little comrades. The guards at the gate let it go straight through. Our factory director said that you will be released directly if you come. Seeing that Zhang Huacheng was a bit stunned, the guard smiled and explained. Thank you, comrade. Zhang Huacheng smiled and thanked him. It's us who thank you, we haven't seen meat in a long time before you came. The guard saluted and went on to stand guard. It looks like Pang Xinghua has a lot of power. Zhang Huacheng knew that this was also a signal from Pang Xinghua, and he first brought Taizhu to the cafeteria. Old money at a glance they came enthusiastic and see relatives in general, when saw a wolf and a basket of fish, also smiled from ear to ear. Little comrade, how come there are no big fish over 4 pounds? Old money poured out the frozen hard fish and was a little disappointed not to see any big fish. Yes, I'll bring you some tomorrow. Zhang Huacheng casually responded to a sentence. More than 4 pounds of fish, black market price is higher. To the mechanical plant close to 500 workers to eat is really a bit of a waste, might as well eat smaller. Bigger fish he can sell for more money. Old money smiled with his eyebrows as soon as he heard this. It's not for us to eat, we're saving it for the leader. Old money looked around and whispered, I heard that Pang Factory is now temporarily taking over all the work in the factory, and our cafeteria has to suck up to it. Yeah? Okay, I'll bring a couple more tomorrow. Zhang Huacheng could see that this old money was also testing, but also had the intention to show goodwill, so he casually responded and did not say much else. I guess old money also sensed that he and Pang Xinghua were somewhat related. The old money smiled and went to open the note, and he was really trying, because in the morning Pang Xinghua personally came to greet him. Zhang Huacheng pondered, since Pang Xinghua temporarily replaced all the work in the factory, it also means that Ma Dongxing has found out the problem, otherwise the above could not be. Well, yeah, it's just these 3 books. A smile appeared on Pang Xinghua's face. What's the outcome of Li Jianchun's food stamp counterfeiting? Zhang Huacheng also came to explore the news. If in a few decades this tactic is to seek death, but in the current Li Jianchun simply cannot explain, as long as he cannot explain is guilty, the current is so. Pleaded guilty. Recognized? Zhang Huacheng was surprised, not expecting Li Jianchun to recognize it. He did not recognize also have to recognize, the wife recognized. Li Jianchun did not say with his wife were the food stamps, so that her wife to help cut the paper. It is said to be a beating on the recognition, even my Dongxing were dragged down. Fortunately I came only half a year ago has been contradictory with them, or else it is not necessary to be brought to the Public Security Bureau investigation. Pang Xinghua took out a small stack of vouchers and handed them to him as he spoke. These are all found in the office of Ma Dongxing and Li Jianchun. You can rest assured that you can use them. They are all pressed by them to give to those relatives and friends of theirs. Zhang Huacheng was also delighted when he received it. Although there were only a few dozen of them, there were bicycle tickets and sewing machine tickets in it, and even a watch ticket that he had always wanted. 2 bicycle tickets, 3 sewing machine tickets, 1 watch ticket, 10 city feet of 10 special cloth tickets, and 10 city feet of 10 military cloth tickets. How come there are still military ones? Zhang Huacheng surprised, actually have military cloth ticket and special cloth ticket. This kind is exclusively for the troops, the whole country common not to mention, and can choose the best fabric, such as corduroy this kind. Our Red Star Machinery Factory's Dongfanghong tractors are supplied to the troops over in the northern Great Wilderness to assist them in clearing the land, and this kind of thing gets some extra from there every year, so don't worry about using it, and no matter if it's a special cloth ticket or a military one, you can choose the best fabric. Pang Xinghua also talked to him about the role of special cloth stamps and military cloth stamps. But he didn't know that Zhang Huacheng knew better than him. Thank you, Uncle Pong, I'll take it then. Zhang Huacheng was not polite and directly accepted all of them. He didn't care much about the bicycle ticket, but the sewing machine ticket and the watch ticket were different. With the watch ticket, he would be able to accurately know the time when he went into the mountains in the future. Seeing Zhang Huacheng accept it directly, Pang Xinghua also nodded with satisfaction. In the future, if you have any difficulties, just talk to Uncle, and there is also the quota for the Red Star Machinery Factory. When I come back from the province, then I will remove all those imposters, and retrieve those workers who originally belonged to us here who can be retrieved. All of them? Zhang Huacheng was surprised. If all of them were removed, the number would be quite large for fear. He also understands the meaning of Pang Xinghua's words, so naturally the number of places will be less, and then it will not be a matter of 1 or 2 places. Ma Dongxing and Li Jianchen here for more than 10 years, leaving behind the class is also deep-rooted. Not without strong medicine is not possible, this time to go to the province partly also for this matter. By the way, are you interested in following Uncle Ah? Seeing Pang Xinghua looking at himself with burning eyes, Zhang Huacheng shook his head decisively. These days it's best to hide honestly in the mountains. No, you can't see us for this paycheck. Pang Xinghua sighed a little disappointed. Last night he went to Wang Zhengong's house and didn't say anything, he just went to drink, but he also asked some things about Zhang Huacheng one after another. Since the food station jobs were turned down, it was only natural to turn him down. Zhang Huacheng naturally could not agree. These days going official, for a man who likes to mess with money, what is the difference between this and sending him to his death? You go to Xiaozhou to get the money. Xiaozhou's side has a batch of soap tickets and kerosene tickets, cotton tickets, which are for rewarding the workers. You can get the tickets to discount the money. After chatting for a while, Pang Xinghua saw that Zhang Huacheng had no intention of staying on, so he let him go. 5 minutes later Zhou came running. Plant manager, the little comrade changed some tickets and left. Well, these few ledgers you take to reconcile the accounts, and give them to me before finishing work. Pang Xinghua handed the account books to Xiao Zhou. He was most annoyed by the fact that he came from a technical background and was looking at the accounts. Zhou took the ledger and left. Pang Xinghua took a sip of water and shook his head with a smile. Before, but a third of this boy's decisiveness would not have gotten here. He had regretted it a long time ago, but there was no use regretting it. Zhang Huacheng also made a fortune. Bicycle tickets and sewing tickets price imbalance with the plan to control the price is extremely high, especially sewing machine tickets this time has far exceeded the price of sewing machines. He remembers in 1965 Harbin black market case, a butterfly brand of sewing machine tickets to 320 yuan sky-high price, but they have not yet reached this price here. When he and Taizhu returned to the mansion, Xiaoya wailed and ran to hug his leg, just wanting to go out and play and eat good food. Second brother, why don't you take Xiaoya to find second sister-in-law and doodle? Flower Bell ran over, busier than anyone else with a chicken feather duster. She loved the mansion so much. She even wants to live here. Aha! Xiaoya nodded her head once she heard it. Zhang Huacheng looked at the busy group of people, and then looked at the teary-eyed little girl, and nodded, so he took this little girl out to have some fun. Xiaodong! Zhang Huacheng shouted. Brother, what is it? She and Xiaodong ran out. Take them to a restaurant at noon, I'll go and accompany my wife and children. Zhang Huacheng planned to eat with Wang Lin and the girls at noon, and he was relieved to have Qin Xiaodong over here. On the Bag brothers. Qin Xiaodong immediately patted his chest. There was also a cheer when we heard that we were going down to the restaurant at noon. Wang Lin these 2 days in a very good mood. Doodle has become the treasure of the family, big sister to buy her new clothes, big brother is to eat and play to buy a bunch. She couldn't help but wake up laughing in her dreams for the past 2 nights. The family is now on their way to the department store to buy some wedding supplies for their new sister-in-law. Wang Gillen stood at the door early holding Doodle and waiting. Seeing that his sister and fiancé were still milling about, he couldn't help but shout, "Hurry up, you guys, it's cold outside." Cold you don't know to wear more who let you carry Doodle out how small she is you don't know. Xin Yu's disgruntled voice came. Just ready to carry Doodle into the house, suddenly saw Doodle happily raised his little hand and smiled, looking behind him or laughing out loud. Wang Gillen followed Doodle's gaze. He froze for a moment, but it was Zhang Huacheng who came. Brother, it's been a long time. Zhang Huacheng snorted. Well, long time no see, came by yourself, enter the house. Wang Gillen originally wanted to be as stern as before, but remembered that his sister was doing well, and the family was all satisfied, so it was not like to be stern again. And it was this brother-in-law who settled for the fish he married. So he tried to smile, and ended up smiling harder than he cried. Zhang Huacheng took Doodle and kissed him fiercely twice. Doodle couldn't stop giggling. When Xiaoya saw the outsiders, she honestly hid behind Zhang Huacheng's legs and carefully surveyed the surroundings. Wang Lin and Luo Xiaoqian ran into each other just after they came out, one with a surprised face and the other full of curiosity. You're just in time, we were about to go to the department store to buy wedding supplies. Huacheng, this is my sister-in-law. Wang Lin happily went forward and took Zhang Huacheng's arm. Xiaoya hurriedly hugged her legs, and Wang Lin then noticed that Xiaoya had also come. Hello? Zhang Huacheng nodded to Luo Xiaoqian. Hello, I'm Gillen's fiancé Luo Xiaoqian. Luo Xiaoqian didn't expect Zhang Huacheng, who had a high reputation and was hard to judge, to actually look tall and handsome without a hint of a rural person. Aya, Huacheng is here. Xinyu was happy to hear a look and said, it's just in time, we're all going to the mall as a family. Wang Zhengang also pushed his bicycle out and nodded to Zhang Huacheng. His heart also strayed mumble, Pang Xinghua this eye over the top of the guy even looked down on him. Yesterday dinner actually asked whether it is possible to let their son-in-law to go to work in the Red Star Machinery Factory. Is that a drug in the meat? The group headed toward the department store. Zhang Huacheng also thought of going to buy a watch, but now go to buy, more or less a bit of showing off suspicion, forget it, later or quietly buy it. Should I buy my great-uncle a wedding gift? After all, a portion of the salary earned by his great-uncle over the past few years could have been subsidized to their family. Chapter 98 Premium Candy. The department stores in small counties in the 1960s epitomized the lack of supplies in the planned economy era, with monotonous commodities, but they were the supply stations for regular living supplies. Luo Xiaoqian and Hua Ling's character is very similar, pulling Wang Lin along the way chattering non-stop, and Wang Gillen, the opposite of this stuffy. Going to Red Star Machinery Factory today? Xinyu saw that their atmosphere was a bit awkward and tried to ease it. Go for it. Zhang Huacheng nodded his head. Huacheng, Uncle Pang even came to the house last night and wanted you to work at Red Star Machinery Factory. Wang Lin heard the Red Star Machinery Factory remembered the main thing, if you can work as a worker in the Red Star Machinery Factory that can be better than the food station, the treatment is better than the food station. Zhang Huacheng froze for a moment, not realizing that Pang Xinghua had come to ask last night. It seemed like he really wanted himself to follow him. Wang Zhengang also dryly said, Red Star Machinery Factory work can be very rare, is that your Uncle Pang is also very difficult to get the quota. The last time I and your mother to your big brother him to help, he is very difficult to do, this time there should be a quota, this is a rare opportunity to grasp on the grasp. He knew that Zhang Huacheng could not see the meager income of the food station, but the Red Star Machinery Factory was different, and it was usually only some of the retired troops who could get a letter of introduction to the Red Star Machinery Factory. Dad. Mom. Just when Zhang Huacheng didn't know how to refuse, Luo Xiaoqian suddenly waved her hand, and at the entrance of the department store there was a couple of workers in work uniforms waving at them. Master Wang, Sister Shin. The couple immediately welcomed them. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xinyu was a little embarrassed. We're also just here, Xiaoxian is good at everything, but she just dawdles when she goes out, in the future Gillen can be more tolerant. The two families met, and one was all smiles. Zhang Huacheng surveyed, this family are workers, the man wears the work clothes of the textile factory, the woman wears the work clothes of the clothing factory, this family of 3 workers, it is really the right family. Sugar. Doodle suddenly pointed to the department store. She had been here the last 2 days and knew there was candy inside. Okay, Daddy will buy you candies. Zhang Huacheng was not short of tickets now, he had all kinds of tickets, not to mention buying candies, he could buy some high-grade snacks inside. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya vigorously tugged on her second brother, indicating that she also wanted it, but was ignored by Zhang Huacheng. Into the department store Zhang Huacheng took Wang Lin and the girls straight to the snack area, although it was the era of scarcity of supplies, but money and tickets can still buy some good things. Fruitcake is over there. Wang Lin saw Zhang Huacheng lead them to the dim sum area and reminded them in a low voice that the dim sum here was expensive, not to mention the fact that they had to be paired with a ticket in order to purchase it. Zhang Huacheng took a glance at the Iraqi honey dates, which are the current imported candied dates, sweet and fascinating, a caddy of the selling price of 40 cents, belonging to the high-priced snacks, usually visit the sick or gifts will buy, eaten glass bottles will also be kept as a container. Hello comrade, give me 2 bottles of dates. Zhang Huacheng pointed to the Iraqi honey dates that were placed high above the ground. The salesman, a man, was still organizing the shelves, and without lifting his head when he heard it, he said, these are imported honey dates, they need to be accompanied by sugar or cloth tickets, industrial coupons are also available, and 2 bottles will require 1 industrial coupon. It's okay. Zhang Huacheng is not short of tickets. When the purchase was finished, Zhang Huacheng looked at the cans of sugar water that the salesman had placed on the shelf and said, 3 more cans, please. The cans of orange petals, sweet water is precious these days, you usually scoop a spoonful when you're sick, and the empty bottles are great for salt and oil, and even as a dowry. Xiaoyao was so happy that she didn't mind being heavy even when she carried the netting. Your brother and the others are buying sewing machines here? Zhang Huacheng led Wang Lin around for a while, but saw a family gathered around looking at a sewing machine. Can't buy it, no tickets. Wang Lin whispered. Can't, can you? Zhang Huacheng was dismayed, not to mention the old father-in-law's family, or this sister-in-law's family of 3 sewing-related workers, can still not have sewing machine tickets? Really? Wang Lin nodded. Sewing machine tickets have gone up in price on the black market in the past 2 days and are still out of stock, but I've heard my sister-in-law say that the factory will allocate one to Uncle Luo next year. Can't mom and dad get sewing machine tickets either? Zhang Huacheng was surprised. It shouldn't be hard when the food station directors are all related. Flower City, like you don't have to give. Wang Lin listened and quietly took it back. Give it, your brother has helped us a lot over the years, and your dad is so facetious. Zhang Huacheng saw that Wang Lin was a bit reluctant to give up, and he was also crying and laughing. Wang Zhengong was definitely the kind of face that couldn't be lost, or else he wouldn't have been able to run the black market to find 4-pound fish and ask for 20 in one breath. Wang Lin listened before nodding and taking the sewing machine ticket over. Brother, this is Flower City's congratulatory gift to you for your new marriage. Wang Lin slipped 4 tickets to Wang Gilin. Hiss. Wang Gilin didn't expect his sister to stuff the tickets over, and was shocked when he took a look. Sewing machine tickets with special cloth tickets, and 2 1-pound high-grade sugar tickets. Sewing machine tickets? Xinyu's eyes are sharp and she is also shocked. How does her daughter still have a sewing machine ticket? She hurriedly looked at Zhang Huacheng, who had obviously gotten this ticket. Let's see. Wang Zhengong stepped forward and carefully took the ticket. Where did you get these? You can still get sewing machine tickets on the black market, but special cloth tickets and high-grade candy tickets, where do you get this stuff? He was well aware that special cloth stamps and high-grade sugar stamps were hard to come by. Chapter 99 War Letters from the Southerners. Luo Xiaoqian's family also looked stunned. Sewing machine tickets all of a sudden? And there are also special cloth tickets, but even corduroy this kind of high-grade fabric can be bought, high-grade sugar tickets are even able to buy red shrimp pastry this kind of luxury candy. Huacheng, this ticket? Wang Zhengong came to Zhang Huacheng with the ticket, which he couldn't even get. Uncle Pong gave it to me this morning. Zhang Huacheng also told the truth. No way. Wang Zhengong did not believe. Last night I also asked him if he could get a sewing machine ticket for Gilin. He said that this thing cannot get, let alone special cloth tickets. Let him get a few ordinary cloth tickets. Said no, you were letting Qin Xiaodong to get you? That's right, Uncle Pang has this and still won't give it to me. I'm also the one he watched grow up. Wang Gilin didn't believe it either. Well. Zhang Huacheng was too embarrassed to speak as he listened. Pang Xinghua, this is obviously all left to him, as for even the ordinary cloth tickets do not have is also normal, all by him 2 days ago to scavenge, a city foot he did not spare. Really? When Wang Zhengong saw Zhang Huacheng looking odd, his blood pressure instantly went up. He also wondered how Qin Xiaodong was able to get special cloth tickets and high-grade sugar tickets. Seeing Zhang Huacheng nodding, Wang Zhengong fell silent and silently walked to Xinyu and said, "Don't open the door for Pang Xinghua when he comes in the future." After so many years of being classmates, they still wrote letters often, but now, well, the little boat of friendship has capsized. Wang Gilin remained unconvinced. Did Uncle Pong really give it to you? Yesterday, he spent the whole night trying to get a sewing machine ticket, but in the end, when he didn't get one and wanted to buy some ordinary cloth to make a new dress, he was told that he didn't have any ordinary cloth ticket. That's really no ordinary cloth ticket, it's a special cloth ticket. Seeing Zhang Huacheng nodding his head, Wang Gilin's face turned a little red with embarrassment. Could it be that Uncle Pang wanted to give it to Lin Lin? No, last night Lin Lin also asked for it for him. It was a straight refusal at the time, too. That, brother-in-law, the sewing machine ticket Xiaoxian and I will have the cheek to accept it, and the sugar ticket as well. This special cloth ticket can't be accepted, you guys. This special cloth ticket is not used to buy ordinary fabrics. You can buy corduroy, pure wool coarse spinning tweed, this kind of natural high-class fabric, and you can buy high-quality cotton. Green flag can also pull a few more feet. He hesitated, but handed back the special cloth ticket. A group of people's eyes are staring at this special cloth ticket. This kind of cloth ticket is really hard to find, such as the pure wool coarse spinning tweed that can be purchased, which is made of pure wool. The texture is thick and warm. In the textile factories and garment factories can't be seen in this kind of high-end customized fabrics. But 10 feet of cloth will only make a lady's costume. Yes, we can't take it, this is just enough to make a new outfit for Lin Lin. Although Luo Xiaoqian was greedy, she knew that she couldn't take this. We have more, just take them. Zhang Huacheng was a little embarrassed. When Peng Xinghua gave it to him, he didn't take it as a good thing and just shoved it at him. And Wang Jing'en's voice was 3 times higher. Zhang Huacheng thought about touching out a few tickets, only thinking not to take out the sewing machine tickets and bicycle tickets, but who knew that he accidentally touched out the watch tickets together. And watch tickets? Wang Jing'en suspected for a moment that he was dreaming, knowing that watch tickets were even harder to get than bicycle tickets, and his most precious things every day were his bicycle and his Shanghai watch. Is old Pang crazy? Xin Yu also suspected, doing things have always been moderate. Pang Xinghua, how recently began to draw wind? They went together before to Wang Gilan to ask for a job in the Red Star Machinery Factory, were directly rejected. Last night good food and drink served, but also red hot of 4.5 kilograms of fine scaled fish. The moment they heard that they wanted a sewing machine ticket is also a mouthful of refusal to ask for an ordinary cloth ticket or said to have no, and thought that it was just as rigid as before. But what's going on here? Xiao Chen, let's buy the sewing machine first, and then we'll go buy you some high-end fabric to make a nice outfit. Wang Gilan pulled Luo Xiaoqian to buy a sewing machine. He saw that Zhang Huacheng still had it, so he was not polite. Luo Xiaoqian's mom and dad also looked at each other in disbelief, reacting and rushing to follow. The most happy than Luo Xiaoqian, she has never worn clothes made of high-grade fabrics, did not think that now can have a body, and there is a sewing machine. Let's go buy a watch. Zhang Huacheng pulled Wang Lin and ran away holding Doodle. Can wait for Shuya. Xiaoya hurriedly followed with her netting. What's old Pang up to? Wang Zhengong has not slowed down now, many years of friendship said over and over, remembering the last night shook his head and refused the kind, let him hate his teeth itchy, this is to cheat food and drink ah? It was strange last night, wanting Huacheng to work at the Red Star Machinery Factory. No, he was talking about letting Huacheng follow him to the Red Star Factory. It can't be that he's letting Huacheng work under his. Will Hanabusa join us for lunch? Wang Lin knew that Zhang Huacheng had bought a compound. Huabing they go down to the restaurant, we eat just fine, by the way you stay in the city for 2 days, recently the brigade is quite chaotic. Zhang Huacheng is not prepared to let his wife and child go back in these 2 days, after all, the brigade is now in chaos and no results yet, it is not unlikely that there will be people to go to his home to make trouble. Aha! Wang Lin nodded, and she didn't ask what happened to the brigade. At this time Zhang Huacheng inadvertently saw Lei Zi is looking back and forth in the department store, see his impatient appearance, feel that something is wrong. Lin, you hold Doodle for a while, I'm going out first. He handed the bib to Wang Lin. You go and get busy, I'll show them around. Wang Lin pulled Xiaoya with one hand and held Doodle with the other. Big brother. Lei Zi also saw Zhang Huacheng and hurriedly greeted him. Go out and say it. Zhang Huacheng signaled and led Reiko outside. As soon as he went out the door, Lei Zi immediately said, Big brother, that group of southerners came and gave us a letter of war in the black market. Luo Chang was lucky to run fast over the wall or else he would have been blocked by them, and Dong said that he was going to go and meet them in the afternoon. Sure enough. How many came? Zhang Huacheng knew that the visitor was not good. Not sure exactly, but no more than 20. Reiko shook his head. No more than 20? You guys go back and wait for me, I'll go over after dinner. Zhang Huacheng also wanted to meet this group of southerners, daring to operate on the Sino-Soviet border, they were bound to have some good stuff as well. These people dared to run the Sino-Soviet border, and they were definitely all ruthless people who licked blood from the mouth of the knife, which is why Qin Xiaodong and the others were wimpy. Chapter 100 State-Run Hotels. Lei Zi nodded his head and was just about to leave but was stopped by Zhang Huacheng. Lei Zi, you tell Airdog to go back and bring all the barges hidden in my house. Bringing firearms is not about firefights, it's about deterrence. Zhang Huacheng had 6 barges and 12 magazines hidden in his house. With these things he believed that the other party would negotiate sensibly. Yes. Lei Zi's eyes lit up, the deterrent effect of the barge gun was not small, he didn't think that his big brother had such a good thing. At this time, Qin Xiaodong has in hot oil on the ants like in the home back and forth, the other side this time came close to 20, and I heard that even brought a few guns, will never be easy to stop. Knives pushed his way in. It's cold. Knives shivered from the cold, closing the door and running to the stove. Where's Baxi? Seeing the knife come in by itself, Qin Xiaodong frowned. Went to call the monks, they'll come along later. Knives shivered back. Once he heard this, Qin Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief. Counting the number of people on his side, together with Zhang Huacheng and the three of them, there was no longer any disadvantage. Is Sister Red coming? After warming up for a moment, knives popped up. Off, let her come and beat us to death? Qin Xiaodong instinctively shivered at the word Sister Hong, then glared fiercely at Knives. At most, I'll beat you. Knives skimmed his lips, seeing Qin Xiaodong's unfavorable face, hurriedly said, Where is Luo Chang? Take Taiju Erdog, they went to eat, in the state-run restaurant, you eat you go now. Qin Xiaodong has no appetite at all. Knives darted outside at the sound of that. Luo Chang Laoding, they have taken the two dogs, they sat down in the state-run restaurant. The waiters here all recognize Luo Chang, but took the initiative to come over to ask what to eat. The attitude is not too bad. I can't read a few big words, so you can read it. Flower Bell. Erdog saw Luo Chang handing him the menu and immediately handed it to Flower Bell. A bunch of them just spend their bells to read and write. That expensive? Flower Bell couldn't help but whimper when she looked at it. A plate of braised spare ribs cost 3 mao tickets, a serving of back-to-pot pork cost 5 mao tickets, oil tofu and vermicelli soup also cost 2 mao tickets, and even vinegared shredded cost 1. Brother, this is delicious. Big Sister whispered to Taiju. Taiju hurriedly gave her another piece. Can I take it back to my brother? Big Sister gulped. You guys let go and eat, later I will pack a few dishes for you to take back to eat, the food here is cheap. Luo Chang's ears are good, he immediately said that he would order a few more dishes to pack later. He also wondered in his heart, Big brother, they earn so much money every day, what is this stuff? By the time the braised pork and crispy chicken were served, they were so good they wondered if they were dreaming. To know the current production team families, a meal can have a bowl of rice is good enough, and then can eat a mouthful of pickles is a good life, let alone dinner. Brother, 2 dogs. Thunder comes and gestures to 2 dogs. Second dog knew that Lei Zi went to look for Zhang Huacheng, and now this looks like there is something to say, guessing that it is to bring a message, got up and walked over. What is it? Lei Zi whispered, Brother Erdog, Big brother said for you to go back and bring the barge gun. A gun? 2 dogs didn't move and glanced at Flower Bell, then whispered, I'll go back now, you cover for me. Understood. Lei Zi nodded instantly. Seeing that second dog was gone, Flower Bell wondered, where is second dog going? Big brother had something busy on his side, so he let second dog go and help out. Lei Zi sat down cheekily, not forgetting to ask the waiter to add a set of dishes. So much for Ergo, he's not even full yet. Flower Bell grunted in displeasure. The dishes were gradually served, and the haphazard way of eating also made Li Yongyang and the girls look distressed, and the knife also came running midway. Luo Chang ate for a while and then went to the waiter, packing a braised pork and a pot roast and 2 crispy chickens before they had finished. The crispy chicken is wrapped in lotus leaf, and the braised pork and pot roast are wrapped in greaseproof paper, all wrapped in straw. A whole crispy chicken in the store costs $1.20, equivalent to 2 days' wages for an ordinary worker, and is one of the few dishes that reflect a sense of luxury in current state-run restaurants. When Zhang Huacheng arrived at Qin Xiaodong's house at around 1:30 p.m., the house was already full of people. 2 dogs and Zhu were there, too, and one of them was cleaning. Then let's go now, and don't even bring any long guns, just bring 6 barges. Zhang Huacheng handed a barge gun to Qin Xiaodong and slipped him another magazine. Old Ting take one and so does Thunder, and we'll go and meet these southerners. He knew that this group of southern talents are ruthless, in the 90s are absolutely mixed black ruthless generation, this year will dare to run business line, killing people and goods, this kind of thing is naturally also commonplace. Big brother, it's that they still want to fight one-on-one, the monk is the only one of us who can fight, but his injuries from last time are not even. Old Ding slapped Luo Chang on the head as soon as he heard it. Chapter 101, The Southerners' Appointment to the Black Market. Luo Chang in trouble on the goat, this point Zhang Huacheng is seeing, the first time we met Luo Chang is the last one on, see Qin Xiaodong they all fell decisively on the ground a knee, skillful he did not have the good sense to fight. Scared? None of them can touch you. Qin Xiaodong also kicked Luo Chang in anger. Don't worry, they're just coming to regain face after suffering a loss, they still understand the principle that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Triads didn't exist in the 60s, waiting until the reform and opening up accompanied by the transformation of the market economy, the current policy only has sporadic criminal gangs. Zhang Huacheng signaled the barge gun in his hand, this thing is the hard way. Luo Chang also let out a breath as he sniffed. Big brother, let's go meet them. Once Qin Xiaodong heard that it made sense, he also got a few points of spirit. Black market, a group of southerners are scattered all over the black market at this time. Tiger, they're here. A short man in corduroys ran from the mouth of an alley. The leading man in the military overcoat whistled at once, while at the same time his sleeve revealed a three-pronged scraper that flashed with a cold light. The other Southerners leaned over, some fumbling greasepaper-wrapped detonators from their arms, others taking out shotguns or rifles, each with a menacing look in their eyes at the mouth of the alley. The few stalls in the black market also looked at each other, and one by one, without leaving a trace, they touched their knives and axes, while some hurriedly packed up their things and ran away. Xin Xiaodong and Zhang Huacheng came, and Ergo Lao Ding and the others followed behind. All of them are ruthless, all of you don't do it the hard way. Zhang Huacheng saw that some were holding grenades in their hands, some were holding detonators, each with fierce eyes like grey wolves in the mountains. These were obviously outlaws. Xin Xiaodong naturally understood. They had seen it last time, and it was fortunate that the other side was unprepared at that time. Yo, thought that you guys as rats didn't dare to come. The man in the lead of the military coat took a few steps forward, walking with a bit of a limp, his eyes staring menacingly at Luo Cheng in the crowd. Then he couldn't help but look at Iron Pillar, who was really intimidating with his flowering tongue. The leading man in the military coat looked towards Zhang Huacheng. Flower tongue means middleman, lobbyist. It's a black word. I'm their big brother, and I've heard a thing or two about what happened last time, so draw a path if you have any ideas. Zhang Huacheng knew that since he was here, he would take the matter in hand. And he could see that the other party simply did not fight for his life, is to find the last time was robbed of things, want to fight long ago. Blackie! The lead man suddenly shouted. In the crowd a young man in a tattered cotton jacket and a dogskin hat stepped out, with a plain, ordinary-looking face. He was followed by a girl in a floral cotton jacket, her eyes flustered as she tugged at the youth's coat. Tiger. Blackie patted the girl on the shoulder, then came to Tiger. A hint of exhilaration flashed in Li Hu's eyes as he looked towards Zhang Huacheng. As long as one of you can beat him, we'll give you 1,000 yuan worth of goods, and if you don't win, you'll give us 1,000 yuan worth of money tickets, as well as taking money to make up for the things that you robbed us of last time. Then he looked at Xin Xiaodong and laughed lowly. Oh, you guys can go one by one, as many of you as you want. The youth called Blackie pulled a snowy short sword from his waist without saying a word. One by one? Zhang Huacheng was surprised. Arrogant your mom, I'm here to meet you. As soon as Lei Zi heard this he immediately drew his dagger and was about to go forward. He was also a connoisseur of playing with knives. If you can waste a few as a few, do a good job of this matter back after you siblings will follow me to eat and drink. Li Hu turned around and whispered in Blackie's ear. Zhang Huacheng stopped Lei Zi as soon as he could hear him clearly. The comber is not good. I'll do it. He took out the Swiss Army knife. It looks like the other party must be an expert. Lei Zi such all rely on ferocity, even he cannot catch a moment, how can be the other party's opponent? And the other side was clearly prepared to lay down their lives. Big brother, raw face, I didn't see this last time. Xin Xiaodong signaled in a low voice. What the are you doing? Li Hu shouted angrily at this scene. He knows how strong Blackie is. He was surrounded by a few old Maoists with guns at the Soviet border and killed them back. He has never lost no matter what opponent he meets on weekdays, and he wins quickly. But what does this mean now? The sword is very fast, it has been practiced for many years. Zhang Huacheng was also shocked in his heart just now. This is also himself, who would be able to avoid it if it were anyone else? Blackie was silent. Chapter 102 Infighting. You lost. Xin Xiaodong immediately looked at Li Hu. Fart. Li Hu shouted angrily, Blackie, what are you waiting for? He naturally understood what had just happened, but he really couldn't afford to lose now. The amount of money not to mention, the injury on his leg was not easy to get almost well. This if he broke another leg, no need for others, the gang underneath would be able to scrape him. There's no living to be done in the future. Blackie hesitates a moment to look at Li Hu. After this one is over, you and your sister will leave, and what you owe me will be considered as your repayment. Li Hu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Blackie's body shook at the words and immediately looked at his sister before nodding, throwing the knife on his body then walking towards Zhang Huacheng. Doing what? Playing hard to get? Xin Xiaodong looked reluctant. How can we go on when we've already lost? Zhang Huacheng, however, waved his hand and signaled for him to stay out of the way. Just now he understood once he came into contact with Blackie that although Blackie was powerful but not his match, the difference is still huge. Blackie understands this too. Zhang Huacheng put away the Swiss Army knife in his hand and looked at Blackie. Since it's empty-handed, I won't keep my hands off this time. Thanks. Blackie nodded, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes, followed by a step forward, his 5 fingers curved like hooks, force infused into his fingertips like a fierce beast pouncing. Practitioner. The practice is still Tiger Fist. Zhang Huacheng recognized the tiger-shaped fist at a glance and sidestepped to avoid the tiger claw throat lock, while Blackie sank his body and swept his leg sideways, as swift as a tiger's tail sweeping horizontally. That's a pretty quick response. Zhang Huacheng did not hesitate, and executed the Black Dragon 18 hands, a forbidden military technique after many years. For a while, the two fought back and forth, and their speed increased. Zhang Huacheng's wide-open moves attacked his vitals. Blackie's tiger fist's center of gravity was calm and steady, his pace was like a tiger's crouch, but facing the ferocious and incomparable attack made him fall into a disadvantage in just a few breaths. Tiger-shaped fist advanced and retreated swiftly, but at this time, he was powerless against Zhang Huacheng. When he fought to block Zhang Huacheng's punch, immediately after, his eyes went black, and he was whipped by a leg and flew 5 or 6 meters, and heavily smashed into the snow pile. "Brother!" Koriko's sister ran over screaming. But at that moment Koriko fainted straight away, and soon the girl's cries rang out. Li Hu instantly turned even whiter and his face became incomparably hideous. He looked back at the group of people following him and gritted his teeth. "We lost." "Ah, Big Brother is mighty." Reiko laughed out loud. "Grass, that's awesome." Xin Xiaodong excitedly applauded vigorously. Lao Ding looked at Baxi, a hint of pity in his eyes. No wonder he was lying down for a week. Baxi was said to have been kicked 4 or 5 meters and hit the wall and fainted. Understood. Baxi was also the type to take revenge if he had any, but he had no idea about Zhang Huacheng, and the feeling of being 100,000 miles apart made him despair. Luo Chang, on the other hand, let out a long breath and almost went to kowtow to his big brother in excitement. "My name is Zhang Huacheng." Zhang Huacheng came to Li Hu. Li Hu closed his eyes and inhaled. "Li Hu. You guys went to the Soviet border to get a shipment, right? What good stuff did you get this time?" Zhang Huacheng was very interested in what they got. In the current period of deteriorating Sino-Soviet relations, official trade has been terminated, but small-scale private exchanges of goods, such as border bazaars, still exist, especially in bordering areas such as Heilongjiang and Xinjiang, only that the flow of goods is subject to extremely strict controls. Got some alarm clocks and flashlights from the old furry side, and as a rule will give you $1,000 worth of goods. Li Hu knew that this one was planted again. He did not expect that there would be stronger than Blackie, but he knew that Blackie was the one who fought a dozen or more without being injured, and those who were beaten were either dead or injured. Glorious brand mechanical alarm clock and signal brand flashlight? Zhang Huacheng was shocked. This is a good thing to the current Chentang Sanli drainage which does not even have electricity, the flashlight that is definitely a treasure among treasures. Anything you can get from there is military. Glorious brand mechanical alarm clock and lighthouse brand flashlight. When Li Hu saw that Zhang Huacheng had no intention of asking for his legs, a glimmer of hope grew in his heart. If he's really disabled, he won't be able to live. He's offended too many people, and there are quite a few people who want him dead. "Hu, the brothers didn't get much. If you want to pay out your share." A middle-aged man in the crowd wearing an old sheepskin jacket suddenly opened his mouth. Then the middle-aged man sneered, "Brothers, let's go. Those who want to continue to follow Ahu will stay. Those who don't want to follow will come with me. I'll make sure that you'll be able to eat and drink well in the future." "What do you mean, Su Zhang?" Li Hu was instantly furious. He didn't expect Su Zhang to want to take his people away. "Don't worry, the stuff we'll distribute evenly as agreed upon as before, but we really don't want to partner up with you anymore because you're not qualified now." The sheepskin-jacketed Han Su Zhang spread his hands. Route he knew, Li Hu was now in such a sorry state, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. As soon as he saw the infighting, Zhang Huacheng also stopped talking. These people were not good, but being able to infight meant that it would be impossible to start a conflict with them. "Good thing. You do realize the route wants to go it alone." Li Hu stared at Su Zhang dead in the face. Su Zhang, however, sneered and said, "Don't say these useless words, brothers. Those who want to follow me should follow me. Those who want to continue to follow Li Hu should follow Li Hu. I, old Su, will not force myself." With that, he turned and left. The men he brought with him turned to follow. "Brother Su, we'll follow you." "I'm sorry, Tiger, there's no way the brothers can fill you in with what they brought back with their lives." Immediately a few of those who followed Li Hu also followed. Some people also gritted their teeth and followed after much hesitation. "Lian Xiao, your life was still saved for you by Tiger, and now you're running? Junior. You guys. No justice." Followed Li, who mixed corduroy jacket short man, saw the scene angry, cursed repeatedly, but can only watch one followed away. There were soon 4 left beside Li Hu, and 2 of the wavering ones also looked at each other when they saw the situation, then apologized before following Su Zheng's group. 2. Xiao Hai, let them go. Li Hu stopped the corduroy jacket kid and sneered, they will regret it when they get into trouble when the time comes. Ha 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 ha. Su Zheng smiled triumphantly as he led his men out of the black market. Xin Xiaodong and the others glanced at each other. They did not expect their opponents to implode just like that. In that case, they would not have anyone come looking for trouble in the future instead. A cough came. Brother! Shocked and delighted, the girl rushed to pick up Koriko in the snowdrift. They had suggested it before, but the other party didn't trust them at all then, but this was a completely different situation now. Chapter 103: The Old Maoist's Alarm Clock and Flashlight. The price is on the low side, but it's acceptable. What about the Lighthouse brand flashlight? Li Hu's heart is actually very willing, without any risk. Come here can be exchanged for money, than to bring it back in fear. There is the possibility of losing a wife and a soldier strong. It's just underpriced. He did not know that the low-priced Qin Xiaodong deliberately said. In fact, in the black market in the urban area, even 300 yuan have appeared, 270 yuan to sell at random. Lighthouse flashlights are cheap, $50 and up, and the batteries have to give for. Qin Xiaodong is very clear about all this. And naturally said with a decisive squeeze. Current batteries can only be recycled when they run out, and the time they can last is so short that flashlights usually come standard with 4 batteries, of which more are spares. How are the skins priced over on the black market on the Soviet border? Let's say top quality wolf skins. What Zhang Huaqing thought of was rubles. The current price of RMB to ruble is roughly at 1 ruble equals 2 renminbi, but the black market can be at a premium of up to 4 renminbi. Li Hu at this time but a little confused. He came to find trouble. Why now talk about the sale? He could tell the other man really wanted to do business. Still, he said, seen them charge 30 rubles for a torn one wolfskin, and if it's in good condition, it's probably going to be 40 rubles or more, 50 rubles or so. Do rubles sell well? Zhang Huaqing asked Qin Xiaodong in a low voice. Good sale 1:4, go to the city black market easily out. Our side is one of the largest black market trading market for rubles. Qin Xiaodong hurriedly leaned over and whispered. He understood what Zhang Huaqing meant. Currently the Soviet Union is at war with them, but the small border deals are unbroken. Dude, find a place and let's talk. Zhang Huaqing made up his mind. Go to my house. It was convenient for Qin Xiaodong to live in a mansion by himself. How? Zhang Huaqing looked at Li Hu. Li Hu hesitated and said, we have to make a trip back or the goods will be taken away by all of them. Now that they had made a scene and broken up, but the things they had gotten this time hadn't been divided yet, he had to make a trip back now, or else he would absolutely take it all away. Okay, we'll wait for you here. Zhang Huaqing nodded his head. Seeing Zhang Huaqing being so direct, Li Hu was also a bit surprised. You're not afraid that we'll run away? Running away is your loss, and this time I came here to resolve the previous grudge, and the purpose has been achieved. If you want to make money and want to cooperate, you will come back. If you are worried, let you leave. Zhang Huaqing knew that it was impossible for Li Hu and the others to leave. These people love nothing more than to gamble. When the reform opening up, the casino was afraid of their entertainment center of gravity, but now the social control of the small county in the 1960s, the economic structure and the moral environment together inhibit the existence of the open nature of gambling. Brother, are you okay? Blackie stood up with his sister's help, his face bruised and purple, obviously from bad breathing. Li Hu left and said to Blackie on his way out, keep your word, you guys don't owe me anymore, go wherever you want. Big brother, they won't not come back, right? Qin Xiaodong immediately leaned over when he saw Li Hu leaving with his men. Come back or don't come back. Zhang Huaqing's eyes, however, were fixed on Blackie. This kid will definitely be very strong after a good forging. It's not unlikely that he will be able to surpass his peak in the future. What are you doing? Seeing Zhang Huaqing approaching them, Koriko's sister screamed and blocked the front with an open hand. Koriko hurriedly pulled his sister away. The little girl is quite fierce. Zhang Huaqing looked at the girl who was as wild as a small wildcat, then looked at Blackie and said, where are you from? Shandong. Koriko doesn't like to talk. Board gourd refining Tiger Cannon Fist is rare. Tiger Cannon Fist focuses on the momentum. When the move accompanied by the Heiha and other roars can deter opponents to enhance the momentum, forget not to talk about these. How do you follow Li Hu? Zhang Huaqing understands Tiger Cannon Fist. As an instructor, he has learned 100 martial arts, studied all the ancient martial arts. Tiger cannon fist should not only be strong and explosive, but also to sound to show the tiger's power. Blackie, this kind of a bang can tiger cannon fist practice to this point can be really not easy. Blackie hesitated and said, escape. Zhang Huacheng had a bit of a headache from listening. His sister, perhaps seeing that Zhang Huacheng did not have any malicious intent, immediately added, we were fleeing from the famine and met Brother Tiger. At that time we were about to starve to death, and Brother Tiger gave us food to eat. I see. No wonder. Where's the family? Zhang Huacheng's heart stirred. I don't know, we got separated, went back to see the family, didn't go back. The girl all of a sudden became very depressed. She knew that if she didn't go back in the cold winter months, she was afraid that she would die out there. At this time she heard Zhang Huacheng unimpressed, did not go back to normal. This year fleeing a little experience will generally flee to the 4 seasons of the south, warm as spring all year round, and so you go back to the next spring and summertime. The family probably also went back. The girl's eyes lit up at that, and even Koriko's eyes widened. Really? Surprised, the girl hurriedly said, where are the 4 seasons? Much more, such as Kunming, Yunnan, known as the Spring City, for seasons like spring, winter without severe cold and summer without heat, and Tingchong, Yunnan, a tropical monsoon climate, warm in winter and cool in summer with constant temperatures in all seasons, and places such as Wushu, Yunnan, Yangchun, Guangdong, Foping, Shaanxi, Xichang, Sichuan, Bama, Guangxi, Sanya, Hainan, Guangdong, etc. All of them are places with 4 seasons like spring. Experienced escapees will choose to go to areas with favorable temperatures, but anyone with a mouthful of food will not be starved to death, and it is impossible to escape to the northeast anyway. Zhang Huacheng's words directly shocked everyone. There was still a place in the world with 4 seasons like spring? Our brigade secretary just said for us to go south, that we could go all the way to where it wasn't cold, and brother, father and mother and sister must have gone to where the seasons are like spring, right? Right? The girl's voice was laced with sobs, and she clutched Koriko's coat with a death grip. Blackie looked towards Zhang Huacheng and nodded back after seeing his nodding gesture. Right. The girl wailed. At this time, Baxi popped up and said, how comfortable would it be to have 4 seasons like spring? They were envious. I can't believe there's a place like this. First of all, people's 4 seasons are like spring. This spring is still different from our spring. Spring flowers bloom and blossom. We are still a little bit cold in this spring. Of course they have defective places. Zhang Huacheng's words also drew everyone's attention. What flawed area? Even the monk couldn't help but be curious. You can't see snow for the rest of your life. Zhang Huacheng pointed at the thick snow on the ground. What a godly life this is. Qin Xiaodong's eyes reddened. You call that a flaw? One by one, they also stopped talking, all fantasizing about what kind of life it would be like. You're in good shape, so if you have no place to go, follow us, and then go back to the old country in the spring to visit. Zhang Huacheng came to Blackie. Blackie's the kind of guy he really wants to cultivate if his character is okay. Brother! The girl tugged sharply at Koriko. She wanted to stay. She wanted to hear about the places where the seasons were like spring. Every time she sneaks onto the train, she turns car by car, hoping only to see a familiar face someday, but she knows there's little hope. Blackie hesitated for a moment to look at Zhang Huacheng before nodding. Don't worry, I won't let you fight, and I won't starve you, and I'm only taking you in for pity, so don't be taken advantage of by bad people. Zhang Huacheng told a half-truth. Blackie's kind of accidentally going down an evil path would be absolutely terrifying. 2 dogs. Taizhu pulled second dog down. What for? The second dog was puzzled. What are we standing here for? Taizhu scratched his head. He had followed sparingly and had no idea what he was here for. A group of people looked at Iron Pillar with odd eyes. No, we just almost all had a tense firefight and you have no idea what happened. They didn't know that as long as Zhang Huacheng was around, Taizhu wouldn't even think about any other problems. No matter what danger or trouble, he wouldn't worry about it for a second. 20 minutes or so later, Li Hu returned with 2 men and a bag. Zhang Huacheng also let out a breath when he took a look. Knowing that the collaboration is most likely a done deal. Big brother, the state-run restaurant is my treat, let's go have a good meal. Qin Xiaodong hadn't even eaten a bite of rice at noon because he was worried, and now that things were settled, his stomach was starting to rumble. Okay. Zhang Huacheng naturally favored it upon hearing it. Chapter 10 For the price of fine fox skins. The current state-run hotels preach equality for all and do not have single rooms, contrasting with the later society's dining culture that focuses on privacy and differentiation. The group chose a corner and all sat at small tables. You guys sit around. Qin Xiaodong scattered the crowd around so that it would also be easier for them to chat. A small table can only sit 4 people, squeeze can also sit 2 more. Zhang Huacheng let Li Hu sit down, fought and called on the black siblings. After all, the black siblings would follow him from now on. Qin Xiaodong went to find the waiter to order. The local state-run hotel waiter Qin Xiaodong. Their group of people with an excellent attitude, are not a little bit of impatience, obviously all know. Oldly, let's talk about cooperation. Zhang Huacheng sat down next to Li Hu. Li Hu was silent for a moment and said, "What you said before, do you mean you want me to go over to the old Maoist black market to get out of the skin? He's been around for so long, he's not a cutie since." Right. Zhang Huacheng nodded. Now he had too many skins: wolf skins, dog skins, and fox skins. As for deer skins, elk skins and hog skins, they can all consume themselves. Let him sell to the purchase station is impossible. The purchase station of a wolf skin is likely to give only $20. The black market is able to sell to $80 to $100. But he knows that if they exchange into rubles, and then the rubles in the black market for RMB, then it can be said that the value of a wolf skin will be substantially increased. It's dangerous to bring goods, and we can't bring much of skins, especially wolf skins. Li Hu hesitated. If it was a group of people before he would have dared, but now there were only 3 people left counting him. What's the price of fox skins on the old furry side? Zhang Huacheng's heart stirred. With harsh winters in the Soviet Far East, fur is in extremely high demand, but the black market supply is extremely limited because of hunting controls. After the Sino-Soviet War, the border trade ended, only the black market trade is still there, but the risk is increased in vain, and the price is very high. Fox skin? Li Hu thought for a moment and said, top-quality fox skins are worth a lot of money. The Soviet Union's official store sells them for 30-50 rubles, but that's almost rarely in stock in their black market. But the premium doubles to 50-80 rubles a piece, but they generally like to trade in barter, and there are some that trade in rubles, but not a lot of them. It's actually worth more than a wolf skin? Zhang Huacheng was pleasantly surprised. This is still a hammer wolf, direct White Mountain Lake to fight the fox, let alone, over there the fox is flooded. I'm not sure, but wolves are aggressive, complete pelts are difficult to obtain, and the black market price is supposed to be higher than fox pelts after all. A badly torn one can fetch 30 rubles. Li Hu did not care about these fur transactions. They went over there to do is to steal goods trading, not barter or sell. They had all been doing nothing before and only occasionally went around the black market. By the way, is the jinseng worth it? Zhang Huacheng knew that wolf skins were indeed too big to carry, but fox skins could be, and ginseng was more appropriate. It's just that he doesn't even have ginseng right now, so if it's worth anything, he's going to have to find a way to get it. Ginseng? I'm aware of that one. A pound of ginseng is worth about 500 rubles or so, and it's a 10-year portion or more. Li Hu nodded. Ginseng is still highly sought after on the black market over there. Zhang Huacheng nodded at his words. This price was not exaggerated. After all, the risk was high. The waiters came to serve the food one after another, and Qin Xiaodong also yelled a few words and came over to sit down. Blackie scooted over. Brothers, let's drink without fighting. Qin Xiaodong wanted to pour a drink for Zhang Huacheng, but was refused, and turned around and went to pour a cup for Li Hu, and even Blackie's siblings poured it. Li Hu let out a hem and muffled a mouthful in a bit of frustration. The black siblings also all drank it in one gulp, and it is obvious that the alcohol is not small, after all, from Shandong. Let's eat first, and talk while we eat. Zhang Huacheng signaled. The braised pork and crispy chicken made Blackie's sister love it, and her eyes were glued to the plate as she ate. What's your name? Zhang Huacheng curiously asked Koriko's sister. Doggy. Perhaps feeling that Zhang Huacheng was not a bad person, the girl also gave her name. Doggy? That's a bit of a random name for a girl. Oldly, take a look at the goods you guys have gotten this time. Zhang Huacheng ate for a while and signaled the carry bag that Li Hu had brought. Li Hu sniffed and put down his chopsticks, glanced around, then quietly opened it. Inside is some broken clothes, but the brand new mechanical alarm clock and flashlight, which also let Zhang Huacheng eyes bright. Flashlight on their current help a lot. Glorious brand mechanical alarm clock is notorious accuracy and durability, in the black market belongs to the high-end scarcity of goods. Qin Xiaodong couldn't help but take a closer look as well. There are only 6 mechanical alarm clocks and 5 flashlights left. The batteries do have 30. Li Hu's forehead veins rose as he spoke, clearly having been punked by the accomplices who came along. Mechanical alarm clock I want 1, flashlight to 3, batteries more than 10, to give you cash money, the other Xiaodong can take the city black market out of the money to the oldie, how much to draw. Mechanical alarm clocks were definitely good, but not as useful as a flashlight for them, and when he learned that fox skins were worth so much on the old furry black market, he got the idea of going to White Mountain Lake at night to hunt foxes. A flashlight is still useful at night. Li Hu froze for a moment and immediately said, the ones you want are for you, the others you sell and split half of my money on it, I'll make you guys friends. He didn't expect Zhang Huaqing to still give him money, knowing that he had lost $1,000. We brothers do things all have money to earn together, you guys take life to win, I naturally can't let you suffer. Zhang Huaqing took out money from his underwear boar skin jacket and counted 40 big black pickups and stuffed them to Li Hu. Li Hu also did not expect Zhang Huaqing to carry so much money with him, hesitated for a moment or took. It's a lot of money, after all. Don't worry old brother Li, the rest of the package is on brother. Xin Xiaodong immediately followed up, while quietly dragging the backpack in front of himself, and mentally calculating how much he could sell the rest of it on the black market in the city. If you go to the city, make a trip to the city's department store and change all the high-grade cloths. Zhang Huaqing stuffed the remaining 19 military cloth tickets and special cloth tickets to Xin Xiaodong. Also even bicycle and sewing machine tickets were tucked away. These tickets are all out too. Zhang Huaqing signaled. Hiss. Xin Xiaodong also flipped back and forth incredulously at first glance. Big brother, where did you get it? It's hard to find one on the black market. Both military cloth tickets and special cloth tickets were very, very rare, as both of them could buy those restricted high-end fabrics. Xin Xiaodong had been in the black market for so long, but he had never seen so many special cloth tickets. The 2 sewing machine tickets and the 2 bicycle tickets are also both hard to find goodies, especially the sewing machine tickets, whose prices have been rising lately. Be careful going to the city. Zhang Huaqing didn't say where it came from, but just instructed. Understood. Xin Xiaodong hemmed and hawed, and did not ask again, this time due to a blessing, the way to make money in the future may be wide. Old Li, are you going to go back or continue to make money? I have a lot of wolf and fox skins, so if wolf skins aren't convenient, you can go sell fox skins. Zhang Huaqing didn't want to take the risk of running the border just yet, these days dying over there would be in vain, no one would care. With China and the Soviet Union at war, the situation will get more and more tense. Li Hu hesitated at his words. This one would be dangerous, if it wasn't for Blackie most of them would be planted, but of course it would be much safer if they just went to the black market to trade instead, and he had access. Okay, we can bring 10 fox skins to try. They could wrap the fox skin around their bodies or hide it inside their military coats, any more than that and they wouldn't dare take the risk. The old Maoists were very obsessed with fur, and it would be troublesome if they really had bad intentions. By the way, fox skins can only be exchanged for rubles only. Rubles are currently difficult to pass elsewhere, but the black market is still very hot in Xinjiang in the northeast, and many rich people need rubles. Zhang Huaqing knew that only rubles could be maximized. If he went to exchange things, it would be troublesome, not to mention losing money. No problem, when are we going? Li Hu glanced at Xiao Hai and the others who were eating. There were only the 3 of them left now, causing a wave of loss to well up in his heart. Tomorrow. Naturally, the faster the better. Okay. Li Hu also understands why Zhang Huaqing is not afraid of him taking the skin and running away. His alarm clock and flashlight are still here, today and tomorrow is obviously not sold. Xin Xiaodong naturally also heard, immediately raised his glass and said, come, old Li, we drink another cup, together to get rich. Then he said to Luo Chang, bring the wine glass over to apologize to old Li. Luo Chang had been worried about the last incident. Coming. Luo Chang knew what Xin Xiaodong meant and hurriedly carried a bottle of white wine and ran over. Chapter 105 Blackie's Siblings Wolfskin Coat. Luo Chang came with the bowl, saw Xin Xiaodong's eyes signaling, and came to Li Hu with a clench of his teeth. Brother Tiger, last time it was me who didn't talk about the rules. Brother Tiger, you're an adult, I'll punish myself with 3 bowls. When he finished, he started pouring wine into the bowl. The wine is Old Lonko Baijiu, currently produced by the Shenyang state-run distillery, arguably the best wine here. For a moment all eyes looked over. Zhang watch. And look at the bowl, this bottle of Old Lonko wine is not even 3 bowls. If Luo Chang is not good at drinking, I am afraid that he will be carried back. Li Hu didn't say anything, which was a tacit approval. With a bowl of wine down, Luo Chang's face rose into a pig liver color, gritted his teeth and continued to pour a second bowl. Bro, have a bowl? Lazy also took the wine to Xiao Hai, the last time he was beaten and lost by Xiao Hai. Come on. Hai decisively changed bowls. An hour later a group of people left the state hotel in a drunken stupor. Zhang Huacheng, on the other hand, led the two dogs Taizhu in their return to the compound, Xin Xiaodong, and they all drank too much, and each went home to sleep. Old Mousy Black Market is so profitable, can't we go there ourselves? Airdog had just heard some of the words that Zhang Huacheng and Li Hu had talked about, and he wanted to go to the old Maoist black market to make money. It's too profitable. Don't think about it in these years, the current relationship is tense. Li Hu and their group are also all outlaws who lick blood from the mouth of the knife before they dare to go. We will just have a good hunt. Zhang Huacheng decided to go back and will go fox hunting on Baishan Lake. Fox skin has such a market in the old Maoist black market, he naturally set his eyes on the mountain foxes. Because of the wolf entrails and some fish entrails thrown on the ice of White Mountain Lake is now a fox feast orgy. What about these two? Two dogs gestured to the Blackie siblings who were following his ass. Blackie didn't say anything, but Dogegg hurriedly said, "You said you'd take us with you, you can't leave us behind, we'll leave in the spring." She got the hope that her family might still be alive here in Zhang Huacheng, and she was even more reluctant to go back and continue to follow Li Hu's adventures. She wanted to go home. "Don't worry," Zhang Huacheng responded without looking back. "In my heart, I think I have to go back to find my sister-in-law, who is afraid that she will have to stay up all night to make 2 wolfskin coats again tonight." Hua Ling and Yun Yang and the girls were still cleaning up. The compound had been cleaned up, even the well that had been sealed with stones had been opened. 2 pots. Xiaoya flew over and hugged Zhang Huacheng's leg. Sister won't let Xiaoya eat meat. She'd been staring at the braised pork and crispy chicken she'd packed back, and she wasn't even in the mood to play. Zhang Huacheng directly ignored her and laughed. "Let's go back first, wait until tomorrow to clean up. I've talked to Xiaodong and the others, tomorrow they'll hang red lanterns and stick red paper here, make it festive then. You can't get it in a day or two." Upon hearing that she was going home, Little Ma wailed with joy because Flower Bell had told her she couldn't eat until she got home. By the time Zhang Huacheng's group of people returned to the brigade it was getting late. "Where do I sleep at night?" 2 dogs signaled Blackie and Doggy. "Your house is given over to Taizhu and Yonyang. Haizi siblings will sleep on the Kong next to your house, and you and I will squeeze in at night." On the way, Zhang Huacheng had thought about it. There were quite a lot of wolf skins in the house, and it wouldn't be too cold for them to keep the Kong burning all the time. Young Yang blushed at the sound of this and shyly lowered her head. Taizhu scratched his head and said, "When will you enter the mountain at night?" "You guys go back and have a good rest at night, second dog, and I will go and shout for you. You guys go back first, second dog, and I will go and get you a few wolfskin covers." Zhang Huacheng planned to go to White Mountain Lake in the middle of the night to catch fish and hunt foxes, and those fish traps brought by the Black Mountain Brigade were all going to go down into the lake. Zhao Shanglan also went and pulled Young Yang to talk for a while before she finally reluctantly took her eldest sister home. Xiaoya looked blearily at the crispy chicken that Big Sister had taken away, and if she didn't still have a package of crispy chicken and a package of braised pork in her hand, she was afraid that she would have cried out in sadness. "Come on, let's go back home first." Zhang Huacheng signaled Flower Bell. "Gotta go make my sister-in-law work late." Back to the old father and elder brother did not come back. Apparently the wolfskin is not yet finished. Sister-in-law is sitting in front of the sewing machine clunk stamping. "Sister-in-law." Hua Ling pulled Xiaoya and ran into the house with gusto. "Back." Sister-in-law looked back when she heard it. Zhang Huacheng took 4 wolf skins for Airdog and told him to send them to Taizhu Heizi first. Now they still lack bedding. Dabao and Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the lotus leaf bag and the oil paper bag carried in Xiaoya's hand. They both smelled the fragrance and kept gulping. "Little auntie, what kind of delicious food did you bring up? Can I give it to Dabao? Bo wants some too." The 2 little ones wailed with impatience. "No." Xiaoya is very protective of food, struggling to run, just ran to the door with Zhang Huacheng a hand to lift back. "Sister-in-law is busy." Zhang Huacheng walked in with a smile and shoved Xiaoya to Hua Ling. "Say, what clothes do you want me to get again?" Chen Xiaoying knew at a glance that Zhang Huacheng had a job for her to do. She was used to it. Every time Zhang Huacheng enters the house she has to have a new job. "Ha ha." Zhang Huacheng was a bit embarrassed, and immediately took out a flashlight from his pocket and handed it to her. "Lighthouse brand flashlight, Soviet goods, you can use it in case of emergency at night later on. Talk to me when it runs out of power, I still have spare batteries." "Flashlight?" Surprised, Chen Xiaoying took it and looked at it carefully. Hua Ling, who was just about to carry Xiaoya out, also stared wide-eyed and said, "Second brother, did I?" "You'll make clothes and have it." Zhang Huacheng's words infuriated Flower Bell. "If you don't give it, you don't give it. Why are you making things difficult for people? Flower Belle stomped off in exasperation. Her handiwork is dang ugly as hell. Upon hearing that none of the sister-in-laws had any, Chen Xiuying was in a better mood and lovingly fumbled for a while, saying, "What kind of clothes do you want me to make? Are you in a hurry to wear it?" Eating people's mouths and taking people's hands, Chen Xiuying's attitude was all a bit better. Before 12 o'clock at night, can you get 2 pairs of deerskin boots and 2 wolfskin coats? Zhang Huaqing knew that without these things to go to White Mountain Lake, Haizi's siblings were afraid that they would have to suffer a lot. This. Chen Xiuying sniffed and got up, then opened a wooden box on the Kong and said, "Pick it out yourself, it was originally made for your big brother and mom and dad, there's everything you want." She gestured to the crate. "Sister-in-law, you're really something. By the way, I got some high-end fabrics, bring them back tomorrow and you can make a dress for both Biao and Xiaobao." Zhang Huaqing looked at the box, was pleasantly surprised. It seems that his sister-in-law was not idle at all. In the box there were 6 pairs of large and small deerskin boots, and there were also 4 wolfskin coats. He said as he picked it out. "High-end fabrics?" Chen Xiuying pointed to the Kong, and Zhang Huaqing realized that there was also a deerskin vest and deerskin knee pads, even deerskin gloves. Chen Xiuying was very interested in fabrics, and she wondered how Zhang Huaqing could get high-end fabrics. She hadn't even seen it a couple times. "Corduroy, this kind of fabric, we'll have a batch of it tomorrow, so we'll all be able to have nice clothes to wear for the new year this year." Zhang Huaqing nodded his head. Soon he had picked out 2 sets. Corduroy? Chen Xiuying was surprised that no one in the entire brigade had corduroy. Biao and Xiaobao came running back wailing and crying for meat. "Yeah." Zhang Huaqing was speechless. This little girl was at least a little ant. "Erkan, I'll hide some first." Xiaodia shouted in a hurry, then tried to find a way to hide some meat. "You're hiding, why do you have to shout it out?" Chapter 106 Black Market Selling Cotton Shoes Plan. When Zhang Huaqing was ready to leave, Chen Xiuying handed him a pair of small cotton shoes, with nice butterflies embroidered on the uppers, and the inside of the shoes were furry, as if they had been sewn with horse and deer leather. For Kuko, the horse deer skins that were sent had a lot of badly torn ones. They're great for making shoe soles and faces. Chen Xiuying added when she saw Zhang Huaqing looking to rummage back and forth. The reason the horse deer hides are so badly torn is because they were all killed by wolves. Zhang Huaqing's heart stirred. A bold idea bubbled up. Northeast winter cold, -20 degrees to -30 degrees, cotton shoes are a necessity for survival. The black market demand is very strong. He had thought about it before, but because his sister-in-law is too busy. But now I'll have new shoes. To know that the state-run stores of the ordinary cotton shoes sold for 3.5 yuan. The most troublesome thing is that you also have to have a cloth ticket to buy, usually cheap or rarely in stock, and with very little cotton. But in the black market, because of the scarcity of cloth tickets and cotton tickets restrictions, the black market price is usually 2-3 times. A pair of ordinary cotton shoes can be sold for 6 yuan. If it is a high-end model of handmade 1,000-layer bottom plus corduroy fabric cotton shoes, the black market price of up to 10-20 yuan high price. If you add the horse deer skin and use the finest fabrics, these shoes are properly high-end goods. Sister-in-law, want to make money? Zhang Huaqing looked at Chen Xiuying. Chen Xiuying froze at his words and hurriedly said, "I want to." She wasn't pretentious, after all, who wouldn't want to make money? She was scared of being poor, and was afraid of going back to the hard life she had before. "How many pairs of shoes of this quality can you make in a day?" Zhang Huaqing signaled the high-grade small shoes in his hand. "If you don't get embroidery and embroidery, how can you get 3 or 5 pairs? Making shoes is too simple for Chen Xiuying. 3 or 5 pairs, she was modest, and with a sewing machine, she still made shoes quickly. Zhang Huaqing nodded his head. No, that won't do. $1, no, 5 gross will do. Yes, 5 gross will do. It's not that hard to make shoes, and you brought all the stuff, I'll just move my hands, and you still bought the sewing machine." Chen Xiuying struggled for a while, and finally, thinking herself to be very greedy, quoted a price of 5 gross tickets. "Sister-in-law, I'm afraid you don't know that your shoes cost at least $10 a pair on the black market, do you? If it's really 5 gross tickets, that's really treating your sister-in-law like a cow or a horse. Cotton shoes in the black market is still very good to sell, because the current county per person per year cloth ticket cannot even do a dress. Cloth ticket restrictions are very strong. But shoes not only need money but also need cloth tickets. So many families want good cotton shoes, still do not want to use cloth tickets, can only go to the black market." Zhang Huaqing thought about taking out a small stack of money and placing it on the table, as big as a large solidarity, as small as a penny. "Just $2, these will be regarded as paid in advance, and later on, if you need any material, just talk to me, and the shoe size will be made casually." In this way a pair of shoes he can make at least $5, the black market's worst risk profit in his place does not exist at all. Chen Xiuying reacted when Zhang Huacheng had already left. Mother, want to eat meat. Xiao Bao came running, tugging at Chen Xiuying, his little finger pointing outside. The little guy saw a lot of meat. My mother is going to make shoes and eat them herself. Chen Xiuying collected the money and decisively went to prepare the materials for making shoes. $2 a pair. 5 pairs is $10. 10 pairs is $20. Who has time for meat? Fuzhuang Brigade, lying on the window crack to watch all day, the two little beans finally waited for their sister to return, and at this time are wailing around the stove. The fire was blazing under the stove, the pot roast poured into the pot was emitting a tantalizing aroma, and Zhao Shanglan was carrying a plate with a crispy chicken in it, which she carefully heated up. Father, I've never had so much food, fish, meat, chicken, and good soup, and rice to eat. The mansion is huge, so many rooms. Mother said it was where the landlady used to live. Big sister excitedly talked to Wang Fugui about what she saw today. Sister, eat. Cooked. The two little peasants were in a hurry. When one of them got a piece of pot roast, they didn't mind the heat and stuffed it into their mouths, bouncing constantly with joy. They had never eaten anything so delicious. Wang Fugui also took a piece. After taking a bite he couldn't wait to swallow it all in one bite. It was really too delicious. Is this what city people eat? Wang Fugui was shocked to the point that envy also appeared in his eyes. Their brigade could be said to have no food to eat. Who could eat this kind of deliciousness? And what is the flavor of the crispy chicken that your own daughter says is even better? For a moment he was mesmerized. When Zhang Huacheng returned home, his old father and elder brother were still scraping wolfskins, and the house was already full of wolfskins. Song Xinxin was also busy cooking the skins. The house smelled like wolf grease. Who taught you how to shoot? Zhang, who was thinking about this problem today, usually hit almost all of them are a shot in the head, and now these wolves are almost every one of them. He remembered his own son did not touch the gun. Is the wolf so good to fight? No one taught me, I was born with it. I can shoot when I pick up a gun. Auntie, where's Kuko? Zhang Huacheng fooled around and then changed the topic. He can't really explain it. In the house playing with Tinkerbell. Song Xinxin pointed to the house. Zhang Huacheng went into the house to see. The little horse mule is lying on the bed. Kuko leaned on the little horse mule holding a cloth tiger, babbling, do not know what to say to the little horse mule. This little horse and mule can still carry a baby, so it's still somewhat useful. Zhang Huacheng looked at this mule. Life serious runaway little guy also cannot help, in the cognition of the little horse mule it is people, after all, born and opened his eyes and people live together, too. Zhang Huacheng returned. Whether it was in his last life or this one, his third grandfather, Taishu scratched his head and leaned over. Li Yunyang hid behind him blushing and lowering her head. Okay. Zhang Huacheng thought for a moment and said, then you guys wait for me for a while longer, I'll make a trip to my old home to get a set. It looks like the two have not yet caved in, this Taishu. It is also fortunate that sister-in-law has done a lot, otherwise without this cold-proof leather suit, Li Yangyang to go to the White Mountain Lake cannot stand at all. Big brother, I'm not afraid of the cold. Li Yangyang hurriedly shook her head. Not being afraid of the cold doesn't mean it's not cold, and it's easy to get frostbite when you're motionless on the White Mountain Lake. Zhang Huacheng waved his hand and went out. When he arrived at the old house, he saw that there was still a faint light in the big brother's house, and it was obvious that Niuma's sister-in-law was still staying up late making shoes. Zhang Huacheng climbed over the wall and entered, knocking on the window. Big brother, open the door. Chen Xiuying's voice calling out to Zhang Huchen soon came from inside. Soon the door opened and Chen Xiuying was surprised. What are you doing here at this hour? I've come to get another set of wolfskin coat. Zhang Huacheng pointed to the wolfskin coat on his body and then said, why are you staying up late again, sister-in-law? I'll sleep after I finish this pair. By the way, come and get your shoes when you go to the morning market in the morning. Chen Xiuying turned around and went into the house. Zhang Huchen on the bed yawned and said, what are you tossing around again in the middle of the night? Your sister-in-law is going to be exhausted by you. Zhang Huacheng took a set of wolfskin coats, signaled and left. Be careful in the mountains. Zhang Huchen shouted. Then he yawned, wifey, go to sleep. What will happen later, just in time for you to get up and do some work for me. Chen Xiuying was in high spirits, a pair of $2 or she was in the mood to sleep. Ha! Zhang Huchen was dumbfounded. By the time Zhang Huacheng returned to Erdog's house, Blackie and Doggy had both changed into leather suits. Go change. Zhang Huaqing handed the leather suit to Taiju. Taiju took it and went to Li Yanyang. Soon Li Yanyang also changed. The deerskin boots were slightly too big. Just wait for tomorrow and let sister-in-law give another pair of insoles. Are we going wolf hunting? The dog egg knows that it is necessary to go into the mountains. It is not afraid at all. She grew up in Shandong, also hunted, but she simply does not understand how dangerous it is to hunt in the Changbai Mountains. Go fishing. Zhang Huaqing went out the door after saying that. Fishing? Doggy was even more curious. How do you fish in the mountains? The hunting team grew, adding 3 at once, making Zhang Huaqing very satisfied. He walked at the front, while Blackie and 2 dogs walked at the back, preventing that there would be wild beasts sneaking in. After all, there had been tiger sightings in the mountains, and he didn't dare to be careless. Perhaps because the wolves had been knocked out, Zhang Huaqing heard the faint sound of huffing and puffing in less than 20 minutes after entering the mountain. Wild boar? Zhang Huaqing immediately signaled the crowd, and then took out his Springfield rifle and began to search for the source point of the sound. How? Doggy was just about to speak when he was pulled by Blackie, who had obviously heard it too, and was also staring at a short distance away, cruising back and forth. 2 dogs also leaned over quietly with his 5.4 rifle. Found it, it's a wild boar, the snow pile in front is it. Zhang Huaqing signaled Air Dog that there was a small snow pile a few dozen meters ahead of them. 2 Dog nodded as he looked and saw it too. There were some pitch black colors under the snow pile, and if Zhang Huaqing hadn't said so, he really wouldn't have known that they were a few wild boars. Northeastern boars sleep in the snow in a huddle, with the adults on the far outside, surrounding the young ones in the center, but this snowdrift was so small that it was estimated that there were only a few boars. It's quite a stroke of luck to encounter a wild boar as soon as you enter the mountains. At his signal, Air Dog and Taiju immediately spread out, then slowly approached to encircle. With close, Zhang Huaqing also see clearly, only 3 adult boars, and old boar 2 adult, are very strong. No surprise this boar group are either frozen to death or eaten by the wolves. There are only 3 of them, so there's no way one of these boars could run. Bang! After seeing clearly, Zhang Huaqing didn't waste any time, lifting his Springfield rifle and shooting at the head of the old boar with the largest size. In an instant, the other 2 boars instantly rose up and rushed away. 2 dogs and Taiju also fired at the same time. A wild boar was shot and crashed head first into a tree, constantly struggling frantically on the ground, screaming miserably. Zhang Huaqing raised his head and fired a shot, and the huge size of the adult boar that had just run up slammed heavily into the snow. 1 shot to the head. Snort! The second dog went up and stabbed the struggling and screaming boar in the eye, and the boar twitched a few times and then didn't move. The dog egg then realized that there is actually a wild boar hidden here. She did not expect such a simple 3 wild boars were killed. Brother, the boars are huge here. Doggy was shocked when she went up to check it out. The biggest boar she'd ever seen wasn't half the size of these. Blackie nodded. Because it's a northeastern wild boar, it's not quite the same as the wild boar over in Shandong. Zhang Huaqing spoke up. In the Changbai Mountains, both gray wolves and wild boars are very large because of the environment. The trio skillfully gutted the boar, and the smell of blood filled the air for a while. Taiju can also change a wild boar leather vest. Air Dog said with a smile, struggling to pull out the boar's innards, and up to now Taiju's vest was still of horsedeer leather. Boar skins are indeed good. Zhang Huaqing wasn't that interested in meat right now, but wild boar skin was definitely what he wanted most at the moment. Unobtrusive, warm, and it can be said that even wolves want to tear it open will take some time, unlike horsedeer skin and wolf skin, which are warm but several times weaker in toughness. Li Yonyang and the girls also rushed forward to help. Taiju, split all of them into 2 pieces, let's go back together to deliver them first. Just entering the mountain and encountering 3 wild boars, this was simply a hard delivery for them. It's a good thing there were so many people here, or else these boars would have been trouble to bring back. Because of the large number of people, this time even the better wild boar offal was brought back. The old money of the Red Star Machinery Factory will not mind the wild boar offal. Pork jowl tastes better in a big pot. Chapter 108 Expanding Fishing. After carrying the boar home, Zhang Huaqing didn't have time to deal with the leather, and led the crowd to continue rushing to White Mountain Lake. It's not like we've encountered any more prey along the way. There were 14 new fish traps sent by the Black Mountain Brigade this time, 12 large fish traps and 2 small fish traps, and together with the 6 medium-sized fish traps from before, Zhang Huaqing had a total of 20. But if he was the only one, and quietly killed a few with his slingshot, the other foxes would at most run away in fear, and would still come running when they got hungry. 2 dogs nodded, then led the way into a crouch. Everyone else took a look and crouched down as well. Zhang Huaqing quietly came onto the ice of White Mountain Lake, his gray wolfskin coat allowing him to easily approach the group of foxes without being detected. Counting, there were 6 foxes, as far as the naked eye could see, 2 black and hit one more. 2 dogs ran over a moment later carrying 2 foxes. If I could have had steel balls to hit, I guess I could have hit a few more. Zhang Huaqing didn't brag. Stone hit will be because of the untidy plus the weight is not the same, lead to a little offset. Zhang Huaqing's slingshot is absolutely 100 rounds can hit the red fox head, but the premise is that the weight of the weight wanted when the steel ball. Steel balls? 2 Dog was puzzled, he hadn't seen the steel balls. Zhang Huaqing, however, had a movement in his heart. Steel beads on the black market, although it is difficult to get, but in the Red Star Machinery Factory Kana, the current bearing steel beads plan price of 1-2 yuan a kilogram, the need for industrial vouchers and approvals, the industrial steel bullet plan price is slightly higher, only have a letter of introduction of the state-run units can purchase, they can be completely in Pang Xinghua to ask for some remnants of the product to be used to hit the fox absolutely a moment to beat it to death. If in the black market, the price is 10 times more, and this thing is also very difficult to sell almost nothing, selling steel proper speculation crime, can be directly sentenced to imprisonment, the current era of steel balls and steel bullets are strictly controlled materials. If you really can't get them, you can consider glass beads, you can buy one at the department store for 2 cents, but glass beads are so much worse than steel beads, there is no difference in power with stones, the only thing better is the accuracy. With the exception of the accustomed air dog and taiju, dog egg and the girls were shocked, and they couldn't figure out why hunting was so easy. A slingshot shot kills 5 foxes? It's a fox. Taiju, chisel the ice to collect the fish, air dog, you take them to cut down the surrounding trees, look for small trees to cut down first, pay attention to safety. Zhang Huaqing went to gut the fox while arranging the work. Taiju hurriedly took out his tools and went to chisel the ice. Everyone else moved. 20 minutes later Zhang Huaqing handled the 5 foxes, and the entrails were pulled out. The fox entrails have a weak toxicity and a heavy fishy odor, but the temptation for the big fish at the bottom of the lake is very strong. The iron pillars smashed through the ice and one by one the fish traps were pulled up, all containing close to half a basket of fish, an amazing harvest. Dog Egg and Li Yonyang also kept dragging in small trees. Taiju, come here and smash as I drew, smash a long opening out. Zhang Huaqing called out to Taiju, who found another place on Baishan Lake that was more towards the center area. Now need to smash new ice holes and get down other fish traps. Zhang Huaqing was going to build cabins on the ice pits, so that they could warm up a bit while fishing here, and it could also be a temporary shelter for them. Iron Column without saying a word to pick up the tool bang 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 began to chisel ice. Zhang Huaqing went to collect the fish in the fish basket first, which was almost all fine-scaled Cherokee salmon and black Crucian carp, and he pulled out the guts of the big fish one by one, and then intermingled them with the fox's guts and stuffed them into the small mesh netting in the fish basket. Doggy came back pulling the tree and looked incredulously at the field of walleye. Is it really possible to fish on the ice? An hour later, Zhang Huaqing lined up a small tree trunk and laid it on the ice, and just as he started to set up the cabin 10 iron pillar finally chiseled through the new ice. Brother, it's chiseled. Iron pillar also got out of breath. You rest, I'll do it. Zhang Huaqing took a look and immediately stepped forward to take over. Soon a rectangular ice grotto was chiseled out. He brought the fish traps over one by one and loaded them with small mesh pockets, and then stuffed them with fox meat and fish entrails, and one by one the fish traps were thrown into the lake by him. Time is limited and there is no time to chisel a second one today. Zhang Huaqing simply threw 14 large and small fish traps in this with a brain. The depth of the bottom of the lake on this side reached 6 meters, 2 meters deeper than the location of the first ice cave. Go and cut a pine tree back with 2 dog. Zhang Huaqing temporarily tied the twine to a small tree, but this was not safe. It still had to need a larger tree trunk to hold the fish trap steady and not be dragged into. After returning home he immediately let the 2 dogs they peeled a wild boar's skin down, pork to pull to the black market to sell. He went to the old home to get cotton shoes. Chen Biao was already awake, sitting in front of the sewing machine and busy. At the sight of Zhang Huaqing's arrival happily ran to get his shoes. 7 pairs? Zhang Huaqing was surprised, getting out 7 pairs in one night. What kind of speed is this? Are handmade shoes so easy to make? Last night just made 3 pairs, the other 4 pairs are from before, you take them to sell first. The 4 pairs from before don't have any horsedeer leather, the ones used are old rough cloth, but they are all 1,000-layer soles, thick. Chen Biao was looking forward to see if the shoes she made could be sold. A pair of shoes earns $2, who would believe it when you say it? Alright, sister-in-law, you get busy first. Zhang Huaqing threw down the fox and took 10 fox skins of very good quality, he also wanted to know how many rubles Li Hu could get back in exchange for the fox skins. The old father looked up when he heard the commotion and took a look at the pile of foxes on the ground. He couldn't help but rub his head. He couldn't even cook skins as fast as his own son could fight them. One. Xiaoya immediately climbed up when she heard the commotion and stared at Zhang Huacheng with a burning gaze. Quickly go to sleep, when it's dawn Ergo will take you to the county town to play. Zhang Huacheng signaled. Xiaoya looked outside blankly. It was a bit dark. Had she only slept for so long? Thought it was dawn. But still obediently, he said, the second pot will come in the morning to bring Xiaoya. No problem. Zhang Huacheng ran away with the fox fur and cotton shoes without looking back. Sleep, sleep. Xiaoya hurriedly drilled into the quilt to continue to sleep beautifully. Look at the old father sighed. When Xiaoya woke up and reacted not to make a fuss is strange. Zhang Huacheng went back in Taizhu and the others had already loaded the car. Go! Zhang Huacheng didn't waste any time either. The group hurried to the county seat. The flatbed truck pulled a wild boar and a gray wolf, and there were fish in the basket, so Zhang Huacheng took them and ran to the morning market. It was already after 6 o'clock when they came to the county town, and when Zhang Huacheng brought Taizhu and the others to the black market, there were already close to 20 of them waiting in line to buy meat here. At the sight of Zhang Huacheng's arrival, the crowd in line stirred. Little comrade, why didn't you come to sell meat yesterday? Finally, I'm here. I thought you guys got caught. Do you have any wolf meat? I want wolf meat. Don't squeeze. A day did not come. These old customers thought Zhang Huacheng they were arrested. After all, this is a normal situation these days. There are some are sold for 2 days and then disappeared. Zhang Huacheng saw that someone wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to rush up to cut in line, and immediately said, don't crowd everyone, line up. This time there is an adult wild boar and a grey wolf. The meat is full, you can buy as much as you want to buy. The old rules. Buy a catty and get 1 or 2 free. Once I heard there was so much meat, the line behind me faded. Why are there still fish here? Yo, it's a Cherokee salmon, isn't it? There's one this big, give me one. What? Let's see, fine scaled fish? Good stuff. Give me 2 black carp. Fish for sale? When some sharp eyes saw that there were still fish in the baskets, and they were all good fish, and they looked like they had just been fished out and were very fresh, they immediately clamored for fish. Sell. Zhang Huacheng naturally come, the price will not be low, according to the black market price to sell. After all, his fish are top quality good fish also do not want fish tickets. He took out a pair of cotton shoes and put them on the flatbed truck and said, handmade high-grade cotton shoes, those who want them can come over to take a look. 1,000-layer cloth and black leather soles, cotton stuffed to the brim, and inside there is also top-grade horse-deer leather, durable and warm. About what price he was aware of, he just sold up. Cotton shoes? How much? Let's see. I want it. A look at the sale of cotton shoes, queuing up immediately rushed over 7 or 8, even the nearby stall owners heard all around to see. Cotton shoes are a good thing. Ordinary cotton shoes at $6 a pair, no cloth stamps, handmade, and a layer of black leather on these soles, stuffed with cotton, just 4 pairs. High-grade horse-deer leather cotton shoes $15 a pair, with the fabric is top quality, 1,000-layer bottom black leather sole, fine and beautiful workmanship, just 3 pairs, first come first served. Zhang Huacheng quoted the price. Once they heard the price in uproar, ordinary cotton shoes even if the price of horse-deer leather makes them a little difficult to bear. Can it be cheaper? Regular cotton shoes at the department store are only $2 or $3. Some people want it but feel the price is high. How much cotton is inside the cotton shoes of the department store you know well, and also out of stock, and I don't need a 2-foot cloth ticket here, the price is already the lowest, and the next batch of them may go up in price. Zhang Huacheng knew that the price he offered was very reasonable. If it was Qin Xiaodong, it could not help but go up a little more. I need a pair of regular cotton shoes, do you have a size 42? Hearing about cloth tickets gives everyone a headache. Cloth tickets they save up too painfully just to make a new outfit, who wants to waste it on shoes? Someone asked for a pair. Hey, I've got my eye on these. The ones who were still hesitant were also anxious at the first look and went up to grab them. Little comrade, can you order cotton shoes? These shoe sizes are all too big, I want a pair of 38s. Get me a pair of high-grade horse buckskin cotton shoes. In less than 5 minutes, all 7 pairs of cotton shoes were sold out, while Zhang Huacheng also ordered 2 more pairs of high-grade horse deerskin cotton shoes and 3 pairs of ordinary cotton shoes. Brother, is this the black market? Doggy looked to Blackie. Blackie nodded and shook his head. Doesn't look like it to me either. The black market on our side of the world runs with stuff all the time. Doggy cooed, she hadn't seen this kind of black market before. It was even more over the top than the one she went to yesterday, and there were lines to buy things. You call this the black market? Doesn't anyone here care? Qin Xiaodong came running, learned that Zhang Huaqing actually sells high-grade horse deer skin cotton shoes and ordinary cotton shoes. For a moment do not know what to say. Their own big brother. This way of making money is also too much. The fox skin you bring to Li Hu and the others later. Zhang Huaqing gestured to the flatbed truck. Qin Xiaodong nodded his head, then whispered, I have to take a few of my brothers to the city today. I probably won't be able to come back until the afternoon. Big brother, you wait for us in the mansion first. He still had to go and buy high-grade fabrics for Zhang Huaqing, and he also had to go to the black market to ship his goods. Yes. Zhang Huaqing nodded, then said, do you feel that this cotton shoe price of mine is high or low? The price is just right, big brother. If your family makes more, let Luo Chang lazy they sell it in the black market on the line, guaranteed to sell as much as they can. Qin Xiaodong immediately reminded. The black market is the best place to sell cotton shoes. How many to sell? Zhang Huaqing nodded. He knew that Qin Xiaodong was not bragging. It seemed that the number of shoemakers had to be increased a bit. It was impossible to meet the supply-demand by relying on his sister-in-law alone. If the black market has Luo Chang selling on its behalf, then not only can you sell shoes, but you can also sell meat and fish together, and you can also keep track of the orders you need. Okay. Zhang Huaqing nodded his head. Then, has the black leather black market been available lately? The black leather he'd bought the last time was pretty much used up, and it was a good material for shoes. This hasn't been seen lately. I'll go to the city's black market and ask around. This thing is very restricted, not a very good buy. Qin Xiaodong shook his head. The official channel price of this thing is indeed very low, but scarce. The black market is also occasionally. The last time Zhang Huaqing luck happened to encounter out. No need to go to the city, I know where to find it. Zhang Huaqing thought of the Red Star machinery factory that produced the Dongfanghong tractor. The Red Star machinery factory was the one that had a certain demand for black leather and definitely had the goods. Ordinary cotton shoes profit is very low. After paying the sister-in-law $2 can say that the profit is only $2, but high-grade horse deer leather cotton shoes profit is very high. If you can, in the case of not counting the horse deer skin, absolutely can reach a big black pickup profit. Unfortunately, the marabou herd encountered a large wolf pack. He was afraid that the tattered horse and deer leather he had collected wouldn't be able to make many cotton shoes, and he still had to get some hides to do so. Soon Qin Xiaodong took the fox fur to Li Hu, for going to the old Maoist black market to sell fur. Qin Xiaodong also wanted to know how big the profit is. Second dog, take them to get some dinner and wait for us at the mansion afterward. When the ones in line had finished buying meat, Zhang Huaqing signaled Air Dog. Two Dog nodded and led the men away. Zhang Huaqing, on the other hand, rushed to the Red Star machinery factory with Tai Zhu. With luck he could get some steel beads and black leather at the Red Star machinery factory. With bad luck he could only find them in the black market. Chapter 110 The Scrap Warehouse of the Machinery Factory. Red Star Machinery Factory. Ma Dongsheng and Li Jianxun completely finished, and their close relationship is also everyone's own danger. Yesterday Pang Xinghua is looking for some people to talk. After the talk Pang Xinghua went up to the province, and for a while it made people panic. Seeing Zhang Huaqing and Tai Zhu come to deliver the meat, the little warrior directly released them and even greeted them warmly. Old money. Zhang Huaqing came to the entrance of the cafeteria and shouted. Soon old Qian ran out with a big smile and said enthusiastically, coming, oops, looks like the workers of our Red Star machinery factory are blessed with another mouthful. But he also at the corners of his eyes when he saw the boars and grey wolves pulled up on the. A look at Zhang Huaqing came. Xiaozhou smilingly got up to welcome, while going to pour water while happy to say. The factory director went to the province, said that in a couple of days to come back, before leaving specially explained that you have what you need to say to me. By the way, my name is Zhou Yan, you call me Zhou brother on the line. Seeing that Zhou Yan was so enthusiastic, Zhang Huaqing naturally wouldn't refuse and smoothly called out Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou, you've been with factory director Pang for a long time, right? Zhang Huaqing tried to inquire. 12 years. Zhou Yan looked in a trance for a moment, and then laughed. The factory director at the time was a great success, but you know how it is to engage in technology, and the temper is stinky and hard, and I'm just as technical as the factory director, and I don't know if I still have a chance to go back. Zhang Huaqing understood. No wonder Pang Xinghua trusted Zhou Yan so much. Zhou Yan sighed and shook his head as if he had thought of something unpleasant. Taking a look at the list, he laughed, another mouthful. Brother Zhou, does the machine shop have any leather remnants or trimmings? I'd like to trade this for some leather, and if there are steel-shot steel balls, a little steel-shot steel balls too. Seeing that Zhou Yan wanted to take the money, Zhang Huacheng hurriedly opened his mouth. Zhou Yan laughed. We have a scrap warehouse in our machinery factories, I'll take you to take a look, there's all these you said inside. With that he got up and led the way. Zhang Huacheng was delighted. The scrap warehouse treasurer of the machinery factory was an older worker who left after chatting with Zhou Yan for a few moments. Red Star Machinery Factory scrap warehouse and the waste products placed neatly, there are unqualified alloy steel gears, there are unqualified structural parts scrap, there are all kinds of steel, there are unqualified rubber tires, belts. Zhang Huacheng found what he wanted, stacks and stacks of new and old black leather, very thick, with selvages and whole material, so that he couldn't help but be overjoyed when he looked at it. The amount here was quite amazing. Here's what you want. Zhou Yan stood in front of a few small bullet boxes and signaled. Zhang Huacheng went over to take a look. Inside were some clean steel bullets with steel balls. The steel shot models are all a bit larger, no smaller ones, and they hit okay at close range, but are bound to deflect badly at long range. But the steel balls are large and small. Zhang Huacheng chose a slightly smaller one. Brother Chow, I want one this big. Zhang Huacheng signaled. Zhou Yan sniffed and looked at the eyes and said, this box you are moving away, recycling prices are estimated to be a gross ticket a pound, this dozens of pounds but also a few dollars. Then said, black leather suitable? If it's suitable, you can pull some, but you can't pull too much back at once. If the demand is big, you can always bring some back later. Although the Red Star Machinery Factory is now Pangxing was say, but things should still be careful. These days a lot of factories sell some things to the black market to subsidize the food and drink in the factory. It's all normal, but it's all done a little bit at a time. Thank you, Cho. Zhang Huacheng was pleasantly surprised that these things were hard to buy in the black market. Black leather and steel balls are not the same, can be made into insoles. Black leather insoles price in the black market cannot be considered cheap, unlike steel bullet steel balls such as ordinary families simply cannot use. Anything else you want, look at it all. Yes. Zhang Huacheng is not polite, quickly found a bundle of tractor belt core, synthetic fiber nylon, this tensile strength of 500-800 MPa synthetic fiber nylon, let him cannot help but eyes light up, especially this is soaked rubber emulsion, enhanced corrosion resistance and tensile resistance, currently used for fishing, proper good stuff. The tensile strength of steel wire is only twice as high. He found some more substandard ropes, all good for him. Brother Zhou, are these okay? Zhang Huacheng asked Zhou Yan after choosing. He chose 2 bundles of rope, a bundle of synthetic fiber nylon, a box of steel beads, and a dozen black leather of different sizes. Okay, I'll take you out of the factory later. Zhou Yan smiled and nodded. If he didn't bring it, the little warrior standing guard at the gate was bound to check it out. Thank you, Brother Zhou, I'll go ask Taizhu to pull the cart over. A dozen or so pieces of black leather of different sizes, the weight was not light. Zhang Huacheng immediately ran to find Taizhu. When they came out of the Red Star Machinery Factory, Zhang Huacheng looked at it with great satisfaction, although the stuff wasn't really worth much, but it was very rare to get it these days. Inside the largest black leather, even can wrap the icy lake on the cabin, this black leather cold blocking effect since there is no say. With these things he could hunt foxes all night on the White Mountain Lake, and taking a fire pit and some coals with him, and a sheet of black leather on the ice, he could perfectly well eat grilled fish and roasted meat in the cold while hunting foxes at night in the future. By the time they returned to the compound, Old Ding was leading a group of people to busy themselves. Yo, hanging lanterns ah! Zhang Huacheng looked at the dozen or so red lanterns that were hung up. They were also exceptionally festive, even a bit of a New Year's flavor. It's not just the red lanterns, the red paper is all over them. Knife ran over and enthusiastically handed over a piece of paper saying, Big brother, this is what Dong left for you. Hey, say all on high-grade horse deer skin cotton shoes. Zhang Huacheng took a look, his eyes lit up. More than 20 pairs of orders. There are adults and children. Apparently Qin Xiaodong was also there to support him a bit. For the brothers, and for the family. Knives grinned, we'll all get a pair of fancy new cotton shoes to wear this New Year's Eve, too. Thanks. Zhang Huacheng thanked him. Hey, big brother can't be polite with us. Big brother, when can you teach us a couple hands? The one you used yesterday, the one you fought with Blackie, can you teach us? Knife's ancestors had been flying thieves and pickpockets for several generations, and they all knew a bit of kung fu as well, but when it came to him there was only burglary techniques left. Chapter 111, Tweed and Corduroy. Yesterday, Zhang Huacheng made a move that shocked him, it was too strong. Blackie, who was replacing the tiles on the roof, heard it, and with a body as light as a swallow, he trotted 2 steps and leaped down, and Old Ding, who had just come out, almost jumped up in fear. Blackie leaned over without saying a word. Obviously he also wanted to know what kind of move Zhang Huacheng had used that made him feel powerless for the first time. Old Ding and the monks also heard it and came over. Anyone curious? The technique used was the takedown technique. Zhang Huacheng couldn't explain it well. He couldn't say that it was the Heilongjiang Armed Police Takedown 18 hands created by the Heilongjiang Armed Police Headquarters in 1981, could he? Tackle? The monk was puzzled, but they all look like vicious moves. He is also a practitioner. Naturally he can see that they are all vicious moves. There is not a little bit of tackling, but instead, the first move is a move to kill the enemy. Otherwise it would have been banned in 2 years? Isn't it because people die at the drop of a hat? It's also fighting arts. Zhang Huacheng nodded. The second dog and the others all came over in droves as well, saying in a chorus of voices that they wanted to see and learn more. Zhang Huacheng saw that there were no outsiders today and did not hide his clumsiness. He took off the cotton jacket on his body and said, "Hey Z, air dog, monk, you all have talent in learning martial arts. Let me demonstrate to you a few times. In the future, if there is something you don't understand, you can ask me, but you have to be ready to suffer. To learn this set of grappling techniques, it requires high intensity of physical fitness. If you can't take the pain, you'll learn a few tricks at best." Koriko's eyes lit up. Zhang Huacheng moved under the gaze of the crowd. Green dragon probes claw. The dragon lady looks into the mirror. Monstrous python rolls over. Stealing peaches from underarms. Kick the knee and lock the throat. Two dragons Iron Mountain leaning. It didn't matter if Iron Pillar couldn't learn anything else, but learning this move would definitely be very fierce with his size. Go back and go to the village in front of the old tree and bump into it for an hour every day to practice the foundation. Zhang Huacheng stood under the tree with his feet shoulder-width apart, about a step away from the wall, hands down and shoulders forward, repeatedly bumping into the old tree. If you learn it, you'll be better off if you're in danger in the mountains again. After teaching for half an hour, Zhang Huacheng saw that it was almost time to take them to eat noodles. He needed to wait for Qin Xiaodong to come back to take the cloth back. Qin Xiaodong returned with Luo Chang and Blackie by noon. "Big brother, we're back!" Qin Xiaodong shouted enthusiastically as soon as he arrived. "Coming back quite fast, it seems to have gone well." Zhang Huacheng took a look at his heart and was happy. Luo Chang and He Zi both carried a cloth. He thought it would be after 2 or 3 in the afternoon before they could come back. Luo Chang sniffed and cried, "Big brother, not smooth ah." In the department store to buy tweed and corduroy was a few stared at, fortunately Dong brother with a barge gun. Being surrounded by a group of people almost scared him to death. Is the city this messed up too? Zhang Huacheng was surprised. One and the same, the more this time of the year, the more serious it gets. Qin Xiaodong finished taking out a cloth bag and said excitedly, "But this time the harvest but want to." He doesn't want to die. "Your mom Luo Chang, I wanted to scold you just now. Why did you run away by yourself again when you were surrounded?" Qin Xiaodong immediately cursed and looked at Luo Chang. When surrounded by a group of people, Luo Chang threw down his things and ran away. Qin Xiaodong almost wanted to shoot him. "I wasn't thinking about coming back to call out," Luo Chang tried to explain. "Looking for someone to collect the old man's body?" The more Qin Xiaodong thought about it, the angrier he became, and he kicked over. Those who are familiar with Luo Chang are also accustomed to the fact that Luo Chang is extremely fast in escaping or admitting defeat, and even Zhang Huacheng has seen it before, kneeling down and raising his hands in surrender without any warning. Bicycle tickets and sewing machine tickets were sold, and Qin Xiaodong also wanted to share the money for alarm clocks and flashlights, which Zhang Huacheng didn't want, so he collected the money for bicycle tickets and sewing machine tickets. Gross ah, good stuff. Zhang Huacheng looked at 2 cloths. One is tweed. This kind is extremely rare in ordinary families, only cadres and wealthy families can have, thick and warm, usually for coats, but easy to shrink and harden. Another one is corduroy. Big brother, the city's black market ginseng has recently gone up some more, and asked me about it, saying that if you have it, you can add a little higher to collect it. Ginseng price increase? Zhang Huacheng thought for a moment and shook his head. Look at Li Huthei. If Li Huthei are reliable, by then there is ginseng is also let them take to the old Maoist black market to sell. The price is high, not to mention recovered or rubles, by then rubles to the black market, a dump, then to go to the city to sell in the black market to earn more. With the old Maoist market, Zhang Huacheng really didn't want to sell ginseng to the city's black market. Qin Xiaodong's eyes lit up and said, "Right, I forgot about that." Li Hu and the others went, didn't they? Zhang Huacheng didn't know how long it would take for them to return. Right. Qin Xiaodong nodded. Fox skin they all wrapped around themselves to climb the train. Seeing as he's confident, he should be fine. Li Hu, after all, ran this line for 2 years, and before that are going to do nothing. This time is to go to the formal trading. The probability of accidents is not very big. The cloth was also obtained, and Zhang Huacheng chatted for a while before taking Ergu and the others back. As soon as we got home, little Ma pounced on us. 2 pots. It's broken. I forgot to get the goodies. Zhang Huacheng secretly screamed that it was bad. He was too busy forgetting that this little girl could be difficult to deal with. Erwin, didn't you say to Xiaoya last night that you would take Xiaoya to the city? Xiaoya looked up blearily at Zhang Huacheng. Last night? As soon as Zhang Huacheng heard it, he knew that this little girl was sleepy and confused, and then he took a look at his old father making eyes at the door, and immediately said, "When did I say that to you? Are you dreaming?" The old father immediately gave a thumbs up when he heard that he was fooled in the same way. Sayaka scratched her head in confusion. Did you really dream it up yourself? A cry came from the house. Zhang Huacheng went into the house to see it was Huabing holding Kuku was coaxing. Kuku cried so much that her voice was muffled, crying for her mother. Where's sister-in-law? How? Zhang Huacheng stopped halfway through his question when he saw the neatly folded cotton jacket and cotton shoes on the bed in his sister-in-law's house. This is the new cotton jacket and shoes he bought for his sister-in-law. Is this going back on its own? Auntie went back to the Locustan Brigade and left Kiki behind. She didn't even dare to wear new clothes. She brought a pack of steamed buns. Hanabi is in a foul mood. She and Zhang Huacheng had grown up with their sister-in-law. Looking at the cotton jacket folded on the bed, Zhang Huacheng was also silent for a while. Kiki cried non-stop, her voice was muffled. How to coax cannot be coaxed. The little horse mule bumbling followed to try to comfort, but Kiki did not even look at it. 2 dogs, come with me. Go! Zhang Huacheng went back to his house on the Kong to find 2 sets of Red Star Machinery Factory uniforms, and at the same time took out the letter of introduction from Red Star Machinery Factory. He was going to go to a trip to the Hutten Brigade. Yang Qi he could be ruthless and ignore, but he couldn't ignore his sister-in-law. Chapter 112 The old uncle of the Chen family who drank his gun and killed himself. Where are you going? The old father looked up. Locust Tunnel Brigade. Zhang Huacheng to go to see. He has a great grasp of the Huaituan Brigade stamp. Even if it really meets the rash cannot do, then you can ask Pang Xinghua directly to the commune, let the commune to go out. Bring the man back first, no matter what. You go to what you saw. Now the world so chaotic. The morning of the commune came a group of people with Chen Yinshan, which is only a few days' time. Chen Yinshan has been beaten to the man, not a ghost. The commune's people to the old Chen family ancestral hall turned upside down. The ancestral hall are smashed. The Chen family's old uncle in a fit of anger in the ancestral hall committed suicide. And now the old Chen family, a couple of hundred people, are still in the commune to make a fuss at. The old father sighed. Since ancient times, the people do not fight with the officials. Being labeled as such will ruin your life. The shrine was turned upside down? What did the commune go to the old Chen family shrine to find? Zhang Huacheng's heart thumped. Chen Yinshan was giving an account of the guns and ammunition hidden in the old Chen family? I know. Flower Bell holding the crying Kiki ran over and said, I went to see. Chen Yinshan said that their old Chen family shrine below a number of Japanese left behind guns and ammunition. The commune did find a big dark cellar, but there is nothing inside. Chen Yinshan cried and the old uncle said that he was beaten to suffer not to talk nonsense. Make the commune also came down to the stage. The Chen family's old uncle went home to take a gun. Sitting in the ancestral hall, he gave himself a shot in the head. She winced when she finished. No wonder the sister-in-law suddenly threw down Kiki and went back, presumably because she saw the Chen Yinshan tragedy and worried about Yang Qi. Zhang Huacheng and Erdog exchanged a glance, not realizing that they had indirectly saved the old Chen family by stealing the guns and ammunition. Private possession of firearms and ammunition left by the Japanese, really pursued. Even the sister-in-law of this kind of relationship will have to be arrested. The Chen family old uncle apparently also realized this, simply shot himself to make things out of control. Chen Yinshan is not a stupid person, originally was bound to die, now make a mess to survive, naturally will say that it is beaten to bear to say nonsense. The commune is in trouble, smashing the ancestral hall and forcing the death of the old secretary of a brigade, and now hundreds of people are going to the commune to make trouble, and the commune can't bear it. Your sister-in-law went too. Zhang Huchen ventured out. After all, Chen Mingtang was still locked up, and his sister-in-law would naturally follow and make a scene, and now just by looking at Chen Yinsan being beaten into this ghostly state, one could imagine how miserable Chen Mingtang and the others were. The law is not to be blamed, and the commune has overdone it this time. This old uncle of the Chen family is really decisive. Zhang Huacheng couldn't help but admire. Nowadays, the commune, Zhang Huacheng is not even willing to touch. There's no reasoning with you at all. But they wouldn't dare make a big deal out of it. That's true, if it wasn't for your third grandfather and the others, that group of people from the commune wouldn't have had to die a few times. The old Chen families were going crazy at the time, their guns were raised. The old father also had a pang of fear on his face. Where's third grandpa? Took the commune away and hasn't come back yet. Zhang Huachang was delighted at his words. It seems that third grandfather and the others wanted to break away from the Chen Tang Sanli drainage, had he known that he had come back earlier. Hopefully, it will work, and if it does, it will make it easier for him to do whatever he wants to do in the future. Second brother, where are brother Taizhu and sister-in-law Yanyang? Hua Ling looked outside and only saw a flatbed truck. Back to rest at the second dog's house. Zhang Huachang handed the Red Star Machinery Factory's work clothes to Erdog and prepared to leave. Chen Yid ran away with his wife and child, and the commune let him come back the same day, but he knew he was in big trouble and hid until the night before he quietly came back to pack his things. Flower Bell gestured next door. In that case, won't Taizhu and Yonyang have a place to stay? When Zhang Huachang led Erdog to the Locustan Brigade, he also saw a few militia members running patrols shouting slogans. When he saw Zhang Huachang and Erdog, the militia captain immediately ran over with his men. You guys are? Ha? Comrades, you are from Red Star Machinery Factory? The militia captain instantly recognized the Red Star Machinery Factory overalls they were wearing. Hello comrade, we're from the Red Star Machinery Factory, is this the Locustan Brigade? Zhang Huachang saluted. This militia captain looked like he had been a soldier, and the 4 militiamen he brought with him were all full of vigor. The militia captain returned the salute and said enthusiastically, yes, this is the Soperton Brigade, I'm the militia captain of our Soperton. 2 comrades, what is your official business here in our Soperton Brigade? Captain, we're here to find Comrade Yang Chi and Comrade Song Xan. Zhang Huachang said the intention. Yang Qi? It lives right in front, I'll take you there. Comrade, what are you looking for Yang Chi for? The militia captain was surprised. The Red Star Machinery Factories came to look for a Yang Chi's family with a bad composition? Zhang Huachang laughed. The factory manager gave the assignment. Upon hearing that it was the factory director who let him come, the militia captain stood in awe. He was a former soldier and naturally understood what the factory director of the Red Star Machinery Factory represented. He didn't ask any more questions. It's just up ahead shoveling snow. After walking for a while, the militia captain pointed ahead, and in the cold wind, 2 figures were shoveling snow. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness when he saw his sister-in-law's thin figure struggling to shovel through the snow. You have to come out in the cold to shovel snow in the street? Zhang Huachang asked tentatively. Stinky Laojiu, if they don't shovel, who will? A militia member suddenly popped up. As soon as he heard this, Zhang Huachang coldly swept him a glance. Stinking old 9 refers to the status of intellectuals in the social stage, ranked 9th, placed in the get, rich, anti, bad, right, traitor, secret agent, capitalist. After the current need to reform the object, the current most miserable is the brigade of intellectuals. Shut up! The militia captain turned around and chided, then smiled broadly and said, he talks hard. After all, the intellectuals in the state-owned factories in the city were quite different from these intellectuals in the brigade. Understood. Zhang Huachang returned a sentence and said nothing more, his eyes signaling second dog. 2 dogs quickened his pace and ran over. Captain, where is your brigade? Can you take us along for a ride? Seeing that the captain wanted to follow quickly, Zhang Huachang immediately shouted. The militia captain could only stop. A trip together? The militia captain was also surprised when he saw Zhang Huachang pointing at Yang Chi and the others like that. Yang Chi was shoveling snow and persuading Song Xinshin in a low voice to go back and take care of Kiki. He already knew that this year he was regarded as a representative of the bourgeoisie, detached from the masses of workers and peasants, and labeled as a stinking old man, and was to be criticized even more viciously than before when he was implicated. Song Xinshin shoveled snow without saying a word. Hey! Suddenly a voice came. Song Xinshin and Yang Chi raised their heads, only to see Erdog running over. 2. Song Xinshin was interrupted by Erdog before she could finish her sentence. Comrade Yang Chi, Comrade Song Xinshin, I'm from the Red Star Machinery Factory, and I've come with Comrade Zhang Huachang to assist you with the household registration relocation. 2 dog finished with a wink. Yang Chi froze. Song Xinshin was also at a loss for words. They did not expect Zhang Huachang and Erdog to dare to impersonate the Red Star Machinery Factory to come to their brigade. We. Yang Chi panicked. At this time Zhang Huachang and the militia captain they came over. Zhang Huachang with a smile on his face came to Yang Chi and said, Hello Comrade Yang Chi, I am Zhang Huacheng from Red Star Machinery Factory. This time I came to assist you with the household registration relocation work. Hello, Yang Qi shivered and shook hands with Zhang Huacheng. Let's go to the brig, then. Zhang Huacheng looked at the militia captain and smiled. Trouble, captain. The militia captain nodded, his attitude not as warm as before, and turned to lead them to the brigade, not saying another word along the way. A stinking old man, on what grounds? A militia member complained in a low voice. There's no way the secretary is going to sign it. Another militia member spoke up. Zhang Huacheng eyes comforted Yang Qi and his sister-in-law, and in his heart, he understood the current sorrow of some intellectuals, teachers and scholars and other groups were criticized and devolved to labor. The entire education system was paralyzed, schools were closed, teachers were stigmatized, and there was a serious regression in education. All the fruits of the intellectuals' labor were rejected, scientific research and literary activities stagnated, and a social atmosphere of intellectual uselessness was formed. It's still a decade away. Zhang Huacheng sighed. Chapter 113, Seal of the Soperton Brigade. Samli Tun Brigade, Brigade Headquarters. A group of village cadres all gathered in the brigade headquarters to talk and laugh, so cozy, and even each person in front of the fried pine nuts to eat. When the militia captain brought Zhang Huacheng and the others, the gazes of a group of cadres converged on them. Militia captain immediately ran to an old man wearing a cotton jacket with a cotton cap. The old man is carrying an enameled teapot looking at the account book. Heard that it was the Red Star Machinery Factory to apply for household registration procedures, also froze for a moment. So it's the comrade from Red Star Machinery Factory. I'm Qin Shanha, the secretary of Samuel Tun Brigade. Do you have a letter of introduction? Qin Shanha rose to greet him. Zhang Huacheng took out the letter of introduction and walked over, smiling. Hello Secretary Qin, I'm Zhang Huacheng from Red Star Machinery Factory. This is the letter of introduction opened by our factory director Pang Xinghua. Qin Shanha received the letter of introduction, and a trace of dismay flashed in his eyes. He did not understand why the Red Star Machinery Factory would want a Lajio and Lajio's family directly transferred to the city household, not to mention, but also arranged for a job in the Red Star Machinery Factory? On what grounds? A group of cadres had gathered around and were talking. The three directors of the Red Star Machinery Factory, is Director Pang the one who only came this year? Does he have the right to arrange this? I've heard that he's the one in charge of logistics. A middle-aged cadre suddenly spoke. Zhang Huacheng sniffed and looked at him. You know quite a lot. Yang Qi and his sister-in-law panicked and lowered their heads. They were most afraid of coming to this kind of place. I've met Jianli from your factory. The middle-aged cadre was just about to speak but was interrupted by Zhang Huacheng. Red Star Machinery Factory Ma Dongsheng and Li Jianchun made a serious mistake. Red Star Machinery Factory by our Pang Xinghua factory director is fully responsible for. What do you just say the words mean? Speak up and understand. You and they, but what is? He also does not understand how difficult it is to go in the Red Star Machinery Factory. He knows best, but this letter of introduction is true. Zhang Huacheng, they are obviously the Red Star Machinery Factory. And so strong that they wouldn't believe it if they said it wasn't. Bad composition? We just came from the commune. Yang Qi's composition is not a problem, not yet an intellectual. The commune have agreed, but need you to stamp a seal. Zhang Huacheng was speechless. Picking still need to pick you here? He's not even getting a regular spot right now. Qin Shanha's brows tensed and he didn't say anything for a while, and the others looked at him. Can't cover it. In the end, Qin Shanha shook his head and refused. Then looking to the militia captain, he said, send the two comrades away. Yanqi closed his eyes in despair upon hearing this. Go. The militia captain came to Zhang Huacheng. Seeing that he did not move, he reached out to push, but was pushed back by Zhang Huacheng's outstretched hand. The militia captain, who was used to being cross, immediately removed the 5.4 rifle on his back, but his hand was light, and the 5.4 rifle in his hand appeared in Zhang Huacheng's hand. So grumpy, you haven't bullied many people in your normal life, right? Zhang Huacheng looked at the 5.4 rifle in his hand, followed by the 5.4 rifle that kept falling apart and was quickly disassembled by him. The militia captain looked at Zhang Huacheng incredulously. In the army, I'll you up if you're like this. Zhang Huacheng looked at the militia captain with cold eyes. His words were true. Damn you. Air Dog raised a barge gun in one hand, one at the militia captain and one at Qin Shanha. A group of brigade cadres immediately got restless. Auntie was so scared that she hurriedly tried to come over to stop it, but she was pulled back by Yanqi. Yang Qi now placed all his hopes on Zhang Huacheng. He understood that letting his sister-in-law go over there would only help more and more. What's the point of caring about a bunch of dirtbags? Zhang Huaqing pressed the two barge guns in the hands of the two dogs, came to Qin Shanhai in front of the letter of introduction back to say, cover cannot be covered, not covered. The commune recently replaced a new batch of leaders, replaced what you know. When I came to see your brigade's file, your brigade has been overfulfilled all these years, but it is you who lied to report the excess of the harvest, in order to get the flour of fertilizer and agricultural machinery and other scarce materials priority allocation of this hidden excess reward, but also in order to be set up as a model to become an important capital for political promotion. And other scarce materials priority allocation write this hidden over award, also in order to be set up as a model, to become an important capital for political promotion, resulting in your brigade every year starvation and freezing to death of the members of the community to reach the double digit. As for these rations or where to come out of, from where to deduct, but also all clear, you also do not cover it. By the time the change of people I will come back to cover it again. The group of cadres that were originally dumbfounded froze, each looking at the other. Qin Shanhai's eyes also flashed a trace of panic. The commune did half a month ago to come over people investigated, but they fooled around. Now it seems that this is obviously not finished. We're doing this for positive performance, not for ourselves. Qin Shanhai said calmly. Who believes? Zhang Huaqing snorted. You may not know, Chen Tang Sanliquan's old secretary was killed in the morning, killed on the spot, death penalty, all the brigade cadres dead off. If not now dealing with their affairs, it should be your turn, but also here and I can't cover it. What do you count? He grabbed Qin Shanhai's collar and said, no wonder the people in the commune said to me that the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. You're the little ghosts they were talking about, aren't you? Qin Shanhai's face flushed red as he hurriedly broke free. Chen Tang Sanlik all cadres were arrested they know, but they do not know Chen Tang Sanlik old secretary was killed. How is it possible? You scare me? Qin Shanhai panicked. Scare you? You don't deserve it. Zhang Huaqing snorted and turned around to leave. Seeing Zhang Huaqing turn to go, Qin Shanhai hesitated for a moment and then ran up with a big smile and said, comrade, don't be in a hurry, sit down and let's have a good chat, just kidding. With that, he pulled Zhang Huaqing to the table. Zhang Huaqing understood that things had come to pass. Red Star Machinery Factory can be great. We are not red-eyed envy, just spoke in a heavy tone. Qin Shanhai said, his eyes signaling the women's director. The women's director quietly came to Song Xinshin. Xinshin, is it true what they say? Is it true that you just came back from the 3-mile drain in Chuntang today? The women's director inquired in a low voice. Yanqi was about to speak, but was stopped by her eyes. Director, it is true, I just saw, only ran back. The commune went to a lot of people. Song Xinshin body is trembling. The women's director just felt a wave of dizziness. How could it be so serious? Killed on the spot? She held back her fear and nodded her head in greeting to Qin Shanhai. Qin Shanhai's hands were also trembling slightly. Get out, all of you. Qin Shanhai waved his hand. This group of brigade cadres were obedient and went out. Yang Qi and his sister-in-law stood in place with their heads down, and the second dog saw this and stood in front of them. Waiting for the door to close, Qin Shanhai said with a smile on his face, comrade, your Red Star Machinery Factory is capable. Can you say something for us? That is a positive performance, there is no other meaning. It's normal for them to be in this situation, but it's also dangerous. And they are also trying to avoid being labeled as passive-aggressive by constantly maintaining a high percentage of submissions to meet program targets. On what grounds? Zhang Huaqing sneered. Qin Shanhai's eyes signaled Airdog and the others. Zhang Huaqing understood and said to Airdog, take comrade Yang Qi and the others out for a walk. Airdog already admired Zhang Huaqing to the core. When Airdog led his sister-in-law and Yang Qi out with them, Qin Shanhai immediately said, comrade, I can stamp it now. It doesn't matter to me if it's stamped or not. Get it? Got it. Qin Shanhai hesitated for a moment to pull the bottom of the drawer, then took out some money and tickets. But the next second he froze. Zhang Huaqing took out a thick stack of large black pickups and just issued the duanjie, as well as a variety of bills. For a moment his heart was cold. Another look at Zhang Huaqing's brand new Shanghai watch on his wrist, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. Is this the treatment of the workers of Red Star Machinery Factory? I have 2 wolf skins at home. Qin Shanhai clenched his teeth. I'm not asking you for anything, and I don't need anything from you. I'm not short of anything, and I have one of those wolf skins at home that I can't use. Zhang Huaqing took out the letter of introduction, write a certificate and stamp it, and don't let us make a trip for nothing. Right. Qin Shanhai rushed to get the paper. When writing, Qin Shanhai is also more and more panic. Chen Sanliquan's old secretary he recognized, said shot dead, so many brigade cadres did not run away. When he finished writing he got up and said, "Comrade, we are also trying to fulfill our mission, so help us out, will you? Put in a good word for us." "Will it work if I talk?" Zhang Huacheng smiled faintly. "Definitely works." Qin Shanha took a look at the loose mouth, also relieved, laughed. "This pair of my old eyes to see people is very accurate. You can first go to the commune, the leadership of the commune can see you, but also let you see the file. Naturally, the speech works." "It's okay to read the file?" He wouldn't believe it if he said it didn't matter. What a good judge of character. Zhang Huacheng thought for a moment and said, "Recently, our factory director is not in good health. Do you have any herbs here?" "Don't worry, I'll exchange money and tickets, the rules can't be broken." There is. We have ginseng, astragalus, Ganoderma lucidum, yellow essence, and asparagus. Qin Shanha also laughed. Zhang Huacheng smiled back. He knew that if he didn't want anything, Qin Shanha would still have some concerns, but now that he is in the same boat with them, their concerns are naturally gone. Chapter 114: A cloth bag of herbs. For a while the two of them talked to each other. "Comrade stayed in the army for a few years. Ah, look how young you are." While waiting for the herbs, Qin Shanha asked tentatively. Zhang Huacheng collected the stamp certificate and asked rhetorically, "The secretary has been to war and is a veteran, right?" Hearing this, Qin Shanha nodded. "How do you know?" "This." Zhang Huacheng extended his right hand, but it was a Type 51 pistol. At the sight of this gun, Qin Shanha hurriedly went to touch his waist, and the next moment revealed an incredulous expression. "This is his sidearm. When was it touched?" Type 51, modeled after the Soviet Tokarev TT-3033 in 1951, New China's first standard pistol, featuring the firing of 7.6225mm Tokarev pistol rounds, 8-round magazines, with an effective range of 50 meters, equipped for commanders during the anti-American campaign against the North Korean invasion, and was still in use in the early 1960s before being replaced by the Type 54. Well, the weight is, well, it's got 3 rounds of ammo inside, and it's very well maintained. Very well maintained. This gun seems to have been with you for many years as well. Zhang Huacheng handed his gun to Qin Shanha. As a super soldier king, the knowledge of firearms is almost engraved into the bones. Whether there are bullets in it or not is clear. Even a few rounds of bullets, the condition of the gun can be smoothly grasped. Terrific, terrific. Qin Shanha retrieved his matching gun. For a while he didn't even know the exact value. Fortunately he had brought quite a lot of money and tickets with him, and after thinking about it, he took out some money and tickets under the watchful eyes of Qin Shanha and the accountant. He saw that there were quite a lot of ginseng of high vintage and high value, so he simply ordered 50 large black pickups along with some food stamps, oil stamps, and meat stamps and handed them to Qin Shanha. Yo, this is too much. Qin Shanha didn't expect Zhang Huacheng to give so much. He thought he would knock them down hard, but he didn't expect to give so much money and tickets. He also did not expect Zhang Huacheng to carry so much money and tickets on him. "I'll take advantage this time. In the future, if you have herbs you can go to the Red Star Machinery Factory to find me, and then I'll pay twice the price of the commune." Zhang Huacheng patted the elk pouch in his hand. "Make a lot of money." He suspected that they still have, and also by the way to give them a fix, meaning that in the future, if there are any problems can go to the Red Star Machinery Factory to find me. Qin Shanha was also an old fox, and once he heard this, he thanked him repeatedly. He naturally understood what it meant. By the way, the members of the community, regardless of the composition of how, the hair of the complementary, you recently also less formalism, the new leader of your commune and the previous is not the same, Yang Qi family we took away, his family members you kindly treat, in the future he can be considered as my friend. Remind Zhang Huacheng on the way out. Definitely. Qin Shanha sniffed a chill down his back. It's really important not to draw attention to the commune at this time and try to keep a low profile. Seeing Zhang Huacheng come out, the second dog took a look at the elk bag he was carrying and was also energized. "Comrade Yang Qi, Comrade Song Xan, you go back and pack your bags. We have to hurry back to the factory before dark. Tomorrow I will take you to the commune to get your stamps." Zhang Huacheng looked up at the sky. It was getting late. Thank you, comrade. Thank you, comrades. Thank the party. Yang Qi was so excited that his entire body was trembling violently. Under the watchful eyes of a group of brigade cadres, Zhang Huacheng led them to Yang Qi's house. "How come you got so many more goodies?" Two Dog was shocked when he glanced at the herbs in his elk pouch. "Come all the way here, mustn't we get some?" Zhang Huachang's mouth also spread a smile, unexpected joy. Alone inside the 2 high years of ginseng can let Qin Xiaodong take the black market to sell a small thousand, not to mention the other. Flower City, we. Song Xinxin felt like she was dreaming at this moment. They can leave the Locust Brigade? Don't worry, we are not here to lie to them. I did find you a job in the Red Star Machinery Factory. The mansion that you took you to a few days ago, you will live in it first. Go back quickly. After you left, Kiki cried so much that her voice was muffled, and now she is estimated to still be crying. Zhang Huacheng glanced at the broken hard old cotton jacket on Song Xinxin inside. As soon as she heard about Kiki, Song Xinxin couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Yang Qi was also stumbling a bit at this time, and several times it was Airdog who pulled him. He's finally out of his misery. Don't worry about the family, I have greeted Qin Shanha, they will treat your family well in the future, they have a lot of handles in my hands, they won't mess around. Zhang Huacheng knew very well that Qin Shanha would definitely not try to fix Yang Qi's family anymore. But he would have gotten someone to inquire about himself at Red Star Machine Works. It looks like we'll have to ask Xiao for help. He didn't think wrong. At this moment, Qin Shanha and the others were discussing with gloomy faces. Xiaolong, I remember that you have a relative's child who married into Chuntang Sanli drainage, right? Qin Shanha looked toward a brigade cadre. Right. The cadre called Xiaolong nodded. You now let your relatives go to Chuntang Sanliquan trip, ask them what is the situation of the brigade cadres now. There is also the fact that their old secretary in the end is dead or not. If dead, ask how. Qin Shanha wants to make it clear, if it is true, he is really afraid, the commune, this is crazy, directly shoot down an old secretary? Xiao Long turned to do it. Kai. Qin Shanha signaled the accountant Qin Lizai. Qin Lizai immediately ran over. You take 2 militiamen to the Red Star Machinery Factory tomorrow morning to inquire about this Zhang Huacheng, remember to do it quietly. Qin Shanha was actually 100% convinced that Zhang Huacheng and the others were from Red Star Machinery Factory, but he needed to find out. Understood. Qin Lizai nodded his head. Secretary, not going to visit the commune? The women's director reminded. Going to seek death, huh? Just go to Chuntang Sanli Drain and ask around. Qin Shanha frowned, then said, the criticism conference will not be held this year, cancel it. It was supposed to be a performance, but at this point they still dare to show, hate to turtle up and let the commune forget them. Yang Qi went to his parents' house and didn't dare to talk much, but just sent the little bit of grain, clothes, and even old quilts and so on that were left at home. The bag of buns brought by my sister-in-law was also given to the old couple, and their house was given to his brother. The whole family also hugged and cried when they learned that Yang Qi's family had gone to work as laborers in the Red Star Machinery Factory. Before Zhang Huacheng and the others left, the previous militia captain brought someone to carry a bag of coarse grain, and was very expressive in giving a bag of grain to Yang Qi's mom and dad, while informing that this year's criticism conference was cancelled. Come on, get back to the factory before dark. Zhang Huacheng prodded. He was really afraid that a group of people would gather around later and someone would recognize him and Airdog. Even though this place was far away from Chen Tang's 3-mile drainage, he still had to be careful. When they were 4 or 5 miles out of the Locustan Brigade, Airdog couldn't help but let out a laugh as he looked at the leather bag in his hand. Zhang Huacheng smiled back. This one will make him a lot of money and solve the biggest problem of his sister-in-law's family. Yang Qi and Song Xinxin laughed along with him as they finally got rid of it. Take this, it's simple on the commune side, just go get a stamp tomorrow. Zhang Huacheng smiled as he handed Yang Qi the introduction letter and certificate, which had the stamp of the Huaituan Brigade on it. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks to the party. Yang Qi was bewitched as he kept saying thank you all the way. It was dark by the time we got back to the 3-mile canal in Shentang. Coco had cried herself to sleep, lying on her back on the pony mule, and the poor little mule did not dare to move, looking around helpfully. Coco! Song Xinxin excitedly went over and hugged Kiki. Kiki just woke up, a deflated mouth ready to cry, suddenly saw that it was the mother, hugged and then wowed and cried, coaxed a few times to stop crying. Yankee also surrounded Coco with old tears. Dad, where's Big Brother and Flower Bell? Zhang Huacheng inquired about his old father who was still scraping the skin. Your sister-in-law came back, all followed back, the commune compromised, but you have to pay a fine to bring the people back, and several cadres have to pay fines to come back. Zhang Hu sighed. All followed back? Meaning sister-in-law was here? Zhang Huacheng's heart stirred. The fact that he could get Chen Xiuying to come to him meant that there wasn't enough money, and now everyone in the family knew that he had money. Yes, to find you to borrow money, Chen Mingtang wanna come back need to pay $500, who can come up with $500, Chen Gongren even more hopeless, $900, Chen Yingshan $700, the commune is also really ruthless Zhang Hu shook his head and continued to scrape the skin in his hand. Go, don't get it, go back home, air dog, go call Taiju and the others, have dinner together tonight.